Thus, I primarily focused on developing the genetic enhancement serum, which will not alter one's appearance, but will yield other significant changes. The skeletal structure will become more robust, with an exceedingly high density. The strength of muscle fibers will see a substantial enhancement, comparable to steel cables. The strength of skin cells will also increase dramatically, offering better defensive capabilities. Moreover, the internal organs will be fortified, and overall bodily functions will be enhanced. Additionally, cognitive development and sensory perception will be amplified. The audience, upon hearing Gao Yang's revelations, was left in profound shock, nearly speechless. Is this truly the genetic enhancement serum? Is it not the same potion that the Black Panther consumed? Observing the astonished reactions in the comments, Gao Yang solemnly stated, "The genetic enhancement serum must be customized, hence it cannot be mass-produced. During this live stream, we will select 3 individuals to receive the serum." The audience engaged in a lottery by typing 1 to participate in the event. The screen was soon flooded with ones, a testament to their trust in Gao Yang. Standing beside him, Director Yuan also witnessed the countless ones on the screen, acknowledging the undeniable allure of Gao Yang's claims. Before long, an authoritative voice announced, "Selection complete." This indicated that 3 individuals from overseas had been chosen. Gao Yang addressed the camera. "This concludes our live stream for today. The selected individuals will receive a pop-up notification, and my laboratory will be in contact with the 3 of you." As the live stream screen went dark, countless viewers lamented, "Why wasn't I chosen?" Gao Yang has already stated that this item belongs to the realm of bespoke products, making widespread accessibility improbable. "I yearn to become a superhero and save the world." However, even if one were to attain such powers, acts of bravery may still lead to punishment. Speaking of which, I finish work at 5 this evening. Let us head to the bar. Is there anyone in the vicinity who would like to join me in watching a band? Let us revel together, drinking, listening to music. I have my fishing rod slung over my shoulder, ready to depart directly after work. Fishing until 11 before returning home to rest. Alas, suddenly not working overtime feels somewhat disconcerting. I find myself at a loss for how to fill the time. Is there anyone interested in watching a movie? Woe is me, why must we still attend classes? It is so distressing. The atmosphere in the live stream suddenly brightens. Only one group continues to complain, students, who must still attend classes diligently. Even their teachers have rearranged their weekly curriculum into 4 days, while the students are still required to attend 5 days. Furthermore, the duration of their classes exceeds that of a typical workday. How unfortunate. These days, the online realm is rife with grievances, primarily from students. Observing the complaints scrolling through the chat, an idea sparked in Gao Yang's mind. The application of the sensory helmet technology seems to extend beyond merely controlling mechs, gaming, and experiencing new lives. It could also facilitate learning. Both He Ma and Xiao Hozi have utilized this method to their advantage. Surely students could benefit as well? Such an approach could significantly reduce learning time. Many students often lose focus during lectures. However, with the sensory helmet, knowledge could be directly infused into their minds, allowing them to learn even without concentration. This innovation would not only elevate educational standards, but also ensure equity, providing all individuals with genuinely balanced educational resources, with everyone acquiring the same knowledge. Schools could transform into venues for students to engage in play and complete assignments. It sounds splendid. However, this concept is rather intricate. While the technology itself poses no significant challenge, it necessitates the collaboration of numerous educators to develop a curriculum that can be seamlessly infused into students' minds. At this stage, Gao Yang has another task at hand, fulfilling his commitment to the Aerospace Research Center regarding the engine, which is yet to be initiated. First, he must finalize the engine. The cosmos is littered with debris in need of organization. Without a capable engine, relying solely on the rescue spacecraft would consume an inordinate amount of time. As Gao Yang contemplated future arrangements, Dean Yuan leaned closer to the screen. 3 character cards appeared on the display. 3 coal-black figures. Upon examining their brief introductions, it became evident that they were all affiliated with the White Eagle and possessed considerable expertise in zero-cost purchasing. Dean Yuan paused momentarily. Could these 3 individuals engage in nefarious activities? It remains uncertain, yet they are evidently the most advantageous choice. They may not be virtuous. But if the experiment falters, it would matter little. Should it succeed, they would offer no assistance to the White Eagle, would they? Dean Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It appears to be the case. Far away in the land of the White Eagle, numerous individuals are watching Gao Yang's livestream, with some even providing real-time translations. Many from the White Eagle are closely monitoring the developments in Dragon Country. As for the few individuals with slightly darker complexions watching the livestream, it is purely due to the unconventional nature of the broadcast. After watching the live broadcast, he found himself lost in a dream where he was chosen. After all, being selected would make him a superhero. Suddenly, a person with slightly darker skin let out a gasp, for a notification had appeared on his screen, announcing his selection. Joel gazed at the message on the pop-up, feeling a jolt of astonishment. Am I truly chosen? Looking at the barrage of comments, he noticed a plethora of disappointed voices, lamenting their failure to be selected. Unable to contain his excitement, Joel erupted in cheers. He was destined to become a superhero. A superhero, with resilient bones and muscle fibers as strong as steel cables. Chapter 200, The Spaceship. Suddenly, his phone rang. Someone was calling. He answered, and the voice on the other end, powerful and commanding, said, "Hello. I will come to find you in half an hour. Be prepared." Joel, filled with anticipation, awaited the arrival. Half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Joel sprang up, opened the door, and was taken aback by a diminutive flying device hovering outside, no larger than the palm of his hand. "Do not be alarmed. I am capable of automatically collecting blood. Please raise your arm." Joel complied, watching as the small robot nestled against the back of his hand. There was no sensation of pain, yet he could see a tube slowly filling with his blood. In addition to the vial being filled, there were 2 smaller vials of blood, presumably from the other 2 selected individuals. Joel suppressed his excitement and inquired, "When will I become superhuman?" "You will need to wait approximately 10 days. After that, I will return to administer the gene serum." "Very well. You must prepare a substantial amount of food, as the process of enhancement requires significant energy." The collector then took flight, and Joel closed the door, barely able to contain his exhilaration. He was destined to become extraordinary. However, his finances were insufficient for purchasing sustenance. Donning a hat, Joel ventured out to seek zero-cost opportunities, intent on earning money for food. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the messages. The supplier had sent the requested products, all electronic devices and luxury items, which he would collect as per the demand. Meanwhile, their blood was promptly dispatched to Gaoyang's laboratory. The Formidable began to unravel all genetic sequences, subsequently modifying them. This intricate process, having been observed by the Formidable during Gaoyang's previous endeavor, was now executed with proficiency, transforming a significant portion of the genetic sequences into enhanced versions. Even with a supercomputer, the editing of genetic sequences could be expedited, yet the creation of the gene enhancement serum still required time, approximately 10 days. During this period, Gaoyang simultaneously reviewed documentation and constructed an engine. The rocket engine was a commitment made to the Aerospace Research Institute. Gaoyang had previously constructed it, amplifying its power by 100,000 times, resulting in a space-jumping engine. This time, Gaoyang planned for a mere 100-fold increase to avoid excessive technological complexity, ensuring it could be applied in the near term. Occasionally, there were instances of 1,000-fold increases, interspersed with techniques yielding dozens or even hundreds of times amplification. But such cases were rare. Some constructs, like the space-jumping engine, were designed to achieve their full potential in one step. Additionally, since the previous amplifications pertained to biotechnology, the system had not guaranteed a 10-fold base increase after 2 consecutive 100-fold amplifications, possibly due to it being an achievement system that only rewarded once. It remained uncertain whether a 3rd consecutive 100-fold amplification would yield another base increase. After 7 days, the engine was completed, followed by an additional 2 days for the system's amplification opportunity to recharge. Ding. Detection of host development of a rocket engine. Would you like to utilize an amplification opportunity? Amplify. A compass materialized before Gaoyang, spinning until it landed on the 100-fold mark. Ding. Congratulations, host. The rocket engine has received a 100-fold power amplification. Ding. Given that the host has consecutively drawn a 100-fold amplification 3 times, the next enhancement will be a 10-fold increase based on the lottery. Gaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was the achievement system at work. If he wished for a 100,000-fold amplification next time, it would require 4 consecutive draws of the 100-fold increase. Furthermore, the 100-fold amplification of power would render the rocket engine's thrust to a rather absurd degree. Under the system's application, the engine that Gaoyang had just crafted disintegrated, followed by the activation of the laboratory's equipment, which commenced the production of a new engine. In just 5 minutes, the engine was completed, and memories flooded into Gaoyang's mind. The 100-fold amplification allowed him to assimilate the engineering knowledge of the engine with relative ease. Once he had absorbed all the memories, Gaoyang began to design a spacecraft based on the engine. With such an impressive engine, there was no longer any need to create cumbersome and impractical rockets. A spacecraft was the way forward. Ultimately, Gaoyang designed 3 models of spacecraft. The first was a large transport vessel, primarily emphasizing size, measuring 100 meters in length. It was equipped with 3 engines, 1 main engine and 2 auxiliary engines. The main engine propelled it from the rear, while the auxiliary engines, positioned on either side, were maneuverable, capable of thrusting both backward and upward. The overall silhouette of the transport vessel resembled that of a bird, with a spacious interior and a concave back. enabling it to carry substantial cargo into the skies. With the hundredfold thrust of the engine, this transport vessel could deliver hundreds of tons into the atmosphere. The purpose behind its creation was Gao Yang's intention to deploy a multitude of small, unmanned collectors into space, specifically designed to address space debris. Upon being launched, these collectors could utilize networked information to identify space debris and approach it for collection and disposal. The second model was a space exploration vessel, measuring 25 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 6 meters in height, with an interior divided into 2 levels, each offering 100 square meters of space for astronauts. It was equipped with an airlock chamber, allowing astronauts to come and go freely in outer space. Its primary mission was to explore the Moon, Mars, and Mercury. The final design was the Earth Guardian spacecraft, a vessel that, as a Guardian, naturally required weaponry. Designed for dual-pilot operation, this craft was equipped with laser cannons and an ammunition bay. Whatever it carried could be deployed to the ground, effectively transforming it into a space-based weapon. After completing the designs for the 3 spacecraft, Gao Yang instructed the laboratory to begin manufacturing them, while he focused on developing a user-friendly operating system to facilitate easier control for the astronauts. While the cinematic portrayal of spacecraft controls often features a plethora of buttons due to the numerous factors to consider, in practical operation, such an abundance of buttons is unnecessary. A more intelligent, streamlined operation suffices. Once Gao Yang completed the designs and established a linked system, he called Director Yuan, requesting him to contact the Aerospace Center for acceptance of the designs. After hanging up, Gao Yang entered the biological laboratory, where 6 machines filled with nutrient solution were operational, maintaining a consistent temperature. Within the liquid, the genetic agents were on the verge of forming. The most crucial component of the gene enhancement serum lies within the stem cells that harbor the genes, which is also the bespoke element required. While other components are significant, they can be produced in mass. A resounding voice proclaimed, "There remains but one final day until completion." Gao Yang nodded, inquiring, "Have there been any discrepancies with the 3 experimental personnel? Aside from one individual facing a 0 yuan purchase, who is now unable to pay the fine and is at risk of incarceration, the remaining 2 are adequately prepared." Gao Yang turned, bewildered, to Wu Di and asked, "Is he imprisoned?" "Indeed," came the reply. "The selection process is truly remarkable." However, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. "The imprisoned individual cannot acquire energy in the short term?" "Correct. The experiment proceeds as planned." Gao Yang recalled the deceased monkey. Without sufficient energy, it was incapable of proceeding to the next stage of evolution. With the gene serum stabilized 100-fold, the question arises, can a user survive without energy? This presents an excellent opportunity for testing. If one does not perish, then that would signify true stability. Chapter 201. What is engine fuel? Although this test may not be particularly humane, given that it involves foreigners, Gao Yang is rather indifferent. Stepping out of the room, he proceeds to observe the automatically produced spacecraft and collectors. The first to be manufactured is the exploratory spacecraft, followed by the Guardian spacecraft, and finally the transport spacecraft. As the transport spacecraft docks in the courtyard, a flying bus descends from the sky, fully occupied. Dean Yuan is also present, seated at the front, his eyes brimming with anticipation. In contrast to his eagerness, the surrounding individuals are engulfed in excitement. They have long yearned for the comprehensive suite of technology promised by Gao Yang, and the moment has finally arrived. While the flying bus remains airborne, they gaze through the windows, catching sight of the objects in the courtyard. The enormous transport spacecraft leaves them bewildered. What is this? An aircraft? So large. It is worth noting that the world's largest cargo aircraft, the And-225, measures only 84 meters in length. This behemoth appears to exceed 100 meters. Such dimensions seem utterly outrageous. As they ponder this, their attention shifts to a slightly smaller spacecraft nearby, which measures over 20 meters in length and nearly 10 meters in width, presenting a stunning silhouette when viewed from above. One passenger on the flying bus exclaims, "Could this possibly be what we have come to see?" Silence envelopes the group. They certainly hope this is a vessel capable of reaching outer space. Yet rational thought leads them to believe it is virtually impossible. With such immense volume, resembling an aircraft and adorned with 2 small wings, how could it be a spacecraft? As the bus lands, a throng of people rushes into the laboratory courtyard. At this moment, Gao Yang is also present, scrutinizing the spacecraft. Upon seeing the influx of visitors, he smiles and says, "Come and take a look at this trio of spacecraft." The larger one is the space transport vessel, boasting a massive interior that can accommodate an impressive payload, with a total capacity reaching 900 tons. Dean Yuan's eyes widen in disbelief. 900 tons? The researchers from the Aerospace Center behind him share his astonishment, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost. The sheer weight of 900 tons is staggering. The largest cargo aircraft on Earth can only transport 200 to 300 tons. How could this one manage 900 tons? Moreover, this is not merely ascending to the sky, but the far more challenging endeavor of reaching outer space. Currently, humanity lacks the capability to send 900 tons into space. Gao Yang continues his exposition. The internal space is vast, allowing for the accommodation of collectors that can be transported into the sky and subsequently dispersed to collect debris. Collectors? Dean Yuan, now regaining his composure, inquires with curiosity upon hearing Gao Yang's words. A minor invention specifically designed to gather space debris, capable of actively retrieving refuse. Dean Yuan muses that such a seemingly trivial invention could resolve a significant headache for major powers, as space debris poses a considerable challenge. Turning his gaze towards the second spacecraft, he asks, "And what about this vessel?" The spacecraft, designed for journeys to Mars and Mercury, measures 25 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 6 meters in height. Internally, it is divided into 2 levels, encompassing a total usable area of 200 square meters. Dean Yuan, momentarily taken aback, cast his gaze towards the final vessel. What about that spacecraft? The Guardian spacecraft, equipped with laser weaponry and additional weapon slots for ground armaments, ignited a spark in Dean Yuan's mind. Orbital weapons. Each of these 3 vessels surpassed the last in magnificence. A gathering of esteemed figures from the Aerospace Research Center, however, lacked the fortitude of Dean Yuan, appearing utterly bewildered. The elderly gentleman who had conversed with Gao Yang was filled with confusion. Had Gao Yang not mentioned providing him with an engine technology? Was this truly an engine technology? This bore no relation to rockets. It was, in fact, a spacecraft. A vessel that could only exist in the realm of science fiction. The sheer scale of the craft before them evoked a profound sense of insignificance. This aircraft was as long as a playground, immensely colossal. Gao Yang observed the reactions of the crowd. Shall we ascend and take a closer look? Perhaps identify any shortcomings for improvement? A throng of individuals followed Gao Yang into the transport spacecraft, soon erupting in exclamations of awe. The transport vessel was astonishingly vast. While it appeared unassuming from the outside, within, it reached an impressive height of 20 meters, with an internal space soaring to at least 18 meters high, equivalent to 5 or 6 stories. The interior was nothing short of monumental. A locking mechanism remained in place, allowing for securing items post-load. After a brief half-minute walk, they arrived at the cockpit, with a passage connecting it to the transport chamber. Stepping into the cockpit, they found it to be 50 square meters in area, extending over 5 levels. If converted into accommodations for personnel, it could easily accommodate 10 separate rooms. Gao Yang observed as the group gradually regained their composure. This spacecraft is equipped with 3 engines, one at the rear and one on each side. The rear engine primarily facilitates upward thrust, but can also adjust its angle to propel the craft forward. Should the propulsion engine fail, or if either of the side engines malfunctions, the vessel can still achieve a stable landing. However, if all 3 engines were to fail simultaneously, complications would arise. Nonetheless, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly low, and with other vessels available for rescue, even a complete failure would not pose a significant threat. After spending 15 minutes exploring this colossal spacecraft, the collective sentiment was encapsulated in 2 words: breathtaking. The magnitude of their astonishment was overwhelming. Initially, they had anticipated that Gao Yang would provide them with some technology that would elevate their capabilities to a world-class standard. While they had indeed reached that pinnacle, they calculated that this technology would still be considered cutting-edge even 50 years into the future. One rocket designer, who had remained silent throughout, could no longer contain his curiosity. "May I inquire what type of engine this spacecraft utilizes? How is the thrust-to-weight ratio so remarkably high?" All eyes turned towards Gao Yang. Previously, although Gao Yang showcased aircraft and various equipment with astonishing advancements, such feats were confined within the atmosphere. Beyond the atmospheric confines, propelling a rocket skyward necessitates energy, and propulsion can only be achieved through the expulsion of energy outward. Presently, humanity employs a myriad of fuels that react within engines, ejecting copious amounts of gas to generate thrust. The magnitude of a rocket's thrust is contingent upon the volume of expellant, the pressure exerted by the expelled materials, the velocity of ejection, and the resultant reaction force. The considerable internal space of this spacecraft serves as evidence that the engine cannot be excessively large. A compact engine implies limited capacity for fuel storage. Hence, even with rapid gas expulsion, it becomes implausible to elevate such a colossal entity, laden with substantial cargo, into the heavens. Observing the eager gazes of those around him, Gao Yang declared, "The engine's fuel is a nuclear fusion reactor." Chapter 202. Is this truly not a dream? Scores of individuals turned their gaze toward Gao Yang, their expressions vacant and devoid of life. Even Dean Yuan, who had been repeatedly astonished by Gao Yang, had developed a certain immunity to such shocks, yet he too was taken aback. Nuclear fusion as a fuel source? They recalled Voyager 1, which utilized a nuclear battery. However, unlike a reactor, it merely employed a plutonium radioactive isotope battery. That contraption could only sustain operations for a few decades. The disparity between the two was akin to the vastness of the ocean compared to a mere cup of water. Gao Yang's proposition of embedding a nuclear fusion reactor within a spacecraft bore a striking resemblance to condensing the ocean and placing it aboard the vessel. What was paramount was the sophistication of this technology. How was it conceivable to utilize a nuclear fusion reactor as an engine? Could it truly regulate the amount of energy released? Furthermore, when the spacecraft was docked and required no propulsion, would the reactor continue its reactions? If reactions were indeed occurring, where would the energy be stored? Conversely, if no reactions transpired, how could it abruptly cease and then recommence? Ordinary households struggle to control the flames of a conventional stove. Yet this was a nuclear fusion reactor. The rocket designer who posed the inquiry took a moment to regain his composure. He harbored a thought of acquiring the technology to enable the Aerospace Research Center to construct a spacecraft. However, he now realized that such an endeavor was utterly implausible. Even with the technology, they could not fabricate it. He felt akin to a rickshaw puller, gazing enviously at passing sports cars, pondering the impossibility of ever operating such vehicles. The chasm between the levels of technology was insurmountable. Gradually, the others began to recover from their stupor, their gazes toward Gao Yang shifting once again. They wished to raise their hands in exasperation. What relevance did this have to them? If there was any connection at all, it was that they could assist in contacting astronauts. Gao Yang discerned the unspoken thoughts reflected in their eyes. Were they dissatisfied with the spacecraft? It was not dissatisfaction per se, but rather the overwhelming realization that the technological level was far beyond their comprehension, rendering them incapable of research, imitation, or even understanding. This vessel was a finished product, and indeed, an exceedingly refined one. The elder who spoke felt a tinge of bitterness. It was not merely disappointment at not acquiring the desired technology, but rather a sense of self-reproach for their own obsolescence. The others shared this sentiment. They were all engaged in aerospace research, yet here was Gao Yang, who was not a specialist in the field, presenting a spacecraft that they found difficult to fathom. Coupled with the shattering of their long-held competitive spirit over the years, they found themselves in a state of discontent. Gao Yang sensed the prevailing atmosphere, recognizing that these individuals were profoundly impacted by the sudden revelation. This spacecraft bore no equipment, not even the spacesuits worn by the crew. The destination and orbital trajectory would necessitate coordination from the Aerospace Research Center. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect was that with the technology at hand, even if they did not comprehend it, they could endeavor to learn. An epoch-defining engine technology had emerged. Why wallow in despair instead of embarking on fresh research? Gao Yang surveyed the room and stated earnestly, "There are 2 more spacecraft. Shall we proceed to examine them, or shall we return to continue your rocket research?" An elderly man paused for a moment, then smiled with a sense of relief. "Having lived a long life, I have never surrendered, and this time shall be no different. Of course, I will go and see." The others soon followed suit, realizing that this might indeed be an opportunity. Although the spacecraft and the previously utilized rocket technology were nearly 2 entirely disparate entities, they both belonged to the realm of aerospace. As for the knowledge gap, is it not possible to learn? After all, everyone starts from ignorance. Why should we not learn now? A throng of individuals marched resolutely towards the second spacecraft. Their spirits ignited with a newfound determination, a relentless spirit of perseverance. The exploration spacecraft was somewhat smaller than the transport vessel, particularly after witnessing the latter's grandeur. The former appeared diminutive. Yet, this was merely an impression. The exploration vessel remained impressively substantial. At 25 meters in length, it could even be deemed formidable. By way of comparison, the finest standard was the Dragon Kingdom space station, whose core module measures a mere 18.1 meters. Moreover, the internal space of the entire space station encompasses only 110 cubic meters. In stark contrast, the single level of this exploration spacecraft boasts over 200 cubic meters of space. With 2 levels in total, it offers an internal volume exceeding 400 square meters, comparable to that of the International Space Station. The group of researchers, now adopting a calm demeanor, began to deliberate on what could be housed within such a vessel. They contemplated ways to ensure astronaut safety while optimizing exploration of Mars and Mercury. Discussions even ventured into the realm of exploration plans. This arrangement proved advantageous. Gao Yang merely needed to present the spacecraft, while the remaining trivialities could be entrusted to these researchers. Should they encounter insurmountable issues, they could always turn to Gao Yang for assistance. This arrangement ensured that Gao Yang would not squander time, whilst allowing the researchers to realize their own potential, a true win-win scenario. Lastly, the Guardian spacecraft, smaller in size than the Dragon Kingdom's fighter jets, was destined for operations in space, rendering it an unattainable marvel in the current world. In the realm of cold weapons, 1 inch in length equates to 1 inch in strength. This vessel, capable of striking targets on the ground from space, boasts dimensions and capabilities that are astonishing. Presently, the world's most advanced equipment can deliver strikes from space, but typically target satellites, objects whose trajectories can be easily predicted. Hitting a satellite is a certainty. However, when the target is a spacecraft, ground-launched missiles can be deftly avoided with a mere adjustment in speed. The spacecraft can simply accelerate or decelerate to evade the attack, or, at the very least, distance itself. To illustrate, it is akin to a game of tossing a sandbag between an ordinary person and a superhero. The ordinary individual cannot possibly hit the superhero, who would effortlessly catch the sandbag and return it with such force that it could penetrate right through the ordinary person. After surveying the 3 spacecraft, the personnel from the Aerospace Research Center had regained their composure from the initial awe. The head of the center, Mr. Deng, turned to Gao Yang and inquired, "When will these spacecraft be ready for launch?" "The astronauts are prepared and can launch at any moment. However, they may not have the capacity to pilot the spacecraft. We could initially allow AI to take control. As for learning to operate the spacecraft, they can acquire that knowledge in the skies." Elder Deng pondered for a moment and said, "Shall we first ensure they are trained? I will arrange for the astronauts to learn." "Very well," Gao Yang nodded in agreement. "The control system is quite straightforward. They could master it in a day or 2. Elder Deng reflected briefly before continuing. "Then let us launch these 3 spacecraft in 3 days' time. During this period, we shall also prepare the spacesuits, the necessary life resources for the vessels, and any additional equipment required." "Understood," Gao Yang replied, also intending to ready some collectors. Elder Deng, accompanied by a substantial group of researchers, exited the premises and boarded the shuttle bus. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Just now, was I truly not dreaming? If I were to slap you, and you felt pain, then it is undoubtedly not a dream." Laughter erupted within the bus. It had been such a long time since they had experienced such unrestrained joy. Chapter 203. All successful. Some were filled with profound emotion, exclaiming, "What audacity! How could he dare to employ a nuclear fusion reactor as the energy source for a spaceship, while also powering the vessel? When oxygen is insufficient, he can electrolyze water to obtain it." The advent of this spacecraft heralds a new chapter for our Dragon Nation's aerospace endeavors. Old Yang interjected, "Do not be so modest. It opens a new chapter for all humanity. Previously, the White Eagle often spoke of humanity, yet behaved selfishly. Now, it is our turn to champion humanity." Laughter erupted once more within the cabin. As the laughter subsided, Gao Yang remarked, "We have accomplished 99.9% of this new chapter. The remaining 0.1% must be flawless. We cannot afford any mistakes." Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge and inquiry into the heavens. As the flying bus departed, on the ground, Director Yuan retracted his gaze and surveyed the 3 spacecraft. Their emergence would transform outer space into the Dragon Nation's garden. Gao Yang instinctively glanced at the sky, saying, "One can only assert that the solar system has become humanity's garden. After all, the universe is vast and boundless." Director Yuan paused, pondering, "Will there be extraterrestrial beings?" "Certainly," Gao Yang affirmed with conviction. "The birth of humanity was a coincidence, but given the vastness of the universe, such coincidences become inevitable. It is possible that silicon-based life forms exist. While silicon-based organisms may not possess the stability of carbon-based ones, if the direction is correct, their development may accelerate due to their inherent instability." Director Yuan chuckled. "The matters of outer space are still distant. Let us not dwell on that. How far along is your gene enhancement experiment?" "The genetic agents have been formulated. We merely need to administer them to the 3 selected individuals," Gao Yang replied as they entered the laboratory, where a nutrient chamber was filtering substances, encapsulating cells in a liquid. This process would require a full day. Director Yuan remained, believing that gene enhancement technology is of greater significance than aerospace technology, as it has the potential to fundamentally elevate humanity itself. This elevation would enable even swifter progress towards greater heights. On that day, Director Yuan chose to stay in the laboratory to monitor the proceedings closely. The following day, 3 small aircraft carrying the gene enhancement agents soared across the ocean. Among them was a mimetic aircraft resembling a large insect with a pointed proboscis. In the monitoring room, Director Yuan and Gao Yang awaited the outcome. Although Gao Yang felt the probability of success was considerable, he remained somewhat anxious. The tension stemming from the fear of failure was palpable, coupled with an eagerness for success. Should they succeed, he could utilize the gene enhancement agents, assimilating more memories and acquiring advanced technologies. Conversely, failure would pose a significant dilemma, as the cause of failure would be elusive, leading to potentially protracted investigations at the cost of many lives. Director Yuan felt a surge of anxiety as the moment of genetic enhancement approached. Under the tense gazes of both individuals, the first subject received the injection of the genetic enhancement serum. The transformation commenced instantaneously, gentle yet profound. Even the most subtle alterations could induce a cataclysmic change within the human body. The recipient of the serum began to indulge voraciously. Surrounded by an array of high-calorie delicacies, fried chicken, hamburgers, and large buckets of cola, he devoured a hamburger whole, swallowing without a moment's hesitation, as if his mouth, throat, and digestive system had transformed into a furnace, capable of rapidly consuming and digesting anything. Director Yuan was taken aback. How could the genetic expression manifest so swiftly? Such rapid changes. How could a human endure them? The horse that had consumed the genetic modification serum underwent a 10-day transformation period. Gao Yang elucidated. I added a reinforcement agent to the genetic serum, allowing their bodies to gain a certain degree of enhancement prior to the genetic alteration, enabling them to acquire energy more swiftly to facilitate the transformation. Director Yuan nodded in understanding. At that moment, the second individual also received the genetic serum and began to feast with abandon. However, Gao Yang's primary concern lay with the last subject, Joel, who remained in custody. The situation with the White Eagle was such that wealth could secure one's release or at least a reduced sentence. Even those incarcerated could be bailed out or, if unable to pay, could afford a life of luxury within the private prison. Conversely, those without financial means faced a grim reality, as many offenses carried fines, and failure to pay resulted in imprisonment. Joel found himself in this dire predicament, feeling desperate, for he had been granted a chance at greatness yet was confined here. As he pondered his plight, Joel noticed an insect, a flying creature glimmering with a golden sheen. In an instant, the insect alighted behind him, its sharp, elongated proboscis piercing his neck and injecting the serum. The creature ascended, hovering above the room, granting it a vantage point over the prison. Joel felt an insatiable hunger and discomfort, unleashing a piercing cry that summoned the staff, who simply banged on the bars, admonishing him to quiet down, as it was late. I am so hungry, Joel lamented, extending his hand through the bars, only to be struck on the arm with a baton. Thus began Joel's desperate struggle within the prison, tormented by the absence of food. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of Gao Yang's laboratory in Longhua, Director Yuan glanced at Gao Yang. Are you aware he is unprepared for being confined? Yes, Gao Yang nodded, acknowledging, this is also part of the test. I am quite confident he will survive. Director Yuan fell silent, focusing on the screen. Visibly, Joel, once plump, began to wither as all his body fat was absorbed. Fortunately, dawn was not far off for the White Eagle. After several hours of observation, witnessing Joel finally regain his composure, Director Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Is this a success? Indeed it is. Gao Yang also smiled. Joel's survival indicated that the genetic serum was genuinely stable. It could adapt the efficacy based on the host's current condition, which was an unexpected delight. All 3 test subjects had succeeded. Director Yuan gazed at the 3 individuals on the screen. Besides Joel, who lay on the bed in a state worse than death, the other 2 had already completed their initial enhancement. One was rummaging through the house, searching for objects to test his newfound strength, bending steel pipes with ease, clearly exhilarated. The other had donned a baseball cap and ventured outside, casually tearing down a poster of a professional fighter from the wall. This individual aspired to step into the ring. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. How should one put it? Impressive and entirely reasonable. If this person were to inadvertently kill an opponent with a single punch, would he bear any responsibility? Chapter 204, Rejuvenation. Director Yuan no longer glanced at the camera, his gaze nervously shifting to Gao Yang. Will you be administering this serum to yourself? Should we conduct another test? Perhaps there is a distinction between the people of Dragon Country and those abroad? Moreover, will such a genetic enhancement serum have repercussions on future generations? There will be an impact, Gao Yang replied, causing Director Yuan's expression to suddenly darken. Gao Yang continued. The children born from now on will enter the world in an enhanced state, robust and vigorous. The enhanced genes obtained through the system are, in fact, quite safe, as the system directly sequences the genetic strands during augmentation, supported by a comprehensive set of long-term evolutionary results. It is not merely the enhanced genes. There are also numerous redundant genetic sequences. While these redundant sequences may seem superfluous at present, they serve as a safeguard, ensuring that no sudden drastic mutations occur as the genes are passed down. There is no need to worry about any issues with the offspring. Even as Director Yuan remained anxious, Invincible entered the room, holding 2 labeled genetic serums in his hands. Gao Yang turned to Director Yuan. There is no need for concern. You have no immediate need for children. Director Yuan watched Invincible approach with the serums, his gaze fixed on the labels. Is this mine? Indeed. It was specially prepared for you. A total of 6 were cultivated initially, and one of them is designated for you. Director Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What about the other 2? my parents, but for now, they must be preserved, as their current condition does not permit usage. Director Yuan glanced at the other serum. Did you prepare this for me in advance? Yes. At a loss for words, Director Yuan felt a rush of emotion. Aside from the 3 experimental mice, Gao Yang had cultivated a total of 3 genetic enhancement serums, and he was granted one of them. It was impossible not to feel touched, yet concern lingered. He could only silently pray that if there were to be failure, it would not be Gao Yang who suffered the consequences. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his back, and he felt a warm current surging throughout his body, gathering in his abdomen, soon followed by a wave of hunger. Invincible promptly led Director Yuan to a place prepared with a copious amount of food. Gao Yang also rose to follow, and after injecting the genetic serum, the two began to feast voraciously, consuming an array of calorie-dense foods as if their stomachs were bottomless pits. At that moment, their appetites seemed insatiable. Gao Yang, having already undergone enhancement, consumed his food at an accelerated pace, acutely aware of the energizing warmth transforming his body. The metabolic rate surged. Cells were in the midst of regeneration. Skin cells, muscle cells, bones, blood, and neural pathways were all undergoing changes. This process would persist for 10 days, with all the replaced cells being directly processed and digested. 5 hours later, after the initial acute transformation was complete, Gao Yang stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection, which appeared markedly paler. Not only had he lightened, but he had also grown taller, nearly reaching a height of 6 feet 3 inches, exuding an air of haughty confidence. Additionally, his physique had become considerably more proportionate, enhancing his handsome appearance. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in the mirror, seemingly around 40, exuding vitality. Gazing into the mirror, he exclaimed, "What on earth?" Gao Yang turned around and remarked, "Was Director Yuan so handsome in his youth?" Director Yuan touched his face in disbelief. "What on earth?" He then looked down at his hair. What was once gray had turned completely black at the roots. "What on earth? This medicine can truly reverse age?" Gao Yang chuckled. Genetic enhancement provides a comprehensive upgrade, extending cellular life, and consequently, human lifespan as well. Director Yuan felt a surge of strength coursing through his body. His mind had become clearer, and his thoughts raced with newfound agility. His senses sharpened, allowing him to notice a fly buzzing past the door. What should have been a swift movement appeared to him as languid, and he could discern the frequency of the fly's wing beats, the details of its legs, and even the fine hairs upon them. He could also analyze the myriad scents in the air with remarkable clarity. Astounded, Director Yuan inquired, "Is this serum difficult to manufacture?" Gao Yang shook his head, "Not at all." "What do you intend to do with this serum?" "To save my teacher," Director Yuan replied, moving aside to sit down. "My teacher is currently bedridden in a nursing home, living a fate worse than death." Gao Yang furrowed his brow. "Is no one taking care of him?" Director Yuan shook his head. "My teacher is over 90 years old, incapacitated after a stroke, and the Dragon Country provides substantial privileges for those who have made significant contributions. They cover all medical expenses. However, with him being paralyzed, his family insists on maintaining treatment, costing tens of thousands each month from his pension." Gao Yang understood the meaning of a fate worse than death, someone who was nearing natural demise, kept alive by a multitude of medical devices. Have his ungrateful descendants done something commendable then? Are there many such individuals? Director Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not responding, but cautiously asked, "Can this genetic serum be produced in bulk?" "Currently, mass production is not feasible, but manufacturing dozens or even hundreds is certainly possible. First, gather the data on those researchers who are on the brink of death, yet have made significant contributions, including their DNA information. I will create the genetic enhancement serum. The first batch will consist of 100. Director Yuan immediately dashed out, moving with remarkable speed and precision, swiftly descending the stairs. Compared to the previous enhancement serum, this genetic enhancement serum had also boosted his neural capabilities, eliminating any need to adapt to speed and strength, as everything was well within his control. He was determined to act quickly, fearing that if he delayed, some esteemed individuals might pass away. He rushed into the car parked outside, exclaiming, "Drive to the affiliated hospital." There were other elderly individuals there as well. 100 spots would undoubtedly be insufficient. He needed to be discreet, for if word got out, a multitude would come seeking favors. However, as he finished speaking, the driver remained still, looking back at the middle-aged man in confusion. "I'm not a ride-hailing service." Director Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "It's me. Do you not recognize me? I am Yuan Wenfeng, the president of the Lonka Institute." The driver chuckled, "Get lost." Yuan did not rush to respond. Instead, he retrieved his phone, glancing down at the screen, which remained locked. This created a rather awkward situation. After unlocking it with his fingerprint, he dialed the driver's number. "Please arrange a flight bus departing from the affiliated hospital to Kyoto." After ending the call, Director Yuan turned to the driver, who wore an expression of uncertainty. Xiao Tian, do you still not believe me? I have little time. I will grant you 2 questions to confirm my identity. The driver gazed at Director Yuan, then at the phone in his hand. How? Have you suddenly become so youthful? Genetic enhancement serum. The driver's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't that what Gao Yang mentioned during the last live stream? Exactly. The driver pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward like an arrow released from a bow, all the while striving to steady his nerves. How could this be possible? Yet, the middle-aged man seated behind him had indeed unlocked Director Yuan's phone and made a call, his tone strikingly familiar. Could it truly be that one could reverse aging? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Chapter 205, The Great Escape. Dean Yuan patted the back seat of the car. Focus on driving. Understood. With Dean Yuan gone, Gao Yang began to prepare the venue, ready to cultivate more gene-enhancing serums. The entire process of gene compilation was entrusted to Invincible, ensuring accuracy and safety. Furthermore, the efficiency was markedly increased. The compilation could be completed in mere hours. If left to Gao Yang alone, it would take a month for just one. As Gao Yang busied himself until dusk, the day broke for the White Eagle. When it was time for the daily meal, all the prison cell doors swung open. Joel trembled as he emerged from his confinement, entering the dining hall. Each individual had a plate before them, containing a meager portion of food. Upon seeing the meal, Joel's eyes sparkled with a ravenous glint. Unable to contain himself any longer, he lowered his head and promptly devoured the contents of one plate, hastily swallowing 2 slices of bread whole, before lunging for the plate of a fellow inmate. The inmate across from him remained frozen in place, primarily due to the shock of Joel's appearance. Previously, he had appeared to weigh at least 200 pounds. Now, he was emaciated and gaunt. The unsettling part was that just yesterday, Joel had seemed relatively well. After finishing one serving, Joel immediately sought a second and third. He polished off the food meant for 8 people at a single table. The dining hall fell into a hushed silence, with all inmates awaiting instructions to commence their meals. Yet, Joel not only consumed his food voraciously, but he also made quite the ruckus while doing so. How could one person eat so much? The guards soon noticed the anomaly and approached, witnessing Joel lunge toward the adjacent table, only to strike him down with a baton. Joel took the hit without flinching. Though he had not yet completed his initial enhancement, the vast reserves of fat had transformed into energy to nourish his body. He was now a remarkable martial arts prodigy, sinewy and agile. As the guards continued to strike him, Joel devoured yet another table's worth of food. More guards rushed over, clearly sensing that something was amiss. Even with their meager rations, it was still excessive for one person to consume 16 servings. They recognized Joel. He was nearly unrecognizable in his emaciation. The guards dared not approach, but a burly inmate fixated his gaze intently on Joel. When Joel reached for the food before the muscular inmate, while consuming his 17th serving, the towering man retaliated with a fierce punch aimed at Joel's head. How dare he touch his meal? Joel was courting disaster. The fist, the size of a clay pot, struck Joel's head with a resounding thud. The burly man felt a jolt of pain in his arm. His fist throbbed as if he had struck an iron ball. Joel turned to face the muscular inmate and retaliated with a punch of his own. The hefty figure, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent careening backward, flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. His cheek was completely caved in, blood splattering outward in all directions. The dining hall fell eerily silent. The sheer force of that punch was terrifying, likely leaving the man incapacitated. All were rendered speechless. Even the guards dared not approach, retreating a few steps instead. Initially, the guard who had confronted Joel was now awash with trepidation. Just moments ago, when Joel had been poised to deliver a punch, the guard feared that the consequences would be dire, perhaps even fatal. No one dared to impede Joel as he gathered the remaining 8 plates before him, indulging in a feast. He then proceeded to the nearby tables, methodically clearing their surfaces. All eyes were fixated on Joel, none dared to move. As he swept through each table, his muscles swelled, his bones grew denser, and the strength of his physique intensified. Uncertain of how many tables he had devoured, Joel felt his former robust self returning, the gnawing hunger dissipating entirely. Gazing at his muscular form and sensing the vigor coursing through him, he experienced profound satisfaction. He had transformed into a superhuman. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the entrance of the cafeteria. 2 individuals burst forth, aiming their weapons directly at Joel. A shock ran through him as he beheld the projectiles being fired. Not bullets, but a tranquilizing agent. The speed of their trajectory was alarmingly slow, sluggish enough for him to intercept with his hand. Without hesitation, Joel raised his arm, catching both darts and promptly hurling them back. The assailants crumpled to the ground, incapacitated. At that moment, Joel's mind was remarkably clear. He had taken a life, and he understood that resistance was imperative. If he did not fight back and escape, he would meet a grim fate, most likely confined to a laboratory for inhumane experiments. Yet, he could not flee recklessly. the snipers outside would easily target him, ending his life in an instant. Even with his newfound strength, he remained humble, for his enhanced intellect had sharpened his self-awareness. To escape, he could not rely solely on himself. Seizing a table, he slammed it to the ground, generating a thunderous noise that captured everyone's attention. Brothers and sisters, he bellowed, will you continue to endure this humiliation? We are subjected to unjust treatment, stopped on the streets, and faced with execution for the slightest non-compliance. Only to be dragged back here. Those with wealth can pay fines, while we are exploited, bullied, and returned to this place shortly after our release. This system is designed to keep us, the underprivileged, trapped here as cheap labor without freedom. Raising the table once more, he hurled it toward the distant guards. They instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves, but the table, remarkably sturdy, shattered their defenses and sent them reeling, blood spilling from their mouths. Joel's rhetoric was profoundly stirring. Many rose to their feet, driven not merely by his words, but by a genuine desire to fight back. The ranks of the indefinitely imprisoned were vast. What was the point of retreating only to be recaptured? Why not charge forward? With renewed resolve, Joel grasped another table, positioning it as a shield before him, and surged outward. Outside, armed guards awaited, but with a swift toss of the table, he felled several of them. Then, like a leopard, Joel lunged forward to seize the firearm, executing a swift and merciless act of violence. He distributed weapons to the criminals trailing behind him, urging them to continue the massacre. Gunfire erupted within the prison walls, and those armed became the sovereigns of this domain, commencing a ruthless slaughter of individuals of differing hues. Subsequently, a multitude managed to escape from confinement. After successfully breaking free, Joel silently withdrew from the throng, vanishing without a trace. In the past, he would have undoubtedly followed the crowd, escalating the chaos. However, he had now acquired the wisdom to recognize that such a ragtag assembly could not venture far without facing annihilation. His current objective was to disappear, harnessing the unparalleled speed and strength of his present form, and then devise a means to acquire wealth and escape the clutches of the White Eagle. Chapter 206, The Impossibility of Pursuit. As Joel devised his plan, the entire White Eagle was thrown into turmoil. Hundreds of vicious criminals had escaped from prison, marking an unprecedented crisis for the White Eagle. Local residents were gripped by fear, worried for their safety, and remained indoors, armed and vigilant. Meanwhile, the surveillance footage from the prison was acquired by the White Eagle officials. The sight of a single individual consuming an extraordinary amount of food, effortlessly dispatching foes with a single punch, and hurling tables to crush two others was alarming enough. However, the most unsettling prospect was his ability to incite everyone to join him in his escape. Such a figure necessitated immediate action, and the transformations he exhibited heightened the anxiety among the White Eagle personnel. An emergency high-level meeting was convened once more. After reviewing the footage, one attendee remarked, "Something is amiss, profoundly so. He appears utterly transformed. Has he been possessed?" Another wondered, "Have you been reading too many novels translated from the Dragon Kingdom? I suspect it might be genetic enhancement drugs." The genetic enhancement drugs from the Dragon Kingdom? How could they be so formidable? The leading figure interjected, "Aside from this news, there's another secret report. A person was selected for live streaming from the Dragon Kingdom and received genetic enhancement drugs. Our team conducted tests on him. He can lift a 1-ton barbell with one hand." The large screen then displayed the testing footage. The specially designed colossal barbell was effortlessly lifted by the individual with one hand, the thick bar bending slightly under the weight at either end. The speed reached an astonishing 30 meters per second. His vision, smell, hearing, and other senses had attained inhuman levels. The elder at the helm surveyed the room and remarked, "The Dragon Kingdom has become astonishingly powerful." At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Upon receiving permission, an individual entered, bearing news from the World Space Management. "Tonight at midnight, a spacecraft will launch to execute repair and cleanup missions. They inquired if we have any satellites in need of maintenance." The meeting room fell into a heavy silence. Midnight coincided with daylight in the Dragon Kingdom. A palpable tension gripped the attendees as they processed the implication that the cleanup would pertain to their satellites, with a query regarding any repairs needed. Such audacity was thoroughly infuriating. They had only reported 500 fully functional satellites, boasting long lifespans, while the others were slated for removal. The indignation felt suffocating. It was as if they had grown accustomed to being relentlessly slapped, especially after having recently held dominion over others. The stark contrast left them gasping for breath, struggling to adapt. After a brief pause in the meeting, someone finally suggested, "Deploy special forces to apprehend all fugitives. Joel must try to capture them alive." They yearned to conduct further research, hoping to glean some insight. The meeting concluded, yet sleep eluded them that night. For the Dragon Kingdom was on the verge of a monumental leap forward. At the Dragon Kingdom Aerospace Research Center, a multitude had already gathered by morning. Not only officials from the Dragon Kingdom's military were present, but also individuals from overseas. The Bear has also dispatched personnel, who arrived carrying several crates containing satellites that were previously launched into the cosmos, some of which are nearing obsolescence. However, they remain operational. The only issue is that their batteries are depleted. Upon receiving notification from the Dragon Nation, inquiries were made regarding the feasibility of repairs or battery replacements, to which affirmative responses were given. The notion of replacing batteries in satellites orbiting in space seemed somewhat absurd to them, as the technical challenges involved are rather formidable. Observing the Bear's personnel with their crates filled with batteries, the representatives from the Dragon Nation were momentarily taken aback, realizing the extent of the Bear's plight. Many of the satellites in orbit were launched long ago, and funding for further launches has since dwindled. In an effort to maintain a facade of deterrence, they have occasionally showcased their capability to destroy satellites. With a smile, the representatives from the Dragon Nation accepted the batteries and coordinated with the Bear's technicians regarding which batteries required replacement, marking them for handover to the astronauts. Not only the Bear, but also other major powers around the globe, particularly those not aligned with the White Eagle, have all arrived. Given their inability to resist and their acknowledgement of a dominant figure, they naturally recognized the Dragon Nation as their leader. Even the smaller nations, such as the Land of the Rising Sun and the Land of the Morning Calm, expressed interest in attending. However, the former refrained from coming out of fear, while the latter maintained a facade of pride. All foreign dignitaries and observers from the Dragon Nation were ushered into the grand reception hall of the research center, which featured a colossal screen displaying the events as they unfolded. The images on this screen were simultaneously broadcast across television networks and live-streamed online, capturing the attention of audiences worldwide. The previous space rescue missions had unveiled terrifying spacecraft capable of spatial leaps, thus garnering global fascination with the Dragon Nation's space endeavors. It became evident that the so-called World Space Management Association was essentially synonymous with the Dragon Nation's Sky Management Association. This was the first time this management body publicly announced a spacecraft launch with such fanfare, and anticipation ran high for this inaugural exhibition. As noon struck, the background image transitioned into a video showcasing a vast factory, signifying the official commencement of the live broadcast. A clear, melodious, and powerful female voice resonated. Today, the World Space Management Association is launching 3 spacecraft into space. The first to take off is a transport spacecraft. As she announced, the massive warehouse doors swung open, revealing the transport spacecraft emerging. Measuring 100 meters in length, the transport vessel is an absolute behemoth, surpassing even the longest passenger aircraft and cargo planes in existence. Aerial drones flew overhead, angled toward the front of the transport spacecraft, amplifying the sense of awe and pressure felt by viewers worldwide due to its immense size. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the reception hall as many attendees simultaneously reacted to the spectacle. Those who were sent by the forces behind the scenes to witness this spectacle were all connoisseurs in their field. Yet, it was precisely their expertise that left them utterly astounded. The true astonishment was yet to come. A female voice resonated once more. The Kunpeng, one transport spacecraft, has a rated payload capacity of 900 tons, and this mission's payload is 426 tons. The audience erupted in gasps of disbelief. A maximum payload of 900 tons? How could that be conceivable? Even 426 tons seemed utterly outrageous, especially when destined for outer space. How could this possibly be achievable? As the world stood in awe, the Kunpeng, one transport spacecraft, ignited its engines. The wing-shaped thrusters expelled jets of force downwards. The tremendous thrust caused the front of the Kunpeng, one to gradually lift off the ground, followed by the rear engines unleashing their power. The colossal transport vessel ascended into the sky, soaring higher and higher. The cameras followed the Kunpeng 1, capturing the overwhelming sound and the visual impact of such a massive entity taking flight, leaving countless onlookers from the Dragon Kingdom in sheer astonishment, as well as those who had come from abroad to witness the event. Meanwhile, those watching the live broadcast from the Land of the Bald Eagle were left in a state of disbelief. The disparity was monumental, far greater than they had ever imagined, leaving no possibility of catching up. Chapter 207, What a Farce! As the thunderous roar intensified, the Kunpeng No. 1 soared ever higher, the camera relentlessly trailing its ascent. It was at this moment that observers realized another vessel was accompanying the transport spaceship into the sky, a dedicated photography ship. Under the watchful gaze of all, Kunpeng No. 1 breached the bounds of space. In the reception area, applause erupted, fervent and enthusiastic, yet the true sentiments of the crowd remained known only to Gao Yang. Equipped with his sensory helmet, next, Kunpeng No. 1 would release its cargo, 7,000 collectors designed to gather space debris. These collectors could lock onto selected refuse, bind with it upon proximity, and then activate their engines to propel the debris into a recovery orbit. Standing by in this orbit would be the Kunpeng transport vessel, ready to return once filled with space refuse. As this announcement echoed, a swarm of collectors surged forth from the belly of the ship, darting in all directions. The scene shifted once more, revealing a slightly smaller warehouse. The next vessel to make its debut was the Qingyao exploration ship, capable of maintaining and repairing satellites. It was also equipped for exploratory missions to Mars and Mercury. As the words were spoken, a smaller craft was drawn forth from the warehouse. The Qingyao exploration ship measured 25 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 6 meters in height, featuring 2 levels and a total area of 200 square meters. It was stocked with resources sufficient to sustain 6 astronauts for an entire year. In the next moment, the reception area erupted again in astonishment. Wasn't this essentially a space station? Yet, upon reflection, if the previous transport ship were considered a space station, its scale would be truly outrageous. It seemed that, with their current mindset, these vessels were somewhat ahead of their time. Each ship accomplished feats once deemed impossible, viewed through the lens of their past. The future of space travel was nothing short of breathtaking. The Qingyao exploration ship ascended as well, but this time, its ascent was rapid, maintaining a vertical trajectory that grew ever swifter. Within 3 minutes, it breached the atmosphere. The mission of the Qingyao exploration ship was to repair satellites, and a list of those requiring maintenance would soon be published on our management committee's official website. The final vessel to present itself was the Falcon 1 Guardian ship, primarily tasked with the protection of Longhua. Equipped with laser weaponry and precision-guided munitions, the announcement elicited yet another wave of awe from the audience. Space-based? Guided? What an extraordinary concept. As long as the Falcon remained in the cosmos, there would be no safe haven on the ground. The live broadcast displayed the Falcon 1, not yet as lengthy as the J-20, yet undeniably formidable. With a roar of its engines, the Falcon 1 shot into the heavens, vanishing from view. The host refrained from further elaboration, simply stating, "This concludes our live broadcast. Thank you all for tuning in." And with that, the transmission came to an end. The spectacle left the people of the Dragon Nation with a lingering sense of anticipation. Such compelling content, and yet, it was but a brief glimpse. While the citizens of the Dragon Nation found it exhilarating, those from overseas were left in a state of bewilderment. How could such phenomena exist in the world? Is it not the era of rockets? Furthermore, why do only the people of the Dragon Nation seem so formidable? Are other nations concealing their capabilities? As overseas observers speculated about the hidden agendas of their elite, those very leaders grappled with a tumult of emotions. The Dragon Nation has risen, not merely to prominence, but to a renaissance. It has returned to the days when myriad nations paid homage, standing as a singular titan, the Celestial Empire. Within the conference room, many sat in contemplative silence, gazing at the backdrop of a resplendent dawn, where the sun ascended gracefully. Staff approached, inviting a group from the reception area to partake in a meal. Some stood up with a sense of wistfulness, while others wore smiles. Having come to terms with the reality that they could never catch up, they would simply resign themselves to being mere onlookers. Yet, there remained those who were not ready to concede. Meanwhile, as the Dragon Nation showcased its spacecraft, it was the dead of night for the Bald Eagle. By the time the presentation concluded, it was already well past midnight. In a conference room, several high-ranking officials of the Bald Eagle sat in silence, their attention fixed on 3 photographs of spacecraft laid before them. After a moment, one spoke. "Should we activate the equipment in Area 51? Area 51, shrouded in mystery, has been in existence for 70 years. Throughout this time, all information regarding it has been tightly sealed. Once, a self-proclaimed employee of Area 51 leaked information to a television station, but the call abruptly ended after only a few remarks, though it did mention extraterrestrial spacecraft. In the conference room, the mere mention of Area 51 silenced the few present. They had indeed obtained remnants of an alien spacecraft. Yet years of research yielded no fruitful results. The current studies were simply not on the same level as the spacecraft debris. Akin to savages attempting to comprehend a lithography machine, it would be remarkable if anything of value emerged from such efforts. However, despite the lack of significant discoveries, the spacecraft contained something potentially useful, a button, likely a distress signal. It was conceivable that pressing it could summon extraterrestrial beings to Earth. Unaware of the true circumstances, the Bald Eagle had kept the button under wraps, yet they were equally prepared to press it in a moment of dire urgency. Now was that critical moment. The Bald Eagle could not afford to be surpassed. Their internal troubles were too great. To be overtaken would spell doom. Once, they thrived on external resources. But in the absence of such sustenance, internal conflicts threatened to erupt. Those who were enraged, armed, and ready would overturn everything. This matter should have remained concealed. Yet, the rapid advancement of the Dragon Nation left them in despair. The emergence of gene enhancement agents among the bald eagle's ranks and the ease with which prisons were breached served as the spark. In their eyes, this signified their inability to suppress the masses below. Should the Dragon Nation select individuals with darker skin tones for genetic enhancement, it could potentially upend the entire establishment of the White Eagle. These three vessels serve as the ignition for the fuse, signifying that from an external standpoint, the White Eagle stands no chance. Consequently, there are those who advocate for desperate measures. This is our final card. Shall we reveal it now? If we unveil it, a press conference will be held tomorrow to disclose the secrets of Area 51. No, let us disclose it immediately, compelling the Dragon Nation to share the technology they currently possess. Otherwise, we shall press the button. After all, the coming days will be grim. What difference does it make whether we are governed by the Dragon Nation or by extraterrestrials? A consensus was swiftly reached among several of the White Eagle's most pivotal figures. The revelation of Area 51 must occur. Chapter 208. The response. The press conference was unexpectedly broadcast live. At this hour, few were inclined to watch in the land of the White Eagle. Yet the people of the Dragon Nation were still awake. This video was intended for them. Within it, 3 significant revelations were made. The first concerning the truth about Area 51. The second, that the White Eagle possessed a device created by extraterrestrials following a spacecraft crash, capable of transmitting distress signals to summon more aliens. And lastly, that the Dragon Nation was compelled to share all advanced aerospace and weaponry intelligence with the White Eagle, or risk the White Eagle activating the device to invite the aliens down to Earth. Initially, the broadcast attracted little attention, but upon viewing the content, many were left in stunned silence. The personnel of the White Eagle were the first to witness this, quickly engulfed in bewilderment. Could it be that aliens truly existed? Had they genuinely crashed in their territory? And what of this device? Were they being coerced into mutual destruction? Such audacity. Yet, there was a flicker of temptation. If the Dragon Nation were to provide their technology to the White Eagle, perhaps they could secure a prosperous future and maintain their dominance. In recent times, they had experienced a stark decline. Once, wealth flowed easily, and life was comfortable, but now, they faced dismal hardships. Without the vast market of the Dragon Nation, revenues of their major enterprises plummeted. Reduced corporate earnings led to diminished wages for employees, a scarcity of funds in the market, and consequently, a decline in the White Eagle's tax revenues, a vicious cycle. For the ordinary citizen, the effects were acutely felt. Following the broadcast, the news spread rapidly among the populace of the White Eagle. Meanwhile, individuals in the Dragon Nation also caught wind of the event, leading to widespread disbelief. Could one truly be so shameless? Was this a scheme conceived by human minds? To demand advanced technology under the threat of collective destruction, and to do so with the aid of aliens? The people of the Dragon Nation were incensed, their anger boiling over. When the White Eagle was at its zenith, why did the Dragon Nation and the Bear not raise nuclear threats or speak of mutual destruction for technological exchange? In their fury, those who had breached the Great Firewall or resided abroad hastened to share the video back within the Dragon Nation. Upon first viewing, many believed it to be a fabrication, not that Area 51 was false, but that the entire video and the events surrounding it were entirely concocted. This was absurd. How could such a scenario possibly be conceived by mere mortals? Even carbon-based life forms deemed it implausible. To attract aliens to gain a superior position, the notion of extraterrestrials, once distant and elusive, now surged into the consciousness of countless individuals. The entire world was left astonished by the audacity of the White Eagle's actions. Particularly those foreign entities uninvolved in this affair found themselves unwittingly ensnared in a predicament. The impending arrival of aliens was a prospect few could endure. Amidst their distress, their gazes shifted towards the Dragon Nation. How would they respond? Meanwhile, within the Dragon Nation, an emergency meeting was convened. Their intelligence was far more sensitive than that of the average individual, and from the moment the broadcast commenced, dedicated personnel had been monitoring the live feed. Once the broadcast concluded, the video was promptly dispatched to the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation, culminating in this urgent assembly. In the urgent meeting, the room was filled with prominent figures, all wearing grim expressions. After a brief discussion, they initiated a connection with Gao Yang, who was undoubtedly the central figure in this matter. The advanced technology from Longwo resided solely in Gao Yang's hands, and he held the power of decision-making. The topics deliberated in the meeting could only serve as references for him. Once the communication was established, Gao Yang's visage appeared on the large screen in the conference room. Although he claimed not to be angered upon viewing the video, it was apparent that he was not entirely at ease. Addressing the attendees, he stated, "First and foremost, we must ascertain the true situation of Area 51. Please coordinate with the White Eagle representatives, and we shall proceed further once we secure permission to verify the authenticity of Area 51. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of this action, but they stressed the importance of being prepared for additional contingencies. Gao Yang had already formulated a plan. From this moment forth, the Langtao Machinery Factory shall cease all production of consumer goods and instead manufacture a substantial number of Guardian spacecraft and war robots. During negotiations, we must strive to buy time. I will explore the possibility of developing jamming devices to disrupt communications entirely with the White Eagle, rendering their attempts to activate any buttons futile. A profound silence enveloped the conference table, as if a pathway had emerged that might directly resolve their predicament. However, the prospect of completely jamming the White Eagle's communications presented significant challenges. In fact, it was not merely a minor complication. Standard jammers had limited ranges, and even large-scale equipment could only cover confined areas such as prison zones. To achieve comprehensive coverage over the entirety of the White Eagle was a daunting task. While the others might harbor skepticism, the gravity of Gao Yang's assertions instilled a sense of confidence. Observing the relaxation among his peers, Gao Yang himself remained vigilant. If that button indeed existed, it was unlikely to be an ordinary one. After all, it was merely a standard signal transmitter. The distress signal, at best, would propagate at the speed of light, necessitating at least a year to traverse beyond the solar system. The gravitational influence of the sun extends for a light year. If light takes a year to reach its destination, who knows how many years would pass before extraterrestrial rescuers could arrive. Thus, the so-called distress signal might embody an entirely different mode of communication, potentially capable of surpassing the speed of light to convey messages instantaneously. While it is feasible to jam ordinary signals, obstructing unique signals poses a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, it was a venture worth attempting. As the conversation was interrupted, the meeting persisted, shifting its focus to strategies for delaying time, thereby affording Gao Yang ample opportunity to prepare the signal jamming equipment. In contrast to the palpable tension surrounding him, Gao Yang felt relatively composed. At least the alien spacecraft had crashed on Earth, indicating that their technological prowess was not exceedingly advanced. In other words, Gao Yang's own spacecraft were not so easily brought down. Nevertheless, he recognized the need to remain industrious, as respect must be accorded to extraterrestrial beings. Gao Yang commenced his review of the materials, simultaneously seizing opportunities for enhancement while familiarizing himself with jamming technologies. Understanding the principles of radio communication was imperative for devising a jammer capable of obstructing mobile phone signals. Radio communication operates within a specific frequency range, connecting mobile phones and base stations through radio waves, utilizing a unique modulation technique and a defined baud rate to facilitate the transmission of data and voice. The role of a jammer is to render the information received by mobile devices into incoherent garbles or to prevent the devices from detecting legitimate data emitted by the base station, ultimately severing the connection and resulting in a state of no service. Essentially, it employs electromagnetic fields to create interference, albeit at a low signal strength. However, such a degree of disruption is insufficient. While perusing the literature, Gao Yang was reminded of solar flares. A significant solar flare can unleash high-speed charged particles that could disrupt all electromagnetic communications on Earth. Additionally, there are electromagnetic pulses, a notion rapidly crystallized in Gao Yang's mind. The first step is to feign compliance, confirming the authenticity of the extraterrestrial spacecraft and engaging in negotiations to buy time. Once its authenticity is established, the next step involves deploying an electromagnetic pulse weapon to obliterate all electronic devices within the territory of the White Eagle, in an attempt to destroy that so-called button. Chapter 209. This object is clearly a fake. The initial discovery of electromagnetic pulses occurred during nuclear detonations, when all nearby electrical devices would sustain damage. Subsequently, research unveiled the potential of electromagnetic pulses as a weapon. A potent electromagnetic pulse can instantaneously establish a high-intensity electric field, causing the internal electric fields of communication systems and all electronic devices to redistribute, thereby generating surge voltages that can obliterate communication networks. Furthermore, the frequency spectrum of electromagnetic pulses is exceptionally broad, capable of inducing resonant heating that incinerates electronic components. Historically, electromagnetic pulses were deployed within missiles, but this time, Gao Yang intended to envelop the entirety of the White Eagle. In doing so, if the extraterrestrial distress signal were indeed authentic, the electromagnetic pulse could potentially disrupt the aliens' call for assistance. As for the collateral damage to all electronic devices within the White Eagle and even its entire industrial foundation, what concern was that of Gao Yang? If the world was to accompany him in demise, why not grant a grand farewell first? While Gao Yang was occupied with his plans, Invincible was similarly engaged, delving into investigations surrounding the alien incident. Despite her ability to infiltrate every network globally in an instant, she still needed to analyze all gathered information. After dedicating 3 full days to the task, Invincible finally produced her investigative report. Master, I could not uncover any information regarding the aliens. Aside from Area 51, all other reports of extraterrestrial sightings have been traced back to deliberate fabrications. The remaining untraceable accounts lack corroborative evidence. The likelihood of aliens appearing on Earth is minimal, but Area 51 remains an anomaly. Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback. How much of an anomaly? 70 years ago, a massive explosion occurred within the confines of Area 51, after which the area was established. Subsequent reports or information regarding extraterrestrial events bore the fingerprints of investigations conducted by personnel from Area 51. Based on extensive data analysis, there is a 62% probability that a genuine extraterrestrial spacecraft exists. If it were mere theatrics, they could not have maintained the charade for 70 years. The remaining 38% suggests they might have mistaken other objects for alien vessels. Gao Yang hesitated, looking at Invincible. What do you mean? Their adversaries at the time were quite willing to toss extravagant distractions to squander the White Eagle's scientific resources. However, this was merely speculation. During that era, only a scant amount of information has persisted, leaving many details unclear. Gao Yang paused, contemplating this line of thought. Before shaking his head, there couldn't have been any particularly advanced research techniques over there. It is improbable that the White Eagle would remain oblivious to the truth for 70 years. The information uncovered by Invincible instilled a sense of urgency within Gao Yang. Area 51 is likely genuine. Under such circumstances, Gao Yang decided to enhance the power of the electromagnetic pulse cannon he was preparing for the White Eagle. One must eliminate future threats decisively. Creating an electromagnetic pulse missile capable of covering the entire territory of the White Eagle posed significant challenges due to the vast area involved. Consequently, Gao Yang temporarily abandoned the missile concept and shifted his focus to developing an electromagnetic pulse cannon. Even if it cannot be resolved all at once, it can be approached repeatedly, much like tilling the soil. Concurrently, one can amplify the power and launch an electromagnetic pulse cannon from the heavens. The electromagnetic pulse would disperse, erupting from a high altitude and swiftly radiating in all directions. Thus, the coverage would be exceedingly vast, provided the power is sufficient. It could rapidly obliterate all electronic devices within the targeted vicinity. Such an electromagnetic pulse cannon would undoubtedly be the epitome of a space-based weapon. Gao Yang began to immerse himself in his tasks, diligently reviewing documents to accumulate opportunities for enhancement. Although the space-based electromagnetic pulse cannon had yet to be constructed, a response had already arrived from the White Eagle, delivering a wealth of information regarding Area 51. The documents, meticulously sealed, were sent directly to Gao Yang. The project leaders from the Dragon Country also arrived at the laboratory, awaiting the opportunity to examine the materials alongside Gao Yang. Upon opening the documents, Gao Yang was first met with a plethora of yellowed photographs. One image depicted a pit, within which lay a flying saucer, accompanied by an extraterrestrial sprawled on the ground. A device with buttons positioned before it. As Gao Yang perused the materials, the individual delivering them remarked, 70 years ago, we discovered a crashed flying saucer. Near the crash site, there was a farm. The farmer, hearing the commotion, approached to investigate and encountered the alien. Having read some novels, he raised his double-barreled shotgun and fired several shots at the extraterrestrial. Gao Yang was taken aback. The alien had met a grim fate, crashing not just anywhere but in the domain of the White Eagle and the Dragon Country. Yet, it seemed that during that era, many in the Dragon Country were armed, and the spirit of the populace appeared even more audacious. The device before the alien featured a button, which we suspect was a distress signal, highly likely a plea for help. As Gao Yang continued to delve deeper, he encountered more detailed images of the spacecraft's wreckage. These photographs varied in age, with the newer ones likely taken recently, while the older ones were captured decades ago. The wreckage appeared unaltered. After 70 years, it bore no signs of deterioration. This was indeed remarkable, as signs of aging are often indicative of oxidation, suggesting that the material of the spacecraft's remnants possessed extraordinary qualities. Turning the pages further, Gao Yang discovered an abundance of additional content, various components of the spacecraft, an array of artifacts, and diverse data and information. There were also weapons, including tests of handheld plasma projectiles that, when fired at a pig, reduced it to ashes in an instant. This brief black and white video left Gao Yang unequivocally convinced that this was indeed the spacecraft of the extraterrestrial that had crashed. Currently, human civilization lacks the capability to produce plasma projectiles. These projectiles are not designed for direct human combat, but are primarily intended for targeting larger equipment. Should an aircraft carrier be struck, the impacted area would instantaneously melt into a cavity. Simultaneously, every metallic component aboard the carrier would erupt with terrifying high-voltage electricity. All personnel and electrical devices on the carrier would be annihilated in an instant. One shot could obliterate an entire combat unit. Theoretical knowledge may reside within Gao Yang, Yet it is merely superficial. He has never amplified nor mastered the technology. As Dean Yuan and others observed Gao Yang's increasingly grave expression, a sense of dread also settled in their hearts. If it were false, it would be a relief. However, if it were true, it would signify that the white-headed eagle truly holds dominion over the fate of Earth. After an hour spent poring over all the documents, Gao Yang lifted his gaze towards the representatives of the white-headed eagle. Whom do you intend to deceive with this pile of material? The white-headed eagle's representatives were taken aback. How could this possibly be a deception? These are classified documents, authentic and containing numerous original files from decades past, impossible to fabricate. Gao Yang chuckled. Why not take a stroll through our forbidden city? There, you'll find a multitude of elderly gentlemen who can replicate artifacts from thousands of years ago with astonishing accuracy. Chapter 210. The laboratory mouse. Gao Yang observed the astonished expressions of the representatives from the White Eagle organization and remarked, as for the video, it is rather simple. I can create a temporary one for you right now. The representatives, gazing at the extensive pile of documents before Gao Yang, stated, this already demonstrates our utmost sincerity. If this cannot prove the authenticity, we will have to wait for the arrival of extraterrestrials to ascertain the truth. Gao Yang, with a puzzled demeanor, directed his gaze towards the representatives, questioning, are you threatening us? The representatives, sensing the intensity of Gao Yang's gaze, felt a sudden chill. I am merely stating facts. Gao Yang chuckled. Then allow me to present a fact of my own. If you fail to prove that the extraterrestrial spacecraft genuinely exists and is under your control, I shall unleash my mech legion and obliterate the entire White Eagle organization. At that moment, you might as well pray that your extraterrestrials truly arrive. The representatives from the White Eagle were effortlessly lifted and cast aside. In the conference room, Dean Yuan and others turned to Gao Yang, asking, do extraterrestrials truly exist? Gao Yang nodded affirmatively. Extraterrestrials undoubtedly exist, to be more precise. The real question is whether the extraterrestrial spacecraft has indeed crashed under the auspices of the White Eagle and whether it truly resides within Area 51. He then slid the documents towards them, leaving only a photograph behind, which depicted a spacecraft that was not shattered. It could hardly be termed wreckage. However, numerous items were scattered around the spacecraft. Dean Yuan and the others scrutinized the materials, growing increasingly astonished. What have they discovered over the years? If they had indeed made any advancements, they would not maintain such an attitude. Gao Yang continued. Yet it is also possible that the technology products they have introduced over the years have been influenced by these extraterrestrial artifacts. A chorus of nods followed, and they pondered. Could your earlier threat prompt them to press the button? Their ultimate objective is not to summon extraterrestrials, but to acquire our technology. They will find ways to make us believe. Gao Yang added, moreover, expressing a certain degree of firmness can facilitate negotiations. In this matter, our nation cannot afford to compromise. If we yield this time, we will be compelled to concede countless times in the future. They might install that button within the White House, threatening to press it at their convenience. Currently, the strategy is to buy time, gather as much intelligence as possible while preparing various countermeasures. Dean Yuan departed with his team, while Gao Yang continued his diligent work. The opportunity for system amplification was nearing completion, and his space-based electromagnetic pulse cannon was also within reach. After his genetic enhancement, Gao Yang's reading speed accelerated, and he gained an eidetic memory. If he devoted himself entirely to studying, he could complete the system amplification within 3 days. However, crafting the electromagnetic pulse cannon posed a slightly more complex challenge. The representatives from the White Eagle quickly relayed Gao Yang's threat to their higher-ups. The senior officials of the White Eagle had recently been preoccupied with numerous matters, most of which were closely tied to the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing Gao Yang's original words, they felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Truly, it was exasperating. They currently possess a formidable weapon, yet they still need to demonstrate to Gao Yang that it is indeed a weapon of mass destruction. If they fail to convince him, he will remain skeptical, and if he doubts them, they will have to deal with the repercussions. This is truly vexing. However, the personnel of the White-headed Eagle have somewhat grown accustomed to this frustration. What if Gao Yang does not trust the data? Should they deliver the UFO to him? They absolutely cannot do that. Once it is handed over, he might discover even more through his experimentation. How can they earn his trust? In the conference room, a tense silence enveloped the atmosphere, and someone suggested, shall we allow the Dragon Nation representatives to observe Area 51? The room fell silent once more, as everyone felt the sting of humiliation. This most secretive location, whose information had never been shared online for years, remained a closely guarded secret. It was a place known only to a select few within the White-headed Eagle. To permit the Dragon Nation to visit was unfathomable. Yet, they racked their brains and found this to be their sole solution. They gritted their teeth and resolved that once proven, the Dragon Nation might begin to share their technology. Thus, they decided to respond to the Dragon Nation accordingly. Has there been any progress from the Biological Research Institute? No results yet. James only drew blood and refused to provide tissue samples. Someone proposed, let us force the issue. This is one of our rare opportunities to engage with the Dragon Nation's premier research projects. If we can replicate the gene enhancement serum, we could at least ensure some measure of security. The orders were swiftly relayed to the Research Institute. In the subterranean chambers of a biological research facility belonging to the White-Head Eagle, James lay on his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. After acquiring the enhancement serum, he had chosen to pursue collaboration with the White-Head Eagle, believing he could ascend from the depths to greatness. His newfound strength could lead to high efficiency in any military or other endeavors, ensuring he would be valued. However, he never anticipated this predicament. Following a simple test, he was confined to this location, and after the blood draw for examination, the researcher's insatiable demands escalated to skin, muscle, and bone samples. He could never consent to such an intrusion, yet remaining here was no longer a matter of his consent, as he sensed the increasingly peculiar glances from the researchers. Lost in thought, a knock echoed from outside, and a female researcher in a white lab coat entered, pushing a food cart. Jenny wore a beaming smile. Today's lunch features a whole roasted lamb, a braised leg of lamb, 2 turkeys, 12 pizzas, and 2 liters of cola. James approached the cart. Glancing at the cola, suspecting it was tainted, he could detect the unmistakable scent of a sedative, and it was in a substantial dosage. The pot of braised lamb leg also contained the drug. Consuming this would render him utterly powerless. He might even find them requesting samples of his brain tissue. Fortunately, the roasted lamb and turkeys appeared untainted. The entire lamb was golden and crispy. James seized the lamb, swiftly tearing off a leg and taking a large bite, swallowing it whole. Then came a second bite, bones and sinews alike succumbing to his voracious appetite. In rapid succession, he devoured the lamb leg, glancing toward the female researcher. Jenny, when may I depart? He inquired, his words a subtle probe to discern her awareness. After all, Jenny was the one with whom he had engaged the most. Should she be uninformed, he might afford her some leniency. Jenny smiled, replying, finish this meal, and after a final assessment, you shall be free. James nodded, grasping a turkey leg and biting into it with fervor. The turkey was rather tough, its flavor less than delightful, yet for James, any source of energy sufficed. This would mark his final meal in this place. Even Jenny, who had conversed with him throughout, was acutely aware of his impending fate. Outside, numerous heartbeats echoed. At least 12 individuals, and the recent footsteps, were those of military boots. The moment he faltered, they would rush in to bind him, transforming him into a mere subject for experimentation. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he was no longer the man he once was. He had grown astute. Furthermore, during his initial testing here, he had merely begun to receive the genetic enhancement serum, not yet reaching his full potential. Day by day, he had been growing stronger. His already formidable musculature was being gradually replaced, every fiber of his being transformed. The man he had become was a stark contrast to his former self. Chapter 211. Experience triumphs over youth. Jenny gazed at James, who was indulging solely in lamb and turkey, her eyes sparkling as she donned a sweet smile. Why aren't you drinking cola today? And you're not eating turkey legs, which used to be your favorite. James chuckled as he picked up a turkey leg. Because this turkey leg has been tampered with. In an instant, with a swift motion, James struck Jenny's head with the bone of the turkey leg. A resounding thud echoed through the air as Jenny collapsed lifelessly. A solemn expression enveloped James's face. He realized that he had to break free, and the only way to do so was through violence. He felt no aversion to this act of killing, for he was consumed by rage. After attempting to be amicable, he found himself betrayed. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward, delivering a forceful kick to the metallic door. Originally designed to swing inward, the door was propelled outward by his kick, slamming into 2 individuals outside and pinning them against the wall, blood splattering everywhere. A group of individuals clad in white lab coats, accompanied by military personnel, staggered backward in shock. The deafening sound of the door's impact resonated like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, James lunged forward and seized the metallic door, launching it outward. In that moment, he embodied a force of nature. The door sent several people sprawling, rendering them powerless against its might. As the door flew outward, James charged ahead, reaching the elevator where he hoisted the door with him. Upon reaching the ground floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal the astonished and terrified expressions of the research staff, their faces paling at the sight of James wielding the blood-soaked door. In the next heartbeat, their astonishment morphed into sheer terror as James began to strike at them with the door. The nearly 1-ton iron door collided with their bodies, akin to a high-speed hydraulic press. 2 minutes later, James exited the laboratory, found a vehicle, and ignited it with a traditional skill, speeding away. As he drove along the expansive road, a sense of confusion washed over him. He had no place to call home in this vast land dominated by the bald eagle. Lost in thought, a woman's voice suddenly emanated from the car's speakers. Do you require my assistance? Startled, James quickly recognized the voice. It was the same voice that had provided him with the genetic serum. Can you help me find a safe haven? He asked. There is no absolutely safe place in this world, but I possess a method that is somewhat secure, she replied. What is it? The omnipotent voice resonated once more. Become my ally. After a moment's contemplation, James declared, I am willing. The faction that had provided him with the genetic serum was undoubtedly more trustworthy than the current regime. The voice softened. First, seek out Joel. He has successfully escaped and found a safe location. Rendezvous with him, and I will guide you on what to do next. As James listened to the address and communication details, he followed the guidance of the voice and made his way to an ATM, from which he withdrew a substantial amount of cash without a card, an absurdity in itself. Although uncertain of the voice's intentions, he felt a newfound sense of calmness settle within him. In the laboratory of Longhua, Gao Yang was conducting the final inspection of the electromagnetic pulse cannon. The voice of Invincible resonated. Among the 3 users of the gene enhancement agents, one is discreetly feigning participation, while the other 2 have already been contacted and arrangements made for immediate deployment. Gao Yang nodded and added, we can also filter out additional candidates, making future operations more convenient. As he lowered his head to resume his work, Invincible continued, the meeting with the white-headed eagle has concluded, granting permission for the people of Longhua to enter Area 51 to verify the authenticity of extraterrestrial beings. Understood, Gao Yang replied, then carried the electromagnetic pulse cannon outside, setting it to the lowest power and directing it at a distant vehicle before pressing the activation button. With a thunderous roar, the vehicle erupted in a cacophony of sound, followed by a billow of smoke. This test marked a significant success for the invention. In his mind, a system notification chimed. Ding. The host has developed a space-based electromagnetic pulse cannon, capable of amplification. Would you like to proceed with the amplification? Just as Gao Yang was about to issue the command, he hesitated. This amplification offered a 10-fold increase. In other words, should he strike a lucky draw for a 100-fold increase, it would escalate to a staggering 100,000-fold. Such an extraordinary multiplication seemed somewhat extravagant for an electromagnetic pulse cannon. It was not that the cannon did not merit such an enhancement, but rather that there were other elements requiring such monumental amplification, specifically, the shield generator. As Gao Yang pondered this dilemma, his phone rang. It was a call from Director Yuan. Upon answering, Yuan's voice came through. The white-headed eagle has sent word, granting us permission to proceed to Area 51. Their prompt agreement is somewhat unexpected. Shall I arrange for someone to go? I will go personally, Gao Yang stated decisively, eager to witness the situation firsthand. Director Yuan expressed concern over Gao Yang's decision. There could be dangers involved. We will conduct a thorough risk assessment beforehand and communicate with the representatives of the white-headed eagle. I will ensure to check for any threats in the area, and I will be taking my mecha, a legion of robotic soldiers, along with a substantial fleet of guardian ships to guarantee our safety. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan realized that in the past he would have never agreed to such a plan, but now, with numerous protective resources at their disposal, he felt more at ease. The white-headed eagle had become somewhat less formidable. Thus, safety concerns should not pose a significant issue. Very well, I will make the necessary arrangements. Before we conclude our call, I am currently considering 2 possible strategies and wish to determine which is more advantageous. Director Yuan furrowed his brow. 2 options? Were we not previously discussing only one? Indeed, Gao Yang replied. The first is the previously mentioned giant shield generator, capable of enveloping the entire Earth and preventing any information from leaking. The second, a more recent consideration, is the electromagnetic pulse cannon, which could effectively plow through the white-headed eagle's defenses, obliterating all electronic components and sending them back a century in time. I primarily consider the second option, which could effectively annihilate that button. Director Yuan asserted, disabling it is of greater importance. If we lack an electromagnetic railgun, we still possess a plethora of rockets and numerous laser cannons. If worst comes to worst, we could deploy invincible control over a multitude of robots to utilize electromagnetic pulse cannons at close range. The challenge lies not in destruction, but in interception. Upon hearing Director Yuan's words, Gao Yang immediately grasped the situation, realizing he had been constrained by his own thoughts. Previously, he believed it unnecessary to resort to killing, as it would inevitably involve innocent lives. However, Director Yuan spoke without such reservations, suggesting that total annihilation could be an option. The potential loss of innocent lives, while tragic, would be preferable to forcing the entire world into a grave. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. After ending the call, Gao Yang resumed his research on the jammer. Meanwhile, on the side of the Dragon Nation, the struggle with the white-headed eagle continued. Director Yuan understood the necessity of buying time for Gao Yang. ideally manufacturing these two types of weapons in the shortest possible period. When that time comes, all initiative will rest firmly in the hands of the Dragon Nation. Chapter 212, Compromise. Upon hearing that Gao Yang was on his way, the White Eagles faction initially rejoiced, perceiving this as an opportunity to eliminate him. However, upon learning that the Dragon Kingdom intended to conduct a thorough inspection of the entire area for potential threats, along with the arrival of mechanized legions and robotic forces, they promptly refused. The inability to take action left them no choice but to decline. Moreover, if the Dragon Kingdom were permitted to inspect, all their secrets would be laid bare. The Dragon Kingdom did not expect an immediate acquiescence, yet they were equally unprepared to concede. This protracted standoff afforded Gao Yang ample time to develop a shielding device. As both sides engaged in a tug-of-war, Gao Yang busied himself, deploying a shielding device in space that would utilize a powerful magnetic field to distort various electromagnetic signals. The magnetic technology he currently possessed was cutting-edge, and the design was not overly complex. Within 5 days, a shielding device measuring 1 cubic meter manifested before him, equipped with an engine. A network composed of multiple such devices could allow them to orbit around Earthstar. Each device could shield a specific area, and a sufficient number could envelop the entire planet. After some calculations, Gao Yang estimated he would need approximately several 100,000 units. However, there was an opportunity for amplification, 10,000-fold. With anticipation, Gao Yang pressed the activation button of the shielding device. Upon activation, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Detection of host development of a space shielding device. Would you like to amplify? This time, Gao Yang hesitated not. Amplify. A compass materialized before him, and he began to draw lots, landing directly on a 10,000-fold enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved a 10,000-fold amplification of the shielding device's strength. Ding! The host has a one-time 10-fold reward available, amplifying strength to 100,000-fold. In the next moment, the machinery before Gao Yang disassembled and then reassembled. The entire process lasted a full half-hour, indicating the considerable complexity of the device's manufacturing. Ding! Constrained by current materials and equipment, this amplification reaches 12,000-fold. Before Gao Yang could assess the machinery, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. These memories contained only the concept of an extraordinarily potent magnetic field, powerful enough to even distort space. With a 100,000-fold enhancement, the shielding device transformed into a spatial blockade. In this realm, light itself was distorted, and signals were rendered impotent. Even spacecraft attempting to traverse this area would be ensnared by the magnetic storm, unable to pass through. Remarkable. With this invention, even space jump engines would be hindered. However, such craftsmanship demanded an exceptionally high level of skill. Additionally, while the amplification pertained to strength, the shielding range also expanded. This was akin to raising the temperature of a specific point to 10,000 degrees, causing the surrounding air to become searing hot. Originally, at least several 100,000 devices would have been necessary. Now, only 6 needed to be produced and strategically placed at great distances from Earthstar. This would not disrupt anything within the planet itself. Not only did it obstruct signals emitted from Earthstar, but it also prevented external signals from reaching it. Currently, the practical manufacturing version has seen significant improvements. While it may not match the final version in prowess, a 12,000-fold enhancement is already quite sufficient. The primary concern is merely to intercept signals, not to prevent other spacecraft from engaging in spatial jumps. Even with a slight increase in numbers, 20 units are entirely capable of securing the Earthstar. The design blueprints will be entrusted to the Invincible, allowing them to oversee the production at the Langtao Machinery Factory. After a brief respite, Gao Yang began to peruse relevant materials, needing to accumulate another amplification opportunity for the electromagnetic pulse cannon. While Gao Yang was engrossed in his studies, the White Eagle surprisingly relented. They consented to Gao Yang's request to inspect the area, agreed to a preliminary safety check, and permitted him to bring a substantial force along. Lacking alternatives, they had to yield, for it was imperative for the Dragon Kingdom to ascertain that they indeed possessed formidable weaponry. However, Gao Yang needed to wait a little longer and first contact Director Yuan to request a few more days of delay. Director Yuan was well-versed in the art of postponement and could extend the safety verification period. As Gao Yang continued his reading, numerous spatial blockade devices were manufactured and dispatched to the cosmos, specifically to locations far removed from the Earthstar. Concurrently, within the laboratory, a specialized robot was being constructed, equipped with the most advanced sensors. These sensors transmitted not merely video and audio signals, but also electrical signals. Gao Yang's surrogate robot. Caution was paramount when venturing into the territory of the White Eagle, even with assurances of safety. The White Eagle had been driven to the precipice. At the edge of such a cliff, they were capable of anything. Within 3 days, an amplification opportunity was successfully accumulated. This time, Gao Yang did not hesitate and directly enhanced the electromagnetic pulse cannon. Upon selecting the 10,000-fold amplification, the system chimed, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a 10,000-fold increase in power." The electromagnetic pulse cannon, a 2-meter-long electromagnetic launching apparatus, lacked a barrel but was adorned with various metallic enhancement devices. Then came the familiar process of disassembly and reconstruction. In the next moment, an imposing 8-meter-long behemoth materialized before Gao Yang. He was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time the amplification did not pertain to size, but rather resulted in such an extraordinary expansion. Following this, memories surged into his consciousness. Indeed, the power had been amplified 10,000-fold, yet due to material strength and technical constraints, it was impossible for the cannon to achieve such terrifying potency at the same scale. Thus, it was simply enlarged. However, in the vastness of space, the difference between 8 meters and 2 meters was negligible. Additionally, the enlarged electromagnetic pulse cannon, with its 10,000-fold amplification, retained the same effective range. Incapacitating the entire White Eagle could be accomplished with merely 3 shots. There was no need for excessive production. A single spacecraft could effortlessly transport it. As the colossal electromagnetic pulse cannon ascended into the heavens, Gao Yang dialed Director Yuan's number. "I am prepared. All preparations are complete." Director Yuan's inquiry bore an underlying significance. "Everything is ready," Gao Yang affirmed. "Is there any danger on the White Eagle's side?" "There is no danger in the vicinity. And the entire Bald Eagle is under our vigilant surveillance. We can detect any movement they make." Gao Yang inquired, "When can we depart?" "We can set off now. I will come to pick you up. Just provide me with an address, and I shall make my own way there." Gao Yang did not wish for this opportunity to venture far to be mundane. He intended to enjoy it thoroughly. Dean Yuan did not say much more and promptly provided the address. Gao Yang turned and returned to the laboratory, lying on the bed, donning the sensory helmet, and closing his eyes. He was well prepared for this journey. In the production workshop below, a robot opened its eyes. This robot bore an identical skin tone to Gao Yang, resembling him in every aspect, from facial features to hair length, hairstyle, and even height. All characteristics were perfectly matched. Chapter 213, Setting Sail. Gao Yang's current physique is an enhanced robotic form, representing the pinnacle of technological advancement in his domain. This embodiment surpasses even the invincible in its prowess. Over time, Gao Yang has refined numerous techniques, all of which are meticulously integrated into this formidable vessel. As he engages in simple movements, he revels in the sensitivity of the sensors, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This body is akin to an external manifestation of himself, effortlessly maneuverable. The skin and exterior features boast an astonishing degree of realism, rendering them virtually indistinguishable from the genuine article. Moreover, as he walks, the robot's feedback transforms into electrical signals, creating an authentic sensation akin to true locomotion. Remarkable. The sensory simulation relays electrical signals back to Gao Yang, providing feedback that mirrors his own corporeal responses. Upon reaching the threshold of the laboratory, Gao Yang has finally surmounted the last vestiges of discomfort, the black horse. In the next instant, the steed bursts forth from the stable like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly approaching Gao Yang, snorting loudly before retreating a step. There is an odd sensation. It feels as though this creature does not recognize him. Yet it is undeniably connected to him. Gao Yang raises a hand to pat the horse's head. "Come, this time you shall be my steed and carry me aloft." The black horse regains its familiar demeanor, issuing another resounding snort before kneeling to the ground. Gao Yang mounts the horse. Presently, the black horse is still in its juvenile stage, requiring at least another year and a half to be deemed fully mature. Yet, even in its youth, it stands over 2 meters tall, making it more than capable of serving as a mount. The horse suddenly surges forward, propelling Gao Yang skyward. Concurrently, 100 combat robots ascend simultaneously, trailing behind him, creating a spectacle of grandeur. On the ground, guards lift their gazes, watching in awe as Gao Yang rides the black horse through the sky, their eyes brimming with envy. What a thrill! This is the true essence of soaring through the heavens. Amidst the guards' admiration, a small monkey, clutching a stick, cries out, "I haven't mounted yet. Take me along. I wish to join." The guards are drawn to the pitiful sound. They watch as the little monkey dashes toward the water droplet spacecraft parked in the courtyard. Vaulting inside. "Invincible, I beg you, I want to go too." The water droplet spacecraft powers up, carrying Gao Yukong along in pursuit. At this moment, the guards' envy deepens. If the monkey can accompany them, how spectacular that must be. They, as guardians, have failed to fulfill their protective duties. What shame! Amidst the lamentations of the guards, Gao Yang accelerates ever faster. Seated upon the horse, he feels the brisk wind against his face, embracing the black horse's neck. "Speed up." In his former life as an ordinary man, Gao Yang had never experienced the exhilaration of such rapid flight. Now, he is poised to embark on a journey of unparalleled velocity. The black horse begins to accelerate. As the speed intensifies, they reach a critical threshold, as if something monumental has been breached. Boom. It is a sonic boom. Yet, Gao Yang hears nothing of it. He has transcended to a supersonic state. The thunderous roar of the sonic boom cannot keep pace with him. Not only is he oblivious to the sonic explosion, but he also hears no sound at all. In the rear, hundreds of war robots simultaneously breached the sound barrier. Below, within the towering edifices, the deafening cacophony reached ears, erupting in a series of resounding booms, far louder than the festive firecrackers of the new year, causing the very glass to tremble. Eager to step outside and ascertain the situation, they could only glimpse distant silhouettes. Goodness, someone is soaring through the skies. On the sofa, the head of the household nonchalantly propped his feet on the coffee table, remarking, "What is the fuss? Robots? Those war machines developed by the esteemed Gao Yang." Yet, at the forefront, a figure was astride a steed. Goodness, can that black horse truly surpass the speed of sound? The previously composed middle-aged man hastened to the window for a better view, but despite his keen gaze, nothing was discernible. However, that did not hinder him from sharing his thoughts online. At that moment, the exoskeleton-equipped legion was assembling. 20,000 soldiers clad in exoskeleton gear stood resolutely on the playground. Across an adjacent expanse, colossal aircraft were parked, designated for the transportation of troops, each capable of accommodating 3,000 individuals. With 7 such aircraft, the entire exoskeleton-equipped legion could be deployed to their destination. The gear adorning each soldier was nothing short of magnificent. Standard issue included an electromagnetic protective shield belt, all firearms equipped with automatic targeting systems, and knives that vibrated with lethal intent. Each soldier also carried 20 formidable rounds of ammunition, with each squad armed with a rocket, specifically the type developed by Gao Yang. It could be asserted that this legion of 20,000 could conquer the entirety of the Bald Eagle. Once deployed onto the homeland of the Bald Eagle, nothing could stand in their way. The only deterrent would be nuclear weaponry, yet the Guardian spacecraft hovered in the skies. Should any nuclear weapon dare to launch from its silo, it would instantaneously be obliterated by laser fire, never even given the chance to ascend. This formidable battalion served as the escort for Gao Yang. While training concluded, Gao Yang had already arrived near the destination. The flight reached the black horse's maximum velocity, 3 times the speed of sound. Remarkably, even before adulthood, achieving such speed was astounding. Decelerate. As they neared their destination, Gao Yang commanded the black horse to slow down. The black horse complied, rapidly decreasing its speed, altering the direction of its wings. This shift in direction also modified the airflow. Boom. Another sonic boom erupted. With another flap of its wings, yet another sonic boom followed. Below, the resting soldiers lifted their gazes, witnessing a scene that would be etched into their memories for a lifetime. In the distance, the black horse, slowing down with its wing flaps, produced a series of sonic booms with each thrust. The spectacle was extravagantly magnificent. Ultimately, the black horse decelerated to subsonic speeds. Then its wings reversed direction, and the descent commenced. As the flying steed landed gracefully upon the high platform, it was then that all beheld the figure atop the black horse. The crowd below was left in stunned disbelief. Surely this cannot be real? How can there be a rider at such a speed? The prowess of the mighty is one thing, but how can a mere mortal exhibit such extraordinary capabilities? The wind howls like a blade, and upon raising one's gaze, it forcefully invades the nostrils, an onslaught that could suffocate a person. Moreover, the impact of the wind is formidable. Is this truly the extent of its power? Ah, it is the revered deity Gao Yang. Then all is well. The 20,000 warriors below have all consumed enhancement potions and are equipped with Gao Yang's gear. Their awe has escalated to a blind reverence, having been consistently astounded. Dean Yuan and the response team addressing the dire strategy against the bald eagle fish are equally taken aback. The ordinary soldiers may not fully grasp this concept, yet they comprehend that it is akin to being assaulted by a high-pressure water gun. It is not merely the delicate regions of the eyes and nose that are vulnerable. Even the skin of the face can be effortlessly pierced. Chapter 214, Remarkable Developments. A group of researchers stood in stunned silence as one individual achieved supersonic speed without any protective gear, observing the black horse decelerate seamlessly, indicating a peak velocity far exceeding twice the speed of sound. Could this be a superhuman feat? Only Director Yuan, who had undergone genetic enhancement, maintained a semblance of calm, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. Had he truly become this formidable? While lost in thought, someone beside him glanced at Director Yuan with a touch of envy, inquiring, "Is the genetic serum really that terrifying? Can you achieve it as well?" Director Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "I have not been tested, so I cannot say." Now, Anyone who had come into contact with him was aware that he had already consumed the genetic enhancement serum. After all, his youthful appearance warranted an explanation, especially since Gao Yang had previously live-streamed details about the genetic serum, making it a topic of frequent interest. For instance, at this very moment, Director Yuan observed the crowd's attention turn towards him. What's this? Shall I demonstrate by piloting the J-20 next time? The surrounding individuals chuckled as they gazed at Gao Yang, who had just landed on the platform, exclaiming, "Youth truly is splendid. What an impressive sight." In an instant, a cacophony of sonic booms erupted once more. This time, it was the hundreds of war robots simultaneously decelerating. The multitude of war robots hovered in the air. Gao Yang dismounted from the black horse, standing on the platform and surveying the 2,000 soldiers clad in exoskeleton gear. The sight of 2,000 troops was indeed breathtaking. Stretching as far as the eye could see, Gao Yang declared, "Let us move out." In an instant, 2,000 soldiers took flight simultaneously, charging towards the aircraft gates arranged on either side, executing a meticulously rehearsed maneuver. Within a mere 2 minutes, all 2,000 had boarded their aircraft, followed by a fleet of fighter jets taking off. In addition to 7 transport aircraft, a substantial number of combat jets trailed behind. Gao Yang climbed back onto the black horse, commanding, "Let us go." The black horse surged forward, instantly achieving the effect of a sonic boom. This explosive sound seemed to serve as a signal. A series of sonic booms followed, as all robot aircraft accelerated. In the sky, a magnificent array of planes trailed behind Gao Yang on the black horse, creating a spectacle of grandeur. As they soared over numerous cities, countless onlookers gazed upward, captivated by the occasional sonic booms and the impressive formation of aircraft, their astonishment palpable. The sight of so many supersonic planes taking flight was indeed breathtaking. As the aerial fleet departed from Long Country, foreign powers observed this astonishing scene via satellite. Not only were they flying at twice the speed of sound, but leading the formation was none other than the Black Horse. A horse achieving twice the speed of sound. How extraordinary. Moreover, an individual sat atop this remarkable steed. Was this a mere human or a superhuman? The eyes of the world were fixed upon this spectacle. This supersonic formation of aircraft had the potential to dominate globally. Even the transport aircraft could reach twice the speed of sound, not merely a matter of being ahead of the world, but a lead so vast that it was unfathomable. Under such speeds, reaching the territory of the White Eagle would only take about 2 hours, and soon, Gao Yang and his team arrived at Area 51. Now the entirety of Area 51, both its interior and exterior guards, has been entirely replaced by personnel from the Dragon Nation, all of whom are enhanced warriors. The relevant researchers and military personnel from the Bald Eagle have surrendered their weapons and now stand at the entrance of Area 51, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. They are to await the arrival of the Dragon Nation representatives for a tour, which feels more like an affront to their dignity. Once exalted as the Bald Eagle, they now find themselves enduring the scorn of others. As they ponder their predicament, someone spots a dark speck in the sky. Are they coming? The moment the words leave their lips, the speck grows nearer, revealing a formation of aircraft. A deafening series of sonic booms follows. The group of Bald Eagle personnel witnesses a scene that will be etched in their memories forever. A black stallion descends from the heavens, shattering the sound barrier with a cacophony of thunderous roars. Yet this is merely the beginning. Following this spectacle, hundreds of robots simultaneously decelerate, encircling the black stallion. But the display does not end there. As the aircraft slow down, their doors swing open, and a legion of warriors clad in exoskeletal armor emerges. 20,000 soldiers descend like a torrential downpour, precisely landing throughout Area 51, sealing it off and safeguarding against any potential threats. The onlookers are rendered speechless. Humiliation? No, they feel not a trace of it. All sense of disgrace evaporates completely. Given the current circumstances, if they dare to issue threats, the mere fact that they have not been annihilated is an act of mercy. The adversary's military prowess far surpasses that of the Bald Eagle. As they contemplate this, a gust of wind sweeps through, interrupting their thoughts, and the black stallion halts before a few individuals. Gao Yang looks down from his lofty position at the group of Bald Eagle personnel. Do you all speak the language of the Dragon Nation? A chorus of nods responds eagerly. Yes, we were specifically chosen to serve as your guides. Instinctively, the Bald Eagle personnel lower their heads before Gao Yang. At this moment, Gao Yang's hairstyle has transformed into a slicked-back look, which is fortunate. Had he been an ordinary person, at twice the speed of sound, not only would his hair have been blown away, but his very scalp would have been stripped off. Yet, with his slicked-back hair, Gao Yang still exudes an air of charm. He dismounts. Let us proceed. Show me inside. He is filled with anticipation, having never before encountered an alien spacecraft. There are also the frozen extraterrestrials, ripe for study. If they are carbon-based organisms, their traits could perhaps be harnessed to enhance future genetic therapies. With these thoughts in mind, Gao Yang strides forward, and the group of bald eagle personnel hastily follows, flustered and somewhat anxious. The spectacle before them is indeed daunting. The terrifying war robots, coupled with a multitude of fully armed exoskeletal soldiers and the numerous aircraft circling in the sky, create an atmosphere of palpable intimidation. What they do not realize is that a host of Guardian ships hover above. One such Guardian vessel cradles a massive electromagnetic pulse cannon. With a single command from Gao Yang, all electronic devices belonging to the bald eagle will be obliterated. All of them. Upon entering Area 51, one is greeted by an unassuming sight, a series of contiguous houses, a building at the rear, and an aircraft runway. Gao Yang was escorted into one of the row houses, where his gaze immediately fell upon fragments encased in glass. Dean Yuan and others gathered around, inquiring, "Are these parts of an extraterrestrial spacecraft?" Gao Yang approached the glass, tapping gently. "Is it possible to open this? I wish to examine it up close." The staff of the bald eagle expressed their dilemma. If we open it, the fragments may be damaged. These pieces are exceedingly precious, and the glass is sealed with high-strength material, making it challenging to open. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding crash echoed through the room. Gao Yang's fist had punctured a hole in the high-strength glass, allowing him to extract some of the components within. Gazing intently at the intricate parts, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly remarkable treasures. Chapter 215. What you see is what you get. At the outset, when Gao Yang first heard the White Eagle mention Area 51, he contemplated obliterating the location. However, he considered that the White Eagle must have taken the control button and concealed it in an unknown place. A direct strike might miss the button, and a comprehensive bombardment could inadvertently harm innocents. After all, many individuals from the Dragon Nation were still engaged in work and study here, as well as on business trips and vacations. Now, he felt a sense of relief for not proceeding with the attack. This discovery would undoubtedly serve as a reference for his future research. The interfaces within the fragments exhibited not only high precision, but also an extraordinary internal structure previously unseen. Additionally, the metallic materials were equally unfamiliar to Gao Yang. With a slight exertion of force, he could discern the robustness and lightweight nature of the object, while the technological level remained indeterminate for the moment. Even if it did not surpass Gao Yang's current understanding by much, it could provide him with new avenues of thought. Intrigued, Gao Yang turned to hand the fragments to Wudi, instructing him to take them back for thorough study. However, the White Eagle personnel were taken aback by Gao Yang's decision to take them away. Turning towards the speaker, Gao Yang inquired, "Do you intend to obstruct me?" In the next instant, the soldiers accompanying him raised their weapons. At Gao Yang's command, they would open fire. Gazing at the White Eagle personnel, Gao Yang asserted, "I must take this back for research to ascertain its authenticity. Do you understand?" The White Eagle member instinctively swallowed hard and nodded. Understood. Gao Yang chuckled. The experience of being a bully was undeniably enjoyable, especially when it involved outmaneuvering a former tyrant. He turned back to continue his observations. The alien spacecraft was undoubtedly authentic. The technology evident in every fragment was clearly beyond the capabilities of contemporary human civilization. This was a moment of true revelation. As Gao Yang inspected the site, soldiers and staff were busy packing, seizing everything they could find. The White Eagle personnel were exceedingly discomforted, yet they could only endure it, as they genuinely dared not intervene. Especially when witnessing a soldier casually strike a reinforced glass pane with a palm, shattering it to retrieve fragments, a chill ran through their hearts. That slap was akin to a blow to their own faces. Either their heads would fly off, or their entire visage would be rendered hollow. At last, amidst their torment, Gao Yang approached the flying saucer. The craft was modest in size, standing about 2 meters high, with a central width of merely 2 meters and a surrounding radius of 2 meters, equating to an 8-meter diameter. It appeared intact, suggesting that the exterior had not sustained damage upon its descent. However, the interior was quite severely compromised. Upon entering, Gao Yang was met with a scene reminiscent of a battlefield, strewn with destruction. The internal space was a singular expanse, essentially devoid of contents, or rather, everything had been extracted by the White Eagle personnel. One of them remarked, "For all these years, we have been unable to access the interior of the saucer." The interior of the saucer referred to the section between its outer shell and the inner furnishings, the most critical area of the craft. Gao Yang found himself puzzled. Why not open it? The response was swift. You can generate temperatures in the millions of degrees, but cannot access this thing? Such actions could easily damage the spacecraft. Gao Yang thought to himself, is this not foolish? What benefit could be derived from destruction? For over 70 years, the Bald Eagle has likely gained nothing from this craft. The only instance it was employed was as a means of intimidation. What distinguishes that from digging one's own grave? Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. Take it back. The personnel from the Bald Eagle were momentarily taken aback. This time, they finally responded. Someone rushed forward, pressing against the spacecraft, exclaiming, "No, you absolutely cannot take this." However, their efforts to impede were futile. A soldier stepped forward, raising his weapon. In an instant, the one who had attempted to block their way collapsed, slumped on the ground, while several robots hefted the heavy spacecraft, igniting its engines and propelling it into the sky. A transport aircraft hovered above, seamlessly receiving the spacecraft into its hold before returning to base. Gao Yang scanned the area, directing his gaze towards the bald eagle personnel. "Where are the plasma rifles? I recall that your files included plasma rifles." Silence enveloped the group, and Gao Yang merely waved his hand dismissively. A soldier advanced, raised his firearm, and without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger. Director Yuan and the others turned away. As researchers, they had never witnessed such a scene. Their heart rates quickened with anxiety. Amidst the splatter of blood, the remaining individuals felt a surge of terror. Gao Yang bore no guilt. He simply regarded the others with a calm demeanor. "Where are they?" Silence persisted, prompting Gao Yang to state coolly, "Continue." Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and yet another fell into a pool of blood. The remaining individuals could no longer contain their fear. Their SA basement. Their SA basement beneath the runway. The runway was swiftly uprooted, revealing a heavy metal door below. As the door swung open, it unveiled a vast underground chamber, plunging deep down, several meters into the earth. Within this chamber lay an array of items, everything originally housed within the spacecraft, including weaponry, extraterrestrial spacesuits, and various necessities. The spacecraft's emptiness was due to the removal of its contents to this location. Gao Yang chuckled, gesturing, "Take everything." The soldiers surged in, each clutching items in their hands. Their unease palpable. This was indeed the belongings of aliens. Yet, Gao Yang pressed deeper, for the most crucial element remained, the extraterrestrial itself. At the far end of the chamber rested an ice coffin. Inside lay the body of an alien, standing merely 1 meter tall, with 4 fingers, vastly differing from cinematic portrayals. Its head was somewhat large, yet apart from that, its physique exuded a sense of strength. There was a hole in its forehead, but that was a wound inflicted by a bullet. Gao Yang waved his hand once more. "Take it." Upon exiting the underground chamber, Gao Yang felt a surge of exhilaration. The bounty was indeed substantial. As he watched the soldiers hoist the entire coffin from the depths and load it onto the aircraft, he turned to Invincible. "We have secured the items. We can now activate the spatial lockdown device." Invincible acknowledged with a nod and initiated the remote activation. In the vast expanse beyond Earth, a distance far removed from our planet, 21 spatial blockade devices, under the aegis of the Indomitable, were activated in an instant. At that very moment, even light was distorted and severed. The rays emitted by the sun were similarly warped. The entire world swiftly succumbed to darkness. The first to be enveloped in gloom was the ocean. Lacking reflective surfaces, the light turned pitch black. Next, the forests fell into shadow, followed by the cities. Areas that were already shrouded in night discovered this particular evening to be exceptionally dark, while regions that were once bathed in daylight were suddenly plunged into a profound blackness, inciting immediate panic. Why had the sky darkened so abruptly? In the past, even during solar eclipses, prior warnings had been issued. The aerospace research centers of various major powers promptly began to assess the situation, only to find themselves bewildered. Their satellites could no longer discern the stars above. In an instant, many were engulfed by terror. Chapter 216. As darkness falls before Gao Yang. Several representatives of the White Eagle organization gazed at him in trepidation after he declared the spatial lockdown. The entire sky had darkened, igniting a palpable sense of panic, primarily fueled by the fear of the unknown. What did spatial lockdown entail? Was this expanse truly sealed? Gao Yang intended not only to commandeer the spacecraft, but also to encapsulate this very realm. Should he be privy to their thoughts, he might find their musings amusing. Yet, whether they comprehended the reality or not, he was disinclined to engage. With the space now secured, he could proceed to the next phase. Departure was imminent. All present ascended into the heavens, boarding aircraft to vacate the territory of the White Eagles. Meanwhile, the White Eagles were bewildered, questioning why the sky had turned dark. Various observation stations and aerospace research centers were equally perplexed, observing in confusion as the sun vanished from sight. A sense of alarm permeated the air, akin to the entire Earth being ensconced within a plastic shroud. Absurd indeed. The higher-ups of the White Eagle organization were in a state of panic. Had they not yet pressed the button? As the Aerospace Research Center conducted inquiries and remained utterly in the dark, they opted to contact the World Star Management Committee. They were not the only ones reaching out. Global powers were also in communication with the committee. Faced with complete helplessness and an inability to ascertain any information, there was no alternative but to seek assistance from the management. The committee responded succinctly. They were testing a specialized device and would restore normalcy shortly. The major global powers were left astonished. What manner of technology was this? so formidable as to envelop the entire Earth? These influential entities were not naive. Such a mechanism, capable of encasing the planet and obstructing even light, could likely disrupt signals as well. Unconsciously, many gazes shifted toward the White Eagles. This tactic seemed specifically aimed at them. The White Eagles had announced their intention to activate the button to summon extraterrestrials, and now, the Dragon Kingdom had orchestrated this experiment? To claim it was not targeted would be hard for them to believe. The White Eagles were increasingly alarmed, with the Dragon Kingdom seemingly taking aim at them. They feared that should they press the button, it would become utterly futile. If they dared to act, the Dragon Kingdom would swiftly respond, leaving them with no means of resistance. In fact, they contemplated surrendering, relinquishing the button, having abandoned any ambition. In the conference room, a consensus quickly emerged among the group. They were willing to hand over the button. As the higher-ups deliberated and reached a conclusion, attempting to contact Gao Yang. He was already beyond the borders of the White Eagle territory. Riding his black steed, he turned to survey the entirety of the White Eagle domain. From a considerable height, he could discern the lights of the cities below. Suddenly, Gao Yang received a signal. As a robotic entity, he could directly interface with the transmission, which originated from the official channels of the Dragon Kingdom. The communication connected, and on the other end was the voice of Elder Deng from the Aerospace Research Center. The White Eagles are on the line. They wish to speak with you. Very well, he responded. The communication was re-established, this time connecting him to the conference room of the White Eagle higher-ups. An elderly voice emerged, somewhat gruff yet articulated in the tongue of the Dragon Kingdom. Greetings, Gao Yang. The white-headed eagle is willing to hand over the distress beacon created by extraterrestrials to you. Gao Yang chuckled. How can you be so shameless? You spoke of threats, and when faced with the futility of your threats, you seek to capitulate? Have all my efforts over the past days been in vain? Within the conference room, a palpable sense of panic arose among some. We are willing to compensate, to offer substantial reparations. Gao Yang laughed. Your so-called compensation is barely sufficient to fill the gaps between my teeth. I had previously chosen not to engage with you, yet you persistently emerged to prance about. This time, I have prepared some gifts for you. Now, brace yourselves for the encroaching darkness. With a snap of his fingers, Gao Yang initiated the sequence. In the expanse of space, a Guardian spacecraft recalibrated its trajectory, subsequently activating its electromagnetic pulse cannon. A terrifying wave of chaotic electromagnetic pulses surged forth from the heavens, expanding as it approached the surface. In the next moment, an eruption of explosions and gasps reverberated across the entire expanse of the white-headed eagle. From his vantage point in the sky, Gao Yang witnessed a third of the white-headed eagle plunge into darkness in an instant. Just moments prior, it had been aglow with light, now engulfed in shadow. Following this, the second and third shots were fired. After the trio of blasts, the entire white-headed eagle was enveloped in utter darkness. Many aboard the spacecraft gazed out through the windows, astonished at this moment. How had Gao Yang accomplished such a feat? Director Yuan and others remained silent. Even if Gao Yang were to claim millions of lives within the white-headed eagle, the impact of these three blasts surpassed any previous devastation. These blasts had regressed the white-headed eagle from an industrial powerhouse to the steam age overnight. All electronic devices lay in ruins, with economic losses reaching catastrophic levels, as electronic devices were also production tools. Without production facilities, how would they navigate the days ahead? Various agricultural machinery had similarly been rendered inoperable. Without external support from other factions, the white-headed eagle would face starvation on a massive scale. The inflated prices of grain, once a means to extract wealth from smaller nations, had now become a noose tightening around their own necks. Even if provisions were available, with all vehicles incapacitated, transportation would falter. Furthermore, the white-headed eagle, now armed to the teeth, found itself in a precarious situation. The dreams of a gunfight among 400 million souls would materialize in the face of dwindling resources. Gao Yang had long foreseen this scenario. Joel and others would soon rise to power, as those enhanced by genetic modifications could swiftly gather their followers. The primary objective was to ensure that their burgeoning influence retained all individuals within the white-headed eagle, preventing them from fleeing to the Dragon Kingdom to wreak havoc. Thus, the flow of refugees would be halted at its source. Gao Yang spurred forth, heading directly to the heart of the white-headed eagle, for matters required resolution. Director Yuan and others hastily transmitted the news back to the Dragon Kingdom. Chaos was imminent within the white-headed eagle, necessitating the swift formulation of an evacuation plan. While Gao Yang maintained control over the situation, the white-headed eagle had already descended into turmoil. Initially, the lights flickered, as a nation that consumed vast amounts of energy. The citizens of the white-headed eagle had little habit of turning off lights at their convenience. Not only did they lack the habit of turning off the lights, but they would also ensure that every light in the room was illuminated. Yet, in that moment, all illumination was extinguished. They understood well that it was not a power outage, for the bulbs did not merely flicker out, they shattered explosively. Not just the light bulbs, but their mobile phones erupted, followed by their computers, refrigerators, blenders, and even their juicers and toasters, all emitting plumes of smoke. Every appliance within sight was annihilated in an instant. The unfortunate souls trapped in the elevator faced immediate demise as it abruptly ceased functioning. Of course, some lamented that those aboard the aircraft soaring through the sky were the most unfortunate. Although they did not perish instantly, the engines of the plane lost all power, leaving them in despair, clinging to faith in the pilot and in divine providence, hoping against hope that they might survive the impending crash. Chapter 217. Utter ruin in an instant. The vehicles on the road fell silent, with the unfortunate ones exploding on the spot. Within the city, desperate cries, bewildered inquiries, anguished screams, and pleas for help intertwined. Yet, no one could render assistance. The lights had failed, and in the pervasive darkness, nothing could be discerned. A series of greater explosions erupted in various factories, power plants, and other locations. The entire nation of the White Eagle was irrevocably plunged into darkness. In a conference room within the White Eagle, a high-level meeting was underway. Amidst gasps of shock, all present discarded their mobile phones and set aside their electronic devices. In the pitch-black room, someone ignited a piece of paper, briefly illuminating the surroundings. A group of individuals, shaken with trepidation, pondered the situation. What was happening? Why had the power gone out? This was no mere blackout. An elderly man in military uniform declared, "Destroy all electronic devices. This is an electromagnetic pulse weapon." In the faint glow of the firelight, the old man's face appeared grim and despondent. His understanding of the situation rendered him more hopeless than anyone else in the room. Despite the might of the Dragon Kingdom, it was inconceivable that they could strike without any prior warning reaching the conference room. This suggested that the attack originated from a location beyond our current observation, quite possibly from space. The range of an electromagnetic pulse attack expands with distance. The vast span from space to the ground. The aged general's voice wavered. The attack could encompass the entire White Eagle. A profound silence enveloped the room, with someone murmuring, "How? How is this possible?" I, too, found it implausible, yet I urged them to step outside and observe the distant buildings. As the crowd exited the conference room, they were greeted by the same enveloping darkness beyond its doors. Whether near or far, the outside was filled with soldiers rushing about. Suddenly, a deafening noise shattered the air. An aircraft plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and erupting into a massive fireball, illuminating the surrounding area as if it were day. A high-ranking official of the White Eagle collapsed in despair, realizing the dire state of affairs. The White Eagle was utterly finished. Completely. He regretted his previous agreement to the plan that coerced the Dragon Kingdom into revealing their technology. Had they not pursued such a forceful strategy, their lives would have been merely difficult, rather than unlivable as they now faced. In this age of information, the absence of all electronic devices rendered them as incapacitated as a person who had lost all limbs and senses, reduced to a mere shell. A trembling voice broke the silence. "Press the button. If we're to die, let us perish together." How could they be so ruthless? No one moved. Even if the devices were intact, the entire planet was effectively sealed off, rendering any action futile. The speaker turned and, shrouded in darkness, entered a room. Emerging with a box, he dashed into the courtyard and opened it. Within lay the device equipped with a button. This was the very first contraption the aliens had assembled following their ship's crash, essentially a distress signal transmitter. The high-ranking official of the White Eagle abruptly pressed the button, and the device began emitting a series of mechanical clicks. Yet, this did not seem to be a distress signal after all. As I pondered, the sound of the wind resonated through the sky, followed by a series of thunderous booms. Those experienced could discern that it was a sonic boom. In the next moment, a multitude of war robots descended from above. Then, a jet-black horse, unfurling its white wings, landed gracefully on the ground. Upon its back sat Gao Yang, who gazed intently at a device measuring merely 30 centimeters. This mechanical apparatus was unfolding, transforming into what resembled a chair fit for a child. Considering the height of extraterrestrials, it appeared to be a shrunken recliner. Beneath the fiery glow of helicopters, a high-ranking official of the White Eagles suddenly wept. What they had intended as a means to intimidate the Dragon Kingdom and threaten Gao Yang turned out to be nothing more than a mere recliner. This alien chair had ensnared the White Eagles in an irretrievable predicament. Some individuals even cried out in despair. Amidst the flames, Gao Yang regarded the chair with a complex expression. Did the White Eagles not think to scan it? Surely, even if they could not ascertain its contents, they could at least grasp the general idea. The anxiety that had consumed him for days had culminated in such a farce. Observing the despair etched on the faces of the White Eagle elites, who looked as though they were on the brink of self-destruction, Gao Yang approached the chair. Upon closer inspection, he found the chair to be quite advanced, with adjustable features in nearly every aspect, allowing for a remarkable degree of customization. Its structural connections were intriguing. The greater the force applied, the more robust it became, yet a gentle push could alter its configuration. Gao Yang casually tossed the chair to a nearby robot, commanding, "Take it back." Aside from its folding technology and connection structure, it possessed little else, but it would undoubtedly make an excellent gift for a child. With several younger siblings at home, a gift from outer space would indeed be splendid. Climbing back onto the black horse, he surveyed the White Eagle officials from above, noting the despair and discomfort upon their faces illuminated by the fire. "Farewell," he called out. The black horse flapped its wings and ascended rapidly. Soon, hundreds of war robots took flight simultaneously. The faces of the White Eagle elites turned ashen. Once, these very war robots had caused them considerable distress, even when they could not fly. Now, with the added capability of flight, their mobility was enhanced to the utmost. In such circumstances, how could they possibly resist? Suddenly, the White Eagle leaders froze, realizing that the pressing concern was not merely whether they could prevail in battle, but rather how they would survive. The sudden loss of power and electronic devices was akin to an apocalypse for the modern urbanite. In this era, many families lacked the habit of stockpiling supplies, at most. They had provisions for a few days. Once those provisions were exhausted, what then? One voice cut through the gloom. "This is not the time for despair. The White Eagles are at their most perilous juncture. We must rally ourselves. We must maintain the operation of the entire White Eagle organization. Once, we were destitute, yet we ascended to the pinnacle of the world. We cannot afford to give up now." A leader took a deep breath. "Contact the police stations across the regions and ensure order is upheld." "How do we contact them? Our phones are dead." His assistant, bewildered, inquired, "What about the telephone?" "It's no good," the boss replied. "Driving?" He fell silent, for even the vehicle was equipped with a chip that required a battery to ignite. Eventually, he grasped the reality that the previous system was now obsolete. It was necessary to revert to an earlier method, one where a rider on horseback would convey messages. Yet, in a city housing millions, this was starkly different from the small western towns of yore. All his fervor dissipated within those few exchanges. He found it nearly impossible to disseminate information. In this moment, the only means of communication was to shout. The entire White Eagle was nearly erased from the surface of Earth. Chapter 2:18 Publicity. Upon the completion of the task, 21 spatial blockade devices simultaneously deactivated. The sun's rays could once again illuminate the Earth. However, when the sunlight fell upon the once mighty Eagle, it had become a mere shadow of its former self. All vehicles on the roads lay in ruins. Those fortunate enough had merely suffered the destruction of batteries and circuits, while others were not so lucky, trapped within their vehicles as they exploded. The electromagnetic pulse obliterated all electronic components, yet the latent energy remained. This energy would inevitably be released. Numerous fires erupted in various locations, particularly in wooden houses, which were cheaper to construct in the Eagle and burdened by fewer taxes. In this calamity, a multitude of electrical appliances were destroyed and ignited the wooden structures, rendering fire retardants ineffective, leaving many displaced and homeless. Amidst their despair, countless individuals wept, bewilderedly clutching their damaged phones, yearning for repairs. Yet, financial constraints loomed. The Eagle's mobile payment systems paled in comparison to those of the Dragon Nation, although credit card payments were still an option. In the wake of the electromagnetic pulse cannon, all financial transaction information vanished. Individuals could no longer ascertain their monetary balances. The only figures they could rely on were the cash hidden within their homes and the properties they owned. However, even with cash in hand, it would not sustain them for long, as chaos reigned with alarming speed. Gao Yang had not yet fully departed the Eagle when he was met with the cacophony of gunfire. The dense barrage echoed like a battlefield. Pondering the multitude of bases still under the Eagle's control, Gao Yang contemplated reaching out to the Dragon Nation for assistance. Invincible, standing by Gao Yang's side, responded to his inquiry, stating that they had already dispatched personnel to address the situation. The soldiers would surrender their weapons and be repatriated to the Eagle. Gao Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a prudent strategy, albeit a labor-intensive one, yet worth the effort. After all, the Dragon Nation had acquired a significant number of bases, a cause for celebration. Invincible continued. Moreover, the global network is currently abuzz with activity. Everyone is speculating about what transpired. Gao Yang needed no device to access the internet. He simply connected to the network through the robot's interface. Closing his eyes to surf the online realm, he was met with an overwhelming influx of inquiries regarding the situation. Many sought to understand why various applications had become inoperable. Naturally, they were rendered unusable as all servers housing the software within the Eagle had been destroyed, leading to a substantial impact. Additionally, individuals were questioning why they could not reach their colleagues and companions in the Eagle. After a brief scan, Gao Yang discerned a plethora of concerns. The disappearance of the eagle. In this era of globalization, bore significant ramifications. It would affect all forces, save for the Dragon Nation, with repercussions on import and export trade, as well as various transactions. Contemplating the situation, Gao Yang resolved to announce, "In 1 hour, I shall host a broadcast to elucidate this event." The Dragon Nation had previously faltered in its promotional efforts, resulting in many commendable actions being misinterpreted on the international stage. They had failed to seize the narrative. Gao Yang aimed to transform this incident into a more favorable outcome through his upcoming livestream. The disappearance of the bald eagle may, in the grand scheme of things, prove to be a fortuitous event for the entire world. After all, this instigator, in a desperate attempt to alleviate internal strife, has been fervently inciting external conflicts. True peace across the globe is the bedrock upon which collective development can flourish. The announcement of the live broadcast by the invincible Gao Yang instantly captured the attention of the entire world. Not only were people abroad intrigued by the unfolding events, but ordinary citizens within the Dragon Nation were equally curious, albeit in the dark about the specifics. They could sense that something significant had transpired, especially those who had circumvented the Great Firewall. Upon doing so, they immediately noticed the diminished activity, fewer posts, and a stark absence of once vibrant voices. While the general populace remained unaware of the situation, the leaders of a few major nations, equipped with satellite technology, were able to ascertain the circumstances. The flames erupting across various locations in the bald eagle's territory were distinctly visible from space, and it was evident that elite forces from the Dragon Nation had mobilized to all of its bases, underscoring the gravity of the situation. The bald eagle's presence appeared to be waning at an astonishing pace, employing methods that were downright absurd. They had effectively sealed off the entire terrestrial realm, leaving the world in the dark until the moment came when everything had already concluded. The tactics employed by the Dragon Nation were not only astoundingly powerful, but also terrifyingly incomprehensible to many. The same strategies, if wielded against them, would render them impotent. Many recalled sentiments expressed by those well acquainted with the Dragon Nation, likening it to a slumbering giant or a dormant lion. Now, witnessing the awakening of such formidable power was a chilling spectacle. Even the upper echelons of global powers found themselves huddled in Gao Yang's live stream, awaiting the broadcast with bated breath. The smaller nations trembled in fear. They too possessed satellites and could see the current state of the bald eagle, with its cities in disarray. The dire situation instilled a profound dread within them. The enmity they held towards the Dragon Nation was, in fact, more pronounced than that directed at the bald eagle. Meanwhile, those from the land of the morning calm hastily took to the internet, proclaiming that all the treasures they had pilfered in the past belonged to the Dragon Nation. As the world quaked in apprehension, Gao Yang returned to his laboratory. Having experienced the world through the lens of a robotic body, he found the sensations akin to embarking on a personal adventure. This sparked within him the inspiration to create a video game. With the current acceleration of energy amplification, the production of such a game could indeed bring joy to the people of the Dragon Nation. However, for now, the focus must be on the live broadcast. As Gao Yang stepped into the frame to commence the streaming, the viewer count soared to an astonishing figure exceeding 100 million. This number was utterly remarkable. To draw a comparison within the Dragon Nation, while netizens might claim billions, many middle-aged and elderly individuals merely engage with platforms like WeChat for casual video consumption and may not pay particular attention to specific live broadcasts. Upon reaching middle age, many tend to refrain from seeking definitive answers to dilemmas. Their concern for the evolving outside world pales in comparison to that of the youth. When excluding the elderly and children, the actual number of individuals capable of tuning into the live broadcast within the Dragon Nation dwindles to around 100 million. The situation abroad mirrored this reality. While figures might suggest billions of viewers, nations like India and those on the continent of America had their own share of audiences who were less inclined to engage with live streams. Moreover, even without the presence of the bald eagle, the impressive number of 100 million viewers tuning in to the live broadcast is commendable. Most significantly, this is merely the beginning. As the numbers continue to swell by the millions, Gao Yang gazed into the camera, revealing no suspense, and stated directly, "Today's live broadcast concerns the survival of humanity. The bald eagle, driven by selfish interests, disregards the safety of the entire human race and seeks to summon extraterrestrial beings. In response, the Dragon Kingdom has employed a gentle approach, utilizing electromagnetic pulse cannons to cleanse the territory of the bald eagle, ensuring the destruction of the alien distress signals in their possession. Throughout this entire process, our electromagnetic pulse cannons have harmed not a single individual, safeguarding everyone." Chapter 219, Reactions from All Sides. Among the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, There exists a diverse array of individuals, a significant portion of whom are novices. Although they are attentive to the unfolding situation, their understanding of various technologies is rather superficial. Upon hearing that the electromagnetic pulse neutralized the issue without inflicting harm, their immediate response was to praise Gao Yang. No lives were lost. The strike was precisely aimed at equipment. Conversely, those well-versed in the field were left in awe. An electromagnetic pulse cannon sweeping across the entirety of the Eagle's territory. How could this be feasible? The electromagnetic pulse generated by a nuclear weapon can only incapacitate electronic devices within a radius of several dozen kilometers. To clear the entire expanse of the Eagle's domain, even 1,000 nuclear warheads would be insufficient. Not only is an immense amount of energy required, but the cost of electromagnetic pulse projectiles is exorbitant. Moreover, they had not even witnessed the Dragon Kingdom deploying such projectiles. How was it accomplished? While the technically inclined were struck by the marvel of the technology, the high-ranking officials of various factions were more astonished by the ramifications of Gao Yang's actions. Gao Yang's words were couched in mercy, yet the use of the electromagnetic cannon rendered the Eagle's entire physical network inoperative. Although Gao Yang asserted that no lives had been lost, the instant power was cut. Countless individuals were at risk, particularly those operating vehicles, especially electric ones. Furthermore, many workers in factories faced dire consequences as all electronic equipment malfunctioned, leading to a multitude of tragedies. However, despite the potential for numerous fatalities, even this pales in comparison to the chaos and death that would ensue from a complete societal collapse. The entire order disintegrated, and all efficient production and transportation ground to a halt. Without external intervention, countless individuals in the Eagle's realm would face starvation. The current production capabilities of the Eagle cannot sustain such a large population without mechanized assistance. The high-ranking officials were engulfed in panic, feeling a sense of urgency they had never experienced before. Previously, they were merely curious about the events transpiring in the Eagle, but upon realizing the severity of the situation, they feared an abrupt disconnection from reality themselves. Faced with the current might of the Dragon Kingdom, they found themselves utterly defenseless. Observing Gao Yang on the screen, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom felt a profound sense of reassurance. Their earlier anxiety had transformed into jubilant cheers of admiration. Meanwhile, the international populace looked on with envy, wishing for the presence of a leader like Gao Yang in their own nations. Those possessing expertise felt trepidation, for the Dragon Kingdom had ascended to become a global hegemon, not merely a dominant power like the Eagle, but a true, invincible sovereign. As the live broadcast continued, the high-ranking officials of various factions began to rack their brains on how to curry favor with the Dragon Kingdom. In the past, when they had jointly invaded the Dragon Kingdom, they had plundered artifacts that seemed to matter greatly to the Dragon Kingdom. Even while the broadcast was ongoing, discussions commenced regarding compensation and the restitution of cultural relics. They had previously held a steadfast belief that past transgressions were bygone errors, irrelevant to the present. However, now they were resolute. Whoever possessed the artifacts rightfully owned them, and they ought to be returned. The Dragon Kingdom had long fought for the reclamation of its treasures, with many private entrepreneurs even venturing overseas to bid on artifacts, a daunting endeavor. Yet now, with the Dragon Kingdom standing at a new pinnacle, these treasures would naturally find their way back home. All major powers sought ways to appease the Dragon Kingdom, striving to mend the rifts of yesteryears. Even the small nation of Japan hastily dismantled their shrines overnight. After all, it is merely the loss of 30 years, should the Dragon Kingdom unleash its might. It could result in a loss spanning centuries. In stark contrast to the turmoil abroad, the Dragon Kingdom has discerned a golden opportunity. The once dominant force of the internet, the bald eagle, has suddenly vanished, leaving an enormous void. The disappearance of various leading global internet enterprises presents an opportune moment for the Dragon Kingdom to penetrate the global market. Major internet companies convened immediately to devise new strategies and seize the previously occupied world markets. The bald eagle, which once wielded its leadership in the internet sphere to shape global discourse, except for that of the Dragon Kingdom, has now been rendered impotent. While the Dragon Kingdom's narrative was also being guided, it was comparatively costlier due to its status as a localized network. However, this network can seamlessly connect to the global web at any moment. Now, it is the Dragon Kingdom's turn to influence global discourse. With the bald eagle's fall serving as a cautionary tale, it is likely that the world will hesitate to confront the people of the Dragon Kingdom. They await with open arms. Gao Yang's recent broadcast was brief, primarily aimed at informing the world of the unfolding events. Yet, beneath this broadcast lies the true significance of a shift in global hegemony. The erstwhile ruler has vanished, and the new sovereign is of a caliber far exceeding its predecessor. The former powers can only acquiesce. The broadcast may have concluded, but its ramifications continue to resonate. the Dragon Kingdom remains abuzz with activity. Many engaged in import-export trade find themselves preoccupied, striving to recover losses or secure greater gains. Furthermore, the dollar, once the currency of international transactions, has now become mere scrap paper, necessitating deliberation on how to address this situation, such as elevating the Dragon Kingdom's currency to the status of a global standard. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom will soon be exceedingly busy, tasked with managing the aftermath. Gao Yang, having finally found a moment of respite, now faces little to attend to aside from extraterrestrial matters. Aliens do indeed exist. Yet, the threats they pose to humanity are not as formidable as once feared. Over the years, only a single spacecraft has made an appearance, and it is unlikely that another will arrive imminently. He can now leisurely engage in production and creation. Upon returning to his living quarters in the laboratory, Gao Yang settled into a lounge chair, only to find himself uneasy. Frequently immersed in research, he struggles to remain idle. In truth, there are projects worthy of exploration, such as the aliens and their spacecraft, but he is not inclined to delve into those subjects at present. Instead, Gao Yang aspires to investigate matters of greater personal interest that would offer relaxation and enjoyment. The notion of an immersive gaming experience suddenly materializes in his mind. When he first conceived of a sensory helmet, he envisioned creating a game, but at that time, he was preoccupied with researching various weapons and genetic serums. Compounded by the subsequent threats from the bald eagle, he had yet to pursue this venture. Now, is it not the perfect moment? Having ascended to global supremacy, it is time to indulge. The former people of the Dragon Kingdom could be considered the most fatigued in the world. Exhausted yet resilient, they had reached a breaking point. However, being left behind indeed invites conflict, and now that they have finally risen to prominence, the time has come to savor the fruits of their labor. For the ordinary individual who yearns for a life of leisure, let them recline and bask in utmost comfort. Moreover, those who have retired and find themselves at a loss for how to occupy their time can fully immerse themselves in the realm of gaming, indulging in whatever they desire. After enduring years of hardship, one deserves a taste of sweetness. Gaming is undoubtedly a splendid pursuit. In the past, Gao Yang had a keen interest in it. However, as life grew busier, opportunities to play diminished, and ultimately, he ceased to engage in gaming, save for the occasional viewing of competitions. Leaning against his bed, Gao Yang began to conceptualize the framework for a fully immersive game. While the narrative and other elements are indeed vital, the initial focus must be on designing the interactive system. When a player moves within the game, there must be feedback, whether through touch, punches, or walking. Every action should elicit a response. This constitutes the essence of a truly immersive feedback gaming experience. Chapter 220. The Amplification Game. It cannot fully convey the sensations experienced within the game, for alongside positive feedback, there exists negative feedback as well. To mitigate fatigue, pain, and so forth, one might consider that when a character runs in the game, the sensations of exhaustion can be communicated through electrical signals, much like pain. However, gaming should not be a tormenting experience. A modicum of these sensations can enhance the experience, but they must be considerably subdued. Next, regarding character modeling and the non-player characters, NPCs, within the game, Gao Yang has resolved to adopt a fixed design pattern. Each unique visage and character model may only manifest once within a single game environment. In a short span of time, Gao Yang can devise hundreds of thousands of character models. The subsequent narrative characters will be derived directly from these models. Indeed, Gao Yang does not intend to design the game personally. Rather, he aims to create an introductory game, leaving the remaining aspects to the players and the game companies. These companies can construct games upon the platform that Gao Yang establishes, allowing even ordinary individuals to create games. This approach significantly enhances the playability of the game. With his ideas fully developed, Gao Yang first indulged in a brief slumber, awakening to commence his design work. He began with the world background of the game, selecting a city as the entirety of this universe, devoid of any expansion beyond its borders. The city resembles ancient fortifications, where the inhabitants don traditional garb. There exists an upgrade system. Upon leveling up, individuals can perceive their burgeoning strength through electrical signals, thereby enhancing their destructive capacity within the game. Moreover, the modeling of NPCs is rather straightforward. Although it is said that there will be hundreds of thousands, Invincible can generate millions in a short time, merely through extensive random combinations of genetic expressions. Furthermore, this can evolve with updates, becoming increasingly abundant. For instance, two characters can be formed through various traits. And when these two unite, their characteristics will also amalgamate randomly. Given sufficient computational power, this process could mimic the conception of life in the real world. As offspring mature, some traits may resemble those of their parents, while others emerge uniquely. As this evolutionary process continues, the diversity of human samples will expand. As long as the sample size does not reach several billion, it is virtually impossible for two individuals to be identical. Once the NPC modeling is complete, Gao Yang swiftly refined the city's order. Throughout this process, he required minimal effort. He merely needed to present his concepts while Invincible executed the code generation. Any issues were relayed back to Gao Yang for potential solutions. Within 2 days, everything had been meticulously perfected. An extraordinarily realistic ancient city had been constructed, but this merely constituted the foundational framework. There remained ample potential for interactivity. Gao Yang also devised several dungeons for combat, wherein the monsters were generated through a random system, combining various animal elements. For instance, one might encounter a serpent with 9 tails or a rabbit adorned with antlers. With sufficient randomization, an array of creatures can emerge, including an assortment of mythical beasts. Different maps, distinct styles, varied requirements, and diverse levels of difficulty. Within a span of 5 days, the design was completed, heralding the birth of the world's first fully immersive game. Without waiting for system enhancements, Gao Yang donned the helmet and entered the game, eager to experience it firsthand. Upon entry, he first established his avatar, with the option to select gender, male or female, as he pleased, before sculpting his facial features. Gao Yang chose a model template and soon found himself outside the city. Though the outskirts were barren, he meticulously crafted vast expanses of wasteland. For those relentless players determined to reach the end, let them traverse until the world itself withers away. As he ventured into the city, he observed the residents clad in traditional attire, each engrossed in their own affairs, exuding a rich sense of life. The most remarkable aspect of this city was that every individual had their own pursuits, aspirations, family, and friends. The city's dynamics were not rigidly defined. For example, a vendor selling buns could shift to a more lucrative endeavor if their business proved unprofitable. However, Gao Yang soon recognized a pressing issue. The population of the city was insufficient. Even considering only players from Long Country, once they all entered, their numbers would undoubtedly surpass those currently inhabiting the city. Contemplating this, he proposed to Woody to implement a patch that limits the population of each city to 2,000, allowing for 2,000 autonomous entries, with an additional floating quota of 1,000 that could only be accessed through invitations from those already within the city. This amendment aimed to enhance player experience without disrupting the city's order, while the floating quota would encourage players to team up with friends. However, this meant that an increase in player numbers would necessitate a corresponding rise in the number of cities. Yet, augmenting Woody with additional chips would suffice to address this concern. Subsequently, Gao Yang meandered through several dungeons, which were, to be frank, rather straightforward. Nevertheless, he left behind crafting tools within the game, enabling players to create more engaging dungeons. After his exploration, he exited the game, and in his mind, the system's prompt resonated, detected that the host has developed an immersive game. Would you like to enhance? He proceeded with the enhancement. A prize will materialize before him, and he hesitated. Should he opt for a 10,000-fold enhancement or a 100-fold? To achieve an additional 10-fold bonus, he would need to land for more 100-fold enhancements. After deliberation, he settled on the 100-fold enhancement. Given the game's already remarkable realism and quality, there was no necessity for a 10,000-fold boost. Moreover, accumulating a 10,000-fold enhancement could be more judiciously applied to other significant research avenues. As he controlled the compass to spin, it halted at the 100-fold enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, host. The game has achieved a 100-fold algorithmic enhancement. A 100-fold algorithmic enhancement? Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Recalling Woody's artificial intelligence algorithm, which had evolved from basic programming to a self-aware intelligence. What implications would a 100-fold enhancement of the game's algorithm entail? As Gao Yang found himself in a state of perplexity, memories surged into his mind. This time, the direction of the algorithm's augmentation was not focused on the inhabitants of the city, but rather on the game itself. The once simplistic world had been reshaped, now adorned with an abundance of cities, superbly numerous. Most importantly, it granted the players who wished to immerse themselves in this realm an identity within the game world. Their personas would directly replace those of existing characters, with the specifics of whom they would embody determined during the character creation process. Furthermore, these identities came with a social status upgrade system. In this game, the more effort one exerted, the higher their status would ascend. Players could genuinely thrive within the cityscape. Ultimately, the game evolved into a richer experience, with the currency system and overall framework meticulously refined. If the game Gao Yang had once devised resembled Minesweeper, then this new iteration had transformed it into an active endeavor. Individuals equipped with tools, venturing forth to clear the mines. The enhancement of the experiential quality was magnified beyond measure. Chapter 2:21. The Universe. However, it is not without its drawbacks. Such an impressive game can easily lead one to neglect sleep and meals, at the very least. A system to prevent addiction should be implemented. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Invincible, adding an anti-addiction system is essential. In Longhua, it is crucial to ensure that players reserve time for their meals. Gao Yang felt that this was somewhat lacking. If this truly gained widespread popularity, an overwhelming number of people might even skip work. Nevertheless, after some consideration, Gao Yang resolved to promote it. Even if, in the future, everyone became engrossed in the game and it faced closure, at least they would have the chance to enjoy it once. He announced that an immersive game would soon be launched, encouraging everyone to purchase the gaming helmets. What would the game be called? Gao Yang pondered for a moment. The Universe. Invincible promptly published a message. In 3 days, the large-scale immersive game The Universe will officially launch. Stay tuned. The news was disseminated through Gao Yang's account. Many who saw the announcement were left bewildered. A game? What could this mean? This prominent figure, who had delved into laser weaponry, robotics, and a myriad of aircraft, even spacecraft, was venturing into game development. Is gaming truly that lucrative that it drew Gao Yang's attention? Many harbored expectations. If someone as remarkable as Gao Yang was producing a game, the outcome must surely be extraordinary. Others speculated that this was merely a collaboration between a gaming company and Gao Yang. Although they held a somewhat dismissive attitude, they decided to indulge him by trying it out. Then, some individuals clicked on the subsequent link and were directed to the order page for the sensory helmets, which were priced at an astonishing 10,000 yuan, and that was merely the rental price for a year. Many were left in a state of confusion, beginning to discuss the situation online. Why would one need a helmet to play a game? Meanwhile, the astute among them had already begun to make payments, showcasing a profound level of trust. As for the rental pricing, it emphasized stability. In the event that everyone in Longhua became addicted to gaming, they would have the authority to reclaim the helmets, lending an air of legitimacy to the venture. In no time, the upper echelons of Longhua were in a state of panic, frantically contacting Gao Yang. Their concern stemmed from the notion that if Gao Yang truly embarked on game development, it would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, such a top-tier talent turning to game research. However, their calls could not reach Gao Yang at that moment. Gao Yang had already immersed himself in the game, wearing the sensory helmet, and attempted to enter once more. This time, he found himself with additional options in character creation. Previously, characters were generated and appeared outside the city, walking in afterward. Now, players could directly embody an individual within the game. This was a remarkable advancement. The disparity in algorithms was nothing short of astronomical. After some contemplation, Gao Yang declared, dominance. In the next moment, he felt a slight sensation of weightlessness, and then his perception shifted into that of a young man. This young man truly embodied dominance, reigning as the king within the entire game world, overseeing countless cities. Clad in a golden dragon robe, he sat upon a grand throne, while numerous individuals stood in the hall below, stretching all the way outside the palace. From this perspective, Gao Yang was first struck by a sense of awe. He had now become another person within the realm of the game. The characters in the game, too, had been optimized by the system, exhibiting an extraordinary naturalness that rendered them as vivid as living beings. The distinction between the game world and reality had once again diminished. Most importantly, human players could embody anyone in this world, be it a martial arts master or a powerful official. Even within the confines of this game universe, the possibilities were astonishing. However, this game world, originally conceived by Gao Yang merely as a main interface, was akin to the screen displayed upon booting a computer game, adorned with numerous icons that truly mattered. Yet, having entered this realm, Gao Yang felt that no player would likely wish to engage with any other game. Here, it seemed, one would be utterly entranced. Gao Yang experienced the sensation of being an emperor, briefly assuming the role of a tyrant to test the reactions of the NPCs within the game. Their responses were remarkably lifelike, showcasing despair and prostration. It must be said that the pressure was immense. One could only imagine the burden borne by ancient tyrants in their early days. The mere thought of skipping court would summon throngs of individuals threatening their lives. Those tyrants were undeniably formidable, having executed many yet continuing in their despotic ways. Upon reflection, one could argue that at least they were ruthless. After 2 days of play, Gao Yang reluctantly exited the game, thus concluding his reign without morning court. He could foresee the tremendous impact this game would have. Let us go online. It's far better to share joy than to revel in solitude, Gao Yang declared. Wu Di nodded in agreement. A portion of the headsets has already been pre-shipped, and tonight the first batch will be distributed. Gao Yang was uncertain whether the game's release was beneficial or detrimental. It would undoubtedly bring joy to individuals, allowing them to live more happily and comfortably. After all, one lives but once, seeking happiness. The joy derived from gaming is akin to the fulfillment found in the real world. However, if everyone were to dwell solely in the game, it would become quite distressing, a concern for the Social Sciences Institute to ponder. As Gao Yang contemplated this, Wu Di remarked, "Are you worried that this game will lead many to become addicted? What are your thoughts?" Wu Di nodded. Such concerns were certainly valid in the past. but in the present, I find them somewhat unnecessary. Formerly, the citizens of Longwa faced immense pressure from life, study, and work. Hence the emergence of games as a brief respite. Yet, all forms of happiness are valid. Life in the external world can equally bring joy. No matter how realistic the game may be, it remains merely a form of entertainment. They will continue to experience warmth and joy in reality, along with their aspirations. As for those who become enamored with games, that is entirely normal. Much like individuals who enjoy fishing or cycling, these are hobbies. In the absence of games, there would still be other passions to captivate them. Gao Yang nodded in agreement, realizing that he had focused solely on the game's quality and its potential to attract players, neglecting the shifts in the surrounding environment. In the bygone era of the Dragon Kingdom, the populace toiled relentlessly, ensnared by the insatiable demands of numerous advanced powers, struggling merely to survive. The pursuit of a decent existence was fraught with challenges. Yet, the present stands in stark contrast. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom now enjoy exceptionally generous welfare benefits, and taking leave has become significantly more manageable. In the past, weekends were not guaranteed, and excursions relied heavily on holidays such as Labor Day, necessitating the arduous task of securing tickets amid throngs of people, ultimately leading to a chaotic experience of navigating through crowded attractions before returning home in exhaustion. Such dismal travel experiences were often the result of rearranged schedules. During those times, how could one resist the allure of gaming? After all, true joy resided within those digital realms. However, the current landscape is vastly different. One can now request leave at will and indulge in leisure as desired. Consequently, the greatest potential drawback of gaming has vanished entirely. Upon release, the sensory technology is destined to create a sensational impact, yet it is unlikely to yield any dire repercussions. Chapter 222, A New Lease on Life. At 6 o'clock in the evening, many individuals at home received packages containing pre-released helmets. Just in time for the official launch of the game, they were set to receive the headgear. The one-armed hero, a gaming streamer, truly possesses only one arm, yet through sheer determination, using one hand and one foot, he ascended to the ranks of league champions. It was a remarkable turnaround, albeit born from necessity. His physical condition made it challenging to secure employment outside, so he turned to gaming, assisting others with their accounts while simultaneously streaming. To date, his streaming income has significantly increased, greatly enhancing his living conditions. Nevertheless, he remains diligent, continuing to broadcast gaming sessions while also familiarizing himself with various other games in order to stay relevant. As the one-armed hero gazed upon the helmet, he felt a twinge of confusion regarding its usage. Did it connect to the computer and enhance sound effects while playing music? Or was there a mechanism within the helmet that would vibrate, providing a four-dimensional experience during actions such as shooting? With a sense of anticipation, he retrieved the helmet and searched for any connectors, but found none. He could only discern a single protruding button, simplistic in design. What distinguished this from a motorcycle helmet? After further contemplation, the one-armed hero relinquished his last shred of stubbornness and picked up the instruction manual. The Qiankuan sensory helmet. Usage method: wear it. Control method: none. Staring at the straightforward instructions, the one-armed hero mused to himself. What difference is there between this and an ordinary motorcycle helmet? Nonetheless, he donned the helmet upon his head. Suddenly, he was taken aback as he heard a voice. Please wait. Confirming identity information. Upon completion, the voice continued. Confirmation complete. User: Luo Xiao. Identity binding complete. Qiankuan is now live, ready for play. Listening to the voice whispering in his ear, Luo Xiao stared in awe at the virtual options before him. Was it truly possible for the light and shadow effects to reach such an astonishing level? Was this a three-dimensional projection? The helmet appeared to function as a three-dimensional projector. After expressing his astonishment, Luo Xiao raised his hand and pressed to enter the game page. The first screen he encountered was the character customization interface, and once again, he was struck with amazement. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had been seated in his gaming chair. How had he suddenly found himself in this pristine white space? Looking around, he saw nothing else. Yet, when he attempted to reach for the chair surrounding him, he could still feel its presence. The projection effect was simply unbelievable. How could it be so flawless? Luo Xiao scrutinized his surroundings, desperately seeking any visual discrepancies, but no matter how he shook his head, all he saw was an expanse of white. After the initial shock wore off, he began the process of selecting his identity. The options presented were remarkably diverse. Considering his circumstances, he made his selection based on his personality and his aspiration to become a true hero, opting for a random match. The system's voice resounded once more. Ding. Successfully matched with a suitable identity, young master of the Yulong Sword Manor. A brief introduction followed. Yulong Sword Manor. A renowned force in the realm of swordsmanship, young master Luo Xiao, raised in martial arts, yet lacking any inherent talent for combat. Luo Xiao was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the situation. Was it possible to lose one's talent simply by playing a game? The next moment, a voice clarified. He was not devoid of talent. Rather, he possessed extraordinary potential, but reaching the zenith of that talent necessitated extensive practice in advance. Luo Xiao nodded. Indeed remarkable. This backdrop suited him perfectly. Immediately, he sensed a transformation in his surroundings, finding himself standing in a training arena. Truly, he was on the training grounds. Before him stood a swordsman, sword in hand. Young master, I advise against continuing your practice. It may be a waste of time. Clang. The sword slipped from Luo Xiao's grasp and fell to the ground, for he could not hold it. Why was he unable to hold it? Because that hand had never existed. He had no right hand. The swordsman's expression shifted. Although it was merely a practice sword, it was still a sword, and one ought not to treat it carelessly. The swordsman turned and departed, leaving Luo Xiao gazing down at his hands. Luo Xiao stared at his right hand, eyes wide, gradually attempting to clench it. It was an extraordinarily unique sensation, one he had never experienced before. Born without arms, he now had to relearn how to use this hand. Even the simple act of grasping and releasing brought him to tears. At that moment, he was whole. He had two hands. As he came to terms with his newfound hands, Luo Xiao was once again engulfed in shock. How could he possess hands? Why was he standing here? What of that sensation? Why could he stand? Why had the chair he was sitting on vanished? Luo Xiao attempted to take a few steps, but encountered no obstacles. Under normal circumstances, he could not traverse 3 steps in his small room without bumping into furniture. Taking a deep breath, he removed his helmet. With the helmet off, he remained seated in the chair, his body leaning back. He raised his hand, but could only lift one, for the other simply did not exist. Everything that had transpired felt like a dream, an astonishingly vivid dream. Once more, Luo Xiao donned the helmet. Re-entering the game as the young master of the Yulong sword manor, Luo Xiao. No longer was he an amputee. He was merely temporarily without talent. Luo Xiao logged off and began streaming. The live chat was sparsely populated, as it was not a typical streaming hour, a rather normal occurrence. He began to add captions to his livestream cover. Qiankuan is undoubtedly the most extraordinary game I have ever encountered in my life. Everyone must play it. Renting a helmet for 10,000 a year is not expensive at all. It's incredibly cheap. Even if it were sold for 10 million, I would sell everything I own to buy it. Having modified the cover, Luo Xiao proceeded to change the livestream title and disseminated the same message across all his public platforms. Promoting Gao Yang was the only thing he could do at present. After completing the promotion, Luo Xiao plunged back into the game. He had to play. As he finished sending his messages, he was among the first players to enter the game. Their astonishment surpassed even his own. They were also able to discern that this device is an entirely immersive headset, a product that typically exists only within the realm of science fiction. It facilitates direct interaction with a multitude of thoughts, reaching a level of absurdity that is almost unfathomable. Is this truly a creation of human civilization? All the players who entered were left in a state of profound astonishment, an astonishment that was utterly unparalleled. Numerous bloggers had prepared to conduct reviews, yet upon receiving this device, their immediate reaction was one of bewilderment. How could one even begin to evaluate it? There are no points of comparison, no standards to refer to. What they could only do was to provide an introduction, guiding subsequent players. However, they have now set aside their professional duties, choosing instead to immerse themselves in play. Among the first wave of players testing the device were official representatives, who even began their evaluations earlier, experiencing an even greater intensity of astonishment. Chapter 223. I had a dream? The official testers were all young individuals, 7 in total. Upon donning their helmets, they closed their eyes, as if succumbing to slumber. Soon after, one of them removed the helmet, gazing vacantly at the person beside them, silent and seemingly in a daze. What is happening? The tester remained mute, his eyes reflecting a deepening perplexity and an overwhelming sense of self-doubt. At that moment, another individual awakened, removing their helmet, equally lost in thought. The recorder, observing the reactions of the two, inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is wrong with you?" The second tester turned to the recorder, yet before uttering a word, wore an expression of bewilderment, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. He felt disoriented, uncertain of what had transpired. Although he had entered the game, he could not comprehend its nature. Gradually, all 7 individuals removed their helmets, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual confusion. The recorder, equally perplexed, observed their vacant expressions and felt a surge of anxiety. What's wrong? Should I summon a doctor? We just don't know how to express ourselves. The recorder's curiosity intensified. What kind of game could render them speechless? You merely need to recount your recent experience. I just had a dream, where I became another person through the game, exclaimed one. I too had that dream. Another echoed. Could it be that the helmet controls our dreams? One pondered. Is it possible that it is not a dream at all, but rather the helmet simulates brainwaves. All 7 froze in astonishment. Even the recorder was taken aback. How could this be? They quickly regained their composure and reported their findings. Whether it was dreaming or the helmet genuinely possessing the ability to read and simulate brainwaves, it was imperative to report. Both possibilities were profoundly unsettling, as they implied a direct interaction with the brain. Such a notion was terrifying. The complexity of the human brain has always been a mystery, a labyrinth of secrets. For years, humanity has endeavored to study the brain, yet advancements have been minuscule. The ability to induce specified dreams or achieve true direct interaction with the brain signifies a new frontier in human research. This implies that the human body harbors nearly no secrets. One could discern whether a person is lying or concealing a truth simply by reading it through the helmet. It was utterly chilling. The testing phase concluded, giving way to the shock at the Lonka Institute. Dean Yuan was left in a state of disbelief. As someone who comprehended technology, he was particularly astounded. Only those who truly understood could appreciate the immense difficulty of achieving such interaction through a helmet. As the data collected increased, he recognized with clarity that a connection had formed between the helmet and the human brain. For if it were merely dreaming, it would suggest the ability to guide the general content of dreams or evoke the emotions experienced during dreaming, yet not everyone's dreams would align so closely. But brain interaction? The difficulty of that was nearly absurd. The human body is inherently intricate, with the brain standing as the most complex organ within. Yet, there exists an even more convoluted entity, thought. Following closely is the phenomenon of change. A mere electric current can evolve into an extraordinarily complex array in the human mind. In essence, the images perceived by the eyes transform into electric waves upon entering the mind. When an individual interacts with the elements within these images, it is through thought that actions are initiated, similarly requiring electric waves to execute commands. The human body, originally a finely tuned machine, experiences a disconnection from this intricate system upon donning a helmet, replaced instead by a simulated apparatus. To convincingly replicate such a sophisticated mechanism, one must meticulously interpret the brainwaves associated with each movement. Furthermore, a feedback loop must be established, whereby different electric waves are delivered to the brain to evoke sensations of sight and sound. The complexity of this task was unfathomable to Director Yuan, and the researchers accompanying him shared in his bewilderment. Tasked with studying the brain within the Dragon Kingdom, their research remained firmly rooted in the neural activities of the cerebral cortex, without a comprehensive understanding of it yet. The notion that Gao Yang had already ventured into neural interaction was increasingly implausible. If it were indeed impossible, they would have no choice but to seek Gao Yang's assistance. Meanwhile, as they soared through the skies, the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom convened once more. It was the bald eagle that frequently called for urgent meetings due to Gao Yang's regular presentations of extensive findings. Now, they found themselves unable to convene such meetings, as their attempts at urgent discussions were rendered futile. After all, communication had devolved into mere shouting, and the outcomes of their deliberations could not be conveyed effectively. The responsibility of calling urgent meetings had thus fallen to the Dragon Kingdom. A sense of urgency permeated the room, primarily due to the staggering volume of orders for the gaming headset. What began as a mere million interested individuals had surged to tens of millions following a recent test that prompted participants to share their experiences online. During the meeting, the total number of orders had escalated to a staggering 100 million. Should over 100 million individuals become engrossed in gaming, the implications could be dire. Even if robots could cater to everyone's daily needs, and their production could sustain the entire populace of the Dragon Kingdom, the envisioned lethargy of society was troubling. Amidst the concerns in the conference room, researchers from the Social Sciences Academy arrived. Unlike the higher-ups, these researchers were less apprehensive, listening to the discussions. One researcher rose to address the assembly. What you are discussing has been under our scrutiny since the game's launch, as we initiated data collection immediately. Gao Yang's influence on the Dragon Kingdom is profound, and we have been monitoring developments closely. We have analyzed user feedback and gathered insights. In total, we collected 7,000 pieces of commentary regarding the game, as that was the extent of responses available online at the time. Notably, 6 of these comments were focused on the technology itself. They were astounded by the extraordinary nature of the technology and were eager to uncover its essence. There remains a mere 2.6%, a figure that indicates this technology can enable individuals to experience the sensation of authentic physical presence within the realm of gaming. This information primarily originates from a modest streamer who disseminated promotional messages within his support group. The remaining data pertains to the gaming industry. Analyzing these statistics reveals that no matter how engaging a game may be, akin to scrolling through TikTok, it ultimately serves as a form of entertainment. While some may become engrossed, they comprise only a small fraction. The majority enjoy gaming, yet do not forsake the tangible aspects of reality. The esteemed figures present in the conference room exchanged glances, since the majority prioritizes technology. The issue of ordinary individuals becoming overly absorbed need not be a concern in the short term, allowing for contemplation of the practicality of this technology. Can this innovation facilitate learning? For instance, could it be utilized for skill training? A general posed the question. Someone turned their gaze towards him. Currently, there should be no significant threats in the world, right? The seasoned general replied gravely. To be overly warlike leads to demise. Yet to forget the ways of war invites danger. The Earth may be temporarily devoid of threats. Moreover, this world still harbors extraterrestrial existence. We must remain perpetually prepared to confront any potential menace. Chapter 224. Can we retire now? Upon hearing the mention of extraterrestrials, a hush fell over the conference room. Only for someone to swiftly divert the conversation. Director Yuan has gone to seek out Gao Yang. If we wait a moment, we should receive the technical information. If it is indeed feasible to acquire skills through the game helmet, its implementation could be imminent. As the group lingered in the conference room, Director Yuan arrived at Gao Yang's laboratory, accompanied by a contingent of individuals. From the air, the laboratory revealed a plethora of astonishing contraptions displayed outside. Mechas, droplet aircraft, rescue vessels, and more. These marvels were undoubtedly formidable, embodying the pinnacle of technology, yet were largely impossible to mass-produce. The flying bus descended, and guided by an infallible directive, Director Yuan entered the laboratory. Inside, Gao Yang was meticulously handling the foundational liquid of gene serums, with over 100 vials prepared. 100 of these were designated for the elderly citizens of Long Kingdom, while a select few were intended for individuals like Joel. Currently, the internal affairs of the White Eagle were chaotic. Soon, these individuals would be thrust into survival mode. During this phase, many would scatter like refugees. But those who consumed the gene serums would form factions within the White Eagle, effectively curbing the exodus. Setting down the vials, Gao Yang turned to Director Yuan with a smile and remarked, "Shall I arrange a dedicated vehicle for you? It must be inconvenient to travel by bus each time." Director Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I am here primarily regarding the game helmet." Gao Yang glanced at the entourage trailing behind Director Yuan and chuckled. The game helmet, also known as the sensory helmet, was initially designed as a controller for mechas, allowing individuals to directly manipulate them via brainwaves. I envisioned alternative applications and thus created a fully immersive gaming experience. The eyes of Director Yuan and his companions widened instinctively. The sensory helmet, a means to control mechas? They had never considered this possibility before. Reflecting on it now, if one could control avatars in a game through the helmet, could it not extend to robots and mechas as well? Prior to their arrival, they had contemplated the conversion from civilian to military use, only to discover that this was already a civilian model, while the military variant had been developed long ago. In contrast to Director Yuan's astonishment, the researchers behind him exchanged incredulous glances. How does the helmet achieve such sensitivity? Does it simulate brainwaves? Gao Yang observed the wide-eyed researchers and nodded. Indeed, it simulates brainwaves, though the process is somewhat more complex. The researchers were taken aback. The simulation of brainwaves was already a daunting concept, and Gao Yang's assertion of an even more intricate mechanism left them feeling that Director Yuan should not have summoned them here. They questioned their presence. Their faith began to crumble. The objective of their life work had been to decipher brainwaves to achieve precise control over various physical movements. Yet here, Gao Yang had already surpassed that phase, leaping ahead to a level beyond simple brainwave simulation. What more could they aspire to? They yearned for retirement. A younger individual inquired. Classmate Gao Yang, is there a specific brainwave associated with the control of arm movements? Or is it merely a fixed action? Gao Yang shook his head. There are no fixed brainwaves. Under normal circumstances, human bodily movements cannot be repeated exactly. Even when reaching for the same object, the angle of the hand's extension will vary. The researchers furrowed their brows. However, we conducted experiments where we received brainwaves from the site of an amputated limb. When the individual attempted to raise their arm, we consistently received the same signals. Gao Yang gazed at the researchers. Is it possible that your equipment lacks precision? The questioning researcher fell silent. If the precision of their signal reception was not improved, their prospects for advancing their research were minimal. Gao Yang regarded the group. Are you researching mechanical prosthetics? Indeed. The researchers nodded, looking expectantly at Gao Yang. Although it was their first encounter, they had heard tales of his prowess. For instance, an elder from the Aerospace Research Center had merely posed a question, and subsequently, 3 top-notch spacecraft were developed. Numerous other researchers had acquired technological advancements from Gao Yang, leading to significant upgrades in their laboratories. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang stated, "You may as well abandon this project." The researchers stared at him in disbelief. Their expressions perplexed. Why? Gao Yang replied nonchalantly. The production of gene-enhancing agents is somewhat complex. Yet gene-modifying agents are relatively straightforward. I plan to create some gene-modifying agents for those individuals to assist in their recovery. Consequently, there will be no further need for prosthetics. The researchers were taken aback. Does that mean I can retire? Gao Yang regarded the researcher with a peculiar look. Well, congratulations. Those responsible for studying the brain would essentially retire. As Gao Yang had comprehensively grasped the intricacies of brain research, the aspects he had yet to master would yield no results for them, regardless of their efforts. Dean Yuan turned to the now silent researchers, realizing that the technology had surpassed their comprehension. He posed a different question. Can this technology be applied to learning? Certainly, Gao Yang affirmed, then added, however, I do not recommend direct learning through this technology. Why not? The group expressed curiosity. After all, it seemed to enhance learning efficiency. Gao Yang had previously contemplated allowing all students to wear helmets to absorb knowledge through sensory input, but ultimately abandoned the notion. Directly infusing knowledge would indeed enable rapid acquisition of information, yet it would come at the cost of their creativity. Creativity is paramount. Moreover, their capacity for learning would diminish. Although the infusion method saves time, requiring only a brief recovery period for fatigue, it would lead them to become incapable of independent learning. Director Yuan's mouth fell agape, while a group of individuals behind him stared in astonishment. The words spoken by Gao Yang were indeed rather shocking and outrageous. Their concern was the pursuit of knowledge. Yet, Gao Yang's response was an infusion of information. These two notions are worlds apart, are they not? They had already found the concept of a helmet capable of simulating brainwaves to be utterly absurd. Now, Gao Yang's assertions further suggested that this device could even implant memories. Implanting memories? The technological complexity of such a feat surpasses mere transmission of brainwaves by countless magnitudes. How could this possibly be realized? How on earth did Gao Yang manage to develop such a thing? Chapter 225. A second chance at life. Director Yuan regained his composure, instinctively swallowing hard. What I mean by learning is the training achieved through controlling characters in the game. Gao Yang responded with an understanding nod. That poses no issue. Absolutely. This mode of learning bears no distinction from conventional education. It is essentially akin to merely changing the setting. The knowledge acquired is indistinguishable from that of the real world. Moreover, the cost is significantly reduced. For instance, when learning to pilot an aircraft, one has countless opportunities for trial and error, capable of attempting various high-difficulty maneuvers. If one fails once, they may try again 1,000 times. Anyone can become a former ace pilot. There are numerous other subjects that can be learned directly through the headset, allowing students to experience education and enjoyment without ever leaving their homes. Compared to traditional schooling, it is even safer, and the experience is indistinguishable from actual classroom learning. Students could attend classes for 45 minutes and utilize the 15-minute break to explore more entertaining realms through the game. Just imagine, 45 minutes of study followed by a 15-minute hike with friends. It is exhilarating, though one might find it challenging to retain the knowledge from those 45 minutes if they become too engrossed in the 15-minute escapade. As Gao Yang nodded, a group began to grasp the concept of this game. They soon realized that Gao Yang had already developed a patch within the game. In this virtual world, one could create instances with relative ease, crafting diverse realms for learning or any activities one desired. A curious group departed, awestruck yet tasked with elucidating Gao Yang's ideas to others outside. Director Yuan did not rush to leave. Once the neuro research team departed, he sank into a chair, gazing at Gao Yang. This virtual headset will effortlessly transform lives. What kind of future awaits Long Country? Even the gods would struggle to predict. Gao Yang smiled. It will undoubtedly improve. Yuan chuckled in agreement, affirming that indeed, it would become better. His gaze fell upon the genetic serum, and he tentatively inquired, has the serum been produced? Gao Yang nodded. It is nearly complete. We just require one final verification step, and there should be no issues. Should the genetic serum be distributed to the nursing homes, or should they be brought here? Gao Yang contemplated the serum. Let Invincible deliver it to the nursing homes to avoid any mishaps during transportation. Yuan nodded. I will handle the rest. Can my teacher truly regain youth? Is there a possibility that the serum's potency could be too overwhelming and cause complications? Gao Yang shook his head. The current genetic serum is more stable than the previous enhancement serums. It will selectively express according to the host's physical condition. If the host lacks sufficient energy, they may feel discomfort, but they will not perish. Yuan acknowledged this with a nod. I shall make the arrangements. Those individuals, as heroes of Long Country, have their safety as a paramount concern. We cannot administer the serum casually. However, Gao Yang's genetic enhancement serum should be an exception, though the matter of confidentiality regarding its existence must be maintained for the time being. The emergence of this phenomenon once caused quite a stir. Now that it is applicable, who will be the first to utilize it? There can be no standards for this. If it were to be publicly revealed, countless individuals would vie for the gene therapy. employing every means possible to obtain it, for too many lives hang in the balance. Thus, it is imperative to keep the situation as concealed as possible. Director Yuan busied himself, first communicating with various nursing homes to inform the families and doctors of the circumstances. Along with this knowledge, they were required to sign a confidentiality agreement. The consequences of breaching this agreement are severe, primarily to prevent certain family members from boasting and disclosing information. With the confidentiality agreement in place, the news would remain hidden for a while longer. Subsequently, 100 vials of gene enhancement agents were precisely delivered to designated rooms within the nursing homes by robots under invincible control. In a nursing home in Kyoto, a tall elderly man lay on a hospital bed. Though he had a large frame, his emaciated appearance belied his stature. His eyes were open, although he retained some awareness. This consciousness was more of a torment. Upon hearing a sound, he turned his eyes and saw Director Yuan. A flicker of life sparkled in his gaze, and his lips moved slightly, yet no sound emerged. Director Yuan's eyes reddened. He felt that the ungrateful descendants of his mentor deserved punishment. For the sake of his mentor's meager pension, even as he lay here suffering, he still clung to life. However, this precarious existence might also be a blessing. Director Yuan lowered his head, a smile gracing his face. Teacher, do not sleep any longer. It is time to rise and resume work. The entire dragon country has undergone a monumental transformation. You must awaken to experience it. Having said this, Director Yuan turned to the robots entering the room and gently waved his hand. Invincible, let us begin. Present in the room were doctors, nurses, and family members, all with wide eyes. Their curiosity piqued. Could this be a return to youth? Surely, this must be divine intervention? They were aware of the emergence of the enhancement agents during Gao Yang's live broadcast, but at that time, they had little comprehension of its significance. Typically, the development, manufacturing, and application of such advanced pharmaceuticals requires an extensive duration. Yet, merely a month had elapsed since the last broadcast, and now their grandfather could utilize it? Under normal circumstances, one could understand its application, but he had been paralyzed for 2 years. Could he truly be revived? Was rejuvenation really possible? Such absurdity. With invincible control, the robots approached the elderly man, first disconnecting all tubes from his body before lifting his head to inject the gene therapy from the back of his skull. All eyes were wide with anticipation, mingled with shock. Some harbored concerns. After all equipment had been removed, leaving the elderly man without any means to sustain life. If the gene therapy were to fail, it would mean his demise. Director Yuan felt a surge of anxiety, his gaze fixed on the frail man on the bed. Would this be the end or a new beginning? A full 15 minutes passed with no sign of movement from the elderly man, leaving everyone in a state of uncertainty. Had something gone wrong with the medication? Director Yuan felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Ordinarily, the genetic serum should have taken effect by now. Previously, when he observed the 3 individuals at Gao Yang's place, they exhibited rapid responses after administering the serum. Why was there still no reaction from the teacher? Hesitating, Director Yuan turned to Woody and inquired, Woody, why is there still no sign of change? Before Woody could respond, the elderly man on the bed uttered a faint sound. Hoarse and parched, hungry, the voice was frail and weathered, yet imbued with unwavering determination. Without hesitation, Director Yuan rushed over and began to administer a specially formulated nutritional solution, thick and syrup-like in consistency. The nurses stood in astonishment. Under such circumstances, could one truly consume syrup? Chapter 226. Surely an illusion, the elderly man. Initially only able to sip the nutrient solution, gradually transitioned to actively drinking. Subsequently, he raised his hand and poured the liquid into his mouth. Those around him stood in astonishment. How could this be? The scene was undeniably surreal. At this moment, the Invincible One elucidated. The recently administered enhancement serum is reconstructing his digestive system. Due to his body's limited energy reserves, the transformation is somewhat gradual. After consuming copious amounts of nutrient liquid, the elderly man began to eat meat, gnawing on bones. His pace quickened, and the once emaciated figure commenced to grow robust. Teeth began to sprout at a visible rate in his toothless mouth. The healing effects of the enhancement serum were being manifested here. The most profound changes were occurring within his body. His muscles, bones, blood vessels, and blood were all undergoing transformation. As these changes unfolded, his external appearance altered even more drastically. The sagging wrinkles tightened as the underlying muscle tissue grew strong. In just 2 short hours, he transformed from an elderly man into a figure of prime vigor. A crowd of onlookers gaped in disbelief at this seemingly impossible metamorphosis. They could only vaguely recognize the man who had just been lying there by the remnants of his gray hair and the features of his face. After 2 hours of consuming sustenance, the elderly man gradually regained his senses. He himself was the most astonished. Having been confined for so long, he had scarcely absorbed any information from the outside world. Thus, he was oblivious to the happenings beyond his immediate surroundings. Yet, he could perceive the passage of time. What had transpired over the 2 years? How could such a cataclysmic change occur? Why had he seemingly reverted to youth? This defied the fundamental understanding that humanity had held for countless years. All things experience birth, aging, illness, and death. Yet, having approached the brink of death, he was now experiencing a technological renaissance, rejuvenating in the process. While he pondered the situation, someone rushed over, exclaiming, "Grandpa?" The elderly man, upon seeing his excited grandson, lifted his hand and slapped him. "You come once a month to take a photo, proving that I'm alive so you can collect my pension? Get lost." The slap sent the grandson, who had rushed forward to express loyalty, sprawling to the ground. The man in his 40s visibly swelled from the impact, gasping for breath on the floor. Other relatives stood frozen in place, hesitant to approach. Director Yuan felt a sense of relief. That slap had been quite satisfying, though perhaps a bit more force could have been applied. Yet, feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through his body, he realized he possessed enough power to potentially harm his grandson severely. The attending physician shared the sentiment, having cared for the elderly man. He understood how agonizing life had been for someone clinging to existence. The physical torment was inexpressible. Though conscious, he often endured solitude, a suffering more profound than imprisonment. Truly, it would have been better to forego treatment. Yet, the ungrateful offspring, driven by the lure of the pension, refused to abandon efforts for salvation, which, in effect, was detrimental to ordinary people, as the exorbitant medical expenses were ultimately derived from healthcare funds. The elderly man glanced back at his relatives and waved dismissively, commanding, "All of you leave." With that single utterance, everyone scattered like birds startled from their perch. Dean Yuan observed this scene, his heart heavy with pity for the teacher. Such sorrow, one can only fathom the profound pain it brings to those who have experienced it. The old man turned to Dean Yuan and inquired, "Who are you? Why haven't you left?" Taken aback for a moment, Dean Yuan quickly realized the teacher did not recognize him and replied, "I am Xiao Yuan. I too have consumed the gene enhancement serum, thus regaining my youth." The old man paused, then nodded slightly. "Indeed, you do resemble your younger self. Come closer and tell me what has transpired during my incapacitation. Why has such a gene enhancement serum come into existence?" At this moment, Dean Yuan relaxed, taking a seat. "Shall you take a guess?" "Guess?" The old man mused. "An alien invasion has brought forth new technology?" Dean Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Could such speculation hold merit? If an alien incursion were to occur, as long as Earth remained unscathed, humanity would undoubtedly encounter novel technologies. Moreover, upon further reflection, this explanation seemed more plausible than the notion of Gao Yang single-handedly developing so many innovations. Dean Yuan revealed the somewhat implausible truth. A prodigy has emerged from the Dragon Country, traversing numerous fields and devising countless inventions, with the gene enhancement serum being merely one of them. The old man was astonished. "How can this be? How come I have never heard of such a genius?" "He rose to prominence during your 2 years of convalescence. It is understandable you are unaware," Dean Yuan explained. "What was he doing before?" "He was in high school." The elderly man's mind momentarily faltered before he responded. "So, he is still just a university student?" Dean Yuan nodded. "Indeed, a mere youth." The old man shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible." He turned his gaze, seemingly seeking the opinions of others. However, upon turning, he was startled by the sight of a robot, his eyes widening in astonishment. What on earth is this? He recalled that prior to his stroke, robotics was in its infancy, with machines barely able to walk straight. What manner of creation was this? Dean Yuan promptly explained, "This is a robot, an autonomous machine controlled by artificial intelligence, known as Invincible, also developed by Gao Yang." A thought struck the elderly man, and a gentle smile adorned his face. Gao Yang is a fine name, akin to a sun rising high in the sky. Dean Yuan sensed a shift in the elderly man's demeanor. He appeared somewhat ethereal, as if perceiving matters from a transcendent perspective. The old man continued, "Now, tell me more about this Gao Yang and his achievements. What else has he developed?" Dean Yuan began to recount in detail, for he was among the few in the Dragon Country, aside from Gao Yang himself, who possessed extensive knowledge of his inventions. He recounted the tale of laser weaponry, gradually unfolding the narrative until he reached the topic of combat robots and mechs, including the circumstances surrounding the White Eagle. When the old man finally learned of Gao Yang's use of an electromagnetic pulse cannon against the White Eagle, he clapped his hands in approval. "In the beginning, when I sought to return to the Dragon Kingdom, I was met with resistance and various reproaches. Now, a wave of relief washes over me. However, many of our compatriots remain there, working and studying, and we must bring them back." Dean Yuan nodded with a smile, stating that there are dedicated individuals tasked with this mission, and many have already returned. As for those who have not yet come back, many have embraced their identities as eagles in the sky, Let them savor the taste of freedom. The elder chuckled joyfully, proclaiming, "At least now that I have witnessed the Dragon Kingdom rise, I can consider myself liberated. Before I depart from this world, I have been granted the chance to dream such a dream. I should count myself fortunate." Dean Yuan was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind his words. Did his mentor perceive the recent events as mere dreams? It is no wonder he sensed something amiss in his teacher's reaction, as though it were an observation rather than a reality. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed rather surreal. Dean Yuan refrained from attempting to explain, having learned from Gaoyang that explanations often prove futile. To offer someone a deeper understanding, the most effective approach is to allow them to experience it themselves. The transformations of the current world. When Dean Yuan arrived, he had brought along a box, which he opened to reveal a collection of electronic devices, such as a phone and a watch, on the top layer. Below lay clothes and shoes, all tailored to fit his mentor's physique from his youth. He handed the items to his teacher, saying, "You may go out and explore and witness the magnificent landscapes of our homeland." Chapter 227. Is this the real world? The elderly man donned his clothing and shoes, returning to the mirror to gaze at his graying hair and eyebrows. Can this be shaved off? Director Yuan entrusted these matters to the staff present. As he stepped outside, he was burdened with numerous responsibilities. Resuscitating this batch of 100 individuals was merely a fraction of the many in Long Country who required help. Furthermore, the preparation of genetic modification agents for those with health issues needed to be prioritized. Upon exiting, the elderly gentleman tended to his hair in front of the mirror, where dedicated personnel in the nursing home catered to such requests. They promptly shaved his head and even removed his eyebrows as per his wishes. Suddenly, the old man turned to look out the window, observing the flying bus fade into the distance. A smile graced his face, his eyes reflecting an infinite nostalgia. Indeed, he had a profound fondness for his student, Xiao Yuan, who appeared in his dying dreams, still youthful. How glorious it was to be young, brimming with vigor. Unlike the later years when the weight of responsibility had gradually stooped him. Academician Chun, that S.A. flying bus, crafted by the great Gao Yang, remarked a nearby nurse, marveling at the rejuvenated elderly figure. Chen chuckled, unfazed by the flying bus. It seemed utterly implausible, unworthy of scrutiny. After all, with such technology in existence, why limit aerial travel to buses? There were far more efficient aerial vehicles conceivable. Perhaps this was merely a manifestation of his dream. Gao Yang, why was he referred to as the Great One? At that moment, the old man found himself intrigued by the dream itself and felt compelled to probe deeper. He even felt a tinge of regret. If only he could document these near-death experiences, it could provide invaluable insights for researchers in related fields. Alas, it was highly unlikely he would retain any information. The nurse explained, Gao Yang is still a student and lacks the title of professor, making it inappropriate to address him with reverence. Young people online often refer to those who excel as the Great Ones, hence the title Great. Gao Yang emerged. The elderly man chuckled softly. As his hair fell away, he rose with agility, turning to exit the room. He surveyed the familiar nursing home, recognizing many old friends, though he wondered about their current circumstances. After taking a few steps, the nurse hurried over, saying, Academician Chun, you cannot wander about here. I can escort you out of the nursing home. Being recognized here could lead to complications. The genetic enhancement agents are still only used in limited circles. Academician Chen smiled, pondering whether the dream's limited processing capacity was the reason for his confinement. Then how do I escape? I'll take you out, the nurse offered, leading Chen down the stairs. Awaiting them below was a flying bus. Which city would you like to visit? Jiangcheng, he replied, wishing to see his hometown one last time. Settling into the front seat of the bus, he enjoyed a broader view, able to see farther through the glass. Most importantly, he could observe the convergence of numerous other buses around him. Academician Chen found himself in a state of bewilderment, pondering why elements unrelated to him had materialized in his dreams. What were these flying buses? Beside him sat a lifelike robot, explaining that long-distance passenger transport in the Dragon Kingdom had been supplanted by these aerial vehicles, allowing individuals to swiftly traverse between cities. As for airplanes, they had already been rendered obsolete. Chen attempted to articulate a thought, but the words faltered on his lips. The logic of this dream diverged from his expectations. The flying bus accelerated rapidly before decelerating, and as Chen lowered his gaze, he beheld Jiang City. As one of the premier cities in the Dragon Kingdom, it was vast, brimming with towering skyscrapers. A smile crept upon Chen's face as he recalled the bustling streets, where people from neighboring cities would converge. The robot elucidated. The Qian Kuan game has just been released, attracting many to experience life within it. Chen chuckled, remaining silent. How could a game render an entire city so tranquil, with so few souls present? Observing Jiang City, which bore notable differences from his memories, Chen felt increasingly content. The better this place appeared, the more joy it brought him. The robotic figure inquired, where shall I take you now? I wish to take a stroll, Chen replied. The flying bus descended, landing on a nearly deserted street. Devoid of vehicles, and Chen observed with keen interest. While the lack of bustle was palpable, this was still a locale he recognized. To return to familiar grounds, even on the brink of death, felt like a profound gift from fate. Yet, he lamented the absence of lively voices and familiar accents. Nevertheless, merely being within this dreamscape, surrounded by such architecture, showcased the remarkable capabilities of his mind. Lost in thought, Chen faintly heard cries of lament. Forced offline again. I was just about to master my 9-yang sword technique. Another voice interjected. Why are you still complaining? Use this opportunity to grab something to eat. Chen could discern the sounds surrounding him, even those from afar. At that moment, he was enveloped by a cacophony of voices, a multitude of people. Suddenly, he was taken aback as throngs began to surge outward. Hurry. The forced offline period lasts only 2 hours. Let's go eat. What are you having? How about the boiling fish? There's a newly opened robot restaurant nearby. The ambience is delightful. I'll just have some fried rice. Their seafood fried rice is excellent. The once quiet city erupted into a vibrant hubbub. Chen observed the sudden influx of people around him, clearly hearing their conversations. The entire city had come to life in an instant. But how could this be? Was his dying illusion truly capable of processing such intricate information? Under normal circumstances, it would be utterly impossible. What was happening? Chen seized a passerby, scrutinizing the individual closely, though he was certain he did not recognize them. Do you know me? He inquired. Not at all, came the reply. Academician Chen paused for a moment, pondering aloud. Is this a genuine world, or merely an illusion? The young man, caught off guard, stared at Chen's bald head, and suddenly burst into laughter. Have you been locked away for years? I thought I heard that while inside. One could still catch the evening news. Chen was momentarily bewildered by the young man's train of thought. What do you mean? The rapid pace of change in the world led him to believe that only those who had not experienced such transformations would entertain the notion that it might all be a mere mirage. The young man replied, I must go eat now. You should inquire with others. Chen stood there, rooted to the spot. This individual was undeniably real, prompting him to question whether this world could indeed be an illusion. Turning around, Chen directed his gaze towards the android, seeking to ascertain the authenticity of his surroundings. The most expedient way to achieve this was to locate Gao Yang. Take me to see Gao Yang. The android responded in a mechanical tone. There are quite a number of individuals wishing to meet the master. Among those who have utilized the serum this time, the majority wish to see him as well. Therefore, the master has scheduled a collective meeting for tomorrow evening. In the meantime, you may take the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the current world. Chapter 228. The 3D Projector. Academician Chen continued his leisurely stroll through Jiang City, observing the service robots gliding along the streets, the commercial robots bustling about in numerous shops, and the ease with which people entered establishments to indulge in meals for a mere pittance. He felt a sense of bewilderment. This world appeared increasingly authentic, yet it was permeated with absurdities. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired of the android, if robots can undertake so many tasks that were once the province of humans, what is left for humanity to do? The android chuckled and replied, the retirement age has now been set at 45. The vast majority of individuals no longer require employment. While robots can handle mundane tasks, creative endeavors still necessitate the personal touch of human ingenuity. We are currently amidst a transformative epoch, where a myriad of products are being invented. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are still acclimating, and once they adapt, a new societal framework will emerge. What that framework will entail remains uncertain, but it is assuredly destined to be an improvement over the past. Academician Chen ambled about until evening, eventually checking into a hotel. He stood at the window, gazing out at a city that had quieted once more due to the launch of a new game, its neon lights flickering and creating an ambience of prosperity. In his heart, he had come to believe in this reality to a significant extent, yet he grappled with the enigma of how one individual, Gao Yang, could have innovated so much. Under normal circumstances, such technologies would require countless teams collaborating over extended periods. The following morning, Academician Chen set out to meet with others who had also consumed the gene enhancement serum. Aside from those who were still wandering about, 36 individuals had gathered, making a total of 37, including Chen. Upon his entrance, the group turned to him. No need for introductions. Let us guess first. Recognizing several familiar middle-aged faces, Chen suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Shaoli? A young man sprang to his feet and hurriedly approached, embracing Chen. Brother Chen, my goodness. Old Chen, you're still alive? Nearly a century old, and you've stumbled into this fortune? The others recognized Chen as well. As a once prominent researcher in the Dragon Kingdom, and due to the scarcity of researchers, many of them were acquainted, with some even sharing close relationships. Chen, esteemed among them, was soon greeted by a circle of venerable figures, all of whom had miraculously returned to health. Taking his seat, Chen surveyed the group. When I first awakened, I thought this world was an illusion. Laughter erupted among them. Of course it is real. I still check the news daily and witness the gradual changes. It was merely my prior ill health that prevented me from meeting Gao Yang. Now that I have been granted a new lease on life, I must express my gratitude and broaden my horizons. I once believed myself to be a genius, perhaps even exceptional. In retrospect, I find myself unworthy of even carrying Gao Yang's shoes. I shall seek employment, hoping to assist Gao Yang in his endeavors. They do not want it. I have inquired. In Gao Yang's laboratory, apart from him, there is not a single soul. You may either return to your original laboratory or embark on a journey, treating it as if you have ceased to exist and relish the experience. To continue living and conducting research is the greatest delight. A group of individuals engaged in casual conversation, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, yet their discourse bore the weight of age. Amidst the astonishment of these elders, Gao Yang began to delve into the study of extraterrestrial artifacts within the confines of the laboratory. His initial focus was on a peculiar box. For the White Eagle, it was an enigma, but Gao Yang was determined to explore it. One side of the box was made of concave glass, while the other featured a fixed platform suitable for attachment to a spacecraft. The entirety of the spacecraft housed 3 such boxes. Gao Yang suspected they were projection devices. He retrieved one and commenced scanning it with various instruments. It soon became evident that he had underestimated the complexity of the alien technology. For this particular box was impervious to scanning. Gao Yang endeavored to power the device. The box lacked any wiring, which had previously stymied the White Eagle's research. However, after the scan, Gao Yang discovered it possessed wireless power reception technology. By interfacing it with a wireless power supply he hastily constructed, he managed to energize the box. Once powered, the side with the concave glass began to emit projections. The images cast upon the wall were a muddled array of indistinct patterns. Gao Yang was taken aback. Could it be that the aliens' perception differed from that of humans? Was it possible to extract information in such a manner? Yet, the obscurity of the images, even beyond the clarity of his enhanced vision, suggested that the aliens, too, might struggle to discern them. Nevertheless, it was not entirely fruitless. He had confirmed that this indeed functioned as a projector. Gao Yang turned his attention to the remaining 2 projectors and then entered the spacecraft to search for secure attachment points within. He quickly identified 3 damaged areas at the periphery of the craft. These 3 points formed an equilateral triangle when connected. Returning to the laboratory, he proceeded to secure the 3 projectors, arranging them into an equilateral triangle and supplying power simultaneously. In the next moment, Gao Yang was astounded. The light emitted from the 3 projectors converged in the air, intersecting at brilliantly illuminated points, which collectively manifested a design, an intricate 3-dimensional image. This was not mere 3D display. It was a genuine 3-dimensional projection, suspended in the air, exuding an extraordinary sense of substance. Gao Yang was momentarily speechless, primarily due to the immense complexity of this technology. The projection was not confined to a plane, but occurred along various light paths. This entailed extensive calculations for each display, determining the landing points of every beam and the effects of their intersection. A slight miscalculation would render the image unformable. The technical challenge was monumental. As the alien device's projections intertwined and formed a design, they eventually paused, devoid of any content to display. Gao Yang removed one of the projectors, preparing to disassemble it to investigate its internal mechanisms. With a swift motion, Gao Yang severed the connection of the projector, and in an instant he leaped back. Sensing an imminent threat, just as he dashed out of the laboratory, the small device erupted in a brilliant flash. A thunderous roar echoed through the design studio, leaving chaos in its wake as nearly all the equipment lay in ruins. The very projector that had just been tampered with had vanished entirely. It seemed that the White Eagle had either not attempted to study this technology or had discovered the presence of a leakage prevention mechanism and thus refrained from further interference, fearing the loss of the hard-won UFO. Indeed, this leakage prevention device was excessively formidable. In practical application, any damage could result in an explosion. Standing outside the laboratory, Gao Yang gazed at the remaining 2 projection devices, opting not to dismantle them further. The extraterrestrial technology, in comparison to his own, was undeniably more sophisticated. At the very least, the leakage prevention technology of his current products relied heavily on a significant technological advantage, understood by none but himself. Chapter 229. Why is there everything? Gao Yang refrained from manipulating the remaining 2 projectors. He had only 2 opportunities left, and with merely 2 trials, he could not possibly breach the anti-leakage technology. However, he did not need to surmount that challenge. Through the projections, he had grasped the underlying principles, and the remaining tasks would be considerably simpler. By creating a basic version and amplifying it, he was likely to obtain a viable product. Even if the amplification veered off course, there would be another chance next time. Based on Gao Yang's extensive experience with the system, it generally amplified in the direction he envisioned. Before embarking on his research, Gao Yang first manufactured a few ordinary projectors, attempting to operate the two projectors simultaneously. The outcome was that they operated independently, their beams crossing each other. Even if they converged in the air, it merely resulted in a brighter intersection, a mere overlap of light. This indicated that to achieve a three-dimensional projection effect, ordinary light would not suffice. He would likely need to alter the light's wavelength to create a collision effect. This significantly increased the difficulty. Fortunately, Gao Yang possessed ample technical knowledge. Otherwise, testing the collision effects of various wavelengths could have been bewildering. The testing process could be entrusted to robots, which could conduct countless tests in a short span. After dedicating 5 hours to this endeavor, Gao Yang managed to grasp a portion of the light collision phenomena that would not lead to further diffusion. This understanding would prevent the projected images from becoming blurred. At this juncture, he could commence designing patterns, attempting to converge a multitude of light beams at a single point. However, this was merely the beginning of the challenge. As the computational demands were staggering, what was required was not a single light point, but an abundance of them, each differing in color. Initially, Gao Yang intended to use black as the primary sample for the first image, but the complexity of producing the color black was formidable, necessitating the convergence of multiple colors of light. Moreover, varying shades of black required adjustments in the quantity of light. Faced with this increased difficulty, he decided to employ Gao Wukong instead. The primary computations would be delegated to Invincible. Under normal circumstances, such pursuits could stymie researchers for years at just this initial step. Given the multitude of necessary experiments, the subsequent step posed even greater challenges, as it required controlling the convergence points of the light. This difficulty nearly overwhelmed Gao Yang. How could one possibly exert perfect control over the points of intersection of light beams traveling at such incredible speeds? However, this dilemma was swiftly resolved. It was unnecessary for the beams to converge directly, merely to cross paths. The areas where the light intersected would appear brighter, which also clarified why extraterrestrial projectors employed 3 units. With only 2 directed at each other, it was challenging to achieve angled intersections. Light emitted from 3 angles, provided the angles were correct, eliminated the need to consider the convergence points. After tirelessly working until nightfall, Gao Yang's 3-dimensional projector was finally perfected. It projected a simplistic image of Gao Wukong into the air. The computational effort required for this simple drawing was sufficient to engage 100,000 individuals in playing Qiankuan for an entire day. This represented the utmost limit of Gao Yang's current capabilities. To project the entirety of the esteemed Wukong using a projector presents an exceedingly formidable challenge. At the very least, it would require the full computational capabilities of the Invincible system in a minimum of 1 day's time. However, with the simplified sketch projected, the system has acknowledged it as a 3D projector capable of amplification. Without further contemplation, Gao Yang proceeded with the amplification. This 3D projector holds immense significance for him. During the design phase, it proves to be remarkably convenient. Many design schematics become vividly intuitive when showcased in 3D, rendering them almost immediately comprehensible. Beyond that, it also enhances daily life. The presence of a 3D projector would enrich the entertainment experiences of future individuals. At the very least, it would enable upgrades for smartphones, computers, televisions, and all manner of devices. In a high-tech future, life cannot be confined to merely a robot and a gaming headset. A compass materialized before Gao Yang. Previously, he had opted for a 100-fold amplification. This time, he continued with the same, and with 2 additional 100-fold amplifications, he could achieve a 10,000-fold enhancement. However, after some deliberation, Gao Yang ultimately chose the 1,000-fold amplification. After all, the device was rather rudimentary, and a 100-fold enhancement might still render it unusable. Ding! Congratulations, host. The 3D projector has achieved a 1,000-fold amplification of its projection effect. The projector recently created by Gao Yang disassembled, followed by the operation of laboratory equipment that began producing a multitude of high-precision components. These components coalesced in midair to form the projector. Once again, 3 projectors were activated, and at their center, a pattern emerged, a projection of the simplified sketch of Wukong. Yet, this sketch projection was extraordinarily clear, akin to painting in midair. In comparison to the previous version, it was like contrasting a pixelated image with the original artwork, an incomprehensible difference. Ding! Given the current production equipment's limitations, the actual amplification this time is 2,620 times. Subsequently, a surge of memories flooded Gao Yang's mind. These memories were vast and varied in number. The primary content revolved around the intricate interplay of light and the effects it could produce. With this immense repository of foundational light point composition formulas, the projector could render any image merely by adhering to the formulas. This not only significantly reduced the computational load, but also enhanced imaging quality. Gao Yang attempted to input a new pattern. This time, it was a black horse, which he perceived as somewhat challenging. To project it, he required photographs of the black horse from multiple angles to facilitate modeling. He instructed the robot to capture and transmit the images. In mere moments, the 3D projection of the black horse appeared before him. The black horse could even trot in midair, flap its wings, and soar through the skies. Gao Yang gazed in astonishment, scarcely perceiving any flaws. It was as if the black horse had truly materialized, save for the absence of the wind generated by its wings. It was nearly indistinguishable. He attempted to input blueprints, and viewing the schematics in three-dimensional form indeed proved to be remarkably more intuitive, immediately clear and comprehensible. From one perspective, clarity eludes him. Yet, with a mere motion of his hand through the air, he can alter the angle, gaining a clearer view and glimpsing that which he yearns to see. This effect brings great satisfaction to Gao Yang. As he observes, an invincible voice resonates. Master, the individuals wishing to meet you, including Academician Shun, have arrived outside the laboratory. Gao Yang recalls the meeting he had scheduled for this evening. This group comprises some of the most distinguished researchers from Long Country, individuals he has always held in high regard. Upon learning of their desire to see him, Gao Yang does not hesitate. Allow them entry and escort them to the reception room. I shall be out shortly. Understood. By the way, how many have arrived? 63. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang instructs, have the kitchen prepare some food. With that, he strides towards the exit. Outside, dozens of researchers are making their way into the laboratory, yet after just a few steps, confusion envelopes their faces, followed by astonishment and bewilderment. How is it that the courtyard of this laboratory is filled with such a plethora of things? Chapter 230, Unable to Assist. First and foremost, the most striking element was the colossal mecha, which evoked memories of the tales they had heard. This formidable machine, wreaking havoc on the overseas battlegrounds, had compelled one side to proactively seek negotiations. Additionally, there were spaceships and other awe-inspiring contraptions that left an indelible impression. Upon entering the laboratory, which, though modest in size compared to larger facilities, was quite impressive for an individual's workspace, a group of people settled into the reception area, awaiting the arrival of Gao Yang. To their astonishment, Gao Yang appeared far younger than they had anticipated, so youthful that, in their eyes, he resembled merely a child. Could it truly be such a young individual who had transformed the entire Dragon Nation and reshaped the world? Gao Yang noticed their unwavering gaze and smiled apologetically. I apologize for my earlier distraction. I was engrossed in my research. No need for apologies. Your work is of the utmost importance. We merely wish to express our gratitude and to witness the one responsible for revitalizing the Dragon Nation. What new innovations are you working on? As this question lingered in the air, all eyes turned toward Gao Yang, filled with anticipation for what revolutionary discovery he might unveil. Gao Yang, observing their eager expressions, chuckled softly. I am currently developing a projector. A projector? Some inquired, puzzled and perhaps somewhat out of touch due to prolonged disconnection from the outside world. One individual clarified, it's akin to a substitute for a display screen. It utilizes light to project images onto a surface without the need for a traditional screen. Is it similar to a film projector? Someone ventured. Indeed. Although from a technical standpoint, it surpasses conventional models in clarity, illumination, and numerous other aspects, Gao Yang replied. Listening to their discourse, Gao Yang sensed that many of these individuals had been out of sync with societal advancements for quite some time. An elderly researcher nodded with a smile. That sounds splendid. With this, we can rejuvenate our research efforts and enhance our productivity. To what stage has the research progressed? Is there any assistance we can provide? Gao Yang shook his head. Assistance is unnecessary. The development is complete. Completed? Might we see it? The anticipation was palpable among the group. Gao Yang, observing their eager faces, turned to Woody. Please fetch the projector. Woody promptly departed and returned with 3 fist-sized projectors, swiftly mounting them at the front of the conference room, 2 on the floor and 1 affixed to the ceiling. Some, already familiar with projectors, furrowed their brows, sensing an incongruity. Is this truly a projector? Shouldn't it be suspended from the ceiling, projecting onto a screen? As their confusion lingered, Gao Yang introduced, this is a 3-dimensional projector capable of projecting volumetric images into the air. In the next instant, a figure resembling Gao Wukong materialized mid-air, suspended in a dance of light, indistinguishable from a real monkey. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Those familiar with projectors were dumbfounded. This was entirely unlike any conventional projector they had envisioned. Could this contraption truly be classified as a projector? Even those unfamiliar with projection technology were bewildered. How was this achieved? Was this monkey truly an illusion? Soon, a ripple of excitement surged through the crowd, as they shifted positions, eager to see if the monkey would move from a different angle. However, despite the change in perspective, the monkeys remained seated, allowing for a comprehensive 360-degree view of the image. Was this not excessively absurd? How was this possible? Someone inquired. Gao Yang began to elucidate the principle behind it, which was, in essence, quite simple. Through the interplay of light beams, patterns, and three-dimensional objects were formed. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, while they grasped the explanation. Could such principles truly yield a three-dimensional projector? It was akin to explaining to someone grappling with advanced mathematics that 1 + 1 = 2. Would that clarify the problem for them? Individuals pressed closer, straining to observe the dispersion of light. An immense array of light converged to form the image of a monkey. Unfathomable. This technology had, astonishingly, been mastered by humanity? As they regarded Gao Yang, many gazes reflected admiration, even reverence. Numerous individuals approached him, not only to witness a leading researcher of the next generation, but also to entertain the notion of competition. Yet now, they were left with a sense of solace. The younger generation had indeed surpassed the older. Will this technology be widely adopted? Someone asked. Gao Yang nodded affirmatively. The technology will be disseminated for universal application. He then shook his head, adding, however, it will require time, as specific applications necessitate design tailored to demand. In an instant, a prominent figure rose, declaring, I can assist you with the design. Following suit, a multitude of individuals stood, all astute minds aware that aligning themselves with Gao Yang would grant them access to more advanced technology. Alas, Gao Yang shook his head, I do not require assistance, nor do I need anyone to conceptualize the demands. Disappointment flickered among the crowd, accompanied by curiosity. No need for conceptualization? It was not that human input was unnecessary. Rather, the product was meant for collective use, and thus, collective brainstorming was encouraged. The crowd soon realized collaborative ideation would yield the most favored designs. While it may be a simplistic approach, it was indeed an effective one. Within a few brief exchanges, it became evident that Gao Yang had already established a systematic design and manufacturing model, unique to his research and development formula. Amidst such rapid advancement, their contributions would merely hinder progress. One person stood and remarked, if I cannot assist, I shall take my leave. I plan to return home for a few days. In my youth, I had envisioned tending to the land and enjoying a pastoral life. Instead, I found myself engulfed in a nursing home, teetering on the brink of mortality. Now, I have the opportunity to relish a few days at home. Another individual rose, stating, I must return to the laboratory to check on the progress of last year's project. A group of individuals rose in unison, preparing to depart. Having witnessed the remarkable display of Gao Yang, they felt a sense of awe. Since they could offer no assistance, they deemed it best not to linger. Gao Yang smiled and suggested, it is already mealtime. The cafeteria has prepared food for us. Let us dine before we leave. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, making their way to the dining hall. Outside the cafeteria, several roasting ovens were in operation, each filled with whole roasted cattle and sheep, an impressive sight indeed. Meanwhile, the robotic chefs in the kitchen busily stirred large pots of meat. Observing the array of roasting ovens, one of the group turned to Lao Li and inquired, you mentioned returning home to farm. How vast a piece of land would you need to sustain yourself alone? Lao Li chuckled, reminiscing about a time when a mere 1/3 of an acre sufficed. Yet now, that same amount was woefully inadequate for his sustenance. Listening intently, Gao Yang furrowed his brow. The formidable enhancement brought by genetic augmentation necessitated substantial energy. Ordinary food was proving insufficient. Chapter 231. Is it really like this? It is not merely a matter of insufficient food. How many individuals can consume half a cow in one sitting? How abundant must resources be to sustain such appetites? Even if resources are plentiful enough to accommodate, a meal lasting an hour or two would surely waste precious time. An idea flickered through Gao Yang's mind. He should procure food imbued with a significant amount of energy. The greater the energy contained within the same volume, the more time could be saved from the act of eating. Suppressing this notion, he decided to eat first. A group of individuals entered the cafeteria, and after a brief wait, robots outside delivered whole cows and various other dishes to the table. Everyone began to feast heartily, tearing off the leg bones of the cow and crunching down bite after bite. Each morsel, whether flesh, skin, tendon, or bone, was devoured in one go. If one were to close their eyes and only listen, it resembled the sound of over 60 colossal beasts feasting. The crunching of bones, coupled with the sounds of vigorous chewing, was somewhat terrifying. Once the group finished their meal, they returned to the flying bus, departing the laboratory. The bus hovered silently in the sky for a considerable length of time before someone finally spoke. What are your thoughts on living this second life? How shall we live? I wish to return to the laboratory. The development of Long Country cannot rest solely on the shoulders of the young. Perhaps my research is minuscule, yet it contributes to progress. I shall also return to the laboratory. I had already agreed, but since I have been out of touch for a while, I will first reacquaint myself and focus on learning rather than participating in projects. I do not plan to return to the laboratory just yet. I intend to indulge for a while, exploring Long Country. The urgency is not as pressing as it once was. I wish to spend time with my family. None in the group dared to challenge Gao Yang, yet all their choices were influenced by him. Presently, Gao Yang was not just affecting them. He was influencing the entire world. In the game of Qiankuan, within a dungeon dedicated to leveling up and battling monsters, a player wielding a broadsword was engaged in combat. His movements were agile and graceful, each dodge executed with precision. Just as he was about to slay the monster, a notification appeared on the screen. Ding! You have a live stream notification. Caught off guard, the player was struck by the monster, sent flying, and was promptly logged out. Stunned, he reflected on how he had been battling for hours, so close to victory, only to be interrupted by a live stream message, and, no less, a pop-up reminder. How absurd. Has Qiankuan resorted to ads for in-game purchases? Is it aligning itself with the likes of Penguin? Fuming, he resolved to click on the live stream, but vowed never to watch anyone stream in his lifetime. However, upon seeing the specifics of the notification, Gao Yang's live stream, his irritation dissipated. Gao Yang is streaming? Well, that changes everything. With an hour until the broadcast begins, there's no need to continue battling. I'll log off, settle on the couch, and prepare my devices, computer, television, and smartphone. Each one must stream to ensure that I don't miss the broadcast due to a technical glitch. As he gazed at the screen of his phone, reminiscing about the experiences from his gaming helmet, he couldn't help but be reminded of a science fiction film he had once watched. In the realm of science fiction cinema, certain aspects are imbued with advanced technology, while many others seem to lag behind contemporary reality. Upon reflection, a striking sense of authenticity emerges. They possess gaming headsets that verge on futuristic innovation, yet still rely on conventional mobile phones and traditional televisions. Indeed, it is far from fantastical. While he awaited the game's commencement, a multitude of individuals simultaneously exited their waiting state upon receiving notifications of a live broadcast. Gao Yang's live stream is a significant event. After all, each of his broadcasts has fundamentally altered their world. Consequently, each stream garners immense attention. Beyond the citizens of Longhua, international users are also tuned in to this live event. Following the complete withdrawal of the White Eagle from the internet, Longhua opened its local area network, effectively transforming it into a global network. All overseas users, akin to those in Longhua, accessed the internet and received information, promptly entering the live stream to await its commencement. As time ticked away, Gao Yang busied himself enhancing the autonomous functionality of 3 projectors. A projector that cannot self-arrange is hardly considered efficient. Once powered, the projector can soar into the air, significantly reducing the time required for setup. Moreover, human arrangement often struggles to meet precise requirements, given the critical nature of projection angles. However, with autonomy, the projector can self-position according to established standards, thereby simplifying usage. Most importantly, the effect is visually striking, creating a more impactful experience during the live broadcast. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Gao Yang appeared in front of the camera, greeting the audience. Hello, everyone. The number of viewers in the live stream surpassed 200 million, each person eagerly exchanging greetings. Consequently, the entire screen was inundated with a flurry of comments, densely packed. If viewed vertically, the rapid refresh of comments could even cause the phone to lag. Gao Yang chuckled, saying, with over 200 million watching, it seems everyone is quite free today. The focus of today's stream is to present a new development, and I seek your suggestions for its widespread implementation. The barrage of comments erupted once more. Those chosen to provide suggestions will surely receive gifts. I could offer 100 ideas myself. Impressive, but I believe the essence of creativity lies in its quality rather than quantity. I shall distill my lifelong learning into a single suggestion to claim the top prize. Stop boasting and await what the great Gao Yang has to reveal regarding his technological breakthroughs. Indeed, the great Gao Yang has yet to disclose what advancements have been made. What could it be? Typically, one might speculate on the areas of technological advancement pursued by researchers, as they tend to focus on a limited range. However, with Gao Yang, such predictions are impossible. He seems to traverse every domain imaginable. Were he to delve into the culinary arts, researching delectable dishes, I would readily believe it. Gao Yang, observing the comments, caught sight of one in particular that elicited laughter at first glance, followed by a realization. There is truth in that. He intends to cultivate something that amplifies flavor 100-fold, transforming it into an exquisite enjoyment beyond earthly pleasures. It seems that more live broadcasts are necessary. Such suggestions should be welcomed in abundance. However, it is time to address the matter at hand. Gao Yang turned to the audience in the live stream and calmly stated, 3-dimensional holographic projection. The viewers were momentarily stunned. What is three-dimensional holographic projection? As they pondered this, a hand suddenly emerged from the back of Gao Yang's head. A wave of shock washed over everyone in the live stream. What on earth is happening to the great Gao Yang? Has his head been penetrated? But soon they realized there was no blood. Just as they were thinking, the owner of the hand took a step forward. It was a second Gao Yang. The audience in the live stream was left utterly astounded. Gao Yang smiled at the camera and explained, "What I just shared with everyone were pre-recorded images from the three-dimensional holographic projector." As he spoke, he turned around and waved at the projection, revealing his hand passing through the remarkably lifelike figure. The audience in the live stream was left in awe. Is this truly possible? Chapter 232, Designing for All. Amidst the astonishment, skepticism still lingered. This doubt did not stem from disbelief in Gao Yang, but rather from sheer disbelief in such technology. Some, lacking comprehension of the relevant concepts, could not help but inquire, "Isn't this just holographic projection? I have seen it during the Spring Festival Gala and at that finals event. Is there truly a need for such astonishment?" To those above, refrain from misinforming. What you refer to is not true holographic projection. It merely bears the name holographic and can, at best, be classified as 3D technology. The principle involves projecting images onto a holographic film, utilizing the dim surrounding environment to obscure the film, thus achieving a floating effect. However, if the image is even slightly brighter, the visual effect deteriorates significantly. Furthermore, the holographic images witnessed during the finals were fundamentally based on XR technology, invisible to the audience in person, only viewable through screens. Allow me to enlighten you. Since the inception of holographic imaging technology 60 years ago, all claims of holographic projection are merely riding the coattails of its hype. Even the stereoscopic cards we played with in our youth, which created a three-dimensional effect through their relief and reflection, dare to be labeled as holographic. Gao Yang observed the barrage of astonished comments and continued, "Currently, 3D projection technology has been refined, yet no commercially viable product exists for widespread application. The present three-dimensional projection relies primarily on light interweaving in midair, necessitating light emission from three distinct directions. You may share your ideas in the comments section, which will be automatically compiled into design proposals. For those without an idea, you may vote on the designs you find appealing. The 6 designs with the highest votes will be manufactured by me, and then I will select 2 for mass production. Each individual has 6 voting opportunities, and if the design you voted for ranks the highest, you will receive a 20% discount on the projector. Moreover, in 2 minutes, 20 of the most popular design proposals will be displayed on the screen, with no regard for ranking. And the official rankings will only emerge after the voting results are revealed." Upon concluding his statement, the live stream room erupted into excitement. Many began to ponder what they would design if such technology were available, and how it could be utilized. It was truly a collective design effort. In the entire world, only Gao Yang could inspire everyone to contribute to the design process. After all, such proposals could not be pilfered by others, and even if they were, they would remain unusable, as only Gao Yang possessed this technology. Additionally, few companies could boast such a vast fan base willing to partake in the design process. The audience was genuinely enthusiastic, feeling a sense of involvement. Should their design be selected, countless individuals would ultimately utilize a product derived from their creativity. Many began conceiving design proposals, some suggesting in the comments that the projector be fashioned into 3 spherical orbs, which could be casually manipulated in hand, and when needed, the spheres could be separated to form a projection device that also served as a fitness tool. As soon as the comment was submitted, a notification appeared, indicating that the idea had been recorded. The commenter was taken aback. They had merely intended to jest. However, with such a low threshold, he suddenly found himself intrigued and felt compelled to ponder the possibilities. What if he were to win the bid? Countless individuals were expressing their opinions freely, and some began to applaud the designs that had already been conceived, thereby enhancing their popularity. In a span of 2 minutes, Gao Yang glanced over the myriad design concepts submitted, which totaled an astonishing 9,300,000 entries. The number of participants was exceedingly vast. However, among these submissions, there were some that were frivolous, as well as numerous duplicates. After eliminating the nonsensical entries and consolidating the repetitions, 360 unique designs remained. Further refining this selection by excluding those that were impractical, 282 viable designs emerged. Were these 282 designs presented to other companies and their designers, they would undoubtedly be ecstatic, for each one represented a desire shared by many and conformed to technological feasibility. While selecting these 282 designs, the results of the popularity contest had already begun to surface. Popularity was primarily gauged by audience votes cast through the comments section, with designs suggested by multiple individuals also contributing to their standing. The top 20 design proposals appeared before Gao Yang. Simultaneously, a table showcasing these 20 designs was displayed on every participant's screen. Each individual was afforded 6 voting opportunities to endorse the designs they favored. Each design could only receive a single vote. Initially, the number of voters was scant, as participants needed to scrutinize each design carefully. After all, each vote could potentially influence the nature of the services they would enjoy in the future. After reviewing the 20 proposals, they had made their decisions and cast their votes. Following the voting, a palpable tension hung in the air. Their selections could lead to discounts on future purchases, and their agreement was paramount. Gao Yang was able to observe the voting data, and as everyone finished reviewing the information and began to cast their votes, the leading entry was the projection watch. This timepiece boasted 3 projection devices capable of rendering 3-dimensional images above the watch face, as well as flat projections, effectively substituting for a mobile phone. The second most popular design featured 3 small pets that flitted around the wearer, resembling spherical companions akin to the mythical Dong, Huang Tai. When needed, these pets could project various items. For instance, when wishing to converse with someone, they could project a life-sized image of that person, facilitating gatherings without leaving home. Outdoors, they could project images in any setting. It can be said that these 2 designs nearly fulfilled every conceivable human desire. The number of votes for the third-place design began to decline sharply. However, in Gao Yang's eyes, the third design was indeed commendable. It involved fixing projection devices within the home, utilizing multiple 3-dimensional projectors to completely transform the domestic environment. With just a thought, the living room could be transformed into a beach, a lakeside camping site, or any other locale, even conjuring up a forest nearby, coupled with other simple devices. This could render the entire home fully intelligent. This vision encapsulated the future that many had long fantasized about. From the comfort of one's abode, one can traverse the world's magnificent vistas, simultaneously ascending a stair machine or jogging upon a treadmill, all while gazing at the surrounding forests and lakes. With a mere touch, one can alter the environment, adjusting wind speed, humidity, temperature, and nearly every conceivable aspect. This aligns with Gao Yang's certain fantasies of a futuristic world. In his view, the designs ranked from 4th to 20th are quite satisfactory. However, the majority of individuals gravitate towards the top 2 selections, the first watch for its convenience, and the second for its minimalist elegance. The virtue of simplicity lies in the potential for DIY customization. With the introduction of the second flying projection pet, the majority of subsequent designs can be easily arranged by purchasing a simple projector. As the 5-minute countdown approaches its end, the top 6 selections are revealed, mirroring the initial rankings. Gao Yang need not deliberate extensively, promptly stating, the first and second designs can proceed to order. The official launch is set for 3 days hence. Chapter 233, Endless for Millennia. Countless viewers were ecstatic. The prospect of placing orders now, with official sales commencing in just 3 days, seemed almost too swift to fathom. As they thought of the urgency, their reactions quickened, and they surged into the official website to secure their pre-orders. The price for the projection watch was remarkably affordable at $3,000. Additionally, discounts were available for most, rendering it akin to a gift purchase. Furthermore, those 3 projectors could be combined into a flying companion, each priced at merely $3,000. A variety of appearances could be chosen. The basic version featuring the 12 zodiac signs, alongside numerous charming cartoon representations of various animals. Delightfully adorable, yet practical. There was also the fundamental spherical variant, noted for the option to adorn it with a shell later on. The number of orders began to skyrocket, with countless individuals placing their requests. This pricing had been determined during a recent live broadcast between Gao Yang and Woody. After the discounts, it barely yielded any profit. This was largely due to the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom, where many had begun to face financial constraints. The circumstances were somewhat intricate, caught in a state of flux, not yet settled. Although the welfare was high and early retirement allowed those without jobs to lead comfortable lives, a sense of direction for ambition had diminished. Most critically, the changes were too abrupt, necessitating a transitional period for people to acclimate to their current lifestyles and subsequently choose their preferred ways of living. Moreover, it was vital to note that Gao Yang possessed an abundance of wealth, enough to last for millennia under normal circumstances. In fact, he had little need for monetary expenditure. Whenever sustenance was required, the Dragon Kingdom would directly facilitate it. Anything he desired could not be surpassed by any other nation's offerings. Whatever was lacking, his factories could produce directly. After all, no other factories worldwide could rival his in quality. Moreover, he had the capacity to process anything, with profits lacking avenues for expenditure. Gao Yang observed the dwindling barrage of comments in the live chat, realizing the audience had flocked to make purchases, which brought a smile to his face. The benefits of technology for the average person were indeed substantial, yet here, they still felt insufficient. Thus, the advent of projectors ignited tremendous excitement. The advantages derived from extensive weaponry research had previously been subtle. the capital repatriated from overseas would gradually enhance everyone's quality of life. However, nothing could directly elevate living standards quite like technological products. The current sensation stemmed from an immediate, transformative change. After exchanging brief greetings, Gaoyang ended the broadcast. With the absence of imminent threats in the Dragon Kingdom, he contemplated a shift in his subsequent research direction. Ideally, he would first develop 4 enhancements of 100 times before pursuing one of 100,000 times. The 400-fold enhancements would cater to civilian technology, enhancing the living experiences of all, while the 100,000-fold enhancement would be applied in space or the ocean depths. In truth, Gaoyang leaned more towards the latter. As a terrestrial being, how could he discuss the cosmos when he had yet to thoroughly understand the very ocean he inhabited? The extent of 100-fold enhancements was relatively modest, making it more suitable for the development of civilian technology. Upon returning to the laboratory, Gaoyang began to contemplate the focus of his research. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the walls of the lab. The new types of houses, constructed using 3D printing technology, exhibited commendable structural strength. However, their fire resistance was notably inadequate. At temperatures exceeding 400 degrees Celsius, these materials would succumb to melting. It is essential to note that the flame temperature of an alcohol lamp can reach 600 to 700 degrees, while a lighter can achieve 500 degrees. Given the increasing prevalence of such houses, educating the public on fire safety has become imperative. The act of cooking within these homes, coupled with the presence of electrical appliances, heightens the risk of fire incidents. Realizing this, Gaoyang resolved to investigate fire-resistant materials and firefighting equipment. In contrast to the resilient steel-reinforced concrete structures of the past, which could withstand high temperatures, fires in these new printed homes pose a far greater risk. Should a fire ignite on one floor, the entire building could potentially collapse, necessitating more stringent fire prevention and suppression measures. After a moment of contemplation, Gaoyang dialed the number of Dean Yuan. I require data on firefighting equipment, as well as much information as possible on recent fire incidents. Dean Yuan, though somewhat surprised, did not hesitate. He promptly provided whatever Gaoyang requested. His efficiency was commendable, swiftly reaching out to various sources, resulting in a deluge of data flooding into Gaoyang's possession, truly a vast quantity. The sheer volume was so immense that several USB drives were filled to capacity. Last year alone, there were over 800,000 reported fires, resulting in more than 2,000 fatalities and an additional 2,000 injuries. This statistic left Gaoyang astounded. Fires are infrequent occurrences in smaller cities, where residents often gather merely to witness the spectacle. Thus, Gaoyang had initially perceived his endeavor to develop firefighting equipment as a precautionary measure. However, it now appeared more akin to remedying a situation after the fact. With a focused mindset, Gaoyang began to rapidly sift through the data. Among the extensive records of fires, the majority were merely statistical entries. Numerous incidents of electric bicycles spontaneously igniting produced thick clouds of black smoke, appearing quite severe. Yet, if there were no combustible materials in the vicinity and others were present, the flames could often be extinguished swiftly. The remaining fire incidents predominantly involved individuals cooking at home, inadvertently igniting materials, only to extinguish the flames immediately after calling for help. Eliminating these records, the remaining cases primarily involved electrical fires, often arising from aging wiring in older neighborhoods, where the insulation had deteriorated, leading to short circuits that ignited various materials. Such fires frequently resulted in dire consequences, particularly when residents were away from home. By the time they returned, or neighbors noticed an anomaly, the situation had escalated significantly. Additionally, densely populated apartment complexes often experienced catastrophic fires, engulfing entire buildings and resulting in substantial casualties and property damage. While reviewing this data, Gaoyang occasionally checked the system, which recognized these records and would subsequently enhance its capabilities. With this assurance, he accelerated his examination of the materials. In addition to analyzing fire incidents, he also scrutinized the rescue processes and the current state of firefighting equipment. The equipment for combating fires is, in fact, continually evolving each year, featuring an array of extinguishing projectiles and firefighting robots. In the past, individuals trapped in infernos were rescued through the valiant efforts of firefighters, who often risked their lives to bring them to safety. However, the present landscape is dominated by robots. The utilization of domestic robots in firefighting brings Gaoyang a sense of satisfaction. Additionally, there are track-equipped robots that, under the control of firefighters, can approach the source of the flames to dispense water, thereby supplanting the roles once held by human rescuers. Yet, after contemplating these advancements, Gaoyang feels that they still fall short. The current methods of extinguishing fires seem somewhat reactive. After a moment of deep reflection, an innovative design concept sparked in Gaoyang's mind. Chapter 234, The Fire Extinguishing Missile. Extinguishing fires is, in essence, a straightforward task. However, amidst a conflagration, the paramount concern is safeguarding lives, followed closely by the protection of property. To extinguish a fire at the expense of surrounding individuals is undoubtedly inappropriate. Thus, Gao Yang's primary focus is on precise fire suppression, targeting only the source of the flames to swiftly resolve the dilemma. Before long, a design blueprint resembling a missile materializes before Gao Yang. Upon initial inspection, the internal schematic appears akin to a syringe. Indeed, this contraption functions as a syringe, filled with a specially formulated liquid. The diminutive missile is designed to reach the fire's origin and then expel the liquid, affecting immediate extinguishment. In just half an hour, the fire-extinguishing missile is produced. It appears deceptively simple, with an uncomplicated structure, a high-temperature detector at the front, an engine at the rear, and a fire suppressant filling the core. For Gao Yang, such an invention is child's play. The next step is to test its efficacy. He casually retrieves a wooden box, ignites it on the grassy expanse outside, and hurls the fire-extinguishing missile towards it. Upon contact with the flames, the missile activates instantaneously, identifying the source as the box, and the liquid is discharged directly. The liquid swiftly descends upon the wooden box, extinguishing the flames on its surface, while the inner layer continues to smolder. However, upon contacting the liquid, the fire begins to recede. Although it cannot achieve absolute extinguishment, the results are undeniably impressive. Most importantly, this method does not require personnel to approach closely, rendering it a remarkably safe fire suppression technique. Upon completing the test, Gao Yang's mind is greeted by a notification. Ding. Host has developed a fire-extinguishing missile. Augmentation is possible. Would you like to augment? Augment. Right there on the grass, Gao Yang opts for enhancement. Although surrounded by guards and robots, they remain oblivious to his actions. He observes the compass before him, which accurately rotates to a 100-fold increase. For civilian use, this magnitude suffices. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a 100-fold augmentation of fire-extinguishing efficacy. In the laboratory, yet another small missile materializes before Gao Yang. Ding. 100-fold augmentation complete. The missile bears no visible difference from its predecessor. Gao Yang inspects the rear fan and the front high-temperature detector, both unchanged. The alterations lie solely in the liquid. In the next moment, knowledge floods Gao Yang's mind. The primary modification pertains to the fire-extinguishing liquid, now composed of materials capable of rapidly absorbing heat. As it absorbs thermal energy, it simultaneously becomes more rigid. To simplify, upon encountering a burning object, this substance absorbs heat and solidifies upon dispersal. The higher the temperature, the more solid it becomes. Remarkable. While Gao Yang had limited prior exposure to such liquid materials, their utility is undoubtedly vast. They can be applied not only in fire suppression but also within industrial domains. However, the immediate task is to conduct further testing. Gao Yang instructs Woody to retrieve a second box, using boxes for comparison in the burning experiment. The wooden box possesses seams between each slat, albeit minor, under standard conditions. Such a box is notoriously difficult to extinguish, with a high propensity for rekindling. The box that had just been partially extinguished is now experiencing a resurgence of flames. The flames of the second wooden crate gradually intensified, attracting the attention of a curious guard who approached to observe Gao Yang's actions. Gao Yang did not deter him, for there was nothing to conceal. As the flames leapt higher, Gao Yang commenced his experiment. He grasped a missile and hurled it forward. In midair, the missile locked onto the source of the high temperature, adjusted its trajectory slightly, and then plunged directly into the crate. Instantly, a torrent of blue liquid erupted forth. Upon contact with the crate, the flames began to diminish, and the liquid spread in all directions. While the impact against the wooden surface was expected, it spelled disaster for the fire. A significant portion of the wood became enveloped in the blue liquid, which coated both the interior and exterior. Within 2 seconds, the once blazing crate was entirely extinguished, now encased in a layer of blue film. Gao Yang stepped forward and gently tapped the surface, feeling its crispness and rigidity. The guards stood in astonishment, bewildered by the extraordinary efficacy of this substance in extinguishing the flames. As they approached and touched the still warm wooden slats, they marveled at the hardness of the outer layer, their admiration for Gao Yang deepening. Truly impressive. Not only did he extinguish the fire, but he also managed to repair it. This was utterly remarkable. In the context of buildings constructed using 3D printing, it was simply unparalleled. Unaware of the guard's thoughts, Gao Yang was satisfied with the results and nodded, instructing the Invincible to produce a batch for Director Yuan to distribute to fire departments nationwide. To minimize size, each missile was compact. Thus, Gao Yang initially designed them to be large missiles containing hundreds of smaller ones. Thanks to the production capabilities of the Langtao Machinery Factory, a substantial quantity of fire-extinguishing missiles was dispatched to various locations across Longhua that very evening. Firefighters, accustomed to seeing missiles, were not surprised, as they already possessed many fire-extinguishing missiles. With the increasing prevalence of high-rise buildings, traditional firefighting equipment had become insufficient. Neither water sprays nor lifts could effectively combat fires at great heights. However, missiles carrying extinguishing agents could easily accomplish this task. Moreover, Longwa had even prepared missiles with varying payloads to address different situations. Thus, this batch of missiles initially went unremarked. Yet, by that afternoon, they garnered global attention. In the suburbs of the capital, a newly constructed 3D printed building was fully occupied. Compared to earlier structures, this new edifice was remarkably affordable, only $200 a month, with no eviction as long as residents remained. It was virtually indistinguishable from owning a home. Additionally, with a significant number of retirees and the absence of job pressures for the youth, many found it convenient to reside there temporarily instead of returning to their hometowns, making such accommodations exceedingly popular. However, a sudden fire erupted within this building. The flames initially spread on the first floor, visibly melting the walls from the outside in. Within the building, the fire alarm blared unexpectedly, forcing countless individuals to be abruptly ejected from their games, only to feel the structure sway ominously. A palpable sense of panic enveloped the crowd, with those on the lower floors hastily making their escape. However, for those on the upper levels, the elevators were rendered inoperable, and descending the stairs proved a futile endeavor amidst the chaos. Amid the turmoil, a fleet of crimson aerial buses approached in the distance. These modified flying vehicles, part of the firefighting arsenal, responded with remarkable swiftness. The moment the alarm sounded, they were already en route, yet the building's collapse transpired at an alarming rate, leaving no time to combat the flames. Nevertheless, the two aerial buses reacted with astonishing speed, positioning themselves against the impending fall of the structure. Inside the building, a cacophony of screams erupted, as the terrified occupants felt their lives hanging by a thread. In that instant, the building seemed destined to collapse, leaving them to face either death or severe injury. Meanwhile, a contingent of firefighters had commenced extinguishing the flames below, albeit at a painstaking pace. For the high-pressure water hoses risked breaching the walls, which had already softened under intense heat. During their efforts, a voice cried out, "The trash bin is ablaze." Almost instantaneously, the firefighters battling the flames comprehended the situation. It was the refuse within the bin that had ignited. They promptly relayed a request for assistance, indicating that there might be additional sources of fire within the building. Chapter 235. How great is this power? Within the command vehicle, the individual responsible for orchestrating the rescue operation suddenly paled upon hearing the ominous sound. Under normal circumstances, the building stood resolute. However, when confronted with extreme heat, it transformed into a mere facade of its former strength. While the exterior might withstand collapse for a brief period, the interior, subjected to high temperatures, faced a far more catastrophic fate. The potential for casualties would escalate dramatically, with the walls becoming molten and searing, akin to a hellish inferno upon contact with human skin. Furthermore, both the interior and exterior had been prepared with flammable materials, indicating a premeditated act of arson. The firefighters, their expressions grim, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of the rapidly spreading flames. Despite their extensive experience, the prospect of battling a blaze that could consume the building in mere minutes left them at a loss. They possessed an array of advanced technological equipment, yet it proved futile. The firefighting robots were rendered unusable, threatening to create further chaos with every misstep. Their fire suppression missiles could not be deployed either, as the explosive force of the extinguishing agents would obliterate the already weakened structure. The difficulty of the rescue had escalated to a perilous level. In the command vehicle, the information was promptly relayed, a calculated act of arson, with flames engulfing both the interior and exterior, projected to collapse the building within 3 minutes. The imperative was clear: hold on, for we would soon deploy the fire suppression missiles dispatched by Gao Yang. Gao Yang. The command personnel paused in astonishment. Had Gao Yang indeed sent fire suppression missiles? How was this unknown to him? When had this transpired? Yet, in that moment, a wave of calm washed over him. Despite the dire circumstances, the mere mention of Gao Yang's name alleviated some of his tension. Opening the communication channel, he reassured, "Do not panic. The fire suppression missiles developed by Gao Yang are en route." The firefighters, initially fraught with anxiety, found solace in the news. With Gao Yang's intervention, hope flickered anew. Among the firefighters, some used loudspeakers to calm the occupants trapped within the building. With the first floor ablaze, escape was impossible. Jumping from the windows was equally perilous, as the ground below was a torrent of superheated liquid. Certain death awaited any who dared leap. Unable to flee, the trapped individuals could only retreat to the balconies, awaiting the slow arrival of aerial rescue vehicles. However, the pace of rescue was agonizingly slow, as the distant flying vehicles had yet to approach. Even when they did arrive, the number of vehicles able to assist would be insufficient to save everyone. The occupants sensed the building tilting, felt the floor beneath them softening, and their hearts raced with terror. In the midst of chaos and despair, screams and cries filled the air. Upon hearing the announcements, the volume of screams diminished significantly, though some continued to wail, oblivious to the reassurances outside. Others hurriedly attempted to quell their fears, insisting, "It's all right. Gao Yang has intervened. The fire suppression missiles are on their way." Suddenly, a young woman whispered, "Will Gao Yang's fire suppression missiles also eliminate us?" At that moment, a hush fell over the crowd. Their minds instinctively recalled Gao Yang's formidable record. Remembering his previous triumphs, the electromagnetic pulse cannon that had reduced the White Eagle to a primitive state with mere 3 shots, further memories surfaced of his incredible aircraft and mechs. The situation was predominantly characterized by a significant reduction in dimensionality. This time, could it also be a matter of dimensional reduction leading to their obliteration? With the presence of females, those ensnared found themselves in a juxtaposition of despair and hope. While they could express despair, it was not entirely hopeless. For Gao Yang had intervened. Yet, their concerns lingered that he might once again unleash a dimensional strike. Meanwhile, the firefighters outside began to panic, acutely aware that Gao Yang's intervention would undoubtedly be formidable. If he were to initiate an immediate oxygen extraction across the entire area, the flames would undoubtedly be extinguished in an instant, but they too would face dire consequences. As these thoughts occupied their minds, all eyes were drawn to the horizon, where missiles were approaching. A total of 3 missiles soared through the sky at remarkable speed, growing increasingly prominent in their field of vision. Were these missiles truly of such magnitude? The individuals below grew increasingly anxious. What immense power must these possess? In the blink of an eye, the 3 missiles reached the sky above, and then, to their astonishment, they erupted in all directions, dispersing hundreds of smaller missiles, like celestial flowers scattered by a goddess. These smaller missiles infiltrated the building through every window, utilizing thermal detection to locate the areas engulfed in flames, subsequently detonating. 2 seconds later, the building's inclination ceased. The internal structure halted its degradation, and all flames extinguished. The remaining missiles ascended once more into the sky, returning to the larger missile, which then initiated its return journey. This left the firefighters in a state of bewilderment, as well as the rescued individuals, who were equally confounded. Was that truly the end of it? The firefighters promptly entered the building, observing that the areas previously ablaze were now covered in a layer of blue substance. This material effectively separated the air from the burning materials, representing an unprecedented method of extinguishing fires, utterly remarkable. At the very least, the firefighters who stepped inside were taken aback. The intense heat had significantly dissipated. Was it truly this absurd? Particularly in the areas that had recently burned. Many spots had formed substantial depressions, now stabilized. Testing the structure revealed it to be remarkably solid. They could jump on it without any issues. Ascending through the building, wherever there had been flames, the blue substance was present. A group of firefighters felt as though they were on the verge of retirement. With such fire-extinguishing missiles in play, their role in firefighting seemed rendered obsolete. Just a moment ago, flames had raged perilously. Now, in an instant, every crisis had been resolved. It was somewhat surreal. Those on the rooftops soon realized they had been saved, expressing their gratitude to Gao Yang, while hastily descending to vacate the building. The joy of surviving a catastrophe brought many to tears. Officials arrived shortly thereafter to arrange temporary accommodations for these individuals. Simultaneously, law enforcement mobilized to apprehend the arsonist. The situation had become abundantly clear. There was indeed an act of arson, but it was not merely a simple act. It was a calculated and premeditated endeavor. The first floor was ignited, followed by the strategic disposal of garbage bags on each subsequent floor. These bags contained flammable materials, remotely ignited when necessary. Had it not been for the fire-extinguishing missiles delivered by Gao Yang in advance, the consequences would have been dire. Moreover, the fact that this arson was premeditated and targeted a newly constructed building has garnered significant attention from the authorities. Consequently, the willingness of individuals to reside in such new edifices may diminish. Gao Yang, recognizing the gravity of the incident, became aware of the unfolding events only at the moment the missile was launched, and subsequently observed the dire circumstances at the scene. In less than 10 minutes, had it not been for his fire-extinguishing missiles, the structure would have collapsed. The rescue efforts from the distant aerial buses arrived too late to save anyone. The issues pertaining to this building are far more severe than he had anticipated. In truth, had there been no malicious intent behind this act, the building might have been deemed secure. However, the emergence of a person harboring vengeful thoughts poses a significant threat. It is imperative that improvements be made. With these thoughts in mind, Gao Yang boarded a plane, heading directly to the site of the incident, contemplating the feasibility of his ideas. while also necessitating an investigation into the perpetrator of this arson. Official inquiries may require time, but with an invincible investigation, results could be achieved in the blink of an eye. Chapter 236. The regret chair. The senior officials are keenly attentive to the recent arson incident. With this event unfolding, who would dare reside in such buildings in the future? Under normal circumstances, this structure is remarkably robust and secure. Temperatures below 400 degrees cannot compromise the integrity of the building. In most situations, it is genuinely safe, as typically, no one would ignite a fire within. Even in the event of a blaze, should a particular area catch fire, the remaining structure can endure for quite some time. However, this instance of arson was premeditated, featuring multiple ignition points, which ultimately led to the rapid collapse of the building. This is akin to detonating numerous explosives near the core structure of a conventional reinforced concrete edifice, and then triggering them all at once. Such a concrete building would likely collapse instantaneously. Gao Yang also placed significant importance on the matter, promptly instructing Woody to apprehend the suspects involved. In less than half a minute, Woody's voice resonated. Target has been locked in. The identity information has been dispatched to the scene. The operation to capture the suspect commenced swiftly. By the time Gao Yang arrived at the site, the arsonist had already been apprehended. Stepping off the plane, Gao Yang surveyed the slightly warped building and addressed Director Yuan, who had just arrived. There were no casualties, I hope? Your firefighting cannon appeared just in time. Only a few individuals sustained minor injuries, having been struck by household items during the initial tilting of the building, replied Director Yuan, his gaze shifting to a patch of blue on the wall. Your firefighting shells are indeed impressive, but regrettably, their deployment was too late. Otherwise, the building would not be in such a state, and the National Housing Initiative could continue to be implemented. It can still proceed. Director Yuan shook his head. News of this disaster has spread, and many residents of the printed building have already evacuated, unwilling to return. How can they trust a building poised to collapse within 10 minutes? With a sigh, Director Yuan remarked, there are numerous residents across the nation living in such printed homes. Gao Yang remained unfazed, smiling as he inquired, have the videos from the fire scene been released? Not yet. Only rumors and a few photographs have already incited panic. If the videos are disseminated, the repercussions will be far more severe. Gao Yang shook his head and instructed Woody, release the footage from the scene. Understood. He then turned to Director Yuan, stating, I have a method to render the building fire-resistant. Once we clarify the situation, we can broadcast it live to reassure everyone. Director Yuan felt a sudden sense of calm wash over him. If Gao Yang had a solution, it would undoubtedly address the issue. While they were conversing, a voice from beyond the cordon called out, Gao Yang, is this type of building still safe? Pointing at the now tilted structure, Gao Yang replied, this? Yes, it is safe. Once we ascertain the facts, you will be able to retrieve your belongings. However, my question is, can you still reside here? Gao Yang could not help but glance at the building. You certainly have a bold spirit, willing to move back in despite its current state. Wait a few days until reconstruction is complete before returning. The audacity of youth is truly remarkable, particularly in the face of peril, as evidenced by the young man who, having just flirted with death, dares to reside in such a precarious building. It seems he is drawn to this exclusive edition of real estate. The two individuals promptly departed, making their way to the nearby police station, which was already bustling with activity. Upon entering the surveillance room, Gao Yang was met with a standing ovation from the personnel, who parted to allow him passage to the forefront. Gao Yang turned his gaze to the screen, where he beheld an elderly gentleman, approximately 60 years of age, slumped in a chair of regret, his head bowed low. A police officer approached, handing him the files. The suspect is 61 years old. He is aware of your arrival and has yet to be interrogated. Let us begin, Gao Yang commanded, perusing the documents in his hand. The man's record was remarkably pristine. He had engaged in various business ventures with considerable success and had taken to traveling in his later years. At first glance, he appeared to pose no threat. However, evidence indicated that he had committed arson, as surveillance footage captured him entering the building with flammable substances such as high-proof alcohol and gasoline, visiting every floor. Furthermore, he had been refueling his vehicle with alarming frequency, suggesting a premeditated scheme that had been in the works for quite some time. In the regret room, the elderly man followed the officer's lead, providing his name and identity with simplicity. When questioned about the arson, he vehemently shook his head. I did not commit arson, he insisted, but you have been purchasing alcohol and gasoline at an alarming rate, entering a building you have never visited before, and traversing every floor. The evidence is overwhelmingly incriminating, the officer pressed. The old man lowered his head, repeating, I did not. The officer continued, though you are masked and wearing a cap. Modern technology enables us to confirm your identity through comparisons of your earlobe and skin tone. The elderly man's body trembled slightly as he lamented. Do you have any idea how much I invested in my 4 properties? 24 million. 24 million. and these are the only 4 properties I will ever own. I had hoped they would provide for my retirement, yet now, they are unwanted. The rental market is abysmal, $200? My properties are going unleased. How am I to survive? The officer's expression grew somber. Even if property values decline, you still possess a pension. That meager sum is hardly sufficient. The old man retorted. Give me $44 million. It would be more than my pitiful pension. The housing market cannot afford to plummet. In the surveillance room, Gao Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating the myriad possibilities. Yet he had never fathomed that the arsonist could be someone so devastated by the decline in property values. Indeed, these individuals face immense hardship. A lifetime of savings squandered on properties that have depreciated, leaving them with nothing, an utter void. Yet, from another perspective, housing is meant for living. It is these very individuals who, in their quest for more properties, have driven prices skyward, rendering homeownership unattainable for those with limited means. The anguish felt by those unable to afford homes is exponentially greater. The others in the surveillance room shared a look of disbelief. Yet they comprehended. Has he ever caused a disturbance at the construction site? Gao Yang turned in surprise. Are there still protests at the site? Indeed, came the reply. Anyone who owns property cannot accept a decline in prices. Those merely seeking shelter fare better. But those speculating on properties would likely take to the streets if the pressure mounts. Gao Yang pondered for a moment and turned to Wudi, instructing. Upload the video of the recent interrogation online and notify everyone that I will be conducting a live stream in half an hour. Afterward, Gao Yang inquired. Is there a printing building under construction nearby? Indeed, came the reply. 5 minutes later, Gao Yang arrived at the site of the burgeoning printing facility, which had just completed its foundation. He commenced the process of revising the design plans. The sole distinction between this new blueprint and the previous one lay in the presence of gaps within the primary walls and flooring. Gao Yang intended to infuse fire retardant between these surfaces. Not only does this fire retardant extinguish flames, but it also possesses the remarkable ability to absorb vast amounts of heat rapidly. Coupled with its thermal conductivity, if any point within the edifice were to become heated, it would require several hours of exposure to a flamethrower to potentially cause melting, a mere possibility. Should there be a breeze, the heated fire retardant would dissipate heat throughout the entire wall structure, rendering ignition nearly impossible. Thus, the safety performance would experience a dramatic enhancement. Chapter 237. Mending the fold after the sheep are lost. While Gao Yang was preoccupied with his tasks, the online community erupted in outrage. The arsonist was mercilessly condemned, with many questioning how someone could be so malevolent. Did he truly believe that a few hundred lives should be sacrificed for his grievances? Had it not been for the exceptional firefighting equipment, the toll could have been devastating. Moreover, the arsonist's moral compass seemed deeply flawed. Having chosen to invest, he must accept the consequences of depreciation. Supporters emerged, primarily among homeowners who had poured their life savings into property, only to witness a catastrophic decline in real estate values, an unbearable burden for many. From the afternoon until 6 in the evening, the fervor surrounding this incident escalated. Ultimately, the crux of human concern can be distilled into 4 simple words: clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Housing is a fundamental necessity. Having a sanctuary from the elements and a place for complete relaxation is paramount. In this scenario, one's perspective is often influenced by their circumstances. Those who have purchased property in major cities, to a certain extent, align with the arsonist's viewpoint, arguing that such buildings should not exist as they are inherently unsafe and disrupt the market. Conversely, those without homes advocate for the existence of such affordable housing, believing it essential for ensuring that everyone has a place to live. In reality, the number of residences in urban areas of Longhua is more than sufficient to accommodate the entire population. Yet, some individuals possess dozens, if not hundreds, of properties, while others own none and are relegated to renting. Ultimately, this disparity highlights an inequitable distribution of resources. However, under the machinations of capital, this inequality is often dismissed. Poverty is attributed to a lack of effort, which is deemed the real issue. As discussions online reached a fever pitch, Gao Yang initiated a live broadcast. The stream was instantly flooded with viewers, eager to greet him. They understood the reason behind this broadcast. Although they were distressed by the incident, there was also an unexpected sense of excitement, as it had prompted Gao Yang to go live. A fortunate occurrence indeed. Gao Yang observed the barrage of greetings in the chat and waved gently. Hello everyone. Regarding the fire incident, I must admit I failed to consider all factors. Previously, I believed such structures could withstand temperatures of 400 degrees, generally ensuring the safety of residents. However, I overlooked the possibility of arson, which nearly led to a calamity. Nonetheless, the printed buildings remain safe, and you can reside in them with peace of mind. Starting today, I will advocate for enhancements to these structures, ensuring all printed buildings will have improved fire resistance. As he spoke, Gao Yang turned to observe the newly constructed two-story printed building and addressed the two soldiers wielding flamethrowers. Open fire. The flamethrowers had been prepped for this very visual demonstration. The temperature produced by these devices far exceeded that of conventional flames. As the words left his lips, twin streams of fire surged toward the wall, creating a spectacular visual display. The flames struck the wall, where special materials rapidly absorbed the heat, leaving the structure itself unscathed. Although subjected to intense heat momentarily, the temperature dissipated so quickly that it resembled attempting to ignite a paper cup filled with water, utterly ineffective. Two flamethrowers continued their assault until the fuel tanks were entirely depleted, leaving the walls unmarred, merely cloaked in a layer of soot. Wiping the dark stains with a towel revealed the underlying wall, unchanged and unblemished. Gao Yang turned towards the camera. From this day forth, all subsequent printed buildings will embody this resilience, sturdy, heat-resistant, and unparalleled in safety compared to traditional skyscrapers. A comprehensive leap forward, eliminating any concerns regarding safety. Buildings already constructed will also undergo renovation or reconstruction. During the interim before these transformations, there is no need for apprehension regarding safety. With a gentle wave of his hand, 3 projectors unfurled behind him, casting the image of a missile. This is a fire-extinguishing missile. It was this very device that quelled the flames in the building. It carries 360 small fire-extinguishing projectiles, precisely targeting the source of the fire. Among these projectiles is an efficient liquid extinguishing agent that hardens upon exposure to high temperatures, transforming from liquid to solid upon contact with burning materials. Allow me to demonstrate its specific efficacy. In the background, a burning wooden crate appeared in the sky, and as the extinguishing missile soared forth, the flames were extinguished instantaneously. The liquid enveloping the crate. This method instantly encases the ignited object, isolating it from the surrounding air and effectively eliminating the conditions necessary for combustion. Is it truly this remarkable? Has firefighting become this efficient? The scene shifted once more, now showcasing footage from within a blaze. In a corridor with multiple ignition points, several missiles struck simultaneously, precisely targeting the flames. In an instant, the fire vanished, revealing a blue substance covering the ground where the flames once danced. This effect is somewhat surreal. Gao Yang chuckled, remarking, the incident escalated to a dangerous level due to a slight delay in the missile launch timing. Had we acted a moment sooner, there would have been no cause for concern. He continued, however, I have learned from this experience. From today onward, once the fire alarm sounds, the extinguishing missiles will respond immediately to prevent a recurrence of this situation. Therefore, those who have already evacuated the printed building may return to their residences without any doubt regarding their safety. The audience in the live stream brimmed with a sense of security. Experiencing a problem, resolving it, learning from it, and improving. This is the ideal progression of events. They not only felt physical security, but also mental reassurance. Gao Yang is truly remarkable. I am your most devoted fan. I reside in the printed building. While others fled in haste, I remain steadfast, for my faith assures victory. By the way, where can one procure these missiles? I wish to stockpile some at home for added security. Gao Yang, have you considered those without homes? What about potential homeowners? Pooling resources to purchase a house only to find it unwanted, even given away for free, while still burdened by the mortgage. Job opportunities have vanished. Relying on pensions and unemployment benefits to meet mortgage payments is truly dire. I am even contemplating severing ties with my current mortgage to reside in the printed building. Gao Yang is capable of perceiving the barrage of comments, and this is a notion he has pondered upon. He gazes into the camera and declares, I have previously contemplated the wealth I have amassed. The sum is so substantial that it could sustain me for several millennia. Therefore, I wish to bestow upon everyone some benefits. He extends a finger and continues, for a family that possesses but a single residence, which is still under mortgage. Assistance can be sought through the official website of Langtao to aid in repaying the loan. This is strictly limited to one household per property. If a family owns multiple properties, assistance will only be provided for one. There is no need to seek out individuals who do not own homes to lend their names. The intelligent AI audit will swiftly expose any deceit. He elucidates that the stipulation for mortgage assistance pertains only to properties that have previously been transacted. Any mortgages on properties that are subsequently sold will not be eligible for aid. Upon concluding his explanation of the rules, a profound silence envelopes the live stream, leaving the audience utterly astounded. Chapter 238, Soybeans. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the audience began to inundate the screen with fervent comments. The vast majority of them owned only one property, burdened with a mortgage. Once engulfed in despair, they now found themselves in a state of sheer ecstasy. Gao Yang had not only provided homes for the homeless, but had also liberated those encumbered by their properties. Many were moved to tears, overwhelmed with emotion. If Gao Yang were in their presence, they would eagerly embrace him. Conversely, Those possessing multiple properties, anticipating their appreciation, were deeply troubled. Yet their discomfort was of little consequence to the majority. Such individuals were few in the Dragon Nation and hardly posed any significant impact. Gao Yang ended the live stream and turned to the day's Director Yuan. What is the matter? Do you have enough funds? Director Yuan was genuinely astonished. Were today's youth truly so audacious as to promise to alleviate the mortgages of nearly everyone in a live stream? Gao Yang glanced at Woody, who promptly shook his head. Not enough. I've earned so much money. It's still insufficient? Gao Yang questioned, incredulous. Woody nodded. We're still short. Director Yuan interjected. The total loan amount must exceed 200 trillion. Even if the number of properties is relatively low, counting at 100 trillion, that's still. He did not finish his sentence, but Gao Yang comprehended. Repaying such a sum was insurmountable. He recalled Old Chang mentioning that the accounts already showed a deficit of 20 trillion, merely a drop in the ocean. Gao Yang turned to Woody. Is this what you call being short? Gao Yang instinctively thought about making money, only to realize that this particular sum could not be easily acquired. The borrowing capacity of a household far exceeded the cash they possessed. They had essentially spent their future earnings to purchase their homes. Even if he produced more products and earned all the money in people's hands, it would still be insufficient for repayment. As Gao Yang furrowed his brow, an elderly gentleman approached, wearing a cheerful smile, evidently elated. Do not fret too much. The last high-level meeting addressed the mortgage issue. They are contemplating a complete erasure of the mortgage debt. They are merely deliberating the method, for no matter the approach. Fairness is elusive. However, your proposal is quite commendable. With your support, there is no risk of announcing any unfairness. It is pure profit for them. We shall proceed according to your plan. As for the speculators, they must either relinquish their properties or repay their mortgages at the original price. The properties they abandon can be redistributed to those without homes. Gao Yang regarded the elder, finding him somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him on television. Then I have no further involvement? Actually, there is. You will handle the review process, and the credit will rightfully be yours. The elder smiled, adding, in the future, if you have any ideas, do inform us beforehand so we can prepare accordingly. After exchanging pleasantries with Director Yuan, the elder departed swiftly, without lingering. As matters settled, Gao Yang returned to the airplane, realizing that the urgent issues he perceived were also under consideration by the Dragon Nation. His promise this time was akin to a dog catching a mouse. He simply needed to focus on his responsibilities and engage in research and development. At this moment, Gao Yang felt a profound sense of tranquility within, bolstered by stability behind him. He could focus solely on forging ahead. Upon returning to the laboratory, he immersed himself in the extensive data concerning various plants, becoming engrossed in his work. This time, his focus was on enhancing a specific organism, the soybean. Rich in protein and oils, soybeans can be utilized in the creation of diverse culinary delights, yet their most significant application lies in their potential as animal feed. Moreover, as a former major exporter of soybeans, the White Eagle possesses vast tracts of land currently lying fallow, perfectly suited for the cultivation of new soybeans. However, the specifics would have to wait until after the enhancement. Before proceeding with the amplification, Gao Yang needed to ascertain the optimal stage for enhancement and determine which aspect to amplify, whether to increase yield or to enhance genetic qualities, thereby imbuing each soybean with greater energy. As he perused the materials, he couldn't help but entertain the thought, what if the soybeans contained an extraordinary energy akin to the sins of beans from the Dragon Ball series? Such a discovery could lead to the cultivation of genetically enhanced livestock, allowing individuals with genetic modifications to consume regular food without issue. Yet, these were merely fanciful musings. If one were to genuinely develop soybeans infused with such formidable energy, it is likely that the average person would struggle to digest them, relegating their use to animal feed. As Gao Yang delved deeper into his research, numerous citizens of the Dragon Kingdom received notifications that their mortgages had been fully paid off. Although Gao Yang had spent not a single penny, the absence of official clarification led many to express their immense gratitude towards him. Across the Dragon Kingdom, countless individuals felt an abrupt lifting of burdens, with many choosing to relinquish their properties. Once affluent real estate speculators found themselves on equal footing with the rest of society, as ordinary citizens. Concurrently, the employment rates within the entertainment and service sectors began to surge dramatically. With many having newfound leisure time, the demand for entertainment surged, inevitably fostering advancements in the arts and services, leading to enhanced user experiences through technological innovation. However, this was merely the inception. The ultimate trajectory of these developments remained to be seen in the future. The destiny of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the future of humanity, rested upon Gao Yang's shoulders. At this moment, Gao Yang was aboard a plane en route to the White Eagle. Having just edited the soybean's genetic structure, he set off without delay. The White Eagle boasts extensive plantations, with an environment conducive to soybean cultivation. Following his previous visit where he had made 3 significant contributions, this marked Gao Yang's first return. Gazing down at the ground from the aircraft, he observed a sparse wisp of smoke as someone began to kindle a fire for cooking. From a once highly advanced nation, it had plummeted to the status of a third-world country, far from its former glory. The once vibrant skyscrapers stood dark and desolate, devoid of life. Their heights made it difficult to access, lacking elevators to ease ascent. The streets were littered with various forms of refuse, the entire order having collapsed, rendering existence a grim struggle for all. No one could escape the consequences. Gao Yang inquired, "Have the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom settled in the White Eagle?" Beside him sat a young woman, impeccably dressed in professional attire, exuding an air of competence. She was his guide for this trip and was well acquainted with the region. At the very moment the incident transpired, the Dragon Nation promptly dispatched a rescue team to evacuate its citizens and tend to the injured, achieving a remarkable record of 0 fatalities. They ensured that all individuals holding Dragon Nation citizenship were safely returned home. As for those who were once citizens of the Dragon Nation but later became affiliated with the White-Headed Eagle, the Dragon Nation did not abandon them. Instead, they provided opportunities to relocate to other countries. Gao Yang nodded, acknowledging that this reflects the benevolence of the higher-ups in the Dragon Nation. After all, they could have easily chosen to disregard the situation. What about the individuals from the White-Headed Eagle? Were there any trade dealings with them? Indeed. Numerous overseas merchants rushed in to engage in transactions, albeit exclusively in gold, silver, and gemstones. The traded items predominantly consisted of arms, mobile phones, and various electronic products, or direct exchanges of finished goods. Currently, the majority of traders arriving are from the Dragon Nation, accompanied by armed robotic aides, seeking to acquire a plethora of resources. Chapter 239, A Day and a Half of Growth? Gao Yang furrowed his brow, reflecting on the audacity of those who once belonged to the White-Headed Eagle, now brazenly intruding upon another's territory. Presently, ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were arriving, wielding their influence without restraint. Nevertheless, Gao Yang had no intention of intervening excessively. The robots would not assist in criminal activities and would even intervene to prevent them. Thus, the so-called dominance exhibited by these individuals amounted to little more than minor bullying. The situation, while not trivial, was manageable. From his elevated vantage point, Gao Yang observed that nearly everyone was armed. It was a stark reality that nearly all possessed firearms, rendering the notion of possession rather moot. The aircraft soon arrived at an agricultural estate, which remained undisturbed. At the first opportunity, the inhabitants of the Dragon Kingdom took control of the area, though it was uncertain whether they had received any official mandate to do so. After all, Gao Yang had stipulated that each household could only possess 1 domestic service robot. Yet, the entirety of this location was populated by service robots. Once the aircraft was secured, all robots and individuals vacated the premises, making way for the exoskeleton armored legion and the robotic battalion to assume command. Gao Yang promptly injected several ordinary soybeans with a genetic agent. This was the swiftest method he could conceive. Within days, the genetic agent would express itself, leading to amplification without the need for replanting. The soybeans he had engineered were particularly notable for their robust survival capabilities and longevity. Typically, ordinary soybeans would perish upon reaching maturity, but the genetically modified variants would not. Consequently, one could harvest soybeans annually without uprooting the roots. However, this approach might introduce other issues, such as diminished yields due to continuous cultivation of soybeans on the same plot, exacerbating pest problems and reducing the fat content of the soybeans. The primary concern was that soybean cultivation could lead to soil degradation, a challenge that could be directly addressed using genetic technology. What had once posed significant difficulties was now a trivial matter for Gao Yang. While awaiting the gene expression, Gao Yang continued to peruse data, contemplating the next plant for enhancement. Ultimately, he settled on wheat. Wheat could serve as fodder and, in addition, was relatively versatile, capable of substituting for many other crops with stability. It could also be intercropped with soybeans to enhance soil utilization. Besides amplifying plant growth, Gao Yang also took time to consider livestock, as these plants would ultimately be used as feed. The entire agricultural estate transformed into Gao Yang's biological research facility. With the simultaneous cultivation of numerous animal species, there would be no delays. Amplification could commence as soon as it was ready. A week later, the experimental soybeans had completed the gene expression initiated by Gao Yang. They were now ready for amplification. Throughout this week, while preoccupied with selecting seeds, he had also been reviewing data, accumulating an opportunity for amplification. He opted for direct enhancement. Once again, he chose 100-fold amplification. Caution in biological technology was undoubtedly prudent. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The cultivated soybeans have achieved an increase in growth speed. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. An increase in growth speed? The growth period of soybeans varies between 4 to 6 months. In the southern regions of the Dragon Country, they tend to mature more swiftly, within 4 months. Whereas in the northern regions, the process is somewhat slower, extending to 6 months. If we consider an average of 150 days, it raises an eyebrow. Does this mean that, after the enhancement, soybeans can sprout in just a day and a half? Such a notion seems rather absurd. Before Gao Yang, a few soybean plants he cultivated were visibly growing taller, reaching approximately 1 meter in height, and then gradually sprouting. Although the pace was not rapid, Gao Yang, having undergone genetic enhancement, could distinctly perceive these changes. This rate of growth appeared excessively remarkable. If this growth speed were to continue, the machinery for harvesting would scarcely keep up. Moreover, cultivating these plants would undoubtedly require a substantial influx of nutrients from the soil. Otherwise, within a few days, the entire land would be rendered devoid of any nutritional value. Safety measures were imperative. Such plants posed a significant threat. If these soybean seeds were to escape into the wild, unattended, they could rapidly proliferate across vast expanses, transforming fertile ground into barren wasteland. As Gao Yang pondered this, memories from the genetic enhancement surged into his mind, bringing with them the genetic sequences responsible for rapid plant growth. With this sequence, he could significantly augment the growth rate of nearly all plants. Previously, the fast-growing timber already exhibited remarkable growth rates. Yet if he were to integrate this rapid growth gene, the trees could rival the speed of bamboo in their growth. Nonetheless, caution was paramount. Should any oversight occur, the consequences could be dire. At the very least, a stretch of land could devolve into wasteland, or even desertification. More severely, genetic contamination could arise, should such a terrifying gene transfer to other plants and amalgamate. The repercussions would be quite grave. Strict control was essential. It would be best for every soybean to be inactivated before departing the plantation. After assimilating the memories, a figure approached him, the woman who had accompanied him. Having spent a few days here, her skin had darkened slightly, and she had begun to adapt, becoming somewhat of an assistant to Gao Yang. Some researchers from the White Eagle had arrived, all of whom had previously engaged in plant-related studies. They were aware of ongoing soybean research in this area and sought employment opportunities. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. How did the researchers from the White Eagle come to know of his presence here? The woman shook her head, equally puzzled. They must have traveled from afar, arriving by bicycle, with families in tow. With a mere inquiry, the information could be uncovered. It turned out that researchers from the Dragon Country had informed them of ongoing research efforts here, without disclosing his identity. Gao Yang understood that many of the top researchers from the Dragon Country had studied or even worked in the White Eagle, and they had maintained friendships there. They wished to assist their acquaintances by merely indicating that research was being conducted in this location, leaving the ultimate decision in Gao Yang's hands. Coincidentally, he was indeed in need of personnel, not for research purposes, but for management, requiring knowledgeable individuals to oversee the operations. Those engaged in seed research are exceptionally skilled at preventing sample leakage. The processes of inactivation and others equally require the expertise of professionals. While robots can manage certain tasks, they are ill-equipped to handle exceptional circumstances or adapt to unforeseen situations. Individuals from the Dragon Nation could assist, yet the conditions here remain quite arduous. Gao Yang nodded and instructed, "First, let us examine their credentials to confirm there are no issues before allowing them entry." In an instant, Invincible provided the investigation results. Their identities were unblemished, and they had not engaged in any actions against the Dragon Nation. Their conduct was commendable. "Bring them in," Gao Yang commanded, and the gates of the plantation swung open. The first group to arrive consisted of over 30 individuals, all adults, regardless of gender, armed and carrying their entire possessions on bicycles. They bore little resemblance to researchers, appearing more like destitute wanderers. A collective of people gazed at the open gates, tears of joy brimming in their eyes. The journey had been fraught with terror. Even in solidarity, they faced danger from those who might seek to intercept them. However, upon entering this sanctuary, as long as they could secure employment, they would find immediate safety and stability. Under the protection of the Dragon Nation, they would feel exceedingly secure, free from fear. Moreover, they aspired to capitalize on this opportunity to showcase their talents and ultimately find a way to leave this place behind. Chapter 240, A Night of Maturity. A group of individuals was not immediately ushered to meet Gao Yang. Instead, they were first taken to a temporary resting area to change their attire. Subsequently, several researchers made their way to meet Gao Yang. There were only 8 researchers in total, all over the age of 40, with 3 of them in their 60s or 70s. They possessed a sense of confidence in their abilities. Yet a twinge of apprehension lingered due to the selection process that lay ahead. Their fates rested in the hands of others. As the 8 approached the field, they noticed a striking expanse of soybeans towering significantly above the surrounding crops. Was this a new breed of soybean? It deviated considerably from their expectations. and they mused that such cultivation was less than ideal. The optimal approach to soybean farming involved slender branches laden with fruit and a robust root system, thereby conserving soil energy. Should the plants grow too large, they would absorb a considerable amount of energy themselves. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, yet fundamentally, they shared a unified understanding on this matter. Upon drawing closer, they were taken aback to see Gao Yang. They recognized him. Before the bald eagle faced its catastrophic fate, they had watched live broadcasts and were aware of Gao Yang's existence. Their astonishment was palpable. They had not anticipated that the one conducting experiments here was none other than Gao Yang. As a leading researcher from the Dragon Nation, he had conjured numerous miracles. The reason they were deemed miracles was that some of his research was beyond their comprehension, akin to alien technology. This realization only heightened their anxiety. Would someone of Gao Yang's caliber even regard them? At that moment, Gao Yang turned and regarded the visibly tense researchers, gesturing for them to approach. Hurry up. The group hastened their pace, even breaking into a light jog to reach him. Gao Yang, who had been reclining in a chair, now stood, moved the chair aside, and pointed to the towering soybeans. You need to work. I happen to have a task for you that ensures the genes of these soybeans remain contained. The researchers glanced at the soybeans. We could employ polyploid breeding techniques to ensure that. Gao Yang interrupted. I am referring to physical containment of genetic material. All soybeans cultivated here must be rendered inactive before they can be transported. The seeds obtained through polyploid breeding can only be planted once. If sown a second time, they will degenerate. Polyploid cultivation not only yields superior results, but also serves as a contemporary strategy employed by seed companies to prevent farmers from saving their seeds. In the past, one could see gardeners reserving seeds from their own vegetable harvests. Yet now, the necessity to purchase seeds has become the norm for this very reason. However, Gao Yang's focus was solely on the physical containment of genetic flow. The researchers were momentarily stunned. Rendering seeds inactive was straightforward. Simply boiling them would suffice. Yet, the challenge lay in the fact that boiling alone would not obliterate the genetic material. Incineration or grinding them into a powder was essential. But the question lingered. How advanced was the genetic technology that necessitated such absolute containment? Gao Yang observed the curious gazes of several individuals. It was not merely a matter of preventing the gene sequence from leaking, but rather that this gene sequence was extraordinarily potent, powerful enough that any genetic contamination could potentially wreak havoc on the planet's overall environment. A group of researchers appeared increasingly perplexed. What sort of gene was this? The supergrowth gene. Gao Yang gestured toward the soybeans. You will understand upon closer inspection. The 8 researchers, somewhat bewildered, pondered the notion of a supergrowth gene, something they had never encountered before. While there indeed existed genes that could accelerate growth, such genes often yielded subpar results, leading to withered or unsatisfactory produce. Nevertheless, Gao Yang insisted they observe, and so they did. Standing beside the field, 10 minutes passed without any discernible change. Half an hour yielded no results. After an hour, fatigue set in, and they shifted from standing to sitting on the edge of the field. 2 hours in, an exclamation pierced the air, for the soybeans had begun to sprout pods. Just 2 hours prior, there had been nothing here at all, although only a minuscule pod had formed. The astonishing speed at which it had developed was nothing short of remarkable. The researchers were captivated, their attention drawn to the transformation, all wearing expressions of disbelief. It seemed as though this phenomenon had appeared out of thin air, or rather, had grown unnoticed before their very eyes. Yet, how could such rapid growth be possible? Remarkably, just 2 hours ago, there was naught but barren soil. This time, every individual focused intently, periodically measuring the length of the pods to assess their growth rate. The more they measured, the more disconcerting it became. By nightfall, Gao Yang remained, determined to witness the inaugural growth of the soybeans. The researchers, too, lingered, their complete attention ensnared. Despite their exhaustion, they persevered, for they might be on the verge of witnessing a miracle. As time drifted by, into the deep of night, the area was swarmed with mosquitoes, yet no one paid them heed. Gao Yang was unfazed. The insects could not penetrate his skin. The researchers, bitten and covered in welts, remained undeterred, singularly focused on their research, neglecting their own comfort. During this time, messages from their families arrived, accompanied by video calls to confirm their well-being. And so they continued to wait. Every so often, the pods would undergo transformation, growing larger and more plump. By midday the following day, the pods had matured. In merely a day and a half, they had evolved from nothing into fully developed soybeans, though they remained green and required time to dry out through exposure. The terrifying speed of growth left the researchers' eyes wide with astonishment. They had never witnessed anything so outrageous. The supergrowth gene? This information must never be disclosed. Should it escape, the consequences would be dire. If this gene could be combined with climbing plants, it could indeed rival the mythical vines of legends. The researchers looked at Gao Yang, their astonishment deepening in their eyes. Could such a phenomenon truly be engineered by humans? One researcher remarked, "This variety of soybean must be deactivated. It is imperative, even to the extent of being ground into powder before distribution. Furthermore, it is imperative to address the various organisms present within the cultivation environment, including animals, fungi, and bacteria. For instance, creatures such as bees may inadvertently transport pollen away, while birds can directly carry seeds from the vicinity. Ideally, cultivation should occur within greenhouses, utilizing hydroponic techniques which not only allow for the constant replenishment of nutrients, but also facilitate the management of any arising issues more conveniently." Gao Yang listened as several researchers proposed various strategies, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the expertise of professionals alleviated much of his burden. "Do you have confidence in this?" Gao Yang inquired. The researchers exchanged glances, pausing momentarily before nodding in unison. "We are confident." Gao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. "You may stay, return to rest for now, and we shall commence work officially tomorrow." The 8 individuals, already fatigued, had endured the night out of curiosity regarding the newly cultivated soybeans. Upon hearing Gao Yang's invitation to remain, their weariness dissipated, leaving only excitement. Being allowed to stay not only signified safety, but also the opportunity to conduct research alongside Gao Yang, even if it meant engaging in minor tasks. It was an extraordinarily rare opportunity. Chapter 241, Finding the Target. 8 researchers departed to share the joyous news with their families before taking a well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, Gao Yang commenced the harvesting of soybeans. Throughout this process, he deeply comprehended that biotechnology is akin to Pandora's box. A moment's negligence could potentially lead to calamity. However, he had fortified himself sufficiently to implement a dual safety mechanism, the first layer being the researchers themselves, and the second being robots, ensuring that no errors would arise. Even in the event of a mishap, his rapid response capabilities and the ability to annihilate all would minimize any losses. Moreover, Gao Yang gazed skyward, contemplating the prospect of cultivating these crops in space or on other celestial bodies, thereby preserving the terrestrial environment. For now, though, he focused on studying the soybeans. Their nutritional composition remained exceptionally rich, rivaling, if not surpassing, that of ordinary soybeans. After conducting a sample inspection of one batch, the remaining soybeans merely needed to be cultivated into seeds for large-scale planting. However, the 8 individuals may prove insufficient, as the bald eagle had numerous plantations, necessitating a considerable number of knowledgeable personnel for extensive cultivation. Fortunately, this group of researchers had provided Gao Yang with an insightful approach. They would first conduct identity verifications. Those who met all criteria would be promptly arranged for transport to bring the selected candidates and their families. This would undoubtedly enhance the enthusiasm for their work. Initially, 10 plantations would be designated for the cultivation of super soybeans. Concurrently, Gao Yang would embark on the second phase of research, livestock. With super soybeans, vast quantities of feed could be produced, leading to the enhancement of animals. The aim was to enable these creatures to gain weight and produce meat imbued with extraordinary energy. This research was imperative. Otherwise, when humanity eventually ventures into space, especially those genetically enhanced individuals on long journeys, it would be impractical to stock the spacecraft solely with various foods. Moreover, without enough food, those with enhanced appetites would quickly find themselves famished and forced to return. Thus, high-energy food is crucial for the advancement of human civilization. However, significant challenges lay ahead in the selection process. Even though the genetic agents chosen by Gao Yang were relatively simple, focusing solely on muscular enhancement and the physical strength of livestock, their brains would naturally undergo fortification as well. Biotechnology is intricately interconnected. Enhanced physical strength would inevitably lead to a more potent energy supply in the blood, stimulating secondary brain development. This resulted in the potential to breed livestock with formidable physical prowess, yet with intellect that could rival, if not surpass, that of humans, even under suppression. Much like the remarkable creatures, Black Horse and Gao Wukong, these beings, while classified as animals, undoubtedly exhibited sentient qualities. Should they don lab coats one day, they could easily ascend to the ranks of the world's foremost researchers. The thought of consuming sentient beings conflicts with Gao Yang's principles. In recent days, he has invested considerable effort in selecting breeds, aiming to find a less intelligent pig. However, to his astonishment, pigs are rather astute creatures. He endeavored to identify the most foolish among them, but after testing, he found them all quite clever. Using pigs as a metaphor for foolishness seems somewhat misguided. With no viable options for pig breeding, Gao Yang turned his attention to other animals. The scope had expanded beyond poultry, encompassing various research data on wild animals that had reached him. Eventually, he identified the most suitable target: fish. In addition to fish, Crabs and lobsters could also serve as subjects for enhancement. However, this endeavor required starting from scratch, as the genetic material obtained from terrestrial animals could not be applied to aquatic species. Although they are all animals, the differences are vast. Nevertheless, having a direction was indeed good news. While Gao Yang was busy, many plantations of the white-headed eagle began reconstruction. The original plants were pulverized to create a nutrient solution, and hydroponic pools were constructed on the former land. During this process, numerous researchers from Long Country arrived, driven by curiosity. They were aware of the developments occurring here. A soybean that could mature in just a day and a half. Under normal circumstances, they would be skeptical, but knowing it was the work of Gao Yang, they believed. Their primary purpose was to witness the spectacle and expand their horizons, while also reevaluating the safety of the project and discussing the current gene isolation techniques to prevent any non-inactivated soybeans from escaping and causing irreversible consequences. The test results indicated that the soybeans were safe. Animals could consume them without issue, and even humans could eat them without concern. With safety assured, Long Country began to support the project, facilitating the production of the nutrient solution and promptly addressing wastewater management issues. However, new challenges arose, particularly concerning the harvesting process. Previously, the soybeans were directly harvested and vibrated off naturally, but now, direct harvesting was impossible. Due to hydroponics, mechanical harvesting was unfeasible, while robotic harvesting was an option. The costs were exorbitant. A single robot was incredibly expensive, and the need for daily harvesting was nearly constant. Fortunately, the white-headed eagle had a vast workforce, enabling them to recruit externally. With the promise of ample food, countless individuals eagerly sought employment. Offering an additional 2 pounds of soybeans made the job even more desirable. All these tasks were entrusted to the researchers of the white-headed eagle, and with their unparalleled supervision, no issues were anticipated. As the project for super soybeans progressed, Gao Yang seamlessly developed super wheat as well. The super wheat did not require additional enhancement. It merely needed the integration of super growth genes. However, wheat still required harvesting, albeit once a day. Overall, it was less convenient than soybeans. Yet, Gao Yang did not abandon his efforts. Pursuing multiple avenues was a more stable approach. During this time, he began cultivating fish. The cognitive abilities of fish were genuinely limited, and even after enhancement, they remained comparably inept, reaching the limits akin to ordinary animals. Having extensively researched various biological entities, Gao Yang has become quite adept in his field. For his inaugural attempt at gene transcription, he opted for the grass carp, a species whose very name suggests it is relatively easy to nurture. Following the successful transcription of the gene, the next phase involved cultivation, a task that necessitated Gao Yang to reacquaint himself with the intricacies of animal husbandry, as there are distinct differences between nurturing animals and fish. During this learning process, he encountered an opportunity for amplification, which he eagerly seized, and then he began the waiting game. He found himself in a state of anxious anticipation for the birth of the fish. Throughout this period, Gao Yang refrained from sleeping, plagued by the fear that if he succumbed to slumber, the tiny fish he had painstakingly nurtured might perish the moment they hatched from their eggs. After a grueling 7 days without rest, even with his genetic enhancements, fatigue began to set in. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The host had successfully cultivated grass carp, and amplification was now possible. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Yang embraced the opportunity he had awaited for a full week. Chapter 242, The Giant in the Pond. Amidst the vast multitude of fry, he found it impossible to discern which one was his own. However, this was of little consequence, as clarity would emerge following the amplification. The lottery compass for amplification materialized before Gao Yang, spinning directly to 100. A minimum of 100-fold amplification. This marked Gao Yang's third consecutive 100-fold boost. Based on previous experiences, another 100-fold increase would trigger a guaranteed 10-fold enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The grass carp fry has received a 100-fold speed amplification. Gao Yang lowered his gaze towards the tank housing the fry, but he could not identify which particular fry had been enhanced, primarily due to the sheer volume of them. Moreover, he felt a tinge of anticipation. Grass carp were inherently swift, lively, and agile in water. With a 100-fold enhancement, would they not soar? Unable to pinpoint the enhanced fry, he chose to dismiss the thought and turned to sleep. As soon as he lay down, a segment of genetic sequence appeared in Gao Yang's mind. The genetic sequence for enhancing the power of the grass carp. With this sequence, the subsequent genetically modified grass carp would possess formidable strength. He mustered the effort to rise, inputting the genetic sequence into the system, instructing the invincible to cultivate more grass carp. Once this was accomplished, Gao Yang collapsed back into slumber. Despite the genetic enhancement, prolonged wakefulness left him utterly fatigued. Upon awakening, Gao Yang returned to the breeding pool. The once densely populated fry had dwindled to a single survivor, measuring approximately 5 centimeters in length. Overnight, this grass carp had experienced considerable growth. However, all its siblings had been devoured entirely. Such terrifying combat prowess was nothing short of monstrous. In addition to its augmented strength, this grass carp possessed another alarming attribute. As long as it had food, it could grow rapidly. For growth inherently signified an increase in power. Thus, it was capable of infinite growth, with no limits to its speed. Contemplating this, Gao Yang seized the small grass carp from the breeding pool. The fry thrashed violently, its strength so immense that Gao Yang felt as though he had captured a miniature crocodile. The terrifying force was something an ordinary person could scarcely withstand. Besides its strength, the frequency of its thrashing was extraordinarily rapid. Even with Gao Yang's formidable power, his hand felt numb from the vibrations. Anyone else encountering this creature might risk having their hand broken. Approaching the temporary laboratory, which was adjacent to a large pond, he had been extracting fish for experiments and selective breeding from this very location. The pond was teeming with fish, including several ferocious carnivorous species. Casually, Gao Yang tossed the grass carp into the large pond. Suddenly, the water erupted with the sound of a fish darting through it. The fish that entered at Gao Yang's feet instantly reached the opposite side of the pond, and simultaneously, several splashes of blood erupted on the surface. It seemed that some fish had been penetrated by this enhanced fry. Crouching by the pond's edge, Gao Yang observed the small grass carp swiftly hunting. He turned to the invincible and said, "Quick, prepare the soybeans." He wished to see if, given the presence of soybeans, the grass carp would continue its predatory behavior. While waiting for the soybeans to arrive, the entire pond began to churn visibly, with countless fish fleeing. Yet, no matter how rapid their escape, it could not compare to the speed of that grass carp. A multitude of fish was consumed by the newly hatched grass carp within a single day. By the time the formidable delivery of soybeans arrived, the grass carp had already devoured nearly half of the other fish in the entire pond, growing to a length of half a meter. To have consumed such a significant portion of the pond's fish and to have grown to half a meter in size is a testament to the terrifying energy contained within this fish's flesh. The energy expended during its growth is undoubtedly immense. Once bags of yellow soybeans were poured into the pond, the young grass carp remained unfazed, continuing its voracious hunt until it had devoured all other creatures in the pond before finally indulging in the soybeans. Its pace of consumption was relentless, consuming anything in its path. Gradually, its body began to grow, though this growth was perceptible to the naked eye. In just 3 short hours, over 50 bags of soybeans had been emptied into the water, and the grass carp had grown to a length of 2 meters. Each movement in the water sent ripples cascading outward, and occasionally, it would poke its head above the surface, gazing towards the sunlit horizon. This fish was astonishingly powerful, exhibiting remarkable speed and an imposing size. Typically, grass carp can grow quite large in the wild. As the saying goes, when pigs grow to 300 pounds, fish grow without a scale to measure. Specimens of grass carp exceeding 1 meter and approaching 2 meters have been documented. At this juncture, with the fish reaching 2 meters, there were still considerations to be made regarding the research into the feed that could enhance the growth and flesh of such carp, as well as determining the optimal size for better flavor. Of course, cultivating such grass carp requires utmost caution, for if they were to enter freshwater lakes and rivers, it could lead to a catastrophic slaughter. Technological control is imperative. Haiyang contemplated this and turned to Wu Di. "Prepare the fishing nets to capture the grass carp." Casting another glance at the rippling waters of the pond, Haiyang instructed, "We need to weave nets from steel cables. Ordinary nets likely wouldn't be able to capture such formidable grass carp. This creature, once enhanced, would deter even the bravest from attempting to capture it underwater. It truly is a colossal beast." As Haiyang directed the crafting of the nets, Wu Di reported, "Director Yuan has arrived with a group." "Oh." Haiyang was somewhat surprised. "What brings Director Yuan here?" "Perhaps he is concerned for you. He tends to worry whenever you engage in biological research." Haiyang chuckled softly and gazed at the fish in the pond, acknowledging the inherent danger. A slight miscalculation or oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. Just one of these young grass carp escaping could potentially lead to the extinction of countless aquatic species. Director Yuan's concerns are warranted. However, it is essential to assess the situation. At the very least, his side possesses superior technological safeguards, rendering it relatively safe. Whether it be monkeys, black horses, or these plants and fish, they can all be managed with ease. They would only pose a serious threat if Haiyang were to refrain from intervening. As long as he takes action, there will be no cause for alarm. For now, however, it is best to meet with Director Yuan to reassure him. Director Yuan did not come alone. He was accompanied by a dozen individuals, all engaged in biological research. This is also one of the reasons why Gao Yang holds Dean Yuan in such high regard. He readily entrusts matters he does not comprehend to those who possess the requisite knowledge. This approach minimizes the likelihood of errors. far surpassing those who feign understanding and insist on exerting control. Dean Yuan approached Gao Yang and remarked, I intend to arrange for personnel from Longhua to oversee the production of enhanced soybeans. Gao Yang perceived no issue with this and nodded in agreement, stating, in essence, there is little difference. I will also have Woody monitor that side. Even if I harbor doubts about them, I am not concerned about any underhanded maneuvers. If a replacement is necessary, it need not be complete. We can retain a contingent, particularly in critical areas where Longhua personnel can suffice. Dean Yuan nodded in affirmation. That is precisely my thought. Having Longhua manage it will ensure greater stability. Additionally, regarding the research materials on fish you requested earlier, what are your intentions? Gao Yang smiled and replied, of course, it is for consumption. The timing is perfect as we are about to cast nets to catch fish. And we can sample the flavors together shortly. Chapter 243. Is this a fishing net? Dean Yuan, filled with anticipation, settled into a chair, feeling a sense of relief that they were finally delving into something more ordinary. The idea of researching fish with a focus on enhancing their flavor was indeed a commendable approach. In fact, many in the Dragon Nation were engaged in similar studies, such as the cultivation of spine-free crucian carp. However, he had tasted such spine-free fish and found it lacking in flavor. The deliciousness of crucian carp stemmed from its tender flesh, which required the support of bones. Without the bones, the fish, in its struggle for survival, had to fortify its flesh, resulting in a somewhat dry texture, rendering it similar to other spine-free varieties. Yet, with Gao Yang at the helm, one could expect nothing but excellence. Perhaps they would discover a fish that was not only delectable, but also nutritious and advantageous in various aspects. The surrounding researchers shared in the anticipation, eager to partake in what might turn out to be a delightful feast. As they quietly awaited, Dean Yuan turned to Gao Yang, inquiring when they might indulge. Let the invincible one catch it immediately, he declared, rubbing his hands together. Freshly caught would be even better. The other researchers settled into their seats, expressing their delight at the prospect of finally enjoying a satisfactory meal. As they conversed, they noticed commotion emanating from the adjoining room and turned to observe several robots. Dean Yuan followed suit, his gaze falling upon the robots hoisting a steel cable net, each cable as thick as a child's arm. Surprised, he remarked, what is this? Such a robust net? His mind immediately conjured images of an electric net, questioning what could possibly be intercepted with such thick metal. Gao Yang shook his head. It's a fishing net. Dean Yuan's mind faltered. A fishing net? Crafted from such formidable steel cables? Surely, one would not need such an absurd contraption to catch a whale. The other researchers were equally bewildered, wondering if the fish they were about to consume had somehow evolved into something extraordinary, warranting such elaborate measures. Just moments ago, Dean Yuan had thought Gao Yang was finally focusing on something mundane, but now it seemed anything but ordinary. As he pondered this, several combat robots submerged the net into the water, gradually spreading it across the entire pond. The pond measured only 20 meters in width, but extended over 100 meters in length. Once the width was covered, the robots ascended into the sky, pulling the net forward, creating a spectacle of grand proportions. Dean Yuan hesitated, glancing at Gao Yang. What kind of fish are we trying to catch with such a display? Grass carp. Grass carp? Dean Yuan was taken aback. How formidable could a single grass carp possibly be? Suddenly, the water erupted, and a fish measuring nearly 2 meters leapt from the depths, soaring into the air behind the robots, fiercely whipping its tail. With a deafening crack, the airborne robot was sent flying several meters away. The fish splashed back into the water, sending waves crashing all around. Dean Yuan was splattered with water, wiping his face in disbelief. Is this truly a grass carp? The 2-meter-long creature surged from the water like a missile, delivering a resounding slap to the unsuspecting robot. Should a fisherman encounter such a fish, a blow from its tail would likely prove fatal. Those fortunate enough to survive would undoubtedly capture the moment for social media, exclaiming, I was struck by a colossal fish. The net continued to be drawn, as the grass carp attempted to resist. But its efforts were futile against the steel cable composed of top-tier materials, exhibiting extraordinary strength. Even a missile would falter against it. What followed was the fish's desperate struggle for survival, repeatedly attempting to ambush the robot. However, the invincible controlled robot, having learned from its initial oversight, evaded subsequent attacks, leaving the grass carp with no opportunity. Once the fish was drawn from the water, it thrashed violently within the net, each impact resonating like thunder. Dean Yuan gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, this is simply astounding. The other researchers, equally wide-eyed, shared in the disbelief, realizing they were witnessing something truly remarkable. The terror of this fish, if released into the wild, would undoubtedly establish it as the sovereign of the waters. The robot, with a swift motion, delivered a decisive blow to the fish's head, finally silencing its thrashing. Yet, the 2-meter-long creature left a profound impression on all present. The robot proceeded to slice through the fish, removing its head and scraping off the scales. Dean Yuan leaned closer, picking up a scale the size of his palm and striking it gently, producing a crisp sound. When he struck it forcefully against the ground, it remained intact. This remarkable substance, having withstood such tremendous force against the steel cable, was extraordinarily resilient. Could this material be bulletproof? Dean Yuan couldn't help but inquire. Gao Yang glanced at the scale and replied, "It depends on the type of bullet. Ordinary ones would likely be ineffective." Dean Yuan nodded, his excitement palpable. "That is indeed frightening. What is the focus of this genetic modification?" "Speed. Yet, I believe it can also be interpreted as an enhancement of strength, which in turn augments speed. When it whips its tail at such rapid velocities, it can even create a bubble beneath the water." Dean Yuan gasped in awe. "That must be carefully controlled. It cannot be allowed to escape." Gao Yang chuckled and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, there is no chance of letting one get away." "Is it delicious?" one of the researchers inquired. Gao Yang smiled. "Like you, this is my first experience. We shall soon discover its flavor." The robot busied itself, quickly segmenting the fish and sending a portion to the laboratory for analysis. Although Gao Yang was fairly certain it was non-toxic, testing remained a necessary procedure. Next came the preparation of dishes, spicy fish head and poached fish slices, totaling 2 platters. A group gathered around the table, observing the modest servings. Despite the fish head's considerable size, it seemed insufficient for the gathering. Dean Yuan, sensing something significant, eagerly asked, "Does this fish meat contain an abundance of energy?" "Indeed, it does," Gao Yang confirmed with a nod. Dean Yuan's excitement grew. This implied that enhanced humans could soon resume normal diets. Such a development would significantly reduce numerous restrictions. For instance, when embarking on a long journey, there is no need to prepare an entire vehicle filled with provisions. Gao Yang cast a glance at the circle of researchers. A mere slice of boiled fish would suffice to sustain one's energy for an entire day. The group of researchers stood momentarily stunned, contemplating the terrifying aspects of the fish, yet simultaneously filled with anticipation regarding the flavor of this particular piece of fish meat. As one of them picked up a morsel and placed it in their mouth, the initial sensation was one of firmness. It was remarkably resilient, soft yet unyielding, akin to a piece of leather. In contrast, Director Yuan savored the fish with ease, and to his delight, he discovered that it genuinely possessed the texture of fish meat. While the researchers struggled to bite into it, his teeth effortlessly tore through the flesh. Director Yuan took another taste of the fish, finding it fragrant, smooth, and tender, absolutely exquisite. Initially, he had been astonished that Gao Yang had developed this fish meat as a high-energy food source, but the flavor provided yet another layer of surprise. After all, the previous fare, even a beef shank bone, had tasted akin to soaked rice. Now, not only could one feel satiated, but the texture was also commendable, complemented by the vast yield of soybeans, ensuring a steady supply of fish. Suddenly, a chilling thought emerged in his mind. Could it truly be? Chapter 244. I understand you. Director Yuan and Gao Yang shared a sumptuous fish head, relishing the exquisite taste. This sense of satiety evoked nostalgic memories for Director Yuan. Ever since he underwent genetic enhancement, he had not experienced such fullness, as he could eat incessantly until it became bothersome. Consuming an excessive amount led him to choose to eat until he no longer felt hunger, thus abstaining from further meals. The sensation of being truly full was a rarity. However, now he savored the long-lost feeling of being pleasantly stuffed. While overindulgence is undoubtedly uncomfortable, indulging occasionally can be genuinely delightful. A group of researchers was still grappling with the fish meat, some even resorting to knives. Yet, even a regular knife struggled to slice through the flesh, requiring considerable force. The terrifying fibers of the fish could likely be woven into fabric strong enough to serve as a bulletproof vest. They approached the meal with eager anticipation, yet ultimately, not a single morsel could be consumed. Some even abandoned the fish entirely and opted for the soup. I suppose I can at least sample the flavor. The fish broth appeared to possess a hint of spiciness, and upon tasting it, the researchers were momentarily stunned. The flavor was utterly peculiar. It was not the taste itself that was strange, but rather the sensation it invoked, an overwhelmingly profound sense of satisfaction. Yet, alongside this satisfaction was an intense richness that deterred them from taking a second sip. The researchers were left in astonishment, and as everyone turned to him, one suggested, "You all should try the soup. This broth likely contained a significant amount of energy." A few individuals ventured to taste the soup, but just one sip left them feeling overly satiated. This sensation of being excessively full is a natural bodily response, akin to satiety, serving as another protective mechanism to prevent excessive consumption of highly energetic foods. That single sip of soup triggered their protective reflex, rendering them unable to take a second. The group was indeed astonished. This fish broth could serve as an emergency food source, with just a small bottle capable of sustaining energy needs for several days. However, they refrained from discussing further, as Gao Yang's research project could very well be a clandestine endeavor, primarily aimed at the advancement of plant studies. They soon dispersed to various plantations to oversee their work. Once the researchers had departed, Director Yuan returned to his previous seat, gazing at the tranquil fish pond. Are you beginning preparations for nationwide genetic enhancement? Gao Yang appeared bewildered. Huh? Observing Gao Yang's expression, Director Yuan chuckled. I understand you. You came here to study rapidly growing soybeans and fish rich in energy. Isn't that paving the way for nationwide genetic enhancement? The greatest challenge in the proliferation of genetic enhancement technology lies in the food supply. Gao Yang recognized that Director Yuan had misunderstood him, but chose not to clarify. As the matter warranted discussion, I believe the most difficult aspect is not the food, but the rapid changes that are hard to control. When an ordinary person suddenly gains tremendous speed and strength while becoming more intelligent, what will they do? If they choose to do good, it is well and good. But what if they opt for malevolence? In such a scenario, an individual's capacity for destruction is immense, even if apprehended easily. The damage inflicted by an enhanced individual could be irreparable before they are caught. The aforementioned concerns are not the most pressing issues. The critical question remains, what will ordinary individuals do after enhancement? Surely, it cannot be solely for the purpose of excelling in video games. Dean Yuan soon realized that while having everyone become extraordinary is beneficial, it is imperative that they have meaningful pursuits. Previously, in countries with generous welfare systems, we have witnessed the emergence of individuals who, well-fed and idle, engage in frivolous activities. If such aimless individuals were to possess enhancements, the consequences could indeed be grave. In a more relaxed moment, Gao Yang reclined in his chair, contemplating the time wasted on meals, and mused about the possibility of convenient food options. Dean Yuan, still haunted by the terrifying fish, found Gao Yang's ideas even more alarming. To create such an outrageous soybean and cultivate such peculiar fish merely for the sake of convenience in dining? Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that it has indeed provided considerable ease. Moreover, it would be unwise to impose Dean Yuan's traditional thought processes upon Gao Yang. His perspective was rooted in the belief that such research would be laborious and time-consuming, possibly requiring a lifetime of dedication. However, in Gao Yang's case, the timeline was merely 1 or 2 weeks. With this in mind, the situation appeared much more manageable. Spending 2 weeks on food research was hardly a significant issue. Dean Yuan then shifted the conversation. Such fish must never be allowed to roam freely in the wild. He was preparing to explore relevant technologies. Realizing that relying solely on regulation was insufficient, technological measures were essential for containment. After a brief exchange, Gao Yang bade farewell to Dean Yuan and began his exploration of containment technologies. It was indeed possible to render the fish sterile, but that seemed excessively cruel and would yield limited effectiveness. These creatures were so powerful that a single individual could impact the ecosystem significantly. Genetically restricting their proliferation proved to be an unfeasible endeavor. Ultimately, Gao Yang conceived the idea of implanting chips in the fish's brains. This way, each fish's location would be meticulously tracked, making accidental escapes impossible. Breeding would occur exclusively within the laboratory. However, upon developing the chip, new challenges arose. Regardless of where the chip was implanted, it tended to become damaged. If concealed within the bones, as the fish grew, the bones would expand and distort, crushing the chip. Conversely, if embedded in the flesh, the high strength of the fish's blood and tissue would corrode the chip. For the fourth amplification, Gao Yang allocated the enhancement to the marking chip. The chip's strength was increased 100-fold, alleviating any concerns. Following this fourth amplification, Gao Yang also gained an additional opportunity for a lottery enhancement. On top of the existing multiplier for the lottery, this would equate to a 10-fold increase. In a scenario where Gao Yang could choose whatever he wished to draw, this amounted to a staggering 100,000-fold amplification. Although the practical implementation of technology after such an amplification would be immensely challenging, given the current technological landscape, most possibilities seemed unattainable. Yet, even if immediate realization was not feasible, the accumulation of knowledge would significantly aid future research endeavors, accelerating the eventual realization of such technologies. This particular amplification required Gao Yang to deliberate carefully, ideally seeking effects that were impressive yet not overly difficult to realize. The opportunity for a 100,000-fold increase must not be squandered. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang resolved to delve into the depths of the ocean for research. Humanity has long possessed the capability to explore profound depths of the sea, even reaching its most abyssal realms, albeit rather clumsily. The primary objective of Gao Yang's enhancement is to transform the ocean into a verdant sanctuary. Additionally, he intends to address certain latent dangers. Presently, there remain numerous nuclear submarines beneath the waves. While they pose no threat to the Dragon Kingdom, as they cannot inflict harm, Their mere existence is an unresolved peril that must be managed. Chapter 245. Well prepared. Gao Yang initiated a dialogue with Dean Yuan, requesting a port by the seaside. However, 2 hours later, Dean Yuan presented him with an island instead. This small isle, nestled within the ocean, was not desolate. It boasted numerous structures and ample infrastructure, originally serving as a supply base for the bald eagle. The port and related facilities were exceptionally well constructed. Upon arriving after a 2-hour journey, Gao Yang was further pleased, for the scenery was indeed breathtaking. The island featured expansive sandy beaches and a shallow reef, merely half a meter deep. The crystal-clear waters revealed a vibrant aquatic life, including fish and sea urchins, ensuring that even those unable to swim could enjoy themselves immensely. This location had already been partially developed by the bald eagle's personnel, making it directly suitable for use as a laboratory, albeit with limited resources. Nonetheless, with the presence of large cargo aircraft, abundant resources were continuously delivered to the island. After a couple of days of leisure, Gao Yang embarked on a new design endeavor. In truth, he could effortlessly conceive vessels and submarines that would far surpass the current global standards, achieving remarkable advancements. At the very least, with enhanced strength of the hull materials, increased energy capacity, and accelerated release rates. Even if no other aspects of the ship were altered, its speed and performance would significantly improve. Translating this to submarines, some could reach depths of 1,000 meters, a feat considered extraordinary. It is noteworthy that, with present technology, the Dragon Kingdom can only manage depths of a few hundred meters with nuclear submarines, while designs capable of descending to depths of over 10,000 meters have primarily focused on withstanding water pressure. In simpler terms, a solid mass can be easily cast to the ocean floor at 10,000 meters. However, such a mass would serve no purpose once it reaches that depth. Presently, designs for underwater vessels either pertain to ships or submarines. Given the current circumstances, Gao Yang opted for submarine design, as the technological requirements for submarines far exceed those of ships. Additionally, managing nuclear submarines necessitates proximity to them. When the Dragon Kingdom assumed control of the Bald Eagle's base, it could also establish connections with submarines on the ocean floor. Many controllers of nuclear submarines had surrendered, choosing to take their families and become simple captives of a fallen nation. The remaining unyielding individuals were negotiating terms or seeking opportunities to retaliate from beneath the waves. Such threats could only be addressed through submarines. Gao Yang commenced his submarine design, focusing primarily on creating a vessel that was large, swift, and resilient against shocks. This design was intended to capture nuclear submarines. Should a nuclear submarine retaliate, it would be crucial for the submarine to withstand the impact, lest all on board perish. Gao Yang immersed himself in his work. The paramount considerations for the submarine included external interfaces and the seams of connections. Internally, he devised several simple regenerative systems capable of converting waste produced by the crew into usable energy. Furthermore, regarding propulsion, a nuclear reactor could be utilized directly in the water. Finally, Gao Yang incorporated some glass elements into the submarine structure. In addition, there exists an electromagnetic pulse cannon, alongside several drag rope catapults. Should they encounter a nuclear submarine, the adversary would find it impossible to escape. The design blueprint emerged, followed by intricate calculations, as Invincible undertook extensive computations to optimize the submarine comprehensively. The enhancements were meticulous, focusing on every detail. Upon completion of the optimization calculations, the parameters of the designed submarine materialized before Gao Yang's eyes. Furrowing his brow, Gao Yang remarked, "Such a submarine can only submerge to a depth of 3,000 meters? Invincible nodded in affirmation. Would you care to observe the dimensions of your submarine? A staggering 256 meters in length, surpassing even the largest submarines in existence. A vessel of such magnitude would endure immense pressure at the ocean's depths. Even with materials of exceptional strength, it could operate at greater depths. However, beyond a certain threshold, the submarine would become akin to a tin can, crushed by the relentless underwater pressure." Gao Yang contemplated the possibility of increasing the thickness, but soon realized that the matter transcended mere thickness. He was on the brink of 100,000-fold amplification. Regardless of which aspect was enhanced, the overall capabilities of the submarine would escalate to an astonishing level. Invincible commenced the allocation of resources for production. Concurrently, cargo spacecraft continued to transport a substantial quantity of materials. The construction of such a colossal entity necessitated time. Despite the assistance of numerous robots and the utilization of cutting-edge equipment, nearly 2 weeks were required for completion. During this fortnight, Gao Yang remained industrious, cultivating an array of fish genes to expand his dietary options. Having subsisted primarily on a singular type of fish for an extended period, while convenient, the flavor had begun to wear thin. The first meal of grass carp was delectable, the second acceptable, but after several consecutive days of consuming the same fish, Gao Yang found himself yearning for variety. He decided to experiment with crawfish as well. By the second week, the cultivated super crawfish had become formidable enough to snap a robot in half with a single claw. Observing the crawfish effortlessly severing the robot's waist, Gao Yang promptly instructed Invincible to dismember it. A 2-meter-tall lobster, capable of burrowing, coupled with its terrifying speed, strength, and voracious appetite, was simply impractical to maintain. Should it escape, it would pose significant challenges. However, this singular 2-meter lobster would suffice for a considerable duration. Not to mention, even just its legs would provide Gao Yang with sustenance for an entire day. One leg steamed, another braised, one more with garlic, another oil braised, and yet another with 13 spices, alongside a peppery flavor, totaling 6 legs, each prepared in a different pot by 6 robots. Seated on a nearby chair, Gao Yang gazed at the distant sunset. Under the waning light, the construction of the submarine was nearing completion, awaiting only the installation of the ventilation ports to finalize the endeavor. Within a day at most, he found himself filled with anticipation. Once the amplification was complete, he would be ready to plunge into the ocean's depths. Throughout his life, he had yet to explore the profound underwater realms. For now, however, it was time to indulge in a meal. The thick lobster legs, each substantial, promised an explosion of satisfaction with every bite. Mei Mei indulged in a delightful feast, feeling somewhat satiated, and still had lobster tails left. Gao Yang harbored no intentions of indulging alone. Instead, he arranged for the airplane to return to the Dragon Kingdom, allowing Director Yuan and others to savor the delicacies. Primarily, due to the freezing process, the freshness had diminished, and it was better for everyone to enjoy them at a later time. The twilight by the seaside descended swiftly, and by the time they finished their meal, darkness enveloped the surroundings. After a brief slumber, Gao Yang awoke to the sound of the system's alert. Ding. Host has developed a deep-sea submarine. Amplification is possible. However, Gao Yang did not hasten to amplify. Instead, he ventured outside for a thorough inspection. He needed to ascertain whether the resources were sufficiently abundant. To prevent any shortages during the amplification modification process, vast areas of the entire island were strewn with an abundance of resources, diverse and plentiful. Whether rare or common, materials were heaped like mountains, with steel rolls amounting to tens of thousands of tons. This clearly indicated a state of meticulous preparation. Chapter 246. The prey is found. Other materials were similar. Gao Yang first circled the submarine, which was quite massive, measuring 256 meters in length, equivalent to 2.5 playgrounds. It took him considerable time to complete his inspection. The height was over 30 meters, towering as high as a 10-story building. Accompanied by robots, he could only reach the entrance by flying. Descending through the entrance, the interior was temporarily divided into 3 levels, necessitated by structural support, while the remaining space was extraordinarily vast, allowing for the possibility of further segmentation into multiple layers. He proceeded directly to the control room, located at the forefront of the submarine, where large panes of glass provided an unobstructed view of the underwater surroundings. After a brief examination aboard the vessel, Gao Yang immersed himself in the system. Amplification. The compass reappeared before him. He immediately adjusted the settings to a 1,000-fold amplification. In a scenario where a 10-fold amplification was guaranteed, achieving the 1,000-fold was the most worthwhile endeavor. Ding. Congratulations, host. The submarine has achieved a 1,000-fold increase in size. Ding. The host has one opportunity for a 10-fold amplification. The submarine size has increased by 100,000 times. Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. A 100,000-fold increase. How immense would that be? This submarine was already substantial at 256 meters. To multiply that by 1,000 would yield 2,560 kilometers. And multiplying again by 10 results in 25,600 kilometers. That was more than the circumference of Earth, which is merely 40,000 kilometers. This was a submarine. Where could any ocean accommodate such a vessel? Would the cockpit be submerged in the Pacific Ocean for a refreshing dip? If the wandering Earth possessed such a submarine, it could forsake Earth entirely, venturing into the cosmos with a vessel capable of housing all of humanity. The system disregarded Gao Yang's complaints and began the disassembly of the submarine. Following this, materials resembling mountains floated in from afar, which then commenced manufacturing within equipment operating at an unknown number of accelerated times. The entire process left Gao Yang in a state of profound astonishment. The manufacturing duration was lengthy, taking a full 3 hours. A submarine measuring 700 meters in length rested upon a small island. Indeed, it was pressing down on the island, for this submarine was longer than the island itself. At 700 meters in length and nearly 100 meters in height, it was an extraordinary behemoth. Ding. Due to material and manufacturing equipment limitations, this amplification has resulted in a mere 2.73 times increase. Gao Yang was inclined to complain. A 100,000-fold amplification of volume would have required the very melting of the Earth itself, and the resultant materials would scarcely suffice to construct even a single submarine. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind. In that moment, he ceased his lamentations, for the knowledge imparted within these memories was overwhelmingly rich. First and foremost was the material. The outer shell of the submarine, expanded 100,000 times, possessed an extraordinarily high strength. Without reaching that strength, it would be prone to fracture. It was akin to a steel bar. At 1 meter in length, it was remarkably resilient, virtually unbreakable. However, when extended to 100 meters, lifting it from the center would cause both ends to sag to the ground. At that length, it must bear the weight of its entirety. In addition to the exceptionally robust exterior, numerous transformations have occurred within, including advancements in energy, regeneration, and weaponry such as electromagnetic pulse cannons. As it grew too large, all these elements necessitated adaptation. The transformed aspects were all etched in Gao Yang's memory, the assimilation of which consumed half a day. By the time Gao Yang opened his eyes, the submarine had vanished. The voice of Invincible resonated. Surrounding us are vast islands, and the ocean's depth does not permit further descent. I will first submerge the submarine, navigating to deeper and broader waters. Gao Yang casually boarded a vessel from the harbor and proceeded to the location where the submarine was anchored. The small boat was swift, yet it took an hour to reach the submarine's mooring area. Remarkably, there were even boats in this expanse of sea. They could not be termed boats. Rather, they were small crafts, with 4 individuals aboard, brandishing AK-47s. From a distance, Gao Yang discerned the small craft speeding towards him, momentarily stunned. Are they pirates? Invincible glanced from afar. There is no information about them online, but they are likely pirates. Finally, Invincible added, no threat. Though the adversaries possessed AK-47s. Shooting on the open sea makes accuracy difficult due to the wind and waves. Furthermore, and most importantly, even without the electromagnetic shield, ordinary bullets striking Gao Yang would merely feel like a tickle. He was in no rush to reach the submarine. In Longhua, the notion of pirates was virtually unheard of. Previously, one might have encountered highway robberies, but such occurrences are now almost non-existent. His curiosity piqued. He wondered how these 4 inexperienced ruffians dared to rob vessels in such expansive waters. With ocean-going ships weighing thousands or even hundreds of thousands of tons, how could these petty pirates succeed? As he pondered, the 4 pirates noticed Gao Yang and began accelerating towards him. During their approach, they fired into the sky with their AK-47s, evidently thrilled by the prospect of their prey. Invincible remarked, "Do you require me to deal with them?" "There's no need," Gao Yang replied calmly, awaiting the arrival of their speedboat. At last, the craft reached him, and the 4 sun-baked individuals approached, grinning broadly as they aimed their weapons at Gao Yang's boat and boarded. However, they soon froze, staring at Invincible in bewilderment, then pointing their guns at Gao Yang, and then at Invincible, chattering excitedly. Gao Yang turned to Invincible, who translated, "They are asking what I am." Gao Yang chuckled. "First, disarm yourselves." With a mere gesture, Invincible unleashed a terrifying electromagnetic pulse. The metallic bullets in their hands and on their bodies were all yanked skyward. Then, with a wave of her hand, she cast several guns into the water. The 4 pirates stood dumbfounded, questioning what had just transpired. Where are their guns? But they quickly realized they had encountered a formidable opponent and instinctively leaped into the sea. However, when they were spotted by Gao Yang, it was fated that they could not escape. The Invincible one seized the 2 and hurled them towards the other 2. The 4 of them collided, emitting anguished cries. Gao Yang sat before the quartet with a chair, smiling as he inquired, "How is your business faring?" Unfazed by Gao Yang's morbid humor, the Invincible one promptly assisted with the translation. The 4 pirates were left bewildered, having had their firearms disarmed through seemingly divine intervention, and they questioned the state of their business. Was it thriving or not? Recently, it had not been flourishing. The White Eagle had encountered difficulties, leading to a decline in passing ships. Gao Yang chuckled softly. "Do you know what misfortune befell the White Eagle?" The pirates shook their heads, indicating ignorance. "Then you likely do not know me either. No wonder you dared to rob me," Gao Yang remarked with a smile. "The last individual who attempted to rob me was from the White Eagle." The Invincible one translated this entirely. The 4 robbers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. What could this mean? It was not that they failed to comprehend the words, but rather, they could not grasp the implications. How could a nation like the White Eagle stoop to robbing an individual? Chapter 247. The True Purpose. Gao Yang did not linger on this topic any longer and began to inquire about other matters. His curiosity primarily revolved around the profession of piracy. After a few moments of questioning, the romanticized notion of pirates dissipated entirely. The reality bore no resemblance to the swashbuckling rogues depicted in tales like One Piece. In truth, they were merely a band of thieves, operating upon the waves. They would resort to kidnapping if possible, and murder when it suited them. Often, they left with their loot purely out of fear of the consequences that might arise from their violent deeds. Lost in thought, one of the pirates suddenly exclaimed, "Our mothership is nearby. There are bombs aboard." Gao Yang turned his gaze toward the distance, where he spotted a small black dot. To the untrained eye, it appeared insignificant, but Gao Yang recognized it as a rather sizable vessel drawing closer. Surrounding the grand ship were numerous small speedboats, racing toward them with alarming speed. A force of over 100 men approached, exuding an overwhelming presence. At that moment, a dramatic score could have accompanied the scene. The four pirates turned to observe their mothership, their previous trepidation replaced with bluster. "You're finished. Release me at once, or else." "Or else what?" Gao Yang chuckled. "As if everyone else lacks a grand ship." As his words echoed, the previously chaotic waves of the sea transformed into a synchronized rhythm. A vast body of water surged beneath the vessel, rising higher and higher. The four pirates were rendered speechless, desperately clutching the ship, their eyes wide with astonishment at the towering wave. Why was there such a wave? Shouldn't the sea be undulating rather than rising continuously? As the pirate ship drew closer, they discerned the towering wave and, within it, a shadowy mass that seemed quite substantial. Suddenly, the vessel jolted violently, as though it had collided with something. A reef? But how could there be a reef here? Screams erupted aboard the pirate ship, followed by a surge of panic. The ship broke free from the surface of the water and capsized, crashing upon an unseen heavy object. This singular event claimed the lives of many. Those who survived, upon raising their heads to behold the colossal entity that had emerged from the depths, were left in a state of shock. It was the bridge of a submarine. This imposing structure, towering at least 30 meters high, left the pirates in utter disbelief. How could such a thing exist? It was far too grand. Turning around, they realized the reason for their shipwreck. They had collided with a submarine. The reason for their capsizing became clear. They had been riding atop the submarine. As they beheld the submarine, stretching several hundred meters in length, a wave of despair washed over the pirates. How could such a massive submarine exist in this world? Its overall length was staggering, and its height was equally imposing. Glancing back at their destroyed vessel, they felt a surge of anxiety. With hopeful eyes, they glanced up, yearning for someone to emerge from the bridge and offer them a chance at survival. Otherwise, this colossal entity, should it sink and merely turn in the water, could conjure a vortex powerful enough to engulf them all, leaving little hope for survival. Upon the bridge, the vessel of Gao Yang lay anchored, and four pirates stood wide-eyed, utterly astonished by the scene before them. What is this? A submarine? But how could it possibly be so massive? As these thoughts raced through their minds, the hatch above the bridge swung open, releasing a procession of robots. Gao Yang descended from the ship and commanded, "Send them all to the Bald Eagle." With that, he turned and entered the corridor. Inside, a staircase descended, leading further down, layer by layer. Compared to its previous augmentation, this space was not only more expansive but also better structured. Descending from the bridge, one would find corridors to the left and right, as well as elevators ascending and descending. The overall height of the submarine approached 100 meters, an astonishing height equivalent to a 30-story building. Without elevators, it would be exceedingly inconvenient for an ordinary person to navigate the levels. Using the elevator to reach the midsection, Gao Yang proceeded directly to the cockpit at the very front. Outside, a swarm of flying robots surged toward the pirates. Once again, the pirates were rendered speechless at the sight of the airborne automatons. Never before had they witnessed such a spectacle. How absurd! Why were these robots capable of flight? Before they could process the situation, the flying robots swiftly bound them and ascended toward the homeland of the Bald Eagle. At that moment, the submarine began its descent. Although the submarine sank at a leisurely pace, the noise it generated was tremendous. The sheer size of the vessel descending influenced the surrounding waves. Yet, in the grand scheme of the ocean, this submarine was not overly large. However, should its complete form emerge, the ocean would appear merely as a small pond. As the submarine continued its descent, Gao Yang could distinctly sense the surrounding darkness intensifying. It became a pitch-black expanse. In the depths of the ocean, it resembled the starry sky, beautiful in imagination or upon initial contact, yet upon truly entering the deep sea, the beauty dissipated, devoid of light. Nothing was visible. Even if lights were activated in the deep sea, the fish encountered were of a chaotic variety, entirely lacking in human aesthetic appeal. Fortunately, Gao Yang had not developed this contraption solely to explore the ocean. Activating the scanner on the control panel, he observed with clarity the myriad entities within a 100-kilometer radius of the ocean. Within this expanse, he detected 2 nuclear submarines. 2. Their allegiance was unknown. However, given that they were nuclear submarines and not affiliated with the Dragon Nation, they were undoubtedly suspicious. The submarine accelerated in the deep sea, approaching one of the nuclear vessels. which lay 200 meters beneath the surface. In these depths of international waters, there was typically little to no activity, as it meandered along its predetermined course before rotating personnel to continue the drift. After all, nuclear submarines were possessed by many factions, yet they were rarely deployed except in critical situations. They harbored no expectation of receiving urgent alerts. However, just as everyone aboard the vessel relaxed, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the ship. In the control room, someone exclaimed, "A supermassive object is approaching us." "What is it?" "Unknown. Perhaps a submarine?" The technicians reporting were engulfed in a sense of insecurity, for the vessel was simply colossal. At over 100 meters, it was already classified as a substantial submarine, yet the sonar detection revealed a target measuring an astonishing 700 meters in length. 700 meters? How could that be possible? The longest ship in the world measures only a little over 400 meters, and a submarine of 700 meters? In this 200-meter deep expanse, what else could exist of such magnitude? Suddenly, all alarms aboard ceased. A woman's voice resonated from the control console. "Do not be afraid. Cooperate with us, and you shall encounter no danger." The crew aboard the submarine, bewildered, felt a sudden jolt. "Do not panic. This is merely the towing line exerting force, securing the vessel more firmly to prevent any mid-journey detachment." The crew was left in utter confusion, still unaware of the unfolding events. They were incapable of sending any messages, as the control console had been compromised. Their understanding of the external situation was limited. All they knew was that there was likely an enormous entity outside. Then, the submarine began to move without activating its propellers, being towed along. A technician approached the control console, realizing they could still manually regulate the submarine's power. Yet, no one dared to intervene. It felt too uncanny. Then, a technician observed the speed displayed on the console, exclaiming in disbelief, "Our speed appears to have reached 70 kilometers per hour. Chapter 248. Have we disturbed the submarine's lair? The crew aboard the submarine was momentarily taken aback. They had indeed perceived the vessel's speed to be quite rapid, yet this velocity seemed utterly preposterous. If it were a ruse, it would imply that their submarine systems had been commandeered, leaving them devoid of assistance from their equipment. Thus, even if they managed to control the submarine, escape would be impossible. Conversely, if the situation were genuine, their prospects for fleeing were bleak. At their maximum speed of merely 50 kilometers per hour, they would find themselves hopelessly outpaced, and even if they broke free from their tether, they could not venture far before being recaptured. The commander of the submarine wore a tense expression, attempt to establish communication. However, they found themselves unable to surface or send any messages. The commander resorted to peering through the periscope to survey the external environment, but without the aid of illumination, all that greeted his eyes was an expanse of darkness. Someone suggested, "The sonar is still operational. Let us employ it for reconnaissance." Immediately, personnel rushed to engage the sonar equipment to ascertain their surroundings. This time, in addition to the colossal entity they had previously detected, the sonar revealed an additional object, a submarine. The sonar continued its function, generating rudimentary images. In this hazy visualization, the enormous submarine could be seen approaching the smaller nuclear submarine, launching a tether that ensnared it. The larger vessel then commenced its departure, dragging the smaller one along. The crew aboard the smaller submarine was rendered speechless. What was this behemoth? Who did it belong to? What were its intentions? Confusion enveloped them as they attempted to communicate, but any sound they uttered was swallowed by silence, leaving them both astonished and anxious. Meanwhile, the other submarine's crew also experienced shock and bewilderment, though their trepidation was somewhat mitigated by the fact that they had witnessed preparations for their capture. The immense submarine charted a course toward the Dragon Kingdom, with Gao Yang not overly eager to pursue nuclear submarines, instead indulging in the thrill of the chase. While Gao Yang reveled in his amusement, several major global powers were thrown into a state of panic. Their nuclear submarines had lost all contact. Not just one, but several vessels that were expected to maintain communication had gone entirely silent. Under normal circumstances, while continuous communication was not feasible, intermittent updates were routine. The prolonged silence was indicative of a significant issue, and it was not merely a singular incident. Multiple submarines were unaccounted for. Given the gravity of the situation concerning nuclear submarines, of which only 6 factions worldwide possessed, such matters were typically cloaked in secrecy. However, the third brother was quick to seek international assistance after failing to locate their vessels for 2 consecutive days. "Can anyone assist in recovering our nuclear submarines? We have lost contact." They had only 2 nuclear submarines, both leased, and the sudden disappearance of one was indeed a source of deep concern. The third brother's call for help swiftly transformed them into the subject of global ridicule. Their vessels sank upon launch, aircraft plummeted from the sky, and their tanks and artillery often encountered mishaps. Now, even their nuclear submarine seemed fated to a similar misfortune. Numerous blunders have transpired. ranging from forgetting to close hatches before submersion, nuclear leaks, to inadvertently firing upon Allied forces, incidents that, throughout history and across the globe, could be deemed catastrophic in nature. Now, the situation has escalated to the point of complete disappearance, lacking salvage capabilities and resorting to international tenders for recovery operations. It is utterly laughable. The other major powers possessing nuclear submarines are not in a position to find humor in this. Laughter at such a moment would be a reflection of their own precarious situations, for their submarines, too, have vanished. Covertly, search and rescue teams have been organized to scour the waters where signals were lost. Several salvage teams eventually converged at the same location, primarily because the submarine from Gaoyang had not navigated in a convoluted path, but rather in a straight line. Consequently, all nuclear submarines had been processed along that trajectory, ensuring that the salvage teams would inevitably intersect. Upon brief communication, the teams recognized the gravity of the situation. The disappearance of their submarines alongside those of the third brother could be attributed to mere coincidence, as the third brother often finds himself embroiled in various troubles. However, the simultaneous incidents involving all their submarines signified a serious matter. Direct communication ensued among the powers with nuclear submarines, leading to widespread alarm, aside from Dragon Country. All other factions reported incidents of missing submarines. Was a significant event about to unfold? In response, Dragon Country promptly recalled all its nuclear submarines and convened an urgent meeting. Other powers mirrored this decision, forming a joint investigation team. This joint investigation team was endowed with considerable authority, bolstered by the collective backing of several top-tier powers, granting them extensive enforcement powers. On the very day of its establishment, a fisherman from Dragon Country reported an unusual snag in his net, an object that resisted all efforts to be pulled free. After the call, the fisherman began casting additional nets. We must not allow it to escape into our waters. He summoned Old Deng and his crew for assistance. The official response from Dragon Country was swift. Upon receiving the call, a fleet was dispatched immediately. Clearly, something substantial had infiltrated their waters. If it were merely a common detector, the fishermen would have easily retrieved it. As the fleet set sail, the joint investigation team closely monitored the situation. In the absence of any leads, no unexpected occurrences could be overlooked. The fisherman, being dragged forward by the net, was soon joined by more fishing vessels. By the time the fleet arrived, a dozen fishing boats were straining at full throttle to pull the object. The slow pace of the retrieval indicated that whatever lay beneath the surface was indeed a colossal entity. As the fleet approached, they observed something being drawn up from beneath the water's surface, curiously resembling the bridge of a submarine. The personnel on the fleet immediately reported the discovery. Had they found another faction's submarine within Dragon Country's waters? This represented an extraordinary incident, necessitating immediate and serious attention. The report reached the joint investigation team without delay, who monitored the event remotely. At last, the submarine was pulled halfway out by the fishing nets. The joint investigation team erupted in commotion, while the representatives from Dragon Country maintained a stern demeanor. Bear, is this not your submarine? The individuals from the Northern Bear were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this is our submarine, the one that had gone missing. How did it end up in your Dragon Kingdom's waters? Yet, amidst their bewilderment, they hastily assured, we harbor absolutely no ulterior motives. As they spoke, shadows began to emerge from beneath the water. It was the submarine from the third Brother S nation. Shortly thereafter, another submarine surfaced. This one belonged to the Gallic Rooster. Then yet another submarine appeared, previously belonging to the Bald Eagle. The fishermen were left dumbfounded, believing they had stumbled upon a significant catch, only to realize they had inadvertently uncovered a veritable den of submarines. How could this be? Where did all these nuclear submarines come from? After the initial shock, the fleet commander swiftly sounded the alarm and promptly reported the situation upward. The presence of nearly 20 submarines in the Dragon Kingdom is undeniably a matter of great significance. Chapter 249, A Reversal. In less than half a minute, a multitude of aircraft from the Dragon Nation appeared on the horizon. Within various military bases, an array of missiles stood ready for launch at a moment's notice. In the vastness of space, Guardian ships congregated above the Dragon Nation, poised to intercept and obliterate any nuclear submarine that dared to initiate an offensive. Meanwhile, the nation to which the submarines belonged was in a state of utter panic, devoid of any ulterior motives. What had become of the last country that entertained such thoughts? How could they possibly muster the audacity? Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that their submarines were now clustered around the Dragon Nation. All factions, even the third party, were in disarray, hastily declaring their non-involvement, asserting that they bore no connection whatsoever. Yet, despite their claimed detachment, they were more than willing to offer reparations. Regardless of the circumstances, they were intent on presenting a conciliatory front, ensuring the Dragon Nation would not retaliate against those who wore a friendly facade. However, with 16 nuclear submarines encroaching upon the territorial waters of the Dragon Nation, the situation had escalated dramatically, drawing the gaze of the entire world. Increased attention began to focus on the finer details. The most striking detail was the thick ropes binding these submarines. Could this be the key to unlocking the mystery of their disappearance? Were these submarines being towed? What lay at the other end of the ropes submerged in the water? Such thoughts heightened the tension among many. In the depths of the ocean, nuclear submarines were colossal entities, possessing formidable offensive and propulsion capabilities. Could they truly be so easily towed? As the 16 submarines surfaced from the depths, the water began to part left and right ahead of them. All eyes turned to witness the unfolding spectacle, and those present, along with distant commanders, widened their eyes in astonishment. What emerged was immense. At first glance, it resembled a platform on the water's surface, measuring at least 20 meters in length and width. The platform continued to ascend. Someone remarked, "The bridge?" This structure bore a striking resemblance to the bridge atop a submarine. But how could a submarine possess such a vast bridge? Then they observed the bridge rising, ascending more than 30 meters. The height of the bridge was at least 30 meters. One must understand that the bridge is merely a small protrusion atop a submarine. If the bridge was that substantial, how colossal must the submarine itself be? In a state of shock, they beheld the true magnitude of the submarine. The water parted over 400 meters in the front and 300 meters in the back, revealing the submarine's true form. The previously sizable nuclear submarines, each over 100 meters long, now appeared as mere models in comparison. This colossal submarine stretched an astonishing 700 meters in length, an unfathomable sight. Whose creation was this? The crew within the fleet stood in stunned silence as the submarine fully emerged. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed upon the emblem emblazoned on the side of the submarine. Could this truly belong to them? Did they possess such an extraordinary submarine? Their astonishment was shared by personnel across various military bases, who also witnessed this extraordinary scene from afar. After the initial shock, two words echoed in their minds. Gaoyang. What concept does a 700-meter-long submarine represent? It is a notion that remains beyond the reach of current human capability. The immense size necessitates an extraordinary level of strength. Otherwise, when a wave crashes from the front, the structure may bend in the middle while remaining stationary at the rear. If confronted by significant storms or swift ocean currents, it could break apart. 200 meters is essentially the current technological limit for humanity. Beyond this distance, only a figure like Gao Yang could be involved. The base personnel contacted Director Yuan, as he was most familiar with Gao Yang. Upon realizing the magnitude of the situation, Director Yuan listened to the inquiries on the other end of the line. It is highly likely to be Gao Yang. He sought submarine design data from me recently. The military began attempts to reach Gao Yang. Gao Yang was still in the control room of the submarine when he received the communication request, promptly answering, "It's me." The general on the other end felt a weight lift from his chest, becoming relaxed yet curious. "Why are you towing a nuclear submarine?" Considering that the American nuclear submarines were playing hide and seek, I designed this submarine to capture any other nuclear submarines encountered along the way. Initially, I intended to surface near the coast to discuss the next steps, but the waters were too shallow, and it became entangled in a fishing net. The general chuckled at the absurdity. It's remarkable that such a formidable nuclear submarine could be casually brought back, just like that. What do you intend to do with these nuclear submarines? The nuclear submarines must be confiscated. After all, peace is paramount. On the other end of the communication, the general laughed heartily, acknowledging the importance of peace. While nuclear weapons no longer pose a threat to the Dragon Nation, they still require regulation. Indiscriminate disposal could cause issues with flora and fauna. I will instruct the fleet to clear a path for you to return to port. Understood. As the communication concluded, the tense atmosphere in the Dragon Nation began to ease, though missile interception systems remained on high alert, wary of any potential provocations from the nuclear submarines. Only then did Gao Yang's submarine finally surface. Compared to this colossal vessel, fishing boats appeared as mere paper crafts, while the nearby escort ship resembled a small-scale model. The escort ship received orders to lead the fleet ahead of the enormous submarine. The fishing boats in the rear began to retract their nets and swiftly vacated the area. As Gao Yang was preparing to set sail, the submarine accelerated, creating towering waves across the water's surface. Following closely were several submarines, bobbing amidst the tumultuous waves, gradually adjusting their positions in response to the increasing speed. From a bird's-eye view, the scene was utterly breathtaking, a massive submarine leading a fleet of smaller ones, akin to a great hen accompanied by her chicks. However, the perspectives of different observers varied dramatically. For the higher-ups in the Dragon Nation witnessing this spectacle, it was exhilarating. A submarine of such prowess effortlessly manipulating others, towing numerous submarines for confiscation, showcased an undeniable dominance. Conversely, the sentiments among other factions were entirely different. Frustration and discontent reigned as their nuclear submarines, vital national assets, were unceremoniously towed away. Did they dare to voice their grievances? Absolutely not. Yet, some factions expressed joy at the turn of events. 3 cheers. The joy of the third brother is not feigned. He has leased a submarine, which has now been seized by the Dragon Country, thereby relieving him of any financial burden. Moreover, everyone is in the same predicament, having lost their nuclear submarines, which further narrows the gap in combat capabilities. Interestingly, they currently lack a permanent member. This time, they might apply for membership and could potentially become the 5th permanent member. Most significantly, they possess only 2 nuclear submarines, and although one has been captured, others have seen at least 3 dragged away. The dynamics of the joint investigation team have subtly shifted. When conventional submarines surface, it is the representatives of the Dragon Country who cast questioning glances at the others. However, now that all conventional nuclear submarines are being towed away by that formidable vessel, it is the other parties who direct their puzzled gazes towards the members of the Dragon Country's investigation team, their expressions reflecting not only confusion but also a sense of lamentation. As for confrontation, they might consider it, yet they dare not act. The members of the investigation team from the Dragon Country have begun to communicate with their superiors via phone, feeling a sense of urgency. After all, have they suddenly become the villains? Chapter 250, Sovereign of the Deep Sea. After making several phone calls, the Dragon Nation representatives involved in the investigation confirmed the situation. They gazed at the assembly, took a deep breath, and declared, "Nuclear submarines are a hindrance to peace. The remaining nuclear submarines must either be dealt with by you, or we shall assist in their resolution." Such a proclamation was indeed tyrannical. So much so that the speaker felt slightly breathless. Wasn't this a touch unreasonable? Upon hearing this, the members of the investigation team from other factions fell silent. After a moment, one of them finally spoke. "What about the personnel aboard the nuclear submarines that have already been taken away? They will certainly be safely returned. As for the specifics, we shall await further news," replied the Dragon Nation representative, who then looked back at the screen displaying the enormous nuclear submarine. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he explained, "The information I just received was initially only concerning the nuclear submarines of the White-Headed Eagle. If their submarines remain unaddressed, that poses a risk. Your misfortune merely coincided with our aim." The others remained silent. Misfortune? Submarines do not dwell in homes. They traverse the seas. Yet, no one dared to speak. To fall behind is to be struck. This was a lesson they had once imparted to the Dragon Nation, when they had organized a coalition of multinational forces to pillage and plunder the lands of the Dragon Nation. Now that the Dragon Nation had grown formidable, they merely kicked them when they found them displeasing. On the surface, the waters surged tumultuously in the wake of the submarine's passage. Submarines actually navigate faster underwater than on the surface, yet the distance to the port was not far, and they would soon arrive. The fleet, having brought Gao Yang to the port, arrived at a large military facility. At this moment, numerous vessels had been moved aside to make way for the submarine's entry. Fortunately, the depth was sufficient, allowing the submarine to glide into the harbor and come to a steady halt. At the port, a multitude of individuals awaited. Influential figures from the vicinity had gathered, their eyes wide with anticipation. Previously, they had only witnessed this colossal entity through video. Now, standing before it, they were struck with awe, especially as the submarine approached, resembling an impending mountain. Once the submarine was securely docked, those nearest felt as if they were facing an object of infinite length. It was immense. In comparison, the smaller submarines behind it appeared as mere toys. The machinery powered by nuclear reactors seemed trivial beside this behemoth. Even 2 of the Dragon Nation's aircraft carriers, when aligned, could not match the length of this submarine. As all gazed in astonishment, Gao Yang ascended to the top of the submarine's bridge, looked down at the esteemed figures below, and with a smile, leaped down. The sight of him descending from such heights startled many. It was indeed a considerable drop. Just as they were contemplating this, 2 robots simultaneously sprang into action, one on each side, ensuring Gao Yang's safe descent. The crowd exhaled in relief. In truth, even had Gao Yang jumped directly, he would have faced no peril, but there was no need to reveal his enhancements. Once on solid ground, Gao Yang turned to the foremost dignitary and cheerfully remarked, "General Zhou, it has been a while since we last met." General Zhou indeed had not seen Gao Yang for quite some time, primarily because Gao Yang had shifted his focus away from weaponry and equipment to research in biological fields and spacecraft. Now, he had developed a submarine, and upon receiving news of this remarkable innovation, General Zhou rushed over. With a smile, he inquired about how one might board the vessel. Expressing concern over the dangers posed by its height, he likened the task of climbing aboard to the peril of installing a vertical ladder on the exterior of a 10-story building. Gao Yang, after a moment of contemplation, admitted that he had not considered this aspect before. It seemed that boarding the submarine presented quite a challenge. In contrast to conventional submarines, where one could easily ascend a few meters to reach the bridge or where the entrance might be conveniently located above, this submarine required one to fly up to it. General Zhou waved dismissively, stating that the means of entry was of little importance and urged to be allowed inside for a closer inspection. His eagerness was palpable. Even if there were design flaws, they were insignificant in the face of such a colossal creation, and the entrance issue could be addressed later. A group of eminent figures accompanying him shared his impatience, all eager to explore the interior and assess its configuration. Gao Yang commanded a robot to ascend, which then lifted the group into the submarine. Inside the submarine's bridge, they discovered a stable staircase, and as they traversed it, they were struck by awe at the sight of the extensive array of equipment, radars, infrared detectors, sonars, and many other devices that left them bewildered. Upon reaching the lower level of the bridge, they were astonished to find themselves in what resembled a vast plaza, soaring 6 to 7 meters high, with ample space that extended at least 100 meters in width and nearly 700 meters in length. To navigate this level, one would practically need to transport vehicles inside. Gao Yang led the group down to the second tier, explaining that this submarine was devoid of conventional weaponry, possessing only an electromagnetic pulse capability. The dignitaries following him were taken aback. Only an electromagnetic pulse? In the depths of the ocean. Unleashing such a pulse upon any vessel would leave no chance of survival. A nuclear submarine struck by such an attack would see all electronic systems fail, including nuclear confinement mechanisms, resulting in catastrophic explosions at the ocean floor. Smaller submarines would lose control entirely, leaving their occupants in a desperate wait for their demise in the abyss. Such a terrifying form of assault, and Gao Yang claimed there were no offensive capabilities? General Zhou found himself at a loss for words. In comparison to conventional nuclear submarines, this vessel seemed merely lacking in the capacity to carry nuclear warheads. Yet why did he perceive nuclear submarines as standard? He steadied his thoughts and continued his descent. His first impression was one of vastness, his second of emptiness, and his third of incredulity, especially as Gao Yang asserted that this submarine could dive to depths of 10,000 meters. The larger the vessel, the greater the water pressure it would endure in the ocean's depths. Currently, the largest and deepest nuclear submarines can only reach a depth of 1,000 meters. Yet, Gao Yang's submarine could descend to 10,000 meters? This craft was truly a dominant force of the seas, an invincible sovereign. The more I contemplate, the more it strikes me as peculiar. The Jiaolong submersible from Longhua is capable of diving to depths of 10,000 meters, even reaching the bottom of the Mariana Trench. However, the Jiaolong weighs over 20 tons, with a maximum payload of merely 200 kilograms. This essentially resembles a hefty iron mass with a hollow core. Such data underscores the formidable challenges of deep-sea exploration. Yet, the colossal Haiyang has managed to achieve deep dives? Initially, it was not feasible, but following subsequent enhancements, the material strength has significantly improved. A group of individuals leisurely wandered about, their eyes widening in astonishment as a plethora of ideas began to form in their minds. A submarine of this caliber, with such a transportation capacity, could easily function as an underwater aircraft carrier if it were to be fitted with an opening. When required, it could surface, revealing a broad and lengthy section above the water, perfectly suited as a runway for aircraft. It is sufficiently long. Chapter 251, Star Map. Furthermore, the submarine serves as a clandestine vessel for troop transport, operating with an uncanny stealth. It can silently deliver forces to any coastal nation around the globe, possessing ample space and capacity to transport tens of thousands in a single endeavor. Yet, after a plethora of contemplations, a cadre of magnates exchanged size. With unparalleled dragon-slaying prowess, they ultimately found themselves ensnared like the very dragons they sought to vanquish. To label the experience as disheartening would be an understatement. Yet to call it exhilarating would equally fall short. After a brief perusal of the surroundings, the dignitaries, confronted with the nascent state of affairs, began their ascent back. Gao Yang turned to General Zhou, stating, "As for the operations of this submarine, I shall entrust them to you and Wudi. Additionally, the submarine will need to embark on a reconnaissance mission to confiscate the submarines of the Bald Eagle." "Is this solely for the purpose of capturing the Bald Eagle-S submarines?" General Zhou inquired, to which Gao Yang replied, "Indeed. I have heard they possess several that are uncooperative." Zhou remained silent, his mind racing with a singular thought. This approach bore an uncanny resemblance to using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito. They truly did not merit such sophisticated vessels for this task. The surrounding magnates nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that the Bald Eagle submarines were unworthy of such technology. Nevertheless, since they had already been constructed, they must be taken for a spin. Gao Yang handed the submarine over to military personnel, being such a sizable vessel. Retaining it served little purpose. His initial intent behind constructing the submarine was to explore the depths of the ocean. However, after a singular venture beneath the waves, the experience left much to be desired. The deeper one ventured, the more murky the waters became, obscuring visibility. Even with lights ablaze, one was met only with a parade of grotesque fish. Absent unforeseen circumstances, it was likely that Gao Yang would not revisit the deep sea. As for the breathtaking scenery of the shallows, a submarine was entirely superfluous. His small island, replete with reefs, was an exquisite locale. Casting aside the submarine, Gao Yang boarded a plane, preparing to return to the Bald Eagle and continue his endeavors in the culinary realm. The research conducted at the dining table often went unnoticed. Yet Gao Yang placed great importance on it. Without sustenance, the consequences could be dire. While airborne, Gao Yang received a call from Director Yuan. Upon answering, Yuan greeted him with a smile. "I have compiled a star map for you, detailing the positioning of all pulsars currently known to the Dragon Nation." Gao Yang's interest was piqued. The localization of pulsars is profoundly significant for the expansion of human civilization beyond terrestrial bounds. The possession of such knowledge could well be the catalyst for humanity's foray into the cosmos. Without it, straying too far would result in disorientation. Pulsars emit continuous signals, each distinct in its electromagnetic signature, allowing for the identification of various pulsars and the estimation of one's position. When sufficiently distanced, multiple pulsar locations can be utilized to ascertain one's own coordinates. Equipped with this information and bolstered by long-term observational data, a comprehensive star map can be constructed. With a star map in hand, humanity's civilization shall not falter in the vastness of space. Without delay, Gao Yang pivoted, making haste back to the laboratory. Upon arrival, he found Director Yuan accompanied by researchers, laden with an abundance of data. Gao Yang directly entrusted the vast array of data to the Invincible Scanning and Analysis System, subsequently constructing a star map. The radio telescope primarily receives electromagnetic signals. Under conditions of heightened sensitivity, it is also easily susceptible to interference. Hence, it is situated in the mountains, far from any electronic devices. Visitors intending to tour the facility must first surrender their mobile phones. Several researchers, filled with anticipation, were aware that Gao Yang intended to utilize this data to create a star map, and they too were eager to witness the eventual outcome. Since its inception, the telescope had significantly aided their research, propelling them into the ranks of global leaders. Now, it was the fusion of their data with Gao Yang's supercomputer. The voice of the Invincible system soon resonated. "Data entry complete. Constructing star map. Construction completed. Shall I display it?" "Display," came the response. Several projection spheres floated into the room, landing in various corners of the walls, and the projection commenced. The three-dimensional star map predominantly exhibited hues of blue, dotted with numerous luminous points. A collective gasp of awe escaped the researchers. The star map. Remarkably, the Invincible system had synthesized all their collected information into this celestial representation. With this star map, they would gain a clearer insight into the fruits of their labor over the past days. Gao Yang, too, was filled with excitement. With this star map, humanity's spacecraft could venture beyond the solar system, perhaps even reaching extraordinarily distant realms. Gently pulling back, the star map rapidly expanded. Yet the myriad of stars remained unchanged. As it continued to enlarge to its limits, Gao Yang beheld a multitude of ordinary stellar points. Invincible. What is the meaning of this? Insufficient data. This star map represents the utmost I can construct from the available information. Gao Yang expressed surprise. Is this all the data contains? Just this single luminous point? Only celestial bodies in close proximity to Earth possessed somewhat detailed data. Those farther away were merely points of light. The researchers, taken aback, realized that merely discovering various celestial bodies was commendable. Obtaining detailed information necessitated prolonged observation. Over time, they would gradually fill in the gaps in the data. Pulsars were similar. Although they might detect a pulsar, it required observation over a period to confirm its status, followed by analysis of the signals to ascertain the pulsar's size, rotation speed, and other parameters. This was a protracted endeavor. After all, analyzing signals emitted from distant sources often yielded inaccuracies. Moreover, the telescope in the Dragon Kingdom had only recently been completed, and the data was still insufficient. The researchers found themselves in an awkward silence, perceiving Gao Yang's earlier anticipation and the confusion now etched upon his face. This very uncertainty weighed heavily on them. Gao Yang scrutinized the star map once more. From the perspective of current Earth conditions, this star map was commendable, at least revealing the locations of stars and even glimpses of extraordinarily distant places. However, its vagueness and numerous omissions were concerning. As a reference star map for Earth, it was indeed praiseworthy. Yet, if employed for space navigation, one could easily become disoriented and lose the way home within mere days. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang resolved to attempt it himself. He turned to Director Yuan and inquired, "Could you procure the technical documentation for the radio telescope?" Director Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Gao Yang intended to take the initiative? Without a trace of hesitation, he responded, "I will contact someone to obtain it." One of the researchers remarked, "In truth, the technical difficulty is not vastly different. The principles are well understood by everyone. The primary distinction lies in the size. Currently, the telescope in Longhua is the largest in the world. Aiming for a larger one would present significant manufacturing challenges." Gao Yang nodded. "If the issue is merely one of size, my current manufacturing capabilities are exceptionally strong. I can construct a larger one. It's not a matter of distrust. Rather, the information available is rather vague. As a navigational star map for cosmic exploration, it is undoubtedly inadequate." The researchers were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances that suggested disbelief. What was this? Cosmic exploration? What level of technological advancement had humanity reached to suddenly delve into such matters? Moreover, they had previously assumed Gao Yang was simply interested in the information they had gathered. Had they known he sought a star map for cosmic navigation, they would have undoubtedly refused him on the spot. It seemed he had overestimated their capabilities. Chapter 252, To the Moon. Even Director Yuan felt a tightening in his heart as he listened. He was somewhat reluctant to provide the data, for if Gao Yang were to embark on an interstellar journey, the potential dangers could yield dire consequences. However, he understood that withholding the information would not hinder Gao Yang's ability to conduct his research. By providing the star maps, he could maintain a degree of oversight on the project's progress. Moreover, even with the star maps in hand, the realization of interstellar travel would likely require an extensive period of time, given the immense technical challenges involved. Director Yuan, accompanied by the research staff, departed to organize the technical documentation for the radio telescope. The radio telescope primarily observes radio waves emitted by celestial bodies, measuring their intensity, spectrum, and polarization, among other attributes. This constitutes a comprehensive observational system that, in addition to antennas that collect radio waves, includes highly sensitive receivers that amplify the radio signals, as well as mechanisms for recording, processing, and displaying the information. Only when all these components are integrated can a radio telescope be assembled. While awaiting the arrival of the documentation, Gao Yang immersed himself in relevant literature. At the current technological level, as the previous researcher had noted, radio telescopes are predominantly large. The larger the antenna, the more signals it can receive, leading to stronger and clearer amplification. Conversely, while the technology itself has certain requirements, they are not exceedingly stringent. Hence, it is no wonder that Longhua has managed, in a matter of years, to construct the largest eye in the world. After perusing the routine materials, Gao Yang's mind began to formulate ideas. If such an eye were to be positioned in space, unobstructed by the atmosphere, the clarity would be unparalleled. The far side of the moon, perpetually facing the vastness of space, combined with the abundance of craters, presents an ideal location. The craters, being substantial and appropriately shaped, offer a perfect site. For humanity in the past, such a concept seemed nearly unattainable, yet for Gao Yang, it is child's play. Nevertheless, the significance of the radio telescope cannot be overstated. In the face of the perilous yet opportunity-laden cosmos, the importance of a comprehensive map is self-evident. This instrument must at least possess a high amplification factor. To achieve the next opportunity for 100,000-fold amplification, one must first secure 5 instances of 100-fold amplification. Gao Yang's gaze settled upon the manufacturing equipment. Previously, he had executed a significant upgrade to the production apparatus, propelling Longhua's once lagging industrial capabilities to the forefront of the global arena. Yet now, it appears insufficient. And with the technology Gao Yang currently possesses, he is capable of further upgrading all manufacturing equipment once more. For instance, while improvements in machine tool precision are essential, the forthcoming enhancements will primarily focus on strength. After all, Gao Yang has access to a plethora of high-strength materials, rendering the current machine tool strength inadequate for precision machining. Consequently, many components produced subsequently are formed during the casting process. The same applies to other equipment. Nearly all can be enhanced. With a vast expanse of technical knowledge swirling in his mind, Gao Yang contemplated elevating the foundational industry of Longhua to a new level. He resolved to act upon his thoughts, initiating upgrades across various manufacturing technologies, prioritizing upgrades before amplifications. The first to be manufactured was the machine tool, which not only had its component materials entirely transformed for enhanced strength, but also exhibited improvements in overall precision and speed. With the terrifying sharpness of the vibrating knife head, there are now virtually no materials that remain uncuttable. Gao Yang could scarcely fathom the extent of enhancement possible. Yet, uncertainty lingered, prompting him to amplify it. After 100-fold enhancement, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved a 100-fold enhancement in appearance. What once appeared to be an ordinary machine tool now possessed an aesthetic quality before Gao Yang, transforming it into a technological marvel. Its streamlined design coupled with intricate details resembling a work of art. The distinction between enhanced and unenhanced was subtle. Yet Gao Yang understood that its efficiency and precision had reached an apex. Further elevation of precision would approach the realm of nanotechnology. At such a level, one could hardly expect to slice molecules in half, as molecules too exist at a nanoscale. Continuing with upgrades of other equipment, Gao Yang refrained from squandering enhancement opportunities thereafter. The principal difference between his current and previous endeavors lay in the elevation of his overall capabilities. Previously, much of his design work had been built upon the foundations laid by predecessors, who had not yet reached their limits. Now, however, his design stood upon his own shoulders, as he had traversed the zenith of human civilization. Consequently, the multiplicative enhancements achievable through the system had diminished significantly, primarily due to the advancement of knowledge. For instance, the engine he had previously manufactured was currently the finest in the world. Following the system upgrade, the technology had transformed a conventional engine into a space jump engine. The same applied to the manufacturing equipment. When at the limits of technology, further upgrades were likely to encompass comprehensive technological advancements. In circumstances where the production technology had reached its pinnacle, further upgrades were improbable or would lead to the development of entirely different production devices. Thus, Gao Yang decided to reserve enhancement opportunities for food. While upgrading the equipment, various aquatic species were being amplified by Gao Yang. Each 100-fold enhancement yielded a segment of genetic material, which could then be applied to other aquatic organisms. After enhancing a freshwater fish and 2 marine species, Gao Yang had enabled the invincible to utilize the same genetic material for cultivating diverse varieties of aquatic life. During this period, the Dragon Kingdom was also preparing, amassing an abundant array of materials as per Gao Yang's requirements. A plethora of resources was delivered to the warehouse adjacent to Gao Yang's laboratory, accumulating like mountains. Director Yuan, carrying the organized materials to the laboratory, was greeted by the sight of an extensive array of packaged production equipment piled outside. He had never encountered such devices before, but could ascertain that they were undoubtedly superior to any he had previously seen, particularly the machine tool, discernibly exceptional from its mere appearance. Upon entering the laboratory, Yuan observed Gao Yang tidying his personal belongings. Are you changing laboratories again? Where to this time? Why didn't you inform me in advance so I could arrange land for you? This time, no need for land arrangements, Gao Yang replied with a smile. Director Yuan also chuckled. To construct a laboratory on the territory of the bald eagle? As he spoke, Director Yuan lowered his voice, cautioning, let us not act recklessly. Although the bald eagle has gone silent for now, some experiments are best left unpursued. What experiments? Gao Yang was taken aback. Certain specialized human experiments, for instance. That might be rather inappropriate. Director Yuan refrained from stating that it was somewhat inhumane. Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. What did Director Yuan take him for? He was genuinely engaged in research, yet was perceived as a scientific madman. However, upon further reflection, perhaps such a perception was not entirely unfounded. After all, his research in the realm of biology did indeed border on the absurd. Do not overthink it. I'm not considering the bald eagle. I am envisioning a complete experimental base on the moon, which would facilitate the construction of a radio telescope on the far side of the moon, making it far more convenient. Chapter 253, Vast Territory. Director Yuan was momentarily taken aback when he learned that Gao Yang intended to construct a base without requiring their approval for land use. His first thought was of the bald eagle, a vast expanse of flat terrain that could be easily claimed by anyone with sufficient capability, offering complete freedom for any endeavor. It was undeniably an ideal location for establishing a laboratory. For others, transporting the necessary resources to the experimental site posed considerable challenges, given the inconvenient transportation routes. However, for Gao Yang, any required resources could be airlifted directly, rendering logistical concerns virtually non-existent. To his astonishment, Gao Yang intended to build the base on the moon. How astounding! Moreover, the concept was indeed appealing. Constructing a radio telescope on the far side of the moon would provide an unobstructed view of the boundless universe, free from atmospheric interference, allowing for the reception of a wealth of information. In contrast to the modest craters formed by mountains on Earth, the moon's impact craters were significantly larger, serving as a naturally immense foundation for a radio telescope. If this opportunity were presented to other researchers, they would undoubtedly be ecstatic, as the challenges would be monumental. Yet, upon further reflection, Director Yuan realized that for Gao Yang, this endeavor seemed to pose little difficulty. Perhaps it would be prudent to first send astronauts and the invincible team to the moon, ensuring the base's establishment before he ventured up himself. This approach would be virtually foolproof. Even in the event of complications, a rescue plan was already in place, mitigating any danger. Gao Yang took the documents from Director Yuan. Shall we join in this adventure? Director Yuan hesitated for a moment before nodding decisively. Let us go. Gao Yang smiled. We'll depart tonight, but there's no need to bring much. The journey to and from is quite convenient, taking only an hour or two. As Director Yuan nodded and stepped out of the laboratory, he felt a sense of unreality. Remarkably, traveling to the moon was now simpler than previous interprovincial journeys. The pace of change had been so swift that while he recognized the convenience, he had never anticipated it would be this effortless. That evening, 9 cargo spacecraft ascended into the sky, with a massive Kunping transport ship carrying a vast array of goods, soaring upwards. The roar of the engines echoed like thunder. Students at the school looked up, witnessing the impressive sight of 9 cargo ships taking flight. It was indeed a magnificent spectacle, with the combination of the visual grandeur and the overwhelming sound invigorating yet sending shivers down their spines. They were also curious about the purpose of such a colossal fleet capable of transporting an enormous payload to the heavens. Driven by curiosity, they began to search online for information, though their inquiries went unanswered for the time being. Trailing behind the 9 Kunping transport ships was an explorer vessel. Inside the explorer ship, Gao Yang piloted the craft, with Director Yuan seated beside him, observing the ascent with a grave expression. This was his first journey into space, and he felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The spacecraft swiftly broke through the atmosphere, heading directly for the moon. The reason for departing in the evening was that, during this time, the distance to the moon and stars would be at its closest, allowing for a swifter arrival. This journey's destination lies at the intersection of the moon's near and far sides. The base is situated on relatively flat terrain, where one may gaze forward into the starry expanse and glance back to behold the Earth. The spacecraft swiftly arrived, and a multitude of robots began to unload cargo. The first priority was the control room, the Invincible No. 2 control room. Invincible, now essentially the right hand of Gao Yang, plays a crucial role in the lunar development, making its assistance invaluable. Next, the reactor was activated to commence energy supply. With a vast influx of energy, even more robots ventured out to unload various production equipment and abundant resources. Subsequently, 9 Kunping cargo spacecraft departed from the moon, returning to Earth to continue transporting goods. Gao Yang's ambition of constructing a large-scale base on the moon necessitated a significant amount of resources. That night proved to be an insomniac-esque ordeal for the students of the Defense Technology University, as every couple of hours, the thunderous roar of a departing spacecraft echoed through the night, truly deafening. On the moon, Gao Yang and Director Yuan, clad in spacesuits, disembarked from the spacecraft. The gravity on the moon, in comparison to Earth, was considerably lighter, leading Gao Yang to feel as if he had become an extraordinary martial artist. Enhanced by his training, he experienced the illusion that a powerful leap could propel him beyond the moon's gravitational grasp. This buoyant sensation was undeniably delightful. For Gao Yang, who had never set foot on the moon before, the experience was peculiar. Filming here made everyone seem like a master of lightness. Director Yuan remained composed, attempting only a few hops before focusing his gaze on the distant robots. They were swiftly assembling various devices and busily engaged in their tasks. Some robots began laying the foundation, while others were tasked with leveling the ground, and yet more were preparing materials for 3D printing. The colossal printer was promptly assembled, and in a coordinated effort, the foundation printing commenced. The foundation was designed to sink, with numerous holes being created within it to infuse high-strength materials, ensuring a robust connection to the ground. As the printer laid the foundation, robots were busy fabricating glass frames. Director Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Gao Yang intended to envelop the entire foundation, creating a vast, movable space on the moon. Within this enormous space, houses and other structures would be printed. The sheer size of the foundation was evident as Director Yuan observed the printer maneuvering over the freshly printed ground, indicating dimensions exceeding 100 meters in length and width. The foundation continued to expand outward, with the completed area already spanning over 100 acres and still ongoing. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Director Yuan considered inquiring about Gao Yang's vision. However, upon turning around, he found Gao Yang reveling in his jumps, thoroughly engrossed in the experience. He silently glanced at the standby robots. Show me the design blueprints. Invincible immediately projected the plans through a three-dimensional holographic projector. Director Yuan gazed at the immense area, each side measuring a kilometer. Is it truly this vast? The expanse of this base on the planet is indeed immense, stretching the length and width of 10 playgrounds, encompassing an area of 1 million square meters. Is this intended to serve as the primary hub? Will there be no return to Earth henceforth? Director Yuan suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. The construction of such a vast base in space is indeed impressive, marking humanity's inaugural establishment on the moon. However, what troubled Director Yuan was the prolonged isolation of Gao Yang from human contact. Yet, this thought was swiftly cast aside as he beheld the robots executing their magnificent operations. The specially prepared material, reminiscent of glass, was unfurled instantaneously, forming a translucent wall that expanded rapidly. The speed and splendor of the transformation left him questioning whether such a colossal base could indeed take shape overnight. Chapter 254. Where did the base come from? The construction of the lunar base unfolded with remarkable swiftness, akin to the operation of an accelerator. Under the astonished gaze of Director Yuan, the foundation was completed overnight, followed swiftly by the installation of transparent walls on all sides. These walls, soaring close to 100 meters in height, rendered the internal space immensely vast. Before the structure was capped, a cargo spacecraft docked within to unload its cargo, soil. Gao Yang intended to create a rudimentary ecological system in this space. There was no necessity for the ecological system to be overly stringent, as there would be personnel managing all the variables. Any discrepancies could be directly adjusted, eliminating the need for a flawlessly operating ecosystem. A layer of soil was laid upon the foundation, followed by a layer of sod, and then the vast space was ready for capping. The cap, a pre-manufactured light-transmitting membrane, was designed to control transparency. The primary concern was the intense radiation from direct sunlight. This membrane could block most ultraviolet rays while allowing for adjustable transparency. The installation proceeded rapidly, completing in a mere 6 hours, followed by an additional 2 hours to seal all the seams. Thus, a colossal sealed chamber emerged on the lunar surface. Various regenerative devices sprang into action. Electrolysis of water generated a substantial amount of oxygen, albeit pure oxygen is unsuitable for human habitation. However, Gao Yang had anticipated this, releasing compressed air from the spacecraft into the expansive space. Once the gas composition met the required standards, the sealed environment became habitable. Upon ensuring that the air quality within the vast chamber was acceptable, Gao Yang entered the lunar base, removed the helmet of his spacesuit, and turned to the astonished Director Yuan, declaring, "It can be removed now." At this moment, Director Yuan finally processed the situation, his eyes widening as he took off his helmet. It had been less than 24 hours since his arrival, and yet such a substantial space had been created on the moon, a space large enough for unfettered movement. Director Yuan gazed at the distant Earth, experiencing an unreal sensation. Establishing a comprehensive space station in the cosmos requires immense human and material resources, not to mention considerable time. For instance, the Dragon Kingdom space station has taken 30 years from conception to the present, with modules still not launched. Yet Gao Yang had conceived an idea, and within a single day, constructed a supersized base on the moon. He recalled Gao Yang's aspirations for space travel, and a sense of unease washed over him. However, he quickly reassured himself, recognizing the vast difference in difficulty between space travel and the construction of this base. After a moment of contemplation, Director Yuan suggested, "In such a vast area, could we designate a small section for the Dragon Kingdom Space Research Center? It need not be large. 100 or 200 square meters would suffice. I shall inform them not to disturb you." Gao Yang chuckled. 100 or 200 square meters. What can that accomplish? I have 1,000,000 square meters here. I can allocate 10,000 square meters for you, and the remaining space, of which I have no use, can be freely utilized. Researchers have numerous projects to explore in the realm of space. The significance of the space station lies in its ability to facilitate the study of flora and fauna in the cosmos, as well as to conduct experiments free from external interference or with minimal external influence. Gao Yang gazed at the distant landscape and remarked, "There is no need for such constraints. I estimate that we will only occupy a small portion of this area initially." Dean Yuan nodded in agreement. "I will arrange for the Aerospace Research Center to provide the laboratory design plans. The printer word to life, producing the design of the experimental building." This process spanned 2 days. During this time, Gao Yang immersed himself in materials concerning the Tianyan project, contemplating how to embark on the initial phase. Upon the completion of the construction, a notification resonated within Gao Yang's mind. "Ding. Host has successfully established a lunar base. Amplification detected. Would you like to amplify?" Surprised, Gao Yang pondered the prospect of enhancing this base. Without hesitation, he opted for amplification, as the 5th enhancement would yield a 10-fold critical accumulation. The compass appeared before him, and he gently adjusted it to precisely 100-fold amplification. "Ding. Congratulations, host. The stability of the invented lunar base has been amplified 100-fold. Another notification followed. "Ding. In light of the host's 5 successful 100-fold amplifications, the next lottery draw will yield a 10-fold increase in amplification multiplier." Subtle changes began to manifest throughout the base, and everything trembled slightly. Dean Yuan stood within the base, seemingly oblivious to the transformations occurring around him. The alterations persisted for 10 minutes. While minimal materials were consumed, the changes were undeniable. The previously laid sod now appeared as if it had grown organically from the ground. Transparent walls emerged, with additional fixed structures at the joints. The previous connection method would have necessitated maintenance in a short time, but the new structure promised prolonged sealing efficacy. Numerous elements experienced refinements in their details, and at first glance, the overall quality was markedly superior to before. Prior to amplification, the base exuded a sense of instability. Now, it was remarkably solid. Subsequently, memories surged within Gao Yang's mind, few in number yet pivotal. This represented an enhancement with modest technical advancement, but significant effective improvement. Dean Yuan, as if untouched by the events unfolding, remained oblivious to these changes as he observed robots transporting machinery into the experimental building. He then took out his phone. Can I make a call now? While calls to the far side of the moon were impossible, this location should suffice. After a brief trial, the call connected. On the other end, a voice emerged from the aerospace center, Dean Yuan. There was a slight delay in the conversation. I'm currently on the moon. The person on the other end was momentarily stunned, communicating from the moon via satellite. Dean Yuan continued. There is now a lunar base on the moon where we can conduct experiments. Please prepare the design plans for a laboratory, as I will finalize the construction here. And then you can arrange for some researchers to come to the moon for their studies. The person on the other end was left in disbelief. There was a base on the moon, and a laboratory was to be constructed? Must we truly conduct research in the laboratory? Director Yuan inquired, the voice on the other end of the line unable to suppress a need for confirmation of identity. What is the matter? Nothing of consequence. I shall promptly inform the higher-ups. Upon hanging up, Director Yuan turned to Gao Yang, stating, I must return to Earth to arrange for additional researchers. Gao Yang, indifferent to the matter, was preparing to immerse himself in the design and construction of the telescope. Entering the laboratory, Gao Yang first activated the overall projection of the moon, seeking a suitable crater on the far side. Numerous considerations were to be taken into account when selecting a location. He would initially shortlist several appropriate craters before proceeding with on-site scanning and measurement. Meanwhile, at the Space Research Center, the individual tasked with answering calls, bewildered, ended the conversation and gazed curiously at the sky. The moon? A base? However, a call from Director Yuan demanded attention. Minutes later, a group of senior figures convened in the observation chamber, commencing adjustments on certain observational satellites to direct their focus toward the moon. A lunar base? Their confusion deepened. Regular observations of the moon were ongoing, allowing them to detect any changes. Yet, no notifications had been received, nor had any alterations been observed. Whence came this base? Chapter 255, Design completed. The technicians observed the imagery via satellite and were taken aback, exclaiming, Goodness! Their astonishment resonated with perfect clarity. Others gathered around, witnessing an expansive laboratory materializing on the screen. The technician swiftly stated, It wasn't he there yesterday. As he spoke, he promptly retrieved the footage recorded the previous day. The screen displayed vague, indistinct shadows. A comparison of the two images revealed a stark contrast. The technician hastily accessed the footage from 3 days prior, which displayed an even more astonishing scene. Nothing at all, save for a cargo spacecraft docked nearby. In the room, one could hear the sound of swallowed breaths. In just 3 days, a laboratory has been constructed on the moon. Gao Yang. It could only be him. Within moments, the group nearly pieced together the entirety of the situation, yet remained somewhat bewildered. The accomplishments achieved by Gao Yang in 3 days left them utterly astounded. The same task, if entrusted to them, would require decades, alongside an immense expenditure of resources and manpower. However, for Gao Yang, it took merely 3 days, with minimal resources consumed, almost exclusively construction materials, and scarcely anything else. The Aerospace Research Center sprang into action, first designing the laboratory, followed by soliciting personnel to travel to the lunar base. Numerous individuals eagerly volunteered, practically clamoring for the opportunity. Previously, the conditions for space travel were exceedingly stringent and perilous. Now, not only were the requirements relaxed, but safety was paramount, accompanied by additional incentives. For instance, prior to ascending into space, participants were required to take a performance-enhancing agent to temporarily boost their physical strength. Furthermore, the research conducted in space would belong entirely to them, and the value of their published papers would be significantly recognized, especially since they would be among the first. The initial cohort of researchers on the moon, whose papers would be published, would undoubtedly soar in prestige within their community. In this context, nearly everyone was eager to ascend. In addition to the personnel from the Aerospace Research Center, Dean Yuan was also organizing individuals from various research fields to journey into space. The vast scope of Gao Yang's creation allowed for the organization of numerous researchers to embark on lunar studies. The research projects aboard the space station could encompass countless directions, while the avenues for study on the moon would be even more abundant. There were aspects focused on cultivating plants, exploring lunar mineral resources, and investigating tidal effects, among many others. This time, only a small contingent, nearly 100 individuals, would be sent. These individuals were divided into numerous teams, with many acting as experimental subjects. Their physiological changes and other observations would serve as valuable references for future human endeavors on the moon. Upon the arrival of the cargo spacecraft carrying resources and personnel on the moon, the 100 individuals entered the lunar base through a designated passage. Upon stepping into the lunar base, they were met with awe. Indeed, it was a lunar base. Here, they could breathe freely, leap several meters high, and even if they lost control of their descent, they would not sustain injuries upon landing due to the minimal gravity. Additionally, the ground was surprisingly adorned with patches of grass, seemingly growing naturally in this environment. A chorus of astonished researchers marveled at the sight. In the distant experimental building of Gaoyang, he observed the newly arrived researchers. 100 individuals in this vast base was a mere fraction, hardly making an impact. Gaoyang's base was several hundred meters away, allowing for mutual independence. From afar, he could witness their astonishment and excitement, prompting him to ponder. Invincible. Please proceed to their laboratory vicinity and construct some fitness apparatus, providing them with a space to stretch their limbs. Understood, Invincible replied. Gaoyang then turned back to continue his intricate design of the sky eye. He had already identified a target, a meteorite crater adjacent to the Aitken Basin, which was indeed the most suitable site. It also happened to be the largest crater on the moon. An imposing structure with a diameter of 2,500 kilometers and a depth of 13 kilometers. Constructing such a colossal radio telescope was within Gaoyang's current manufacturing capabilities, albeit barely. However, achieving this endeavor would not solely rely on his abilities but necessitate the support of resources from the entire Dragon Nation. Indeed, from across the globe, the Earth would need to enter a frenzied mining phase, and the timeline would be extensive. Thus, he opted for a smaller crater nearby, one with a diameter of 5 kilometers and a depth of several hundred meters. Compared to the basin, it was significantly smaller. Yet it was still 10 times larger than the sky eye on Earth. With a 10-fold increase in diameter and a 100-fold expansion in area, coupled with higher precision, more sensitive receivers, and Invincible's formidable information processing capabilities, the observational data would surely improve by more than 100-fold. Additionally, without the obstruction of an atmosphere, vast quantities of signals could be received instantaneously. With the target established, the next step was design. Typically, such designs would require a site visit. However, Gaoyang preferred to remain indoors, as the cumbersome space suit was quite uncomfortable. The weight was manageable due to his enhancements, and the moon's reduced gravity made it bearable. Yet, the suit's bulkiness restricted movement, prompting him to consider personal modifications in the future. Moreover, avoiding the site visit was feasible, as a single scan would allow him to perfectly simulate the conditions within his laboratory. Before Gaoyang appeared a virtual representation of the crater, indistinguishable from the selected one. Within this crater were several smaller craters, revealing the harsh conditions the moon had endured over the years. As Earth's satellite, the moon was frequently bombarded by meteorites, captured by Earth's gravity and plunged onto its surface. This also implied that Gaoyang needed to design a protective mechanism alongside the telescope. The telescope was delicate and could not withstand meteorite impacts, not even from a small rock. The design process was swift due to the relatively low complexity involved. There were no significant technological updates required. The focus was primarily on optimization and expansion. As for the design challenges associated with mirror support, they posed no difficulty for Gaoyang. He completed the entire design within 2 days, and the next phase was manufacturing. Materials would be transported directly to the lunar base, where Gaoyang's equipment would commence the assembly of the production line. These devices will be directly transported to the vicinity of the crater, where they will be constructed simultaneously for the purpose of building a telescope. In no more than 10 days, this radio telescope shall come to fruition. At that point, its designation shall not merely reflect the title of the largest radio telescope on Earth, for on the moon, it should rightfully be deemed the largest radio telescope within the solar system. Moreover, there exists a remarkable amplification factor of 100,000. If the direction of this amplification is aptly aligned, it may potentially resolve the star chart dilemma, enabling humanity to embark upon the celestial expanse. However, for now, Gaoyang intends to cultivate some greenery within the base. 2 laboratories, distanced from one another, gaze at each other, presenting a somewhat monotonous view. By employing rapidly growing genes in conjunction with trees, a verdant oasis could be created in a short span of time within the base. After injecting the genetic serum into a few saplings, Gao Yang personally planted them in the soil. In the distance, a group of researchers is covertly observing. They're focused primarily on Gao Yang, who undoubtedly stands as a world-renowned figure of great significance. Chapter 256, A Pair of Wings. Gao Yang could sense the gaze of others upon him, yet he felt no discomfort. After all, wherever he went, he was the focal point of attention. Digging and planting trees brought a profound sense of accomplishment, especially years later, witnessing a sapling flourish into a towering tree, a unique fulfillment born of his own hands. If the tree bore fruit, the satisfaction would be even sweeter. There was no need to wait long. Merely 2 minutes after planting, the tree began to sprout branches and buds, its leaves rapidly unfurling. At this remarkable pace, growth occurred within a day. Having planted one tree after another, Gao Yang cultivated over 100, arranged with a pleasing irregularity, while robots paved a pebble pathway through the grove. Surrounding this path, he prepared several shrubs, interspersing bamboo and other flora. With the aid of super-fast growth genes, by the following day, this area would transform into a miniature park. After completing his endeavors, Gao Yang turned back toward the laboratory. In the next moment, a throng of over 100 individuals from the adjacent lab rushed into the newly established park. Had they not been previously warned to refrain from disturbing Gao Yang, they would have burst forth immediately. They, too, could observe the trees growing at a visibly astonishing rate. By the time Gao Yang departed, the first tree he had planted had already ascended nearly half a meter from a mere twig, its foliage lush and vibrant. Yet, only an hour had passed. Was it not said that it took 10 years for trees to mature and 100 years for humans to develop? At this rate, one might expect a tree to fully mature within a day and a person to reach adulthood in 10 days. If those who once promoted rapid growth had possessed such technology, the term would likely have transformed into a commendation, denoting assistance in the accelerated growth of rice seedlings. Astonished, the crowd exchanged glances, witnessing the leaves grow from small to large before their very eyes. Such phenomena defied all logic. The most astonishing aspect was the shrubs lining the pathway, which had fully matured in an astonishingly brief period. One individual, wide-eyed, turned to another and asked, "Sister Ting, has your research on plants advanced to this stage?" Sister Ting, taken aback, shook her head vigorously. If plants could grow at such a speed, we would have already secured several Nobel Prizes. Unless this is magic, it must be something developed by the genius Gao Yang. Her incredulity was palpable, as it was difficult to fathom. In her understanding, only bamboo could grow at such a rapid pace, and even then, its growth was not as swift. Yet, bamboo is a herbaceous plant. Comparing grass to trees, others shared the same astonishment. They attempted to summon Gao Yang to inquire about the situation, driven by insatiable curiosity, for what they witnessed resembled a miracle. However, unable to draw him over, they suppressed their astonishment and returned to their tasks, occasionally glancing toward the wonder with wide-eyed disbelief. After several days at the lunar base, Gao Yang's mind brimmed with ever more elaborate ideas. Living on the moon presents numerous inconveniences. Surprisingly, the easiest aspect to adapt to is the gravity. The remaining discomforts are predominantly related to daily life, such as the cumbersome spacesuits and lunar rovers, compounded by the lack of adequate infrastructure. Additionally, the regeneration equipment within the base is insufficient, necessitating resource replenishment from Earth. This suggests that such regeneration systems would be inadequate for application on spacecraft. One cannot simply return for supplies after a brief period or await cargo ships to catch up for resupply. Gao Yang has already discerned the primary focus of the next phase of research, outer space. The previous phase centered on the ocean, where a single submarine sufficed. With the advancements gained from the augmented submarine technology, he can effortlessly design a variety of marine equipment. The ocean will hold no further secrets or threats for humanity. Now, the focus shifts to the sky. As Gao Yang contemplates this, an announcement interrupts him. A modified eel has escaped from the fish pond and has been recaptured. His brow furrows. This is not the first incident of aquatic escape. While they rarely succeed, there is always a chance that one might slip away. Moreover, the difficulty of escape is not substantial. For instance, this enhanced eel, though delectable, can bore through steel and concrete. Similarly, species like the lobster exhibit similar capabilities. With Gao Yang's increasing tests on aquatic life, the potential for escape becomes more pronounced. An idea sparks in Gao Yang's mind. What if the biological research base were relocated to outer space? On Earth, the consequences of an escaped, genetically modified aquatic creature could be dire, wreaking havoc on the ecological balance. However, on the moon, an escape would merely signify evolution to a state capable of freely traversing space and returning to Earth, posing no significant threat. The moon itself requires minimal excavation. Its numerous craters could serve as natural ponds. He envisions filling the Aitken Basin, which he has been eyeing, to a width of 2,500 kilometers and a depth of approximately 8 kilometers, effectively creating an ocean. The maximum depth could reach 16 kilometers, surpassing even the depths of 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Nonetheless, the feasibility of transporting such an immense volume of water poses a considerable challenge and would require a protracted timeline. However, filling smaller craters presents no issue for Gao Yang at this stage. He could simply have cargo ships make several more trips. Moreover, he must devise a covering for the larger craters to prevent the precious water from evaporating. Overall, the task does not seem daunting, with a concept in mind. He can proceed. He scans the nearby craters to assess their sizes, and after a bit of design work, he estimates the need for approximately 600 million tons of water. Though this sounds monumental, it is manageable. A cargo ship can carry 900 tons, which means it would require around 540,000 trips. After pondering, Gao Yang realizes that the Kunpeng cargo ship is somewhat lacking. Its initial design was tailored to the needs of the Dragon Kingdom, not his own. His requirement centers on the vast 600 million tons of water. Gao Yang pondered for a moment, realizing that seeking resources from the Dragon Nation at this juncture would likely be futile. The Dragon Nation's annual steel production amounts to a mere 10 billion tons, and this year's fluctuations have been substantial. Urban construction, the manufacturing of various weaponry, coupled with Gao Yang's colossal demands of tens of thousands of tons, have placed an unbearable strain on their resources. Moreover, the time required to manufacture a massive cargo spaceship from scratch is considerable. After contemplating for a while, Gao Yang conceived an idea and promptly called General Zhou. Could I possibly use the submarine for a while? General Zhou chuckled in response. Your needs are paramount. What do you mean by possibly? Whatever you require, I shall deliver it directly to you. Gao Yang replied. I intend to make some slight modifications for transportation purposes. There is no need for delivery. I shall have Invincible pilot it back to the island myself. After concluding the call, Gao Yang embarked on a redesign. His vision quite simple: to equip the submarine with a pair of wings. Chapter 257. Has the submarine ascended to the skies? The challenge of enabling a submarine to soar is formidable. However, for Gao Yang, it poses little concern, as he believes that sheer strength can yield miraculous results. He focuses on exerting force, leaving the rest to fate. The wings primarily serve to maintain balance while traversing terrestrial realms. As for propulsion, the conventional turbofan engines must be transformed into nuclear-powered engines, and a single engine is insufficient. Multiple must be installed. After all, the colossal nuclear submarine he designed, disregarding its own weight and solely considering the water it can carry, has a capacity of 7 million tons. The power must be formidable. Under normal circumstances, such modifications would inevitably lead to complications due to potential inadequacies in structural integrity. However, within this submarine, such issues are non-existent. This submarine possesses an extraordinary degree of design redundancy. Originally over 20,000 kilometers in length, it now measures merely a few hundred meters. Upon completion of the design, the small island base was promptly instructed to commence modifications. Concurrently, several additional openings were made on the submarine to facilitate rapid water intake. That very night, the immense submarine was transported to the island, and the transformation work began at once. Countless robots were busily engaged, and the pace of modification was remarkably swift. By the following evening, massive water pipes descended from the newly created openings, plunging hundreds of meters into the ocean to commence water extraction. The nuclear-powered pumps were activated, creating whirlpools on the water's surface. All internal facilities of the nuclear submarine had been pre-equipped with waterproofing measures, eliminating any concerns of water ingress. Once filled with 7 million tons of water, the nuclear submarine's engines roared to life, initiating a gradual ascent. The rear of the vessel was equipped with a total of 8 nuclear-powered engines, underscoring the notion that with sufficient strength, miracles are bound to occur. The ascent of the nuclear submarine was not rapid, but its elevation steadily increased. Given the submarine's considerable size, it was detected by multiple national satellites shortly after its ascent. The various factions were left in utter disbelief. The first to notice was the Dragon Nation. They were genuinely perplexed. Wasn't this the nuclear submarine developed by Gao Yang? How could a nuclear submarine ascend into the skies? A vessel measuring 700 meters in length, with its weight calculated in tens of thousands of tons, was defying expectations and soaring into the atmosphere. What was happening? The Aerospace Research Center immediately contacted the military to inquire about the situation, as the submarine had previously been in their possession. The military, too, was taken aback. A nuclear submarine ascending? How could that be possible? When the matter reached General Zhou, he was equally astonished. Gao Yang had mentioned using it for transportation, but Zhou had assumed it would be for maritime logistics, not for launching a nuclear submarine into the sky. Those who received the response from the military and the Aerospace Center were bewildered. Was this a thought process achievable by an ordinary individual? In contrast to the confusion experienced by the Dragon Nation, overseas factions were left astounded. Wasn't it merely a submarine? How had it ventured into space? Their amphibious vehicles were already impressive enough, but now it had transformed into a vehicle capable of traversing water, land, and the cosmos. Truly a trimodal marvel. Amidst their bewilderment, they were also struck by awe, recognizing the staggering disparity between themselves and the Dragon Nation. Just how vast was this gap? Originally capable of constructing such formidable submarines, the disparity is already substantial. After all, the fabrication of such colossal vessels necessitates not only materials and technology, but also manufacturing prowess. It can be asserted that one must possess a considerable advantage in all aspects to produce submarines of that caliber. However, transforming such a submarine to soar into the skies presents a challenge that far surpasses the complexities of its mere construction. The technology required to elevate such a submarine into the atmosphere could potentially enable the ascension of any object. Should the Dragon Kingdom erect a skyscraper that ascends into space, there would be unwavering belief in its feasibility. This is due to the advanced technology exhibited by Gao Yang, which truly seems capable of achieving this feat. The sophistication of this technology has reached a level that is nearly incomprehensible. Despite this, onlookers from all quarters remain transfixed, eyes wide with astonishment, as the submarine gracefully ascends. They are eager to discern the purpose of this airborne marvel. Amidst the collective gaze, the nuclear submarine breached the atmospheric boundary, hurtling towards the moon. Upon exiting the atmosphere, the submarine's velocity began to accelerate dramatically, liberated from the constraints of gravity. Gao Yang was also prepared for the moment of arrival, ready to seal a circular chamber. Under the scrutiny of numerous satellites, the nuclear submarine reached the vicinity of the first crater. Subsequently, while hovering in the air, a large hatch beneath the submarine opened, and a torrent of water surged forth, accurately descending into the crater below. Countless observers, witnessing this scene via satellite, were left astounded. The cargo was water. How absurd is that? Such an impressive craft was merely employed to transport additional water? The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom shared similar sentiments, reasoning that even if a considerable volume of water needed to be transported, it could have been accomplished with cargo spacecraft over multiple trips. However, their thoughts soon shifted. As the volume of water was extraordinarily vast, it seemed as if the submarine was entirely filled with water. This revelation was even more alarming. A submarine of such immense size could contain several million tons of water. The notion of millions of tons being dispatched into the heavens is staggering. It is essential to remember that humanity's previous space endeavors could only manage to send dozens of tons skyward. Although rockets may weigh several thousand tons, much of that mass is consumed by fuel and engines along the way, resulting in only a small fraction actually reaching space. Yet, Gao Yang has seemingly achieved the capability to send millions of tons into the cosmos. The pace of this advancement is astonishing. The once mighty Kunping cargo spacecraft could only transport 900 tons into orbit. In contrast to the shock experienced by high-ranking officials, the greatest astonishment was felt by those stationed at the lunar base. Standing before the transparent barrier of the base, they could clearly observe the unfolding events outside. The water cascading from the submarine resembled a waterfall in its sheer force and visual impact. Had it not been for the vacuum of space, which silenced all sound, this spectacle would have been deafening. Furthermore, it was difficult to fathom that this is a technology achievable by contemporary humanity. Could that 700-meter-long submarine truly be filling the crater below? Such an extraordinary feat. This crater, though not large, could precisely accommodate 7 million tons of water. Gao Yang conceived the idea of cultivating a type of aquatic life within a pit, deeming that the pit need not be excessively large, as a larger size would be wasteful. Within this pit, he envisioned the possibility of raising marine fish. However, in his view, this was merely a small meteorite crater, while to the rest of the world, it appeared as a vast chasm. The submarine itself was awe-inspiring, yet the notion of it flying was even more astonishing, especially with the considerable amount of water contained within. He pondered how one might transport water to the moon, suspecting it would soon vanish. While lost in thought, they observed a transparent framework suddenly enveloping the entire pit on the screen. Remarkable. But what was the purpose of this structure? As everyone remained perplexed, the submarine returned. Plunging into the earth, it extracted water from the ocean, then ascended once more. According to Gao Yang's calculations, fewer than 100 trips would suffice to fill the meteorite craters he had targeted. Just then, a call came through to Gao Yang from Director Yuan. What exactly do you intend to do with this lunar pond? To create a pond, of course, for raising fish. Gao Yang responded. Director Yuan fell silent, while the answer about cultivating fish in a pond was perfectly valid. The crux of the matter remained. This pond was on the moon. Gao Yang aimed to raise fish on the lunar surface. Chapter 258, The Completion of the Telescope. Upon hearing Gao Yang's response, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation fell into a thoughtful silence. However, Dean Yuan understood the rationale behind it. Indeed, Rearing fish in space ensured a greater degree of safety. Meanwhile, whispers began to circulate online. An astronomy enthusiast shared a photograph, revealing the presence of liquid water on the lunar surface, collected within a crater. Although Gao Yang had opted for a smaller crater, it was still observable from Earth. Many astronomy aficionados were left in awe, yet some discerned a larger base adjacent to the crater. This base was easily overlooked, as it resided at the junction between the far and near sides of the moon, a location that posed significant observational challenges. However, once spotted and photographed, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. The online discourse erupted. The existence of water on the moon was already sensational enough, but a base? A stronghold of extraterrestrial beings? The Dragon Nation swiftly issued a clarification. In an official statement, they introduced the lunar base as the largest extraterrestrial facility constructed by Gao Yang in space, primarily intended for the creation of a grand radio telescope. The liquid water on the moon was also a result of Gao Yang's endeavors, aimed at cultivating aquatic products on the lunar surface. Following the official announcement, a wave of astonishment swept across the globe. Was that base indeed from the Dragon Nation? Remarkable. Countless citizens of the Dragon Nation felt a surge of pride, viewing this as a monumental achievement. Meanwhile, individuals abroad expressed envy. Why was it that recently, products emerging from the Dragon Nation consistently astonished the world, while they themselves could not replicate such feats? The commotion on Earth did not perturb Gao Yang in the slightest. At that moment, he donned the space suit he loathed and appeared beside the telescope. After nearly 10 days, the largest radio telescope had finally been completed, now only awaiting activation. Adjacent to the telescope stood a facility housing all the necessary equipment and serving as the operations center. All that remained was for Gao Yang to press a button to set the radio telescope into motion. Though the moment was of great significance to humanity, Gao Yang felt little turbulence within. For him, it had merely entailed a 10-day wait and a brief design phase. What truly mattered to him was the amplification of the system upon activation. He pressed the switch, and the database room behind him began to flicker with lights. The environment around Gao Yang transformed into a shade of blue, reminiscent of the star map's backdrop. Soon, celestial bodies began to materialize in the expanse before him. The rapid emergence of these planets indicated that within mere seconds of activation, numerous celestial entities were being discovered and appearing on the star map. Gao Yang raised his hand to zoom in, eager to examine the planets. Though still somewhat indistinct, they were undeniably clearer than the star maps previously provided by the Dragon Nation. This was merely a glimpse of what had been observed in seconds. With extended observation and sufficient data collection, the eventual presentation would be even more impressive. At the very least, the colors of these blurred celestial bodies began to reveal themselves to the naked eye. And this was only the precursor to the amplification. He possessed a 10,000-fold augmentation. Ding! The host has developed a radio telescope capable of achieving 1,000-fold amplification. Shall we proceed with the amplification? Amplify. A compass materialized before Gao Yang, which he then deftly adjusted to stabilize at an astonishing 10,000-fold. Congratulations, host. You have won the opportunity for 100,000-fold amplification of radio signals. The host possesses a single chance for a 10-fold amplification, leading to this remarkable enhancement of 100,000-fold. The amplification of radio signals by 100,000 times left Gao Yang momentarily dumbfounded, but he soon grasped the significance of this advancement. Originally, the radio telescope, equipped with high-sensitivity receivers, could magnify radio signals, albeit with limited efficacy, as there were few detectable electrical signals. Now, achieving a direct increase of 100,000 times is a concept beyond comprehension. Even if the amplification does not reach 100,000, a mere 10,000 times remains extraordinary. Even the faintest signals, almost imperceptible, would be rendered remarkably clear. The capacity to acquire information has surged by countless magnitudes, akin to conjuring existence from nothingness. As the amplification commenced, the production equipment that Gao Yang had previously summoned began to operate. This was precisely why he chose to manufacture here, to ensure the system had functional apparatus. The entire surface designed to receive radio signals underwent reconstruction. The surface gleamed with enhanced luster, yet this was merely superficial. The internal transformations were far more profound. All electrical signals entering this realm were meticulously classified. Intense signals were absorbed by the material and conveyed to the processor, while weaker signals would be collected, reflected, and amplified, converging at the focal point before being transmitted to the processor. The supporting framework was also undergoing modification. This framework determined the telescope's shape, and the previous configuration was not optimal. Additionally, numerous unseen changes occurred within the processor and the receiver. Nearly everything had been refreshed. Suddenly, a system prompt resonated in his mind, causing Gao Yang to feel a pang of anxiety. Previously, any amplification was a boon, and there was no pressure as the more, the merrier. However, now he was genuinely concerned, for he required the telescope's performance to reach a certain threshold to facilitate his journey into space. Ding. Due to constraints in materials and manufacturing equipment, this amplification reached 20,672 times. Upon hearing this notification, Gao Yang was ecstatic. Although it fell short of 100,000-fold, 20,000 times exceeded his expectations. This clearly highlighted a mismatch between technological prowess and manufacturing capabilities. Although the technology was impressive, it barely managed to materialize. What could such an amplification yield, being 2,000 times more effective than before? Before Gao Yang could initiate testing, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. As he anticipated, the technology pertaining to the telescope was less about manufacturing and more about mastering relevant scientific principles. Thus, such a significant amplification was achievable. With the continuous advancement of human industrial capabilities, it wouldn't be long before the effects of 100,000-fold amplification could be realized. Having just completed the memory reception, a knock resonated from outside. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by Director Yuan, accompanied by a multitude of individuals. The expressions on their faces reflected a mixture of astonishment and awe. It had been scarcely a month since Gao Yang proposed the construction of a radio telescope, approximately 20 days. In just 20 days, it had been constructed. Moreover, its diameter was 10 times larger than the Tianyin of the Dragon Kingdom, with an area 100-fold greater. And it was situated on the moon. Such a feat seemed almost insurmountable. Yet, as the spacecraft descended, they observed clearly that the colossal radio telescope had indeed been completed. Its enormity was beyond their wildest imaginings, rendering the engineering marvel incomprehensible. This miracle had been realized in little more than 10 days, raising questions about efficiency and the possibility of mass production. Reflecting on their own Tianyin, which had taken a full 4 years to complete, they were left in disbelief. Director Yuan's gaze swept across the room before settling on Gao Yang, equally astonished. Is it completed? Have you conducted any tests? What are the results? I am just about to begin the tests, Gao Yang replied, pressing the button to initiate the process. Chapter 259, quite impressive indeed. Everyone took a deep breath, striving to calm their emotions in preparation for this momentous occasion. Although the newly constructed radio telescope was completed in merely a day's time, it warranted their utmost attention. This was not only a creation of the esteemed Gao Yang, but it also stood as the largest radio telescope in the world. No, in the entire solar system. Through the glass of the room, they beheld the enormous radio telescope. As the testing commenced, the telescope initially exhibited no discernible reaction, or rather, the surface seemed entirely unresponsive. Behind them, countless indicator lights on the information processing database flickered rapidly. Following this, all projection devices were activated. In the room, several projectors displayed a captivating blue spatial effect. Director Yuan, momentarily perplexed, widened his eyes in astonishment. Can it generate star maps in real time? Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than a multitude of stellar lights appeared, revealing an array of over 100 celestial bodies. Soon, even more luminous points emerged. Gao Yang, filled with anticipation, magnified the scale, focusing intently on one particular light. He continued to enlarge the view, and remarkably, even when the light expanded to the size of a football, it remained crystal clear. It was discernible that this was a yellowish-brown rocky planet, accompanied by 3 satellites in its orbit. Astonishment enveloped the room, and an elderly researcher, the quickest to react, casually selected one of the stellar points. It revealed a stellar system with 6 planets, showcasing both gas giants and rocky worlds. However, the rocky planet appeared in a striking black hue. The collective awe was palpable. They trembled at the clarity of the images before them. What they had observed during this period was something their telescopes could never have captured. Not only did they detect the existence of these planets and their sizes, but they also gleaned insights into their internal environments. How could this be possible? How could the clarity be so extraordinary? The light and electrical signals dispatched from such remote locations had undergone significant degradation. Although the loss was not as severe as that experienced during atmospheric transmission, it was still considerable. Yet, this radio telescope had succeeded in reading electromagnetic waves that had been severely attenuated, retaining only the faintest traces of information. Through the analysis of various electrical signals, a wealth of celestial bodies was discerned. A flurry of activity ensued as the group eagerly sifted through the star maps. It was evident that certain planets appeared vague, yet even those indistinct worlds yielded more information than they had previously gathered. Moreover, this device had only been operational for less than a minute. As the telescope continued to function, collecting sufficient electrical signals from the same celestial bodies, clarity would inevitably improve. It was conceivable that even the internal characteristics of the planets could be detected. As for extraterrestrial life, if it existed, it could not evade such a formidable radio telescope. After several examinations of the celestial bodies, some individuals paused, initially incredulous. They now accepted the staggering reality and were left in awe of the speed at which the radio telescope processed electrical signals. In just 1 minute, thousands of luminous points had appeared in this space. Although the celestial bodies discovered thus far are among the most easily detectable, their speed of identification remains astonishingly formidable. Beyond the rapidity of planet discovery, the system's processing capability can only be described as extraordinary. The telecommunications signals recently received are swiftly transformed into data, which is then utilized to simulate planetary forms, culminating in the proportional generation of star maps. Each stage of this process evokes a sense of profound awe. Gao Yang examined several planets, marveling at how swiftly the various information about these celestial bodies was completed. Remarkable. After a few days of operation, the star map would become relatively comprehensive, enabling him to pilot a spacecraft equipped with the map to nearby planets. Normally, while possessing a star map complicates the journey beyond the solar system, Gao Yang had preemptively acquired a space jump engine, mastering the technology of spatial traversal. Whenever he wished, he could directly reach distant worlds, a tantalizing prospect indeed. However, before embarking on such an adventure, he needed to prepare various supporting equipment, including protective gear and armaments for the spacecraft. Regaining his composure, Gao Yang observed a group of researchers who had returned to their senses. I find it satisfactory and functional. The researchers were momentarily taken aback. The sheer impact of technological advancement was overshadowed by the weight of Gao Yang's casual remark. What did he mean by satisfactory? What did functional imply? Such bravado from a young man. Had anyone else uttered those words, they would likely have received a stern reprimand. Yet, coming from Gao Yang, it was already deemed commendable. As he smiled, he added, "This star map's data can be shared directly. However, to mitigate any potential adverse effects, I will obscure the locations of the planets." Director Yuan expressed his confusion. Why is that? Knowing the locations of these planets would enable people to understand the star map, and consequently, the position of Earth. If humanity ventures into outer space and becomes aware of the star map and Earth's coordinates, there exists a chance that such information could be disclosed to extraterrestrial beings. Director Yuan paused, astonished. Have you considered such far-reaching implications? Extraterrestrials? The existence of aliens had already been established. How could one not contemplate their presence? One of the researchers interjected, looking toward Gao Yang. Have you acquired any useful technology from the alien spacecraft? Gao Yang shook his head. I have only referenced their research directions. Formal studies have yet to commence, as their leakage prevention technology is exceedingly advanced. Nevertheless, the impact is minimal. Having a reference in design is already a significant advantage. To traverse the cosmos, the remnants of their spacecraft serve as our most esteemed teachers. Director Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. To speak of interstellar exploration is perhaps premature. We must proceed with caution. As for the aliens. Before he could finish his thought, a resounding alert echoed. Ding. Extraterrestrial life detected. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the control console. Gao Yang remained still, for he could perceive the discovery without needing to glance at the display. Raising his hand, a celestial body materialized before him, a planet gradually expanding in view, its surface a soft shade of crimson. An invincible voice resonated. On this planet, there exists a high probability of life. Located 120 light-years away from Earth, this rocky planet's primary indicators stem from the presence of large, orderly structures within its interior. Gao Yang could only faintly discern certain patterns upon its surface with the naked eye. The invincible voice continued, however. It appears that these life forms have yet to venture into the cosmos, unlike humanity. A sense of foreboding settled in the hearts of Director Yuan and his companions. Although it seemed that the life on this planet posed no threat to humankind, it might represent the genuine discovery of extraterrestrial existence. While they had yet to witness real alien life, the evidence was nearly irrefutable. The multitude of large, structured edifices suggested that the planet's evolution was highly improbable. Gao Yang felt a surge of eagerness, contemplating a flight to observe it up close. His rescue spacecraft required but a single spatial leap to reach this distant world. Nevertheless, Gao Yang restrained his excitement, opting to solidify the foundational conditions first. At the very least, he deemed it essential to prepare the main ship's weaponry before venturing forth. Chapter 260, Plasma Gun. A group of researchers surveyed the potentially habitable planet before them, according to the criteria established by human civilization to determine whether a planet harbors life. The first requirement is a suitable temperature, followed by the presence of water and, ultimately, a protective atmosphere. However, this planet revealed no observable water, and its atmospheric conditions remained undetectable. Yet, upon closer inspection of the orderly patterns on its surface, it became evident that there were colossal structures, indicative of life. Even if it did not conform to humanity's established standards, In retrospect, such standards appeared to be the narrow perceptions of a frog at the bottom of a well, speculating about the world beyond. The vitality of proteins and nucleic acids is intrinsically linked to water, leading to the assumption that life must necessarily require it. Yet, the notion that extraterrestrial beings might not adhere to carbon-based life forms complicates this belief. Following the discovery of a potential exoplanet, no further findings had emerged. This could either imply that extraterrestrial beings are indeed rare, or that those who remain on their planets possess atmospheric shields, rendering them difficult to detect. Moreover, the duration of current observations has been exceedingly brief. It would be prudent to allow the moon to orbit a few more times to gather additional information about the celestial body. Gao Yang had not lingered on the moon for long and opted to return to the laboratory adjacent to the school. Within this lab lay the remnants of an alien spacecraft, ripe for thorough investigation to unveil the basic configurations that allow extraterrestrial beings to traverse the cosmos. With the invincible presence at the moon base and several researchers opting to remain, he could comfortably delegate responsibilities. Just as he disembarked from the spacecraft and prepared to enter the laboratory, Gao Yang paused momentarily. A snowflake drifted gracefully before him. The sporadic snowflakes mingled with raindrops, a chilling phenomenon brought about by a cold wave, resulting in snowfall in the southern regions. This also signaled the impending conclusion of the year. Reflecting on this, Gao Yang mused. He should inquire with the Invincible about the deadline for the next assignment for the special class. 3 days hence. The Invincible showed no hesitation. Unlike the previous design assignment, where he received notifications, this time, there was no one to remind him. Gao Yang chuckled softly, realizing that he and his classmates had drifted into entirely different realms. However, this time seemed to mark the final design assignment. In merely 6 months, the students of the special class would face pivotal choices: to enter the workforce or to pursue further studies, thus eliminating the need for future assignments. He must complete this last design project. As thoughts of light weaponry flashed through his mind, Gao Yang immediately envisioned the plasma round. Having just contemplated extraterrestrial beings and now weapons, it was natural for him to think of the individual armaments wielded by aliens, the plasma round. He entered the laboratory, grasped the alien firearm, which was diminutive and somewhat compact, yet manageable. Aiming the weapon at a distant patch of grass, Gao Yang pulled the trigger. A crisp click resonated, followed by what appeared to be a burst of blue electricity striking the ground. In an instant, a brilliant light illuminated the area, and as the glow faded, a charred circle with a 2-meter diameter emerged. The grass incinerated entirely. Portions of the ground had transformed into charcoal, with the soil itself undergoing carbonization. Beyond that, in the vicinity of the explosion's core, there exist charred streaks, the remnants of abundant electricity dissipating and forming intricate patterns. The fundamental principle behind the plasma projectile lies in the instantaneous release of extraordinarily terrifying energy, capable of vaporizing a living being in an instant. The White Eagle once conducted experiments, obliterating a pig with a single shot. Nearby individuals experienced a tingling sensation akin to an electric shock. However, despite the White Eagle's relentless efforts to study it, no substantial findings emerged, as both industrial and technological levels were not on the same plane. Yet now, with Gao Yang's understanding of the principles and effects, the possibility of creating such a weapon emerges. The primary component of the plasma projectile is plasma itself. Whether in description or appearance, it resembles a liquid. However, this is merely an illusion, as it is actually a concentrated form of energy, condensed to a liquid state under specific conditions. If this were placed within a fantastical narrative, it would certainly represent a realm of condensing gas into liquid. Gao Yang swiftly engaged in various experiments to design and manufacture, while simultaneously perusing relevant materials. 3 days is a brief period, but there remains a glimmer of hope. On the first day, Gao Yang commenced the process of energy concentration, and by the second day, he achieved energy liquefaction. The liquefied energy is formidable and immensely powerful. Even with Gao Yang's proximity, a miscalculation during an explosion could spell his doom. In the face of such a terrifying energy weapon, the effects of genetic enhancement become irrelevant. The most enhanced individuals would merely shine a bit brighter when carbonized. Nonetheless, the operation must be conducted by Gao Yang himself, with a sensing helmet from a distance. He controlled the robot's diligent tasks. By the third morning, the first stable plasma projectile was manufactured, capable of being launched from a pistol. The range, depending on the actual circumstances, was designated for use in an electromagnetic railgun, achieving distances of over 1,000 meters. One can only imagine the effect: silent and lethal, vaporizing targets at great distances, creating an explosive spectacle. The vaporization would emit light, potentially leading observers to mistakenly believe they witnessed the shattering of space. A remarkable pulse. This could also undergo a further amplification. After a test shot, the area with a 1-meter diameter became charred. while slightly less powerful than that of extraterrestrial origins. It was still formidable. With an opportunity for augmentation, Gao Yang proceeded to amplify it directly. This augmentation amounted to a 100-fold increase. Ding! Congratulations, host. The plasma projectile has achieved a 100-fold speed enhancement. Speed enhancement? Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. How could the speed of a bullet be increased? Moreover, a 100-fold increase seemed rather excessive. Prior to the enhancement, the muzzle velocity had already reached twice the speed of sound. A 100-fold increase would mean it reaches 200 times the speed of sound, an outrageous proposition. While Gao Yang pondered this, the gun vanished, followed by the operation of several devices. In a moment, a brand new firearm appeared before him. This gun lacked a magazine. Instead, it featured a blue area at the top, within which liquid swayed. This firearm eliminated the conventional casing of the plasma projectile. It is not a plasma bullet. Rather, it is a plasma gun. This is somewhat absurd. Immediately, a flood of memories surged into Gao Yang's mind, memories pertaining to the plasma gun. The energy traverses the air directly, and its speed far surpasses that of bullets. As a medium, the gun can be powered up and used instantly. Energy cartridges can be replaced like magazines, significantly enhancing convenience. Furthermore, its power has also increased, as it can store energy. By simply holding down the trigger, one can accumulate energy. The longer the charge, the greater the power of the plasma discharged. The maximum accumulation allows the energy equivalent to 100 shots to be unleashed in a single shot. When the switch is pressed, it is sure to be spectacular. Overall, this gun's technology has surpassed that of the alien plasma bullets. Gao Yang, with the gun in hand, headed to the school's shooting range, where testing was likely already underway. Chapter 261, A New Objective. Along the journey, Gao Yang was deep in thought. The plasma gun he had developed had, in terms of technological advancement, surpassed the plasma projectiles of extraterrestrial origin. However, this did not provide an accurate assessment of the true capabilities of alien civilizations, as personal weaponry is primarily designed for individual combat and does not necessitate overwhelming strength. It is akin to an alien observing humans wielding daggers and concluding that humanity is still entrenched in the era of cold weapons. Nevertheless, it indicates that the plasma gun is sufficiently effective for self-defense during interstellar travel. Suddenly, a series of gunshots jolted Gao Yang back to reality. They emanated from the shooting range where the tests had already commenced. With the exoskeleton's propulsion system activated, he accelerated and swiftly descended onto the range. Just as during the initial submission of his project, Gao Yang arrived late. Yet this time, all eyes were fixed upon him. The testing had ceased abruptly. Professor Li was momentarily taken aback. He had not informed Gao Yang of the proceedings. Who had conveyed the message to him? He promptly advanced toward Gao Yang, taking 3 steps at a time. You've come? Gao Yang smiled. I almost missed it. Professor Li returned the smile. Shall we take a seat? Let us observe the performances of your classmates. Certainly. Gao Yang turned his gaze towards the students, noticing the admiration reflected in their eyes. Some bore complex expressions, initially. Some viewed him as a rival, but now they had resigned themselves to the reality that everyone aspired to become like him. Gao Yang took a seat on the sidelines. When he was present, the stands were typically filled to capacity. Now, they were utterly vacant. In stark contrast to Gao Yang's brilliance, the special class, once held in high regard by prominent figures, appeared rather mundane. The tests continued with an array of weaponry and equipment, viewed through the lens of the past. These weapons were indeed commendable. Yet, compared to Gao Yang's achievements, one could hardly consider these instruments anything but trivial. The current arsenal of human civilization seemed utterly inferior. Gao Yang sensed an unsettling atmosphere permeating the space. Professor Li, overseeing the tests, appeared indifferent, for the designs were such that even enhancements proved futile. The students who had endeavored to improve the weaponry were increasingly at a loss for purpose. Their research had transformed from a quest for excellence and distinction into a mere exercise in obligation. Yet, they remained oblivious to the futility of such endeavors. The development of these weapons bore no tangible benefit. Once, there had been a glimmer of opportunity for integration. Now, that prospect had evaporated. Not only was integration impossible, but the very production of these items felt like a squandering of resources. Seated in contemplation, Gao Yang recognized a pressing issue. The pace of technological advancement on his end was exceedingly rapid, so much so that the average individual could hardly keep pace. While the students continued to grapple with concepts they had been studying for over a decade, he had already ventured into the cosmos. His technological prowess had reached impressive heights. Yet researchers were still fixated on what he deemed rudimentary aspects. While research was imperative, without it, there would be nothing to explore. The products of such research had become devoid of significance, which was profoundly disheartening. As Gao Yang relinquished his technology, it proved futile. These individuals simply could not grasp it. Or rather, they would spend decades learning, only to find themselves aged and without purpose. A flurry of thoughts raced through Gao Yang's mind, such as the concept of universal gene enhancement, yet this notion was swiftly dismissed due to insufficient resources. Once everyone underwent gene enhancement, within mere days, all food on Earth would be consumed. Unless the entire world cultivated soybeans and subsisted solely on them, sustainability would be unattainable. Even if all were to cultivate soybeans, it would still fall short. At the very least, several colonial planets would need to be developed. The scarcity of resources loomed large. Gao Yang then contemplated the transformation of external conflicts into internal ones, a strategy frequently employed by the once mighty bald eagle. However, externally, there lay only a multitude of rotten fish and shrimp. Beyond that, the vast expanse of the cosmos awaited. And in that cosmos, Gao Yang sensed a glimmer of feasibility. Educating people in the knowledge of space, teaching them the art of space travel, exploration, resource acquisition, and information gathering, could reignite purpose in their lives, fostering collective effort. Not only would this alleviate tensions, but it would also yield abundant resources to satisfy the demands of human civilization's advancement. Moreover, the implementation of such a plan would not be overly complex. Once fully realized, humanity could achieve a monumental leap in civilization, with everyone rediscovering the significance of their endeavors. However, before embarking on such a journey, the foundational elements of interstellar navigation must be meticulously established. Gao Yang. Professor Li called out. Startled, Gao Yang returned to the present, rising to approach the target range. He turned to address all the students. The product I have developed this time is a plasma gun. Harnessing the terrifying energy released in an instant, it possesses immense destructive power. The plasma lacks a physical bullet. The velocity of the energy projectile can reach 200 times the speed of sound. As his words settled, Gao Yang pivoted to aim at the target and pulled the trigger. A beam of blue light struck the distant metal target, causing it to melt into liquid, cascading to the ground, while the surface beneath bore a charred depth of at least half a meter. Electric patterns spread across the ground for 4 to 5 meters. This delineated the range of the shot. Not only did it strike the target, but anyone within a 5-meter radius would also risk electrocution. Is it truly that terrifying? Gao Yang surveyed his classmates. This gun is designed for humanity's future exploration of the cosmos. A collective shiver coursed through the students, their eyes wide with astonishment. Not only was the weapon formidable, but the introduction itself was also profoundly impactful, prepared for the sake of cosmic exploration. Professor Li, too, widened his eyes. While others might have merely speculated, it was Gao Yang who spoke with conviction. He had previously accomplished a spatial jump with a spacecraft, albeit a small one, marking a significant technological breakthrough. Additionally, the recent establishment of a lunar base suggested a potential stronghold for humanity's foray into the universe. The radio telescope, wasn't that akin to mapping the stars? Suddenly, a student stood up, exclaiming, Gao Yang, when will humanity be able to leave the solar system? Simply leaving the solar system is always within reach. However, merely departing and returning is insufficient. One must also explore, survive, and conduct extensive research on various corresponding equipment. For instance, should one venture to another planet, it is imperative to analyze the gaseous composition of the atmosphere, assess gravitational forces, ensure the safety of the spacecraft, and consider numerous other factors, which necessitates a considerable span of time, approximately 1 to 2 months. Upon hearing this, which can be likened to the blink of an eye, the students widened their eyes in astonishment. These words were spoken by Gao Yang. The realization of such a venture may indeed be closer than anticipated. Another student rose and inquired, what kind of individuals would be capable of piloting a spacecraft, departing from Earth to explore and discover? Gao Yang sensed the palpable excitement in the room and shook his head. The specifics remain unclear, but it is certain that those selected will be exceptional individuals. They must possess remarkable academic prowess or other commendable qualities. With a smile, Gao Yang asked, do you aspire to reach the heavens? Yes, nearly everyone replied in unison. At that moment, an invigorating drive surged within them. The previous sense of effortlessness and indifference vanished entirely. They had acquired a new objective, to become outstanding individuals, to be chosen, and to journey into space. Chapter 262, The Spacesuit. Observing the reactions of his classmates, Gao Yang realized that his thoughts were indeed correct through external conflicts. Internal contradictions could be redirected. In contemporary Longhua, following an abundance of resources, there emerged a multitude of individuals who had succumbed to lethargy. While there is nothing inherently wrong with idleness, prolonged periods of such behavior lead individuals to perceive life as devoid of meaning, resulting in a sense of futility that ultimately disturbs their mental equilibrium. This easily culminates in problematic behaviors, whether in reckless abandon or a disregard for life itself. The cosmos, representing an external conflict of monumental proportions, so vast that humanity remains ignorant of its true extent, serves as a catalyst. We are merely aware of light observed from the farthest reaches, a light that has traversed 2 billion years to reach us. Given such an immense scope, it matters not that Longwood boasts a mere billion inhabitants. Even if there were trillions, they would still be but a drop in the ocean. Professor Lee, too, eagerly anticipates humanity's venture into the stars. Yet, in contrast, he harbors concerns regarding the potential threats posed by extraterrestrial beings, though this is not the moment for such discussions. The testing of weaponry modifications by his classmates continued. At that moment, everyone transformed, imbued with newfound determination and hope. No longer would their efforts yield the disheartening realization that, despite their excellence, the outcomes remained unchanged. Such a realization could indeed dampen their spirits. During the ensuing testing phase, Gao Yang recognized that he was somewhat taking advantage of the situation. He could discern the implications of every enhancement with a mere glance, his proficiency far surpassing that of his peers. Once the test concluded, instead of donning the exoskeleton armor and taking flight, he traversed the school on foot back to the laboratory. Professor Lee walked beside Gao Yang, recalling the astonishment he felt during their first encounter. When the laser gun illuminated, he vividly remembered the goosebumps that enveloped him at that moment. Pondering aloud, he wondered if humanity could truly reach outer space in such a short span of time. Indeed, Gao Yang affirmed with resolute confidence. Professor Lee felt a mix of anticipation and concern, particularly as Gao Yang had recently unveiled a plasma gun, claiming it to be a weapon intended for use in space. Would dangers lurk in the void? Perceiving the professor's trepidation, Gao Yang chuckled gently. Certainly there will be dangers. Some extraterrestrial civilizations may be far more advanced and not particularly amicable, though such beings have yet to be discovered. Currently, we have only identified planets that may harbor extraterrestrial life, and we are still a long way from an actual encounter. Gao Yang was not overly fearful of potential dangers. If the dark forest theory were indeed applicable, humanity would have perished long ago. Director Yuan felt somewhat reassured, parting ways with Gao Yang as he headed toward the office building. As Gao Yang walked through the campus, he sensed the emptiness that pervaded the school. Woody, accompanying him, spoke up. The number of students who have either dropped out or taken a temporary leave of absence has reached 2,000. Many teachers have also resigned or opted for retirement. Gao Yang was taken aback. This was a consequence of his influence. It was exceedingly easy for Longwood to sustain its populace, with generous social welfare and benefits. Thus, many citizens had chosen to embrace a state of idleness. A positive development. Gao Yang nodded. This has already filtered out a segment of the population. It is unrealistic to expect all of humanity to exert effort. Nor is it feasible to provide high-tech products to everyone. Such resources can only be allocated to those who choose to strive for advancement. However, the number of individuals who genuinely choose to improve themselves is scant, and many may merely feign ambition. A significant number of individuals opting out can readily be recorded by the Invincible One, thus reducing the difficulty of future selection. With this thought, Gao Yang found his steps becoming lighter. As for supporting others, it was a trivial matter for him. Providing sustenance designed for an enhanced individual could sustain dozens. Upon returning to the laboratory, he instructed the Invincible One to send the plasma gun's information to General Zhou before diving into the lab to commence his work. The plasma gun was merely a side note. What truly mattered was the astronaut suit. The astronaut suit previously developed by Long Country was, until recently, at the forefront of high technology, yet now it felt excessively cumbersome to Gao Yang. This bulkiness not only appeared unsightly, but also hindered movement. Moreover, it was fragile. Even slight activity could lead to damage. After all, it was originally designed for ordinary individuals, and having undergone genetic enhancement, he was no longer one of them. Furthermore, the previous astronaut suit was tailored solely for spacecraft and lunar conditions. However, should humanity venture into outer space, possibly to extreme planets, it would necessitate targeted design modifications. For instance, suits for high-temperature environments, high-pressure conditions, and corrosion resistance were imperative. Surely there exist planets with acidic rain, sandstorms, and various extreme weather phenomena also abound. Hence, the safety of the astronaut suit is of paramount importance. Soon, Gao Yang presented a preliminary design. The first layer of protection would utilize submarine-grade materials, capable of withstanding physical threats. Even if a shell were to explode nearby, the occupants within would remain unscathed. The second layer would serve as thermal insulation, adept at shielding against both high and low temperatures. Based on the materials Gao Yang currently possessed, this insulation could resist temperatures soaring up to 200 degrees Celsius and plummeting to 100 degrees Celsius. This does not imply that 200 degrees would damage the suit. Rather, it means that even at such external temperatures, the interior would remain unaffected. Such a design is truly extraordinary. The innermost layer would be crafted from a material conforming to the human body, providing insulation and a sealed effect. To be precise, all three layers would be airtight, thus offering triple security. This three-layered configuration is merely the foundational setup. As an astronaut suit, it must also include an oxygen supply system. Otherwise, one could suffocate inside. Therefore, Gao Yang designed not just one, but 3 oxygen tanks, including 1 primary tank and 2 backups. Additionally, he prepared a simple hydrolysis device. In the absence of available oxygen, this device could generate oxygen through hydrolysis, potentially saving lives. With the external conditions addressed, this only encapsulated a small part of the astronaut suit's design. There remained inherent issues regarding the human body, the foremost being heat dissipation. In the absence of temperature interference, the human body naturally generates heat, and if not managed properly, it could lead to heat stroke. Gao Yang has incorporated a temperature control system into the spacesuit, which actively dissipates heat or generates warmth when the temperature is unsuitable. It is remarkably sensitive. Furthermore, there exists a rather overlooked issue: the necessity of using the restroom. In the future, individuals venturing into space may find themselves constipated, entirely attributing the predicament to the lack of gravitational pull. The complexity of this design is somewhat formidable, as it is not merely intended for others' usage. For external use, one could simply resort to a disposable diaper as a temporary solution. However, the crux lies in the fact that the designer must also utilize it. Thus, Gao Yang devised a negative pressure chamber, accompanied by structural modifications to the spacesuit. When one squats, a metal section at the rear of the suit opens, creating a similarly sealed negative pressure space within the airtight suit. This allows for the act of using the restroom, and once completed, the rear of the spacesuit will open, expelling waste. It can be said that a significant portion of the suit's intricate design, approximately 80%, was devoted to this particular function. Essentially, it is akin to incorporating an airlock chamber into the spacesuit. Chapter 263, A Shift in Mindset. The complexity of the design is indeed remarkably high. With these designs, the overall blueprint for the spacesuit is nearly complete. However, upon examining the total weight of the suit, Gao Yang realized that despite all components being meticulously crafted for lightness, the suit still weighed an astonishing 70 pounds. This weight reduction proved insurmountable, primarily due to the outermost metallic shell, which, if removed, would render the spacesuit devoid of its physical protective capabilities, leaving it ill-equipped to withstand sudden shifts in pressure. The significance of a spacesuit in the vastness of space largely hinges upon its ability to endure abrupt pressure changes, such as during spacecraft docking or the differential pressure between the interior and exterior of the vessel. Thus, the shell must remain intact. Yet, for an average individual, bearing such weight is simply unfeasible, even heavier than ancient suits of armor. After pondering, an idea sparked in Gao Yang's mind. It would be entirely feasible to incorporate an exoskeleton within the suit. As he surveyed the design, he felt an unsettling dissonance. The integrated exoskeleton, alongside energy and oxygen tanks positioned externally, resembled a suit of iron armor. The interior would feature 2 layers of soft material for cushioning, enabling an average person to execute complex maneuvers without succumbing to the instantaneous force of impact. With the exoskeleton in place, the addition of weaponry seemed not just plausible but essential, for threats may not solely arise from environmental factors. Soon, 2 clasps appeared on either side of the design. One was designated for a blade, serving dual purposes as a means of defense and a practical tool, while the other was designed for a gun slot, accommodating a plasma weapon that could equally function as a means of protection. With the design nearing completion, the manufacturing process commenced. The initial prototype was tailored to Gao Yang's physical specifications. During the design phase, considerations were made regarding mobility. However, it remained uncertain whether the final product would prove convenient. As he awaited the completion of the spacesuit, Gao Yang immersed himself in research, preparing for the next enhancement. This time, he delved into the intricacies of regeneration systems. A long-distance spacecraft must be equipped with such a system. Otherwise, no amount of provisions would suffice, particularly during extended voyages. The concept of a regeneration system is relatively straightforward. For instance, well-designed ecological bottles incorporate such mechanisms. Utilizing fish waste as a nutrient source, plants thrive through photosynthesis, subsequently providing sustenance for the fish. Achieving a balance allows for survival over years, even decades, within a sealed glass vessel. Similarly, a spacecraft could operate under these principles. If an ordinary individual were to utilize various waste materials as nutrients for cultivating plants in illuminated areas, they could sustain themselves. Even if complete self-sufficiency were not attainable, the necessary energy could be supplemented through external sources. However, for Gao Yang, who had undergone enhancements and required significantly more sustenance, the regeneration technologies he currently possessed were wholly inadequate. To say that mere regeneration techniques would suffice is an understatement. Even integrating genetically engineered soybeans would fall short of his needs. Although soybeans can grow continuously, they require a constant supply of nutrients. In a spaceship, Where can such nourishment be sourced? It is simply impossible to achieve equilibrium. Similarly, mushrooms and other easily cultivated items also fail to meet the necessary requirements. Gao Yang quickly perused various materials in search of inspiration. He had devised a plan. If the initial enhancements did not yield satisfactory results, he would consider bestowing upon humans the ability for photosynthesis. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as it was fundamentally impractical. While Gao Yang was engrossed in his research, General Zhou arrived with his team. In contrast to his previous anxiety and excitement, General Zhou now exuded a calm demeanor. Previously, any groundbreaking product from Gao Yang would elicit a swift response, but now, his threshold for astonishment had been significantly raised. As he entered the laboratory and observed Gao Yang absorbed in his studies, he refrained from interrupting. Once Gao Yang set aside his materials, General Zhou inquired about the plasma gun. What effects does it have? Gao Yang instructed Wu Di to retrieve the plasma gun and explained. The plasma gun is an upgraded version of the weapon used by the aliens. General Zhou was taken aback. An upgraded version of an alien firearm? Did this imply that their technological level had surpassed that of the extraterrestrials? His mind raced to thoughts of the bald eagle. How unfortunate it was. If only the button on the bald eagle truly summoned aliens, a mere press could call upon them. As the aliens prepared to engulf Earth, the citizens of Long Nation could have risen to launch a counteroffensive. Yet, the button on the bald eagle turned out to be merely a folding chair. Such a pity. Initially indifferent to Gao Yang's new weaponry, General Zhou's eyes lit up as he suddenly recognized the significance of the situation. Although Long Nation had lost rivals like the bald eagle, countless unknown dangers still lurked beyond. How could he afford to be dismissive? He reflected on his delay in coming. Having only arrived today after being notified yesterday, with a newfound respect, he asked, what is the effect of the plasma projectile? In what ways does it surpass the alien plasma projectile? Gao Yang responded with a smile. It has a faster launch speed and lacks a tangible carrier, achieving a muzzle velocity of up to 200 times the speed of sound. 200 times the speed of sound. General Zhou was astounded. How is such velocity even attainable? Gao Yang continued. The launch is silent, and upon striking a target, regardless of what it is effortlessly obliterated, whether it be a vehicle or any other object. General Zhou rarely heard such confident assertions from Gao Yang. After all, even the most impressive creations typically received only a modest endorsement. Curiosity began to stir within him regarding the plasma gun. When the weapon was finally presented to him, General Zhou took hold of it and asked, what can be used as a target? Anything will suffice, Gao Yang replied. As an energy weapon, the plasma gun could destroy everything except for more potent energy sources. General Zhou selected a stool as his target. After a single shot, the stool was utterly annihilated, leaving the earth beneath it charred and blackened. General Zhou stood in stunned silence. It was simply gone. The visual effect was astonishingly remarkable. The released radiance seemed to incinerate the chair in an instant. Observing the electric scorch marks on the ground, General Zhou contemplated that if this shot struck metal, such as a tank, the impact area would not only melt, but the instantaneous current would sweep through the entire vehicle, electrocuting all within. This offensive capability was not only splendid in appearance, but also remarkably effective. Such a weapon could even be deployed in space, likely yielding impressive results against spacecraft. General Zhou, having grasped the implications, chose not to continue testing and instead instructed professional testers to conduct a thorough evaluation, ensuring detailed results and data. Lost in thought, he then heard the indomitable voice of Wu Di proclaiming that the new invention had been completed. Gao Yang turned and swiftly departed, prompting General Zhou to eagerly follow. Curious about just how extraordinary the invention that had so excited Gao Yang could be. Chapter 264. Is this really a spacesuit? Upon entering the laboratory, Gao Yang beheld the space suit he had designed, which appeared to be significantly larger than his own frame, yet somehow managed to avoid an impression of bulkiness. Designed to ensure freedom of movement, the suit's metallic exterior featured numerous articulated zones. The dynamic metal lines lent the entire ensemble an air of striking elegance and sharp definition. General Zhou, who also observed the suit, was momentarily taken aback. Is this a solitary steel battle armor? Gao Yang turned, puzzled, and replied, this is a spacesuit. Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this contraption truly a spacesuit? Was it meant for venturing into the heavens? Or perhaps for engaging in combat amidst the stars? This armor, it seems rather heavy, Zhou remarked. Indeed, it weighs approximately 70 pounds. Considering the average person would struggle with such weight while donning a spacesuit, we have integrated exoskeletal armor within it to ensure no impediment to movement. Zhou was momentarily stunned. Could this not be classified as battle armor? With its entirely metallic shell and embedded exoskeleton, one could move freely. And based on his understanding of exoskeletal technology, a single well-placed strike could prove lethal. Nevertheless, if Gao Yang insisted it was a spacesuit, Then it was indeed a spacesuit. What are the two buckles at the waist for? Zhou inquired, noticing the clasps on the suit's midsection. One is for holding a vibration knife, while the other is intended for a firearm, such as a plasma gun. Zhou nodded gravely, his tone heavy with approval. An impressive spacesuit. Gaoyang glanced back at the suit and then at Zhou. Does it resemble an iron battlesuit? Not at all. This is unequivocally a spacesuit. Zhou asserted earnestly. Would you care to try it on? The suit opened at the back, parting along the central line to allow entry. Gaoyang attempted to insert his hands, followed by his feet, and once his body conformed to the suit's interior, the rear closed securely, with the buckles and backpack fastened. Gaoyang waved at the inquisitive Zhou, and within the helmet, sensors activated, allowing the entire suit to move fluidly, as if it were an extension of his own body. Initially, there was a slight awkwardness, stemming from the difference in height, as the soles of his feet were elevated by 3 centimeters, akin to wearing modest high heels. However, after a brief period of adjustment, he was entirely acclimated. Every gesture and movement felt unencumbered. Gaoyang endeavored to execute more vigorous actions, such as throwing punches. Each strike cut through the air with a resounding whoosh, and his movements, lifting knees and elbows, exhibited remarkable force. These intricate maneuvers were executed without any hindrance. The overall sensation of wearing the suit was akin to donning a garment. There was no discomfort whatsoever. Inside the helmet, a continuous flow of air circulated, efficiently recycling and filtering exhaled carbon dioxide. The entire system was designed to sustain an individual for 3 days within the suit. In reality, it could provide sustenance for over 3 days, though the pressing issue remains. After 3 days, one would be ravenously hungry. General Zhou frequently nodded in agreement, particularly when observing Gaoyang testing intricate maneuvers. He became increasingly convinced that this dynamic and vigorous martial art was akin to an astronaut's suit. The testing had reached a satisfactory conclusion. As for the final functionality, Gaoyang refrained from testing it, hoping that he would never have to utilize it. Upon exiting the astronaut suit, it began to fold itself automatically, eventually condensing to the size of a small box, comparable to a sizable suitcase. While still relatively large, it was significantly smaller in comparison to current astronaut suits, and its capabilities far surpassed those available on Earth. General Zhou turned to Gaoyang with a smile and inquired, "How does it feel?" "It's acceptable, but I will refine it further," Gaoyang replied. General Zhou nodded earnestly and added with a grin, "I believe there is ample room to mount a row of missiles on that arm, easily activated with a simple gesture. Moreover, the shoulders could accommodate a cannon, preferably a laser cannon." Gaoyang, amused by General Zhou's jest, glanced back at the astronaut suit and remarked, "It indeed resembles a suit of iron armor. However, it is precisely this design that enables it to withstand the myriad challenges posed by the cosmos." General Zhou nodded in agreement, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "When do you intend to depart from Earth?" "I am uncertain." Gaoyang shook his head. "I have yet to prepare adequately. I will leave once everything is in order." General Zhou spoke gravely. "Your safety is of utmost importance. There are many willing to venture beyond Earth. At the very least, I would lead the charge." Gaoyang chuckled. "Before departing, thorough testing is essential, and I will inform you when the time comes. As for leading the charge, should danger arise, there are plenty in the White Eagle willing to take the lead." General Zhou silently mourned for the members of the White Eagle for 2 minutes. Their plight was indeed tragic. Even in such dire circumstances, they were still treated as test subjects. However, it must be acknowledged that they were the best subjects for testing, as they were unable to speak. After a brief conversation, General Zhou exited the laboratory, armed with a plasma gun for testing. Earth had run out of worthy adversaries, but testing still required meticulous attention. In the event of an unexpected situation, these weapons must be ready for immediate deployment, ensuring familiarity with their parameters and operation to prevent any mishaps. During the testing phase, General Zhou was further astonished, discovering that the weapon could store energy. This indicated that the gun's power could be adjusted at will. When confronting humans or biological entities, it could be fired directly with impressive results. However, when faced with substantial structures or military equipment, it could be charged for a more potent strike. This technology was nothing short of revolutionary. While General Zhou was absorbed in his astonishment, Gaoyang was in the laboratory accumulating another amplification opportunity. This was the second amplification following the enhancement of the telescope. This time, the astronaut suit was the focus. This was also the reason Gaoyang had mentioned to General Zhou about the need for further improvements. It required one more amplification. With determination, Gaoyang summoned the compass before him, rotating it until it reached 100-fold amplification. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn the enhancement of the spacesuit's temperature resistance by 100-fold. Gaoyang was momentarily taken aback. The heat resistance technology of his spacesuit was already remarkable. It could withstand environments of up to 200 degrees without any adverse effects. and even if the temperature soared to 2,000 or 3,000 degrees, it could endure for a limited period. With a 100-fold enhancement, would it be impervious to an environment of 20,000 degrees? Moreover, it could withstand conditions of up to 200,000 degrees for some time. How extraordinary that would be. The surface temperature of the sun is merely 6,000 degrees. Wearing this spacesuit, could one stroll near the sun? As Gao Yang was astounded, the system commenced the transformation of the spacesuit. The modification process lasted for 10 minutes. After the duration, Gao Yang beheld the silver spacesuit, its angles sharp and imbued with a hint of cool tones, resembling increasingly a suit of armor at first glance. Chapter 265. Embracing the Winds of the Northwest. Memories surged into Gao Yang's mind, revealing several remarkable technologies. First among these was the thermal insulation coating. On the outermost layer of the spacesuit, there exists a coating designed to effectively insulate against heat. This layer primarily reflects thermal energy and can dissipate heat through evaporation under extreme temperatures. Another advancement involves the amplification of the intermediate layer within the spacesuit. The technology that Gao Yang once possessed has now been elevated to an entirely new level: energy insulation. This innovation allows for complete thermal separation, eliminating any medium that could transfer temperature. Although the memories imparted were few, their value was immense. Such a coating could be wholly applied to spacecraft, enabling them to transport special payloads, effectively allowing them to be launched towards the sun. Furthermore, the intermediate energy layer showcases an even higher level of technological sophistication, with a broader range of applications. The magnetic confinement devices of fusion reactors could be miniaturized, requiring virtually no additional space due to their exceptional heat resistance. Consequently, this would create significant extra room within the spacecraft for various cargo. This technology also holds the potential for defense against laser weaponry. It can be said that such advancements could be utilized in myriad ways. Like materials science, this represents a fundamentally crucial technology. The efficacy of these two technological products is nothing short of extraordinary. While the enhancements may not have dramatically altered other aspects, the original design was already sufficient, representing the pinnacle of contemporary technology. Mass production should commence, with an initial batch dispatched to the Aerospace Research Center. The non-weaponized version can be utilized in space, followed by a simple survey to identify areas for improvement. As the Invincible team began manufacturing, Gao Yang returned to the laboratory to continue reviewing data, contemplating potential regeneration methods. At the very least, achieving a balance of energy exchange aboard the spacecraft was essential. Even if complete equilibrium could not be attained, having reserves to compensate would be preferable to relying solely on ample supplies. While Gao Yang explored various possibilities, the personnel at the Aerospace Research Center received the combat suits sent by him. Bewilderment ensued. What on earth was this? Shouldn't this be delivered to the military? Why was it arriving at their Aerospace Research Center? The delivery robot addressed the group of puzzled researchers. This is a spacesuit. Your master has instructed you to conduct usage tests. The researchers exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Was this truly a spacesuit? A suit capable of delivering powerful punches? Nevertheless, as Gao Yang had requested testing, they proceeded accordingly. The testing of the new spacesuit drew many researchers eager to witness the spectacle, who soon voiced their existential query. Is this really a spacesuit? As the testing commenced, 10 selected astronauts donned the suits. Upon wearing them, they automatically connected to the aerospace network, allowing them to communicate with one another in both group and private channels. The control method was as simple as a mere thought. The 10 astronauts moved about, their eyes wide with astonishment, having previously experienced conventional spacesuits. Firstly, the attire is quite cumbersome. Each time one dons it, it proves to be a hassle. Coupled with its sealed design, one must first step into it, and after putting it on, there should be no excess bulk to encumber movement, necessitating a careful tuck. Then there is the issue of weight. Spacesuits are notably heavy, and in addition to their own heft, they come with supplementary equipment. Even the internal suit, designed for cabin use, encompasses a complex array of systems for humidity, temperature, pressure, and oxygen supply, along with external devices connected via conduits to the suit. Wearing it on Earth is indeed burdensome. However, with this new spacesuit, these concerns are entirely alleviated. Although the suit is undeniably heavy, the weight is effectively transmitted directly to the soles of the feet, with the suit's structural integrity providing support, thereby exerting no adverse effect on the astronaut. Furthermore, movement is rendered remarkably natural and agile, even requiring less exertion. The internal environment is exceedingly comfortable, with humidity and oxygen levels meticulously regulated to an agreeable state. The sensory experience for the wearer is merely the first phase. The subsequent phases involve sealing tests, followed by temperature and pressure assessments. The primary function of a spacesuit in the cosmos is to safeguard the astronaut. The extravehicular suit is robust, while the intravehicular suit, though relatively softer, is still formidable. Yet, in testing the Gaoyang spacesuit, adhering to the original specifications and undergoing extreme evaluations, not a single scratch marred its exterior. This indicates that their previous design standards have been outstripped by Gaoyang by a substantial margin. Finally, there is the space testing phase. When astronauts don the spacesuit aboard the spacecraft, enjoying the freedom of movement, the suit proves to be unparalleled. Previously, astronauts faced challenges in maneuvering in space. Now, with advancements in technology, the interior of spacecraft has expanded significantly. Astronauts in cargo vessels can move with a grace akin to mythological beings, suspended in midair and unable to shift in any direction without expelling jets of gas to propel themselves forward. However, this spacesuit is equipped with its own propulsion system, allowing for effortless navigation in any direction. Notably, when an astronaut crouches in space, the rear section of the suit unfurls, creating a negative pressure chamber. Although Earth's gravitational pull is absent, pressure remains. The final feedback from the Aerospace Research Center to Gaoyang was succinct: mass production. This test, albeit relatively rudimentary, was precisely what Gaoyang sought, a foundational user experience. Given that all metrics are sufficiently outstanding, the emphasis now lies solely on usability. As the spacesuit enters mass production, Gaoyang's laboratory concurrently conducts a multitude of experiments. Various regenerative trials are underway, with even mushrooms cultivated within the lab. However, results have not entirely met expectations. Yet, it remains true that if the spacecraft were populated with ordinary individuals, any of Gaoyang's regenerative experiments could fulfill their needs. In fact, all could be accommodated aboard the spacecraft, thus satisfying culinary preferences as well. However, if the individuals aboard the spacecraft are enhanced through genetic modification, then the amalgamation of all regenerative technologies here would be insufficient. All regeneration experiments do not generate energy ex nihilo. For instance, cultivation requires nutrients and sunlight. While sunlight is abundant in the cosmos, nutrients are derived from the waste expelled by the human body. The greater the quantity of waste, the more plants can be cultivated. However, individuals who have undergone enhancement possess digestive systems akin to furnaces. Everything that can be converted into energy is entirely transformed. Even coarse fiber foods such as enoki mushrooms and leeks, which are typically consumed the following day, can be effortlessly digested in their entirety. Achieving circular utilization remains a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, hope is not entirely lost. The most promising method for achieving circularity at present involves converting carbon dioxide into methanol, which can subsequently be transformed into triose sugars through biocatalysis, synthesized into hexose sugars, and ultimately polymerized into starch. Converting carbon dioxide into starch, would that not be akin to drinking the winds of the Northwest? Chapter 266, Initial Success. Carbon dioxide, a byproduct of human respiration, is produced in even greater quantities by superintelligent beings. However, the overall process incurs substantial costs, and the conversion rate is somewhat sluggish. Yet, with a clear direction established, these challenges pale in comparison. Gaoyang became increasingly industrious, striving to ensure that everyone could thrive solely on the winds of the Northwest. He swiftly optimized the entire conversion process. The breakthroughs painstakingly achieved by researchers in the Dragon Kingdom were rapidly enhanced by Gaoyang, significantly accelerating the efficiency and resource consumption of the transformation. The production of biological enzymes necessitates microorganisms, and Gaoyang amplified these microorganisms 100-fold within a completely sealed environment. Subsequent bioreactors must also maintain this airtight condition. Any anomalies would result in immediate internal destruction, thereby preventing any external repercussions. This apparatus is straightforward. By connecting it to the spacecraft's energy source and inputting carbon dioxide, starch can be generated with remarkable efficiency. Gaoyang tasked robots with preparing simple dishes from the starch, though the texture left much to be desired. Unlike starch derived from other plants, which possess distinct aromas and flavors, this starch was rather bland. Nevertheless, it not only serves as a food source but can also nourish animals. Most importantly, despite its current unpalatability, the culinary prowess of the Dragon Kingdom's chefs would undoubtedly yield delectable preparations. Gaoyang was confident that every ingredient would find its perfect culinary application. However, instead of directly contacting the chefs, he opted to call Director Yuan. Upon receiving the call, Director Yuan was momentarily stunned. Gaoyang was requesting information about top chefs? What could this mean? Was he attempting to create a chef? After all, Gaoyang's previous requests for information had always been for research purposes. After a moment of contemplation, Director Yuan was taken aback by Gaoyang's revelation. Are you implying that you can facilitate the large-scale conversion of carbon dioxide into starch? Indeed. Director Yuan was aware that this technology was already grasped by the researchers in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet issues with conversion losses and other aspects meant it remained in the experimental phase. Now, with Gao Yang presenting a monumental upgrade, could carbon dioxide, the very catalyst of the greenhouse effect, be extracted, compressed, and transported into space as a food reserve? Director Yuan delegated the task to his subordinates and hurried to Gao Yang's laboratory to inspect the equipment. Before him stood a device measuring nearly 20 centimeters on each side, its exterior entirely metallic, with 2 tubes connecting to either end. Is this the bioreactor? Yes. Gao Yang observed Director Yuan's incredulous expression for interstellar voyages. This device is currently the only solution capable of meeting food supply demands. Coupled with other regenerative systems, it could cater to diverse culinary preferences. Director Yuan followed Gao Yang into another room, where he beheld an array of different regenerative devices. Some plants are cultivated through artificial lighting. Yet their growth cannot solely depend on illumination. They also require nutrients. Suddenly, Dean Yuan recalled starch, although it involves an additional conversion process. The difference in flavor makes it worthwhile. Glancing around, Dean Yuan realized that nearly all regenerative methods he could conceive were present here. This indicated that Gao Yang had chosen one potential approach among many for enhancement. While Dean Yuan felt a sense of admiration, he also experienced a twinge of anxiety. Judging by Gao Yang's preparation pace, it seemed that his journey to the cosmos would not take long. He had previously thought it would be a lengthy endeavor, but now it appeared imminent. With the star chart, spacesuit, and food secured, what else could be lacking? Dean Yuan turned to Gao Yang and inquired about his next research focus. In the past, if Gao Yang were to shift his research direction, Dean Yuan would feel rushed. But now, Gao Yang could accomplish nearly all areas of study, and he had grown accustomed to his pace. Gao Yang himself was